Chapter 1. Which man and Lu Ruyan sinned together? My disciple, have you been indulging in forbidden fruit with that girl Ruyan lately? Within the grand hall of the Yunu Peak at the Howren Sword sect, a voluptuous and exquisite beauty seated on the high platform posed the question, her delicate face tinged with frost. She was Ji Yaoyue, the master of Yunu Peak. Chun Xian, standing below, immediately shook his head, utterly bewildered and perplexed. Ji Yaoyue then declared with indignation, "Today, the medicinal mark on Lu Ruyan's right arm has vanished. This news is spreading like wildfire throughout the Howren Sword sect. Alas, she has ultimately grown weary of your lost cultivation and bleak future and intends to break off the engagement." What? Upon hearing this, Chun Xian felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. An orphan since childhood, Chun Xian was discovered to possess extraordinary talent at the age of 9 by Ji Yaoyue, who took him back to the sect and accepted him as her disciple at Yunu Peak. At that time, there were still 4 beautiful senior sisters residing at Yunu Peak. In order to impress his master and sisters, Chun Xian dedicated himself to rigorous study and practice, not daring to slack off for over 30 years. He took the place of Ji Yaoyue in joining the most perilous demon hunting team of the sect, enduring numerous life and death trials, ultimately breaking through to the Golden Core stage and producing an unparalleled 9th grade Golden Core, causing a sensation across the wasteland domain. At that time, Chun Xian basked in glory, nearly eliminating the younger generation of demon path experts, and skillfully seizing the ancient sword palace, presenting it to the sect. Due to his immense contributions, he was bestowed the title of Saint's Son by the sect leader, with the promise that there would only be one Saint's Son in the sect. During that period, both his master and senior sisters treated Chun Xian exceptionally well. The most stunning beauty of the Howren Sword sect, Lu Ruyan, even favored Chun Xian greatly, and they soon fell deeply in love, establishing an engagement. However, ever since the joint assault by demon path experts 3 months ago, during which Chun Xian valiantly defended Yunu Peak, ultimately being defeated by a mysterious figure who shattered his 9th grade Golden Core and left him a cripple, everything changed. Lu Ruyan's gaze towards him transformed from tenderness to disdain. It was as if she were not looking at a hero battling the forces of evil, but at a worthless being who tarnished her reputation as the first beauty. Tomorrow would be the wedding day. The disappearance of the medicinal mark on Lu Ruyan's arm, a symbol of her purity, indicated that she had bestowed her innocence upon another. Such an act was undoubtedly a blatant humiliation and slap in the face to Chun Xian. Ji Yaoyue sighed softly, gently comforting him. "Disciple, since you can no longer cultivate, you must accept this reality and the change in your identity." Chun Xian merely clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh without his notice. On the eve of his wedding, with the bride having lost her pristine purity, no man could endure such a situation. At that moment, Ji Yaoyue continued, "You should abandon the thought of marrying Lu Ruyan, lest you become a laughingstock tomorrow." Chun Xian's eyes darkened, filled with self-mockery as he replied, "A laughingstock? Master, my engagement with Lu Ruyan was decreed by the sect leader and received the blessings of all the elders. How could it possibly lead to me becoming a laughingstock?" Hearing this, Ji Yaoyue replied coolly, "At first, Lu Ruyan's flirtation with you was merely due to her seeing your potential as the Saint's Son. In the wasteland domain, the principle of the strong ruling is paramount. Do you not understand?" Chun Xian's heart was filled with coldness upon hearing this. He truly was blind to have taken a liking to this shameless woman, Lu Ruyan. "Do not worry, master. I was merely blinded and misled by foolish affection. One day, I will make this wretched woman regret her choices." Chun Xian spoke with bitterness. Ji Yaoyue nodded in approval. "Disciple, there is actually a golden opportunity at hand that could earn you the praise of the entire sect. That is, to lend your full support to your junior brother, Wu Shuang." At the mention of Wu Shuang, her eyes radiated warmth. 20 years ago, after 3 years of training outside, Ji Yaoyue returned to Yunu Peak with a 3 or 4-year-old boy, naming him Ji Wu Shuang and taking him as her cherished disciple. Ji Wu Shuang's extraordinary talent made him highly favored at Yunu Peak, and his cultivation advanced rapidly. Chun Xian had sensed on more than one occasion that his junior brother was not as perfect as his master and sisters believed him to be. "Master, what do you wish for me to do to assist him?" Chun Xian asked dejectedly. The matter of Lu Ruyan had dealt a severe blow to his pride. Ji Yaoyue spoke with excitement. I hope you can publicly relinquish the title of Saint's son to Wu Shuang. You have already lost your cultivation and are no longer fit to cling to the position of Saint's son. Upon hearing these words, Chun Xian felt a wave of nausea wash over him, as if he had consumed a dead rat. Then, somewhat reluctantly, he replied, the sect leader and the elders would never agree to that. You are mistaken. Ji Yaoyue shook her head. The sect leader intends for your junior brother to become the new Saint's son. However, Wu Shuang is kind-hearted and strongly opposes it, fearing it might upset you, which is why this matter has yet to be concluded. The elders also unanimously believe that he is the most suitable candidate to replace you as the new Saint's son. They all agree? How ironic. Chun Xian suddenly felt a profound sadness, as if all his efforts over the past 30 years had been in vain. Then, with a heart full of resentment, he exclaimed, when I offered the ancient sword palace, the sect leader promised there would be only one Saint's son in the sect. Now, barely 3 months after my cultivation was destroyed, they are so eager? Ji Yaoyue sighed lightly. Speaking helplessly, Chun Xian, you know you are no longer capable. Why do you still cling to the title of Saint's son, bringing shame to the Howren Sword sect? More than 3 months ago, the strongest figure in the Wasteland domain, Mu Yun Sanxian, announced he would select a disciple and impart his lifelong teachings. Only those who are Saint sons or Saint daughters of the 9 sects and 13 schools qualify. Thus, you can imagine how important the position of Saint's son is. Master, I do not wish to relinquish my position, Chun Xian replied coldly. Just last night, when he attempted to cultivate again, he unexpectedly stimulated the true dragon heart within him, which had lain dormant for over a decade, causing his damaged dantian to recover somewhat due to the noble golden light it emitted. Thus, Chun Xian saw a glimmer of hope for his revival. He held no desire for the title of Saint's son, he wished to contribute more to the sect. Impudent. In 1 month's time, the disciple selection conference set by Mu Yun Sanxian will take place. Do you intend to attend as the Saint's son of the Howren Sword sect, wasting a golden opportunity and humiliating yourself? Ji Yaoyue questioned, her tone turning icy. Humiliating myself? Her 4-character evaluation left Chun Xian in a daze. Over the past 30 years, how much glory had he fought for, risking his life for the Howren Sword sect? To think his master would use such words to evaluate him? Chun Xian, the position of Saint's son you care about is something Wu Shuang looks down upon. He even resolutely refuses. I never expected you, having become a cripple, would also lose your sense of purpose. Ji Yaoyue scolded angrily. The Grand Hall of Yinu Peak fell into silence. After a long while, Ji Yu's eyes brimmed with hope as she gently spoke. Disciple, I hope you can prioritize the greater good. Supporting Wu Shuang is supporting the entire Howren Sword sect. By the way, your Haotian sword and Panlong treasure ring should also be given to Wu Shuang. It would increase his chances of being selected. While Wu Shuang competes for great glory for the sect, as a senior brother, offering a bit of your modest assistance is not too much to ask, is it? Upon hearing this, Chun Xian's lips twitched slightly. His heart ached as if it were being torn apart. Both the Haotian sword and the Panlong treasure ring were treasures obtained through his near-death experiences. How could he easily part with them? Yet, looking into Ji Yaoyue's expectant and beautiful eyes, he felt unable to refuse. In the end, Chun Xian nodded and said, Master, I can agree to these requests. However, I would like to meet junior brother Wu Shuang and have a good talk. Is that permissible? Upon hearing this, Ji Yaoyue was overjoyed. She replied cheerfully, Chun Xian, you finally see things clearly. There is no need for a meeting. Wu Shuang is currently making the final preparations for the disciple selection conference. Meeting you would only waste time. It must be said, this excuse was rather perfunctory. Chun Xian's gaze turned cold, and he self-mockingly smiled. Then let it be after all, as a useless senior brother, I have no right to guide him. Ji Yaoyue clapped her hands in admiration. Chun Xian, rest assured, even if you become a cripple, I will always protect you at Yinu Peak, ensuring your safety for a lifetime. Tomorrow, when you publicly relinquish the title of Saint's son and present the Haotian sword and Panlong treasure ring to assist your junior brother, it will surely become a tale of honor. The more radiant Wu Shuang shines, the more glory will reflect upon your face. Lu Ruyan, the most stunning beauty of the Wasteland domain, is ultimately not a match for you. The only option is to break off the engagement and let go. Chun Xian lowered his gaze, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. After a long while, he finally lifted his head and smiled brilliantly. Master, may I take my leave? Yes. Go ahead. Ji Yaoyue waved her hand, her face filled with anticipation and joy. Thus, Chun Xian turned to leave. The smile on his face gradually faded, leaving behind only a trace of coldness. After Chun Xian departed, a figure emerged gracefully from behind a screen on one side of the hall. He was handsome and extraordinary, exuding an air of elegance. It was Ji Wushuang. Ji Wushuang lightly waved his folding fan, puzzled as he asked, Mother, why must you treat this useless person with such courtesy? Just command him directly. Chun Xian has a stubborn character. He responds poorly to pressure. If pushed too hard, he might make mistakes. Ji Yaoyue explained softly to Ji Wushuang. Upon hearing this, disdainfully remarked, In my opinion, it would be better to simply eliminate this worthless fool. However, Ji Yaoyue narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly and replied, As a prestigious sect of the Howren Sword sect, we must act with propriety. If you resort to demonic methods, and should the immortal Mu Yun become aware, it could jeopardize our plans to take on a master. She paused for a moment before gently reassuring, Rest assured, Shuang Chun Xian has slain numerous prodigies of the demonic path over the years. If he were to lose the protection of the sect, his life would be worse than death. Thus, he has no alternative path to choose. By the way, is Lu Ruyan's guardian mark related to you? Upon hearing this, Ji Wushuang laughed unabashedly. Lu Ruyan possesses a pure Yin charm. My dual cultivation with her is solely for the purpose of swiftly enhancing my cultivation. However, the experience is indeed quite delightful. Tomorrow shall be a day worthy of anticipation. Chapter 2. Celestial Appearance, Venomous Heart. Under the night's veil, within the Xian Hall, the everlasting lanterns illuminated the red, joyous characters cut from paper, casting shadows upon the walls as if monstrous beasts were prowling inside. Chun Xian sat upon the throne of the Holy Sun, carved from a millennium-old jade, self-mockingly gazing at the pair of dragon and phoenix candles before him, as thick as a child's arm. Tonight, he ought to have been so excited he could hardly sleep, eagerly awaiting the wedding on the morrow. But now, alas, he had likely already become the subject of ridicule among the sect. Xinge, with a loud voice, a robust youth, bronze-skinned and resembling a bear, strode into the hall. His good brother, Du Ming, a true disciple of Pan Yin Peak. As soon as Du Ming entered, he began cursing darkly, Damn, that Ji Wushuang. That pretty boy is chatting with Lu Ruyan, that flirt, by Crescent Lake. Their glances are filled with affection. They clearly have something going on. I'd wager that Lu Ruyan's guardian mark was lost due to her dalliance with Ji Wushuang. Upon hearing this, Chun Xian's gaze darkened. He clenched his fists tightly, seething, It matters not. I've already seen the true face of that wretched woman, and that is enough. Tomorrow, I shall announce the annulment of our engagement. What? Announce the annulment? Du Ming was taken aback, then promptly gave a thumbs up. That decision is magnificent. Although Lu Ruyan is as beautiful as a celestial being, since she is nothing but a promiscuous woman, she is unworthy of you, Xian Ge. Chun Xian managed a faint smile. At that moment, a sudden realization struck him. Lu Ruyan intentionally revealing her lost guardian mark was an attempt to force him into annulling the engagement. Under such a disgrace, how could he continue to bear the title of Holy Son? In doing so, Lu Ruyan would neither have to marry him, nor would she hinder her lover's aspirations for the position of Holy Son. Everything made sense. Ji Wushuang. Chun Xian felt as if he could crush his steel teeth in rage, his eyes ablaze. These two scoundrels were truly despicable and shameless. Suddenly, a splitting pain surged through Chun Xian's head, causing him to cry out in agony as blurred images began to surface in his mind. Du Ming hurriedly checked on him, his brow furrowing with concern. Worry not, Xian Ge. This headache seems to indicate that some of your memories have been erased. You must be cautious. An innocent man may suffer for possessing a treasure. Chun Xian shook his head. Erasing memories is a forbidden technique. It's easily backfired upon the user. Who would go through such trouble for a useless person like me? Moreover, even if a villain took the Haotian sword and the Panlong treasure ring, They wouldn't dare to use them lightly. As he spoke, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Chun Xian's tone turned somber. If I were to willingly offer those two treasures, the situation would indeed be different. What do you mean? Du Meng stared, filled with pity and helplessness. Once a peerless genius, had he now irreversibly begun to slide into the abyss of insignificance? After Du Meng departed, Chun Xian's mood remained unsettled for a long time. Ji Wushuang and Lu Ruyan were very likely conspiring against him. Did his master know of this? However, he could not fulfill his promise to relinquish the title of Holy Son and the two treasures. Subsequently, Chun Xian entered a secluded chamber for cultivation, sitting cross-legged within the spirit-gathering array, emptying his mind. After the burning of a stick of incense, Chun Xian sensed the true dragon heart within his dantian, now taking on a crystalline form, radiating brilliance like a resplendent sun. This true dragon heart was an unexpected treasure he had unearthed while exploring an ancient sacred site. His ability to condense an unparalleled ninth-grade golden elixir owed much to the assistance of the true dragon heart. At a certain moment, a wave of excruciating pain enveloped Chun Xian's entire being. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, his eyes sparkling with excitement. For that dazzling golden light was gradually mending his shattered dantian. The healed portion of his dantian seemed even more extraordinary, with a faint dragon's might. As dawn broke, Chun Xian opened his eyes, bursting with joy. His devastated dantian had healed approximately 1/10. Moreover, the true dragon heart had imparted to him an ancient extraordinary skill, the Nine-Yang True Dragon Technique. To cultivate this technique, one required the cooperation of the true dragon heart. The Nine-Yang True Dragon Technique consisted of 9 levels. Once the first level of the Qi refinement stage was achieved, one could condense the true dragon body and 9 dragons' true essence. Upon breaking through to the golden elixir stage, one could even condense an immortal-grade golden elixir that surpassed the 9th grade. This was a truly invincible technique of utmost vigor and brilliance. Chun Xian clenched his fists, whispering with fervor, "In just 10 days, I will be able to cultivate the Nine-Yang True Dragon Technique." Meanwhile, within a tranquil ancient hall, a white-browed Taoist, seated in meditation, suddenly rose, filled with excitement. With a wave of his hand, he summoned an ancient copper mirror, upon which a figure appeared none other than Chun Xian. "Ah, this little fellow possesses the essence of the true Yang Dragon. With a golden dragon shadow hovering above his head, he is the perfect candidate to reinforce the seal of the true dragon grand array. I originally believed that 3 years from now, the dark sky demon lord of the Black Sin Abyss would surely break the seal and bring about a cataclysm. Now I have finally found the means to counter it. The Haotian domain is saved." The white-browed Taoist laughed heartily, shaking the entire ancient hall as if it could hardly bear the power contained within his mirth. He was none other than the universally recognized strongest in the Haotian domain, the immortal Mu Yun. At that moment, a shadow flickered in the corner of the ancient hall, revealing a figure clad in black robes. He immediately knelt, exclaiming excitedly, "Congratulations, master! This boy is known to me. He is Chun Xian, the holy son of the Howren Sword sect. Unfortunately, he self-destructed his 9th grade golden elixir over a month ago, rendering him a waste, I fear." Yet Mu Yun remained unfazed, a smile upon his face, and said resolutely, "As the saying goes, one must break before they can stand. The essence of the true Yang Dragon that this little fellow has awakened is restoring his damaged dantian in the future. His achievements will surely surpass mine. I had intended to take a chance at the Disciple Recruitment Conference, but it appears that my destined disciple has arrived ahead of time. Marvelous! Marvelous! Shadow, you must swiftly go to the Howren Sword sect to ensure Chun Xian's safety, and discreetly observe his character." "Understood." The figure in black responded respectfully, vanishing into the void in an instant. The following day, sounds of joy resonated atop Yunu Peak, while streams of light darted from various peaks. Some rode flying swords, others navigated flying boats, while some walked upon clouds. With the assistance of her bridesmaids, Lu Ruyan, clad in a resplendent red wedding gown, descended from the clouds, making her way towards the Xian Hall. Her steps were light and graceful, embodying the essence of a celestial maiden. The brilliant sunlight bathed her, causing her phoenix crown and flowing attire to shimmer, and beneath the pearls and tassels swayed a breathtakingly beautiful visage. Around her, gasps of awe and whispers of admiration erupted, with many gazes fixated in disbelief. This was the allure of Lu Ruyan, the most beautiful woman of the Howren Sword sect. She moved with such elegance that it took one's breath away. Every subtle expression she made seemed capable of captivating the world. The crowd atop Yinu Peak was stirred, rushing to witness. When Qin Xian appeared, the jealous flames ignited in the eyes of many young male disciples of the Howren Sword sect, nearly bursting forth. The thought that the celestial beauty, Lu Ruyan, was to be wed to Qin Xian, a mere waste, and would soon be under him in a tender embrace. Countless male disciples felt as though they had just swallowed a dead rat, their disgust palpable. Jealousy, mockery, disdain, unwillingness, resentment, envy, these emotions converged upon Qin Xian. Of course, a few disciples regarded Qin Xian with respect and gratitude, their eyes filled with blessings. Qin Xian and Lu Ruyan locked eyes from a distance. Both possessed an icy coldness in their gazes, as if devoid of any emotional hue. At that moment, whispers arose around them. Lu Ruyan, with her celestial beauty, marrying our waste of a holy son. Truly a waste. She is the brightest jewel of our Howren Sword sect, even among the most beautiful in the entire Haotian domain. What a pity. My dream goddess is marrying that Qin Xian, the useless one. I can't bear it. Ah! Ji Yaoyue arched her brows, displeased, and coldly commanded, silence. Her sharp rebuke silenced the murmurs at once. At this moment, Ji Wushuang also rose to her feet and declared with righteous indignation, "The union between my senior brother and sister Ruyan has been sanctioned by the sect leader and blessed by the esteemed elders. How dare you speak such nonsense?" His extraordinary demeanor captivated the gaze of numerous female disciples, causing their eyes to shimmer with admiration. A young man clad in armor stepped forward, exuding an air of righteousness, and proclaimed, "Qin Xian has lost all his cultivation and cannot even best the common disciples of the sect, while Sister Ruyan's future shines brightly. Therefore, I believe he is no longer worthy of her." His name was Dai Tao, a perennial rival of Qin Xian. With Dai Tao's words, a chorus of agreement erupted from the crowd. "Disciple." Ji Yaoyue spoke up, glancing at Qin Xian, signaling him to make the announcement. Clack! Suppressing the fury within, Qin Xian stepped forward and stated solemnly, "Today's wedding is hereby cancelled. I apologize for the inconvenience caused to all fellow disciples." As these words left his lips, the scene erupted in chaos. Who could have anticipated that Qin Xian would truly call off the engagement? Some began to mock Lu Ruyan regarding her chastity, while others jeered at Qin Xian for his lack of awareness. Dai Tao laughed heartily, raising his thumb in admiration. "Qin Xian, I commend your boldness. Alas, with your current state, it seems no one will ever wed you. Perhaps I could offer some advice among the common female disciples. There are a few who possess decent looks. You might consider attempting to charm one or two. Charm your mother." A furious curse rang out from a distance. It was Du Ming, glaring at Dai Tao with ire. In an instant, the atmosphere became charged with tension. "Enough!" Lu Ruyan issued a cold, despairing rebuke, instantly restoring silence to the gathering. Her clear, beautiful eyes reflected a profound sense of shattered sorrow. In the gaze of the crowd, Lu Ruyan, utterly despondent, said, "Qin Xian, 3 days ago, beneath the moonlight in the Xian Hall, to prove my unwavering love for you, I offered you my purity. And you? Today you dare to cancel the wedding. Such a heartless humiliation." Ruyan's heart aches deeply. Boom! Her words reverberated throughout the venue, stunning all present. Those who had doubted Qin Xian's fidelity fell silent. Yet, their gazes towards him grew increasingly disdainful and contemptuous. What a pitiful coward, denying his own actions. Qin Xian was taken aback. He was certain that on that fateful night, he had drunk alone until the wee hours, and had not shared any romantic moments beneath the flowers with Lu Ruyan. She was lying. As he looked at Lu Ruyan, her tear-streaked face appeared strangely unfamiliar. What treacherous heart lay hidden beneath her celestial facade? As the voices of condemnation and curses filled the air, Qin Xian suddenly realized a chilling truth. The slanderous words of this wretched Lu Ruyan could utterly tarnish his reputation, plunging him into an abyss from which he could never escape. Chapter 3 today, I, Lu Ruoyan, officially call off my engagement. Many male disciples present were filled with heartache, wishing they could immediately embrace Lu Ruoyan and loudly declare their willingness to marry her. At this moment, Ji Yaoyue furiously reprimanded, "Wretched disciple, I never anticipated your moral corruption to such an extent, deceiving your fiancée and using despicable means to rob her of her purity. I am ashamed for you." Then she shifted her tone and gently said, "Ruoyan, after all, you two have already been intimate. Could you grant Chen Xian a chance? I apologize on behalf of my disciple." Chen Xian's eyes were filled with rage. His fists clenched tightly. Over the years, he had treated Lu Ruoyan with utmost sincerity. Little did he know, Lu had in turn surrendered to another, and even more despicably slandered him. At this moment, Ji Wushuang suddenly exclaimed in anger, "Eldest senior brother, are you worried that you have become a worthless being, unworthy of Sister Ruoyan in the future? She has already given you her purity, with feelings deeper than the sun and moon can attest. Is that not enough? A true man stands tall. Even if your cultivation has faltered, has your spirit also been vanquished? Hurry and apologize to Sister Ruoyan." The junior disciple wished him a lifetime of happiness and love. His powerful words immediately earned him admiration from several elders. Truly deserving of the title of the newly anointed saint's son, this young man is exceptional in character, cultivation, and potential. Yet upon hearing this, Chen Xian felt each word was a piercing insult. Laden with sarcasm at this moment, Du Ming could no longer contain his anger and shouted, "Ji Wushuang, what pretense of goodness are you putting on? Just yesterday, under everyone's gaze, you and Lu Ruoyan were behaving intimately by the Crescent Lake. You even helped her wipe her tears. Was it not you who broke her barrier? Shut your mouth." Ji Yaoyue's fury erupted. She struck Du Ming, causing him to cough up blood and collapse to the ground. Then, with a cold snort, she addressed him, "Du Ming, you slanderously tarnish Wushuang's reputation. You possess an audacity like no other. I shall certainly go to Panyan Peak to seek justice in this matter." At this juncture, Ji Wushuang also indignantly said, "Senior brother Du Ming, I merely approached Sister Ruoyan by the lake to offer her some comfort as I saw her in tears. What is wrong with that? I, Ji Wushuang, have always acted with integrity and fear no gossip." He then softened his gaze and added, "Moreover, I have already found someone dear to my heart, atop Yuna Peak. Are you satisfied with my explanation?" Boom! The scene erupted in a flurry of whispers as everyone began to speculate. Behind Ji Yaoyue stood four beautiful maidens, their eyes sparkling with delight. They were none other than Chen Xian's four senior sisters. Chen Xian silently helped the injured Du Ming to his feet. Seeing his four senior sisters gazing longingly at Ji Wushuang, his heart sank further. After risking his life to protect Yunu Peak, he had become a worthless being for over a month, and yet his senior sisters' attitudes had changed dramatically, their disdain evident. How foolish he had been to consider them worthy of his protection. At this moment, Ji Yaoyue expressed her disappointment, saying, "A woman's purity is of utmost value. Chen Xian, regardless of whether today's wedding continues, you must publicly apologize to Ruoyan." Chen Xian's face turned ashen, resolutely shaking his head. He remained silent, yet his heart felt as if it were being torn apart. He could now be certain. Ji Yaoyue had been entirely biased towards Ji Wushuang from the beginning, colluding with those two shameless individuals to set him up. Seeing Chen Xian shake his head, Ji Yaoyue trembled in rage, her ample figure quivering as if overwhelmed, prompting many present to contemplate offering their support. The eldest sister, Zhao Kaiyue, immediately scolded bold Chen Xian. "How dare you defy your master's goodwill? Yunu Peak has truly raised a wolf in sheep's clothing." She cast a cold glare, as if Chen Xian were a vile contaminant to her vision. The second sister, Xin Qingqing, flattered, "Master, it is unnecessary for you to be angry over such a self-deprecating waste. Compared to our junior brother, he is unworthy even to carry his shoes. It is only Sister Rin who is pitiful, devoted, yet entrusting herself to an unworthy man." The third sister, Bai Ling, disdainfully remarked, "Chen Xian, how shameless can you be? Like a toad consuming swan flesh, yet refusing to admit it. Such behavior is repugnant. You do not deserve to remain at Yunu Peak." The fourth sister, Mushu, further mocked third sister, "You are mistaken. Our junior brother is quite clever. He dares not marry Sister Ruoyan because of her unparalleled beauty, attracting countless admirers. Should news of their wedding spread, he might find himself assassinated in no time." Yet, he is unwilling to relinquish such a stunning beauty and has instead deceived Sister Royan into losing her purity, planning to retreat like a turtle on the day of the wedding. In this way, he certainly gains a great deal. Boom. Mu Xun's words sparked a heated discussion among the crowd. Many suddenly realized the validity of her claims. Their disdain for Chun Xian deepened, while even Du Ming and a few others' protests were utterly futile. Infuriated, Chun Xian gritted his teeth, glaring at his 4 senior sisters. All his years of selfless devotion to them had truly been in vain. At this moment, Lu Royan, adorned in a striking red wedding gown, began to sob, her shoulders trembling. She wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom, evoking sympathy from all. At one poignant moment, Lu Royan wiped her tears with delicate hands, pleading, "Chun Xian, do not use the sword of emotions to kill me. All right, do you know how much I cherish our engagement? My heart is shattered." The numerous male disciples of the Howren Sword sect felt their hearts break, wishing they could summon their magical artifacts to vanquish Chun Xian. How despicable! A person like Chun Xian, once the saint son of Howren Sword sect. It was an utter disgrace to the sect. In an instant, curses erupted. Chun Xian, listening to Lu Royan's words, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Everyone remained calm. I believe the eldest senior brother has his reasons. Even if he truly is as the 4th sister said, it is still understandable. Ji Wushuang attempted to defend Chun Xian, but was met with even more curses. At this moment, Lu Royan suddenly ceased her sobbing and lifted her head. Her tear-filled eyes, resembling an abandoned kitten, were filled with despair. "Chun Xian, I have demeaned myself and offer my body to express my affection for you. Have you not erred as well? I arrived today in a wedding gown, filled with joy, only to find it ending this way. Do you not realize? I, Lu Royan, could marry any disciple of the sect, and it would be 100 times better than being with you." A slothful fool. Lu Royan's icy beautiful eyes were filled with sorrow and heartbreak. After Ji Aiwa spoke, she solemnly bowed to Lu Royan. Many male disciples grew anxious, fearing Ji Aiwa would force the two into an unwanted union. Chun Xian's lips curled into a smirk, suddenly feeling that the respected master he once held in high regard was truly hypocritical. Lu Royan gave a sorrowful smile and said, "Elder Ji, why not let the gathered disciples decide whether Lu Royan should marry or not?" Not marry. Not marry. Before her words had faded, many male disciples began to shout. Soon, the clamor echoed across Unipeak that I know the answer now. Lu Royan's gaze turned frostily towards Chun Xian, mocking, "Chun Xian, I, Lu Royan, in accordance with the will of the masses, formally call off our engagement." As she spoke, her peripheral vision swept over Ji Wushuang, carrying a hint of intimacy. "Call off the engagement. Do you possess the right to do so?" A sudden, indifferent voice rang out, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. Following the sound, they saw Chun Xian standing tall, exuding an aura of authority without anger. It was his question that had just been posed. In the midst of the crowd's bewildered gazes, Chun Xian coldly explained, "You all know I have cultivated the heavenly grade technique, the 9-yang Xintian decision, yet you do not know that to practice this technique, one must maintain a pure yang body, do you? Though my cultivation has faltered, the 9-yang battle body remains, and the blood within me still contains some pure yang essence, capable of activating the pure yang pearl. Since Lu Royan, this wretched woman, has falsely accused me of sleeping with her, I, Chun Xian, shall publicly prove my innocence." Lu Royan was taken aback. Everyone was stunned. Du Ming, however, was overjoyed. He immediately retrieved a pure yang pearl and a dagger from his storage ring. Laughing, "Brother Xian, I happen to have a pure yang pearl." Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chun Xian cut his finger. Drops of crimson blood fell onto the pure yang pearl, which absorbed it, erupting with brilliant golden light. "Ha ha ha! Did you all see that? Brother Xian is still a virgin. Lu Royan is lying." Du Ming laughed heartily, feeling utterly elated at this moment. A great sun rose above the horizon, casting a vast expanse of golden radiance upon Chun Xian. In that moment, he resembled a golden-armored deity, radiating might. Many were entranced, their minds drifting back to the grand image of Chun Xian's valor during his countless battles over the years. Then, Chun Xian glared coldly, shouting, "The truth proves that you, Lu, are nothing but a promiscuous harlot. Remember, it is this saint's son who has rejected you. Leave Saint's Peak immediately, lest you tarnish my sight." Chapter 4. The Dual Saint Sons. The bet silence. The scene fell into a prolonged silence. The crowd exchanged glances, never expecting Qin Xian would suddenly resort to such a method to prove his innocence. Many male disciples wanted to stand up for Lu Ruoyan, to retort a few words, but they, however, cannot. For Qin Xian's counterattack is utterly impeccable, truly a decisive blow. Most importantly, the prestigious sect holds its reputation in the highest regard, refusing to tolerate any blemish. Lu Ruoyan's actions are such that even outer disciples would never consider marrying her, for they contradict the very principles of the sect. Moreover, she will inevitably be expelled from the sect. Otherwise, it would be an affront to the name of the Howren Sword sect. Even if I have wronged you, does Qin Xian not bear any fault? Lu Ruoyan bit her lip tightly, still desperately trying to argue her case that I am at fault. My greatest mistake was failing to see through your venomous heart. Despicable and shameless, Qin Xian coldly retorted. Vile. Lu Ruoyan, filled with shame and indignation, summoned a colorful treasure, swiftly soaring into the sky upon it. Qin Xian stood tall, feeling an immense sense of relief within. Such a wretched person deserves to be confronted in this manner. Today, she shall surely be expelled from the Howren Sword sect, and her reputation as a toxic woman will become widely known. At that moment, Ji Yaoyu spoke softly. Disciple, regarding the matter of the vermilion mark, I have wronged you. Now, you should announce yesterday's promise. Her eyes were filled with a gentle smile, warm and expectant. Yet, Qin Xian merely smiled coldly. He resolutely declared, Master, I have changed my mind that I will not relinquish the position of Saint's son. The Haotian sword and the Panlong treasure ring, I shall not part with either. Impudent. Ji Yaoyu instantly erupted in fury, releasing her yuaning pressure. Pooh! Qin Xian couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying precariously. Disappointment weighed heavily on his heart. For the sake of Ji Wushuang, is she truly willing to turn against him now? Ji Yaoyu raised her brow sharply, her voice icy as she admonished, Ungrateful disciple, since you have rendered yourself ineffective as an elder brother, should you not exert every effort to assist your junior brother? Are you truly unwilling to give so little? Have you not absorbed the lessons I have taught you about self-sacrifice and righteousness? The scene erupted into a cacophony of discussion. The Ji Wushuang hurriedly stepped forward, passionately declaring, Master, please do not be angry. Wushuang does not wish to contest the position of Saint's son with elder brother, and I have no desire for his treasures. At this moment, Elder Qing Su interjected with righteous fervor. Wushuang, this matter concerning Mu Yun San Xian's discipleship is not something you can refuse. Only by standing out among the Saint's sons and obtaining the inheritance can our Howren Sword sect continue to lead the righteous path and maintain its supremacy. Indeed, Qin Xian had made significant contributions to the sect, but he had been reduced to a mere cripple that if he were to participate in the discipleship gathering as the Saint's son, it would only invite ridicule upon the Howren Sword sect. Everyone nodded in agreement, acknowledging this perspective. Alas! Ji Wushuang stomped her foot with a long sigh, her face revealing her dilemma. Junior brother, the position of Saint's son rightfully belongs to you. Those two treasures in Qin Xian's hands can only gather dust. They are not meant for you. Indeed, if Qin Xian retains even a shred of conscience, he must act accordingly. Everything is for the glory of the sect. Qin Xian is now but a useless being, unworthy of comparison with junior brother. The four senior sisters spoke in unison, each treating Ji Wushuang with gentleness, almost eager to ingratiate themselves. Yet, when they mentioned Qin Xian, their tone turned sharp and disdainful. Revealing their contempt, Dai Tao and others reveled in their misfortune, eagerly watching the spectacle unfold. Ji Yaoyu's expression turned frosty as she coldly inquired, Qin Xian, I will ask you one last time. Are you willing to relinquish the position of Saint's son? I am not willing. Qin Xian replied without hesitation, his words resolute and unwavering. Unworthy disciple, you are truly obstinate. Ji Yaoyu angrily rebuked, her eyes ablaze with fury. She then suppressed her anger and said, Qin Xian, you are my most understanding and proud disciple. I hope you can carry the torch of our legacy and place your hopes upon your junior brother. Is that agreeable? Anyone could see that Ji Yaoyu was on the verge of fury. Yet Qin Xian remained steadfast, shaking his head resolutely. His disappointment in Ji Yaoyu was profound. Even if he were to bleed to death today, he would not be swayed by her moral coercion. Ji Yaoyu trembled with rage. her voice rising in command. Qin Xian, I give you one last opportunity to choose. Kneel. Relinquish the position of Saint Sun to Wu Shuang. With that, she secretly employed her power to bind Qin Xian, forcing him to kneel. However, to Ji Yaoyu's astonishment, a mysterious force emerged, thwarting her covert efforts. Could it be that this child possesses extraordinary treasures? Ji Yaoyu was taken aback, unaware that in the distant shadows, a phantom was scoffing disdainfully. He was the shadow sent by Mu Yun San Xian, tasked with secretly protecting Qin Xian at that moment. A grand and boundless aura descended, prompting everyone to bow in reverence. The leader of the Howren Sword sect, Liang Lian, had arrived. He exuded an air of authority without anger, clad in a flowing azure robe, surrounded by a palpable aura of righteousness. Sect leader, Elder Qing Su clasped his hands, swiftly recounting the events that had transpired. Liang Lian's expression darkened visibly, with a final flick of his sleeve. He declared, "Enough. Qin Xian, since you hold the title of Saint Sun in such high esteem, you may keep it. I hereby announce that the Howren Sword sect shall henceforth establish a dual Saint Sun position. Ji Wu Shuang shall be the newly appointed Saint Sun. The celebration will be held 7 days hence at the Jade Maiden Peak." The crowd was astounded. Soon after, many began to mock Qin Xian, deeming him foolish beyond measure. A mere cripple, yet he clings to past glory. For what purpose? Participating in Mu Yun San Xian's discipleship gathering would only bring humiliation to the Howren Sword sect. The scornful words of the 4 senior sisters were particularly venomous. Qin Xian remained silent, his eyes filled with disappointment and coldness. "Qin Xian, you have disappointed me gravely. You take care of yourself," Ji Yaoyu spoke, her tone frigid. Elder Qing Su and others shook their heads, their gazes toward Qin Xian resembling that of looking at a fool. Alas! Ji Wu Shuang sighed in disappointment, speaking with a tone of sympathy. "Elder brother, how foolish you are. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. You cannot even defeat a mere sect servant, yet you insist on donning the crown, only to bring shame upon yourself. You still have time to reconsider. If you truly attend the discipleship gathering, you will become a tremendous laughingstock and a great disgrace to the sect." Ji Wu Shuang's righteous counsel drew the admiration of the remaining disciples who had yet to depart. However, to everyone's astonishment, Qin Xian countered, "Who says I am destined to be a laughingstock at the discipleship gathering? What if Mu Yun San Xian chooses to accept me, Qin Xian, as a disciple? In 10 days, once his Dantian is restored, he could cultivate the 9-yang true dragon technique with the true dragon heart." Qin Xian was utterly confident that if he revealed his true talents, Mu Yun San Xian would eagerly vie to accept him as a disciple. Ji Yaoyu scoffed derisively, her disdain evident as she mocked, "A dreamer, utterly foolish." Her 8 words ignited Qin Xian's anger. He clenched his fists and declared emphatically, "Master, shall we wager on the outcome of the discipleship gathering? If I lose, I will relinquish the position of Saint Sun, along with the Haotian sword and the Panlong treasure ring. If I win, you shall publicly apologize to me before everyone at Jade Maiden Peak and return the treasures I gifted you. Do you dare to gamble?" The scene erupted into chaos. Has Qin Xian gone mad to propose such a reckless wager? He is simply bringing humiliation upon himself. Ji Yaoyu's beautiful eyes narrowed, her heart boiling with rage. This ungrateful disciple dares to confront his master in such a manner. Such utter disrespect. Yet he is destined to lose miserably, for Wu Shuang is certain to be chosen by Mu Yun San Xian. Thus, Ji Yaoyu raised her sleeve in fury, declaring, "Unworthy disciple, since you are so utterly deranged and aggressive, I shall reluctantly accept this wager." Chapter 5. The silver-haired beauty. The confrontation between master and disciple intensified. The atmosphere in the room became tenfold more tense. Suddenly, Ji Yaoyu exclaimed, "Since it is a wager, mere words are insufficient. We must establish a solemn oath." With that, she haughtily extended a finger, inscribing a contract in the air with her true essence. This was a contract of the Tao, only possible for those of Yuan-ing strength to enact. Both parties only needed to drop blood upon it, and it would merge with the heavens. Witnessed by the Tao, should either party dare to breach it, they would suffer dire repercussions. Ji Yaoyu chuckled coldly. Without hesitation, she drew a drop of blood and flicked it into the rippling contract. "Unworthy disciple, it is your turn." Ji Yao Yu's eyes narrowed as she gazed at Qin Xian, not wishing to miss even the slightest change in his expression. She anticipated seeing him struggle and panic. However, to Ji Yao Yu's surprise, what she received in return was Qin Xian's uproarious laughter. Huh? Under the astonished gaze of everyone, Qin Xian laughed heartily, carefree and unrestrained, ultimately clutching his stomach in tears, filled with sorrow. This is the esteemed master he had revered for years. Truly despicable and hypocritical. Witnessing this scene, Ji Yaoyu inexplicably felt a surge of anger. This unworthy disciple, has he truly disregarded their master-disciple bond? Unworthy disciple, what are you laughing at? Do you regret it? Ji Yaoyu feigned calmness, her voice sharp yet trembling. Qin Xian merely scoffed, responding with cool disdain, I laugh at your inability to recognize a true dragon. I laugh at the Howren Sword sect, filled with frauds and impostors. I laugh, reflecting on these years. How foolish I have truly been. Qin Xian's taunts pierce like daggers, sharp and unrestrained. Ji Yaoyue, enraged, barks a command, her eyes glimmering with icy fury. The elders, including Qing Shui, seethe with indignation, vocally chastising him. Even Li Yingyan's countenance darkens, as if forced to swallow a repugnant substance that in that moment, Qin Xian deliberately slashes his fingertip with a dagger. Crimson blood oozing forth instantly. Stop. Du Ming, witnessing this, hastily shouts and rushes to intervene, that he speaks earnestly, Brother Xian, your leverage is dwindling. There's no need to squander it all for the sake of pride. Yet, without hesitation, Qin Xian replies, a man lives for his pride, just as a Buddha seeks a moment of incense. I have sealed this wager. Before his words could settle, he forcefully flings his hand, splattering blood upon the contract of the Tao, which swiftly absorbs it. Silence envelopes the scene. In the next moment, the contract splits in two, transforming into two streams of light that meld into Qin Xian and Ji Yaoyue's bodies. Heh. Ji Wushuang scoffs coldly, casting Qin Xian a look of utter contempt that he no longer feigns indifference. With the wager established, the Tao bears witness. Qin Xian, you have merely been wronged, yet you act so impudently, forgetting the fundamental respect owed to teachers. I am deeply disappointed in you. With a flick of his sleeve, Li Yingyan storms away in anger. As he departs, the others follow suit, leaving Yinu Peak in droves. Dai Tao and his companions laugh heartily, unabashedly hurling scornful remarks at Qin Xian, proclaiming his imminent demise. You insolent disciple, just wait for the disciple selection conference in a month. We shall see how you wriggle out of this. Ji Yaoyue's words are icily detached, sending a chill down the spine. She then gracefully leaps back towards the Jade Maiden Hall. Alas! Brother Xian, why put yourself through this? Du Ming sighs heavily, regretfully placing a hand on Qin Xian's shoulder. Members of the Howren Sword sect depart in droves, many unable to conceal their disdain, as if observing a stray dog. To them, Qin Xian's fallout with Yaoyue is sheer folly. This man, once the holy son of the Howren Sword sect, is now a disgrace to the sect. Meanwhile, Qin Xian remains silent, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, sharp as a blade, that a month from now, I, Qin Xian, will make you all understand what it means to look down on others with contempt. At midnight, silence reigns. Under the moonlight, the Xian Hall appears shrouded in a delicate veil of mist, exuding an aura of sanctity that in the concealed chamber. Qin Xian sits cross-legged, channeling the resplendent golden light emanating from the awakening heart of the true dragon to mend his damaged dantian. At a certain moment, the heart of the true dragon quakes violently, as if sensing something. Instantly, a hazy golden light envelopes Qin Xian, and a fierce five-clawed golden dragon manifests behind him. Qin Xian's pupils constrict in shock as he realizes the temperature in the chamber plummets. Thick ice crystals forming on the ground and walls that a figure materializes from thin air. Breaking the void, a tribulation stage powerhouse, or perhaps someone with a void-related divine ability. Qin Xian gasps, momentarily frozen in astonishment. Before him stands a breathtakingly beautiful maiden in a red dress, whose exquisite features seem the work of a divine creator, with delicate brows like distant mountains and enchanting peach blossom eyes that embody allure without vulgarity. Complemented by a perfectly sculpted nose and cherry lips, stunningly breathtaking. Most strikingly, her flowing white hair cascades gracefully, and her tall stature reaches 1.85 meters, perfectly aligned with Chun Xian's gaze. Boom! At their first glance, Chun Xian feels his soul being profoundly struck, involuntarily stirring feelings within him. Astonishing, utterly beautiful. How could one not be captivated by such an exquisite, ethereal beauty? Yet an aura of chilling coldness emanates from her, reminiscent of ancient ice, creating an impression of aloofness to five-clawed golden dragon, the supreme bloodline of a true dragon. You are clearly human. Yet this pure yang energy cannot be mistaken. The red-dressed maiden speaks, her voice ethereal and melodious. Imbued with a sense of otherworldliness, in the next moment, her peach blossom eyes deepen with unfathomable depth. Hiss! In that instant, as Chun Xian locks eyes with the red-dressed maiden, he feels an unsettling sensation, as if plummeting into an abyss. The next moment, she offers a soft smile, breathtakingly beautiful. Indeed, you are the man I have been searching for. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Bai Bingyan. Tap, tap, tap. Bai Bingyan strides elegantly closer to Chun Xian. A chilling wave sweeps through, freezing to the core. She is barefoot, her delicate toes glistening like finely crafted jade. Splash! Bai Bingyan raises her delicate arm, her right hand tracing an elegant arc as she gently lifts Chun Xian's chin. She gazes into his eyes with utmost seriousness. Miss Bai, what do you intend to do? Chun Xian stutters, his heart racing, but he senses an overwhelming, chilling aura emanating from Bai Bingyan, deducing that she is a tribulation-stage powerhouse. It is known that even the mightiest sect leader of the Howren Sword sect, Liang Lian, barely reaches the late stage of the transformation god realm, that a single finger from her could easily spell his doom. Bai Bingyan, upon hearing this, blushes faintly that I have traveled countless miles to find you, wishing to share a night together. You must not refuse, okay? Chapter 6. Qingqiu, the nine-tailed white fox. Chun Xian is left dumbfounded. How is it possible a tribulation-stage powerhouse proposes such a request upon their first meeting? This is utterly absurd. The key issue is she is extraordinarily beautiful. How could he choose to refuse? What if he angered Bai Bingyan, who could easily crush him, to accept? Chun Xian worries, sensing her clear interest in the heart of the true dragon. What if she harbors ulterior motives? Cautiously, he inquires, Senior Bai, you are not jesting with me, are you? Though I am in the third stage of tribulation, I have only just turned 20 this year. That my talent is extraordinary, allowing for rapid progress and cultivation. But I am no elder. You may address me as the seventh princess. As for the matter of sharing a bed, it is to quell the cold pulse within me. Were it not for the pressing urgency, would this princess seek you out? I understand the propriety of men and women keeping their distance. Bai Bingyan explains calmly, each word resonating sweetly like pearls dropping on a jade plate. Human? Seventh princess, from what you say, you are not of the human race? Chun Xian inquires, astonished. Bai Bingyan nods, unreservedly replying, I hail from the myriad demon mountain in the northern frontier. Belonging to the Qingqiu Fox clan, one of the three sacred clans of the demon race, specifically the nine-tailed white fox lineage. Hiss! Chun Xian, upon hearing this, cannot help but gasp in awe. The vast wasteland is expansive, roughly divided into 5 regions: East Sea, West Desert, South Marsh, Northern Frontier, and Central Continent. The Northern Frontier is the domain of the demon race, while the Howren Sword sect lies in the heart of the Central Continent. The name of Myriad Demon Mountain is well known to him. Bai Bingyan flips her hand, retrieving a golden elixir from her storage ring, and proclaims, Agree to my request, and this elixir shall be yours. What say you? Chun Xian's gaze fixates on the elixir in Bai Bingyan's palm, his breath quickening. This elixir, gleaming gold, features 9 holes upon its surface, reminiscent of the 9 orifices of a person, subtly pulsating, while within swirls a pure, golden energy, exuding an enchanting fragrance. This is the exquisite treasure elixir, 9-orifice golden essence pill, the unparalleled choice for refining the body and nourishing the soul. Chun Xian exclaims in astonishment. He had seen this elixir at an auction, fetching a staggering price of 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. After detonating his 9th-grade golden core, Chun Xian is left with many hidden injuries. If he can consume a 9-orifice golden essence pill, he would have no lingering worries. This elixir is indeed tempting. Seventh princess, I am still a virgin. Stop being so coy. This princess cannot wait any longer. Bai Bingyin impatiently waves her hand, causing her red dress to fall away. What meets Chen Xian's eyes is gulp. Chen Xian cannot help but swallow hard. He is no lecher, yet witnessing such a scene makes it difficult to maintain composure. Bai Bingyan suddenly seems to realize something, hastily waving her hand, and Chen Xian is met with a blinding whiteness. His limbs are also bound. Seventh princess, please do not restrain me. This requires cooperation. Chen Xian protests, unwilling to yield control. Beauty is justice. This adage resonates with the basest instincts of the majority of men, and Chen Xian is no exception. Were Bai Bingyan not stunningly beautiful, but rather an unattractive woman, he would have undoubtedly shouted for her to maintain her dignity. The next moment, Chen Xian is roughly pushed to the ground. His clothing is torn away. Then a cold, delicate body clings tightly to him. Soon, he hears Bai Bingyan's soft murmur. Indeed, the situation is much improved. The Empress Mother did not deceive me. The man who possesses the true essence of the dragon, stripping away his garments to embrace him in slumber, can indeed suppress the eruption of the 9 cold veins. Seventh princess, you seem to harbor a misunderstanding regarding that matter. Silence. Hold me as you sleep. Chen Xian's mouth was sealed by an unseen force, rendering him both amused and exasperated. In the secret chamber, Bai Bingyan shyly clutched Chen Xian, gazing intently at his visage, her delicate face blooming with a hint of crimson. At Qingxia Peak, within the Bai Bo Cave, lies the abode of Lu Ruyan. Inside, a hot spring bubbled and surged, emitting a rich aura of spiritual energy. Typically, after completing her cultivation, Lu Ruyan would indulge in a soak within the spring. Yet tonight, she was drinking one bottle after another. The matter of the annulled engagement had backfired, and now the entirety of the Howren Sword sect was aware of her false accusations against Chen Xian, labeling her a woman of loose morals. Tomorrow, she feared she would be expelled from the sect. Ruyan Shiji, open the formation. It is I. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Ruyan formed a hand seal to activate the array outside her cave. Shortly thereafter, Ji Wushuang entered. He gently enveloped Lu Ruyan in his embrace, offering comfort. Ruyan Shiji, do not fret. I have devised a splendid plan. Moreover, it is already arranged. What splendid plan? My reputation is already tarnished. Lu Ruyan spoke languidly, a flicker of regret dancing in her eyes. Yet Ji Wushuang flashed a confident smile and began to whisper in her ear. Gradually, Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. Suddenly, she smiled radiantly and planted a kiss on Ji Wushuang's lips. Wushuang Shidi, I did not expect you to conceive such a brilliant plan. Thus, we can turn the tables and cast the blame back upon that beast. Chen Xian, marvelous, marvelous, marvelous. Ji Wushuang, grinning with pride, feigned mystery as he said, this is not all. I possess another exquisite stratagem that can elevate you to the status of the holy maiden of the Howren Sword sect. At that time, we may even practice the sect's unique transcendent sword technique. Twin swords converged, and perhaps both be chosen as disciples by the immortal Mu Yun. What is this marvelous stratagem? Speak quickly. Lu Ruyan urged with curiosity. However, Ji Wushuang fell silent. He delicately grasped Lu Ruyan's chin and leered. Ruyan Shiji, how do you intend to express your gratitude? A mere kiss will not suffice. Naturally, it would require offering oneself. My pure enchanting body combined with your Xintian sword body would yield great benefits for us both. Would it not? Lu Ruyan giggled, her enchanting gaze bewitching. Subsequently, she seductively shed her skirt, diving into the hot spring like a mermaid. With a glance over her shoulder, she smiled enticingly, her jade fingers playfully beckoning. Wushuang Shidi come. Ji Wushuang laughed heartily, proudly declaring, Ruyan Shiji, I am coming. Impudent. Before long, peculiar sounds emerged from the hot spring. After some time, Lu Ruyan's cold laughter echoed throughout the Bai Bo Cave. Chen Xian, wait for me. Tomorrow, I shall ensure your utter disgrace. Chapter 7. The Unwilling Fool. The following morning, once Chen Xian was released from confinement, Bai Bingyan had regained her breathtaking beauty. She readily tossed out the 9-aperture gold yuan pill and said coolly, it seems that a single slumber merely alleviates the eruption of my 9 cold veins. I must sleep multiple times to achieve relief. Upon success, this princess shall take her leave. Although Bai Bingyan endeavored to mask her emotions, the blush adorning her exquisite face betrayed her inner turmoil. Chen Xian promptly accepted the pill, smiling as he said, "Seventh princess, if you wish to sleep with me for several days, then so be it. Our friendship is thus established. However, the benefits must be equitable. As my sacrifices have been considerable, this scoundrel, taking advantage yet feigning innocence." Bai Bingyan, upon hearing this, huffed in dissatisfaction. "We have gone that far. Are we still merely friends? Am I not possibly with child?" Cough, cough, cough. This, Chen Xian, taken aback, coughed awkwardly. He grimaced internally. This seventh princess of the Qingqiu Fox clan is indeed quite naive, truly believing that merely sharing a bed amounts to sleeping together. Yet the series of events from last night did indeed frighten her. "I shall remain in this secret chamber. We will continue to sleep together tonight." Having spoken, Bai Bingyan closed her beautiful, elongated eyes and began to meditate as for Chen Xian. He exited the secret chamber and stepped into his exclusive Saint Sun's bathing chamber. Gulp! Chen Xian, filled with excitement, swallowed the 9-aperture golden yuan pill in one go and swiftly leapt into the hot spring. Moments later, he emitted satisfied sounds of delight, under the potent effects of the medicinal power. The numerous hidden injuries on Chen Xian's body rapidly healed, while an abundance of extraordinary medicinal energy settled within him. An hour later, with a splash, Chen Xian emerged from the hot spring, unable to conceal the exhilaration on his face. "Although I self-destructed my 9th-grade golden pill, my 9-yang battle body has returned to its peak. With mere physical strength, I can rival those of ordinary golden pill realm cultivators." A moment later, a paper crane delivering a message flew into the Xian Hall. Ji Yaiyue summons Chen Xian. Within the Jade Maiden Hall, Ji Yaiyue sat at the head of the table, flanked by the smiling Ji Wushuang. The 4 senior sisters were arrayed on either side, along with over 20 outer disciples from the Jade Maiden Peak present in the hall. "Greetings, master." Chen Xian bowed respectfully, feeling rather listless. Ever since he discerned Ji Yue's true nature, it had become increasingly difficult for him to hold her in high esteem. Ji Yaiyue looked down at him, coldly stating, "Chen Xian, in 7 days, the ceremony for the ascension of the new Saint's son shall take place. What suggestions do you have?" "A useless disciple like me has no suggestions to offer," Chen Xian retorted coldly. The Ji Yaiyue raised an eyebrow, displeased. "How could this not concern you? Such a grand event shall be held at the ancient Yin Sword Palace. The Sword Palace's artifact spirit recognizes only you. That if you wish for the Sword Palace to fully activate in welcoming guests from afar, you must instruct the artifact spirit." This statement elicited a smirk from the corner of Chen Xian's mouth. Over the years, the ongoing operation of the ancient Yin Sword Palace had greatly benefited the Howren Sword sect, yet it had consumed vast quantities of spiritual stones. Chen Xian had been silently maintaining this considerable expense. He simply wished for the entire Howren Sword sect to grow stronger. Thus he felt no regret. However, times have changed. The current Chen Xian would absolutely no longer allow himself to be the unwilling fool. "This matter is unrelated to me," Chen Xian stated indifferently. "Impudence." Ji Yaiyue, furious, slammed her hand down upon the armrest, abruptly standing. Her ample bosom swayed dramatically, tracing a beautiful arc. Witnessing this scene, Ji Wushuang's eyes gleamed with a deep madness and greed. "Chen Xian, my words from yesterday were somewhat harsh. Yet, you are too narrow-minded, failing to understand the respect due to your master." Ji Yaiyue suppressed her anger. Had it been in the past, Chen Xian would have already knelt to admit his mistakes. Yet now, he stood firm, neither servile nor arrogant. "Senior brother, look at how you have angered our master. You are now a waste. Without the protection of the Jade Maiden Peak, how could you survive? Do not forget. You have slain many talents of the demonic path over the years, creating countless enemies." Ji Wushuang sneered coldly, her words laden with veiled threats. Yet, Chen Xian merely scoffed. The 4 senior sisters were immediately incensed. Launching a verbal assault upon Chen Xian, in their eyes, the elegant young disciple was so perfect. How dare the one destined to become a waste act so brazenly before him? He was nothing more than a pile of foul refuse. The second senior sister, Shen Qingqing, spoke softly. "Little junior brother, do not reveal too much kindness towards certain wastes, lest it ultimately harm yourself. Direct action is the best remedy." Boom! Upon hearing this, Ji Yaiyue unleashed a terrifying yuan infant pressure. enveloping Chun Xian. She scolded sharply. "Wretched disciple, do you agree or not?" Puff. Caught off guard. Even with the protection of the nine-yang battle body, Chun Xian could not withstand it and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, Chun Xian straightforwardly declared, "I shall attend the ceremony for the new saint's son at the ancient Yin Sword Palace in 7 days. Now, I will go meet the Sword Palace's artifact spirit and instruct it." "Umph. At least you are sensible." Ji Yaoyue scoffed, retracting her yuan infant pressure. She understood that Chun Xian had no choice but to comply. "Go." She waved her sleeve, revealing a satisfied expression. Some individuals truly require discipline. Only through threats to their very existence do they grasp their own worth. Ji Wushuang gazed at Chun Xian's retreating figure, nearly reaching a state of ecstasy. "How delightful. Did you not act tough yesterday? Chun Xian, why have you softened today? However, even so, you shall still bear the impending blame and slander, descending to become the most reviled disgrace of the Haoran Sword sect. Chun Xian, prepare to accept that fragrant, scandalous burden leading to your ruin." Ji Wushuang's lips curled upward, forming a sharp, Nike-like arc. Amidst the ancient and grand expanse of the majestic Sword Palace, steeped in the essence of time's passage, Chun Xuanji halted his steps. Before him lay the venerable Guyan Sword Palace. How vividly he recalled the exuberance of his youth when he first claimed the Guyan Sword Palace as his own, the uproar and acclaim that followed when he selflessly bestowed it upon the Haoran Sword sect were monumental. Alas, how the tides have turned. The world is now irrevocably altered. With a shake of his head, Chun Xuanji sighed, then resolutely advanced into the depths of the Guyan Sword Palace. He navigated smoothly to the core of the palace, where he encountered the ethereal spirit of the Sword Palace, shimmering like a wisp of light. Chun Xuanji commanded directly, on the day of the new Holy Sun's enthronement ceremony in 7 days. "Once the guests have gathered, you shall enter a state of slumber. The Haoran Sword sect is of no concern to me." With that, he turned to depart, but Ji Yaoyue, "Ji Wushuang, since you have shown no mercy, do not blame me, Chun Xuanji, for my lack of righteousness." Chapter 8. The Burning Jealousy of Sita Yulong. Outside the Guyan Sword Palace, Chun Xuanji walked alone, aimlessly. Within the palace, a figure soared down on a flying sword. Landing before him, it was a striking young man clad in a blue robe, his face pale and smooth, wielding a folding fan that he waved languidly. "Chun Xuanji, why do you not bow before your senior brother?" the youth questioned arrogantly. Chun Xuanji's expression darkened as he retorted with a sneer. "Sita Yulong, even if you are too impoverished to afford a mirror, surely you must have the means to relieve yourself. Why not take a look at your own reflection? You, a mere 9th-tier Qi refinement disciple, have relied on the legacy of your forebears to become a direct disciple of the sect leader. Expect me, the Holy Son, to bow to you? Would you dare accept such a gesture?" Over the years, Chun Xuanji's relentless progress had stirred the sour grapes of Sita Yulong, leading to a perpetual exchange of barbs whenever they met. Sita Yulong's face stiffened, and then he erupted with fury. Having trained for over 40 years yet still trapped in the Qi refinement stage was his greatest source of anguish. Today, Chun Xuanji had ruthlessly reopened this wound. Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, body integration, tribulation crossing, and great ascension. These are the 8 recognized realms for cultivators. Each major realm is further divided into 9 tiers. Were it not for Sita Yulong's parents being elders of the Haoran Sword sect, his cultivation potential would only qualify him as an outer disciple, rendering him unworthy of being a direct disciple of the sect leader. Infuriating. In a fit of rage, Sita Yulong recalled the recent incident regarding the annulment of the engagement at Yunu Peak. At present, Chun Xuanji remained the holy son of the sect, far above him in status, leaving him at a loss for how to retaliate. However, a cunning smile crept onto Sita Yulong's face as he thought of a plan. "Junior brother Chun Xuanji, would you care to accompany me back to Yulong Peak for a few casual drinks of spirit wine? There is a significant matter you may not yet be aware of." He then feigned nonchalance, adding, "Regardless, I must acknowledge that my years spent in the Guyan Sword Palace, mastering the feather dragon sword technique with the aid of the sword pool, you are indeed the one to thank for that. Let bygones be bygones, shall we?" Chun Xuanji's gaze flickered, uncertain of Sita Yulong's true intentions. Yet he opted to nod in agreement. Half an hour later, they arrived at Sita Yulong's residence atop Yulong Peak. A maidservant presented wine before discreetly retreating. After taking a sip, City Yulong smiled. The first piece of news. That foolish oaf Du Ming has been confined by his master. Otherwise, you would have already heard the uproar regarding several incidents this morning. What news? Qin Xuanji's eyes grew cold. City Yulong chuckled maliciously and began to divulge the details that it is said that the Baichuan trading market has secretly been selling a type of revitalizing pill that grants the consumer an invincible vitality. Even if they lose their pure yang body, their blood can still ignite the pure yang pearl. Du Ming left the sect half a month ago for the Baichuan trading market, where he reportedly purchased a revitalizing pill. Now, rumors abound throughout the sect that you consumed the revitalizing pill to deceive everyone, and that Ruyan Jr.'s sister has been wronged. In addition, your 4 senior sisters have claimed to have heard you drunkenly confess to having slept with the little devil. Nangong Feifei. The sect leader is furious and has dispatched the law enforcement hall to investigate this matter. Situ Yulong continued. By the way, Ruyan Jr.'s sister attempted to take her own life last night in order to prove her innocence. She was found on the verge of death, frothing at the mouth, and is currently in critical condition. Each revelation struck like a bombshell. The fury within Qin Xuanji simmered, accumulating like ominous clouds. He gritted his teeth. Consumed by rage. Indeed, he had sensed that Lu Ruyin and Ji Wushuang would not relent, but he had not anticipated such a barrage of slander and blame. Even his good friend Du Ming was implicated. Situ Yulong watched Qin Xuanji intently, reveling in the pleasure of his turmoil. He anticipated witnessing fury, helplessness, and despair etched across Qin Xuanji's face. What was the outcome? Instead, Qin Xuanji suddenly erupted into laughter. Good, he rose abruptly, his anger boiling within him. You all have gone too far? Junior brother Qin, do not be hasty. You are currently powerless. It would be wise to accept your predicament that I heard about yesterday's incident. You have been rather unwise to quarrel with your own master. And what of that wager? Do you seek to embarrass yourself further? The only way out now is for you to kneel outside the Bai-Bo cave and beg for Ruyan Jr.'s sister's forgiveness. Rest assured, I shall lend you a helping hand. Situ Yulong spoke earnestly, feigning concern for Qin Xuanji. Meanwhile, Qin Xuanji gradually suppressed his emotions. At present, he must not lose his composure. That wretched Lu Ruyin aimed to save herself by hurling dirt and defamation. With Ji Wushuang and even the sect leader providing covert assistance, let them be. On the day of the master-disciple ceremony, my grand counterattack will commence with ferocity. It is merely a month away. I can afford to wait. Ruyan Jr.'s sister truly is a pitiable soul. Falling into the wrong company, Situ Yulong sighed with feigned sympathy, his eyes betraying a fervent madness and covetousness. Situ Yulong had once pursued Lu Ruyin, only to be repeatedly rejected, which became a significant reason for his rivalry with Qin Xuanji. Witnessing this scene, Qin Xuanji scoffed disdainfully that he then seized a bottle of spirit wine and drank deeply to temper his fury. Upon finishing the bottle, he smashed it against the ground with a resounding crash. With a swift motion, Qin Xuanji grasped Situ Yulong by the neck, leaning in to whisper conspiratorially, Brother Yulong, let me share a little secret with you. The invincible attribute of the revitalizing pill is indeed remarkable. As for how beautiful Lu Ruyin is, I need not elaborate further, do I? Under my influence, she transformed from her usual aloof and stunning demeanor into something entirely different. That experience you could never imagine. For 3 whole days and nights, Lu Ruyin was completely at my mercy. As he spoke, a look of intoxicated reminiscence crossed his face. Bang! Situ Yulong's mouth twitched, and the wine cup in his hand shattered into pieces. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning. I take my leave. Qin Xuanji cupped his hands in farewell, secretly reveling in his own satisfaction as he strolled away. Situ Yulong's face darkened ominously. After a long moment, he erupted with a frenzied roar, smashing the stone table before him into smithereens. Situ Yulong ground his teeth, the flames of jealousy raging uncontrollably within him. The breathtaking beauty he so desperately coveted had been completely conquered by that wretched Qin Xuanji for 3 days and nights. Damn it, how infuriating! Chapter 9. My lady, alone, I drink to intoxication. Upon returning to the Xian Hall, Qin Xuanji found himself still unable to calm his troubled heart. To be precise, he was deeply disillusioned. The mentor for whom he would have sacrificed his life, the senior sisters he cherished, his beloved fiancée E, and the so-called prodigious junior disciple, their true natures were revealed to be so grotesque and vile. Ultimately, all of this stemmed from his own self-detonation of the ninth grade golden core, reducing him to a state of helplessness that in the wild realms, strength reigns supreme, while the weak are as insignificant as ants. Soon, I shall make you all regret your choices, lamenting for a lifetime. Chen Xuanji growled in indignation as he poured himself another cup of fine wine, drinking bottle after bottle. Only when he was thoroughly intoxicated did he stagger into the secret chamber. Bang! The door to the secret chamber closed behind him. Staggering forward, reeking of alcohol, he prepared to activate the true dragon heart. Sitting cross-legged on a mat, Bai Bingyin slowly opened her crystalline eyes, shimmering with a dreamlike brilliance. In that fleeting moment of unparalleled beauty, she was utterly enchanting. That you've been drinking. Bai Bingyin furrowed her delicate brows, her voice melodious and clear. Chen Xuanji grinned, slightly inebriated. My lady, I merely indulged in a few cups. I could continue. Would you care to join me? Impudent. Though we share a bond of intimacy, we are not yet wed. Do not call me my lady, Bai Bingyin chided, her lovely face clouded with frost. For a moment, she was at a loss, unable to accept the title of my lady. Chen Xuanji waved dismissively, expressing his displeasure. You've spoiled me. Is my lady so unappealing? Then shall I call you wife? Beloved? Or perhaps my humble spouse? Bai Bingyin was momentarily taken aback, unable to maintain her composure. She exclaimed with indignation, Silence. Do you dare to believe I would kill you? You would not dare. If I were to perish, our child would be left without a father. Nonsense. We merely shared a bed. It's not certain that you would conceive, but you must engage with me many more times to thoroughly suppress the 9 cold veins within you, mustn't you? Do not fret, my dear. Even if you were to bear twins, the child shall not go hungry. Scoundrel! I shall slay you. Hey, what are you doing? Bai Bingyin, in her fury, rose to deliver a slap to Chen Xian. But unexpectedly, she found herself in the drunken embrace of Chen Xian instead. Then, in an instant, Bai Bingyin's beautiful eyes widened, as if she had been struck by a paralyzing spell. After a good while, she finally pushed him away. Bai Bingyin's cheeks blushed crimson, her heart racing like a startled fawn. Like a lovesick maiden, she stole a glance at Chen Xian, only to find him sprawled on the floor of the secret chamber. Snoring thunderously, Chen Xian was immersed in a delightful dream, in which he forcibly held Bai Bingyin and showered her with fervent kisses, so much so that even upon waking, he found it hard to forget. What a thrilling dream! Chen Xian mused, savoring the thought. Then vivid memories surged forth. His heart jolted. His complexion went pale. It appeared those delightful moments were not merely a figment of his imagination. Had he, in a state of intoxication, dared to flirt with a peerless demoness in the 3rd stage of tribulation? What the hell? At that moment, Chen Xian was utterly alarmed and frightened. Forget his current strength. Even in his past peak as a holy son, he would have been effortlessly defeated by Bai Bingyin. You are awake. A voice as cold as ice pierced the air. Chen Xian's mouth twitched, and he looked up with a wry smile. 7th Princess. I apologize. I drank alone and have offended you. He could feel Bai Bingyin's icy gaze, filled with murderous intent, piercing into him. Ultimately, Bai Bingyin closed her beautiful eyes in anger and coldly uttered, If you dare to kiss this princess again, even if you are the child's father, be cautious of your head. I will certainly be cautious. Chen Xian responded repeatedly, exhaling with lingering trepidation. Thankfully, Bai Bingyin was oblivious to the matters between men and women. Deceived by a kind lie, otherwise he would have been left with dire consequences. The only regret Chen Xian harbored was the loss of his first kiss. At that moment, Chen Xian suddenly felt a headache coming on. He writhed on the ground, howling in distress, as vague memories threatened to surface. Bai Bingyin opened her eyes, huffed in displeasure, and then unleashed her spiritual sense to investigate. Moments later, Chen Xian regained his composure. Bai Bingyin stated calmly, It seems you have had a portion of your memory sealed away. Chen Xian's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly inquired, Can you help me unseal it? He was eager to discover what lay hidden in the sealed memories. Yet Bai Bingyin shook her head and replied, I am not skilled in this area. If I were to force it, one misstep could turn you into an idiot. Would you care to attempt it? No, absolutely not. Chen Xian shook his head repeatedly, feeling somewhat disappointed. Just then, Bai Bingyan suddenly waved her hand imperiously, declaring, "We shall continue." In the next moment, Chen Xian found himself restrained, surrounded by a blinding white light. Obscuring the beautiful scenery, he was displeased, as Bai Bingyan did not seek his consent, acting like a tyrant coercing a virtuous woman. However, Chen Xian's mood quickly lifted. For the ensuing 5 days, he remained confined within, utilizing the golden light from the true dragon heart to restore his dantian, while being compelled by Bingyan to sleep. Remarkably, his previously damaged dantian had recovered by 70 to 80%. Within 3 days, it would be completely healed. Notably, thanks to the miraculous effects of the 9 orifices golden essence pill, the hidden injuries from his self-detonation of the 9th grade golden pill, along with meridian damage, had also healed, that in fact, under the nourishment of the medicinal effects, he had become even stronger than before. Bai Bingyan's 9 cold veins also improved significantly with the absorption of the golden light from the true dragon heart through their intimate contact. As the warm afternoon sun streamed in, Chen Xian reclined leisurely in the soft chair of the mystic hall, gazing at the beautifully adorned jade maiden peak outside. Tomorrow would mark the auspicious day of the Holy Sun ceremony for Ji Wushuang. The prominent sects of the 9 sects and 13 gates should have sent representatives and prepared gifts, right? The grand gift I instructed the artifact spirit of the Gu Yin Sword Palace to prepare must surely be the most astonishing. Thus, it would not be in vain for Ji Wushuang to bestow such a magnificent gift on my wedding day. A smirk curled at the corners of Chen Xian's lips, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. One day, I shall exact vengeance upon Ji Wushuang and Lu Ruyan, those treacherous pair. At that moment, the elder of the law enforcement hall, Copper Hammer, led a group of disciples into the mystic hall. His expression was grim, and his voice thundered like a storm. "Chen Xian, some disciples have found ironclad evidence of your illicit dealings with a demonic woman. Bring him forth immediately to the law enforcement hall for interrogation." Chapter 10. Ji Wushuang and the Dog. Brother Chen Xian, I never imagined that despite your self-detonation of the 9th grade golden pill, your skills in bed remain unparalleled. I can't take it anymore. You make me feel so good, little demoness. Hold on tight. Let me take you to the heavens. In the Hall of Punishments of the Howren Sword sect, a sound recording orb was activated, revealing such words: "Disciple, do you acknowledge your crimes in consorting with the Southern Palace's Fei of the Boundless Demon sect?" Ji Yue questioned coldly, her flowing hair billowing, her rage palpable. Chen Xian stood tall, replying icily, "What kind of nonsense is this evidence? Who does not know that I am sworn enemies with the little demoness? I wouldn't even slander her with a more fitting woman." He felt a deep sense of disgust, as some individuals had truly sunk to new lows in their attempts to frame him. Preposterous. Chen Xian, you show such disrespect to your elders. Do you wish to face even harsher punishment? Kneel and confess. Elder Copperhammer bellowed, unleashing his peak, nascent soul pressure. Instantly, the overwhelming force caused Chen Xian to bleed from the corners of his mouth. His bones creaked under the immense pressure, the 9-yang battle body straining to endure. Yet, Chen Xian remained defiant, head held high, his spine straight. This scene astonished the onlooking disciples of the Howren Sword sect. Meanwhile, streams of light flooded into the spacious Hall of Punishments. The representatives of the 9 sects and 13 gates, who had come to attend the Holy Sun celebration, arrived. The crowd buzzed with chatter, many clearly reveling in his misfortune. Chen Xian. Those 2 words loomed over the heads of the younger generation of the righteous path in Zhongzhou, like an unshakable sun hanging in the sky. Now, would he be thoroughly cast into the abyss after his fall? At that moment, Ji Wushuang stepped forward, disappointment etched on her face. "Elder brother, your despicable use of the revitalization pill has caused Sister Ruyan immense suffering. She remains in life-threatening danger after her suicide. Moreover, how could you still be entangled with a demonic woman? Are you not aware of the cruel methods employed by the Boundless Demon sect against the common folk? How can you live up to the name of Holy Sun?" Her righteous tone and compassionate words ignited the crowd's fury towards Chen Xian. Moreover, Ji Yue, ever the dutiful disciple, added her condemnation. "Disciple, you are an accomplice to evil. You are utterly heinous." Each word she uttered was laden with weight. The combined questioning from the master and disciple seemed to seal his fate, pronouncing him guilty. Yet upon hearing those words, Chen Xian suddenly chuckled. He fixed his gaze on Copperhammer and inquired, Elder Copperhammer, they say seeing is believing. Do you think a sound recording orb can serve as irrefutable evidence? Copperhammer replied flatly, it can. Chen Xian smirked, clapping his hands in mock admiration. Very well. I shall also have someone create a sound recording orb containing only the sounds of Ji Wushuang and dog-like howls, claiming that Ji Wushuang covets the beauty of a dog, tormenting it daily until it howls in despair, seeking justice. Would the elder approve? The hall fell into a deathly silence. No one had anticipated Chen Xian would deliver such a retort that Ji Wushuang's complexion turned a sickly green. Trembling with rage, nearly exploding on the spot. This, Copperhammer's lips twitched, rendered speechless. The atmosphere erupted in chaos, as many disciples from the 9 sects and 13 gates burst into laughter. That in the aftermath, this incident would undoubtedly become a topic of mirth for many. Utter nonsense. Chen Xian, you are utterly reckless. Ji Yaoyue rebuked, sweeping her sleeve to strike Chen Xian, sending him crashing to the ground, bloodied. She looked down at him, coldly asserting, you, a once great cultivator, now reduced to nothing, should be grateful to stand here. How dare you utter such vile words against Wushuang? Do you deem yourself worthy? Chen Xian's eyes turned crimson, his teeth grinding. Master, please show mercy. The elder brother was merely momentarily misled, which led him to associate with a demonist. I implore you to grant him a chance for redemption. Ji Wushuang hurriedly spoke, his face a mask of sincerity as he pleaded. However, his words, though seemingly a plea for mercy, only served to solidify Chen Xian's guilt. How utterly malicious, senior sister Zhao Kaiyue, with genuine concern, remarked, Junior brother, a self-degrading waste is not worth your compassion. He just insulted you, calling you a dog. Third sister Bai Ling chimed in. Indeed, the conversation captured in the recording bead is proof enough. Chen Xian, you are truly shameless, still having the audacity to claim innocence. Second sister Shen Qingqing and fourth sister Mu Xuan were equally unyielding, joining in the mockery of Chen Xian while lamenting for Ji Wushuang, that in their eyes, Chen Xian's disrespect towards the junior brother was akin to a mud pig provoking a divine dragon. Chen Xian slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his spine once more erect and unwavering. His eyes were deep and cold, unfathomable like an abyss. A palpable tension filled the air, as everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Chen Xian then surveyed the crowd with a mocking expression, stating, that recording bead claimed that after I self-destructed my 9th grade golden elixir, my prowess in bed remained impressive. So I ask you all, how could a powerless waste traverse the sect's protective mountain array to clandestinely rendezvous with a demoness? Silence enveloped the scene. Everyone was at a loss. Indeed, the words in the recording bead defied logic. At that moment, Zhao Kaiyue coldly retorted, who says you must leave the sect? Could not that demoness sneak into our Howren Sword sect to engage with you clandestinely? Just then, a towering figure emerged from the crowd, delivering a resounding slap. He barked, preposterous. We are tasked with safeguarding the sect. How could we allow the minions of the demonic path to invade without our awareness? Are you questioning our diligence? Zhao Kaiyue screamed, caught off guard by the unexpected slap, crashing to the ground, her cheek instantly swelling. Furious, she opened her mouth to speak, but Ji Yue's piercing gaze silenced her. Chen Xian was also amused by the senior sister's folly. He continued, so, Elder Copperhammer, is that recording bead genuine or false? This, Elder Copperhammer was at a loss for words, with disciples from the 9 sects and 13 factions present, though he had received some guidance from the sect leader. He could not overstep his bounds, thus Elder Copperhammer could only begrudgingly concede. It appears this bead is likely a forgery. Saint Chen Xian, you have been wronged. Is that it? Just a mere claim of being wronged? Who provided the recording bead? Framing the sect's saint is a grave crime. It warrants execution. Among the crowd, Duge Yi from the Xuanhua sect crossed his arms, openly questioning. Everyone was taken aback. They never expected Duge Yi to speak in support. This character was known for his erratic and domineering nature, having been defeated by Chen Xian multiple times, making them fierce rivals. Even Chen Xian was momentarily stunned, looking at Duge Yi with a hint of gratitude. Enhancing the beauty of a tapestry is easy, but providing warmth in the snow is difficult. Elder Copperhammer pondered, instinctively casting a glance at Ji Wushuang, that he then spoke solemnly. This recording bead was left by a mysterious individual. It seems there are indeed those who wish to frame Saint Chunxian. Instantly, the crowd erupted in chaos. Nearly everyone from the Howren Sword sect wore grim expressions, glaring at Chunxian. The news of this incident spreading through Zhongzhou would undoubtedly tarnish the sect's reputation. You, a mere waste, are so selfish that you have lost even the spirit of self-sacrifice for the greater good. Just as everyone thought the inquiry would conclude there, a beautiful woman stepped forward. She coldly inquired, "Even so, this wretch had Du Ming purchased the rejuvenation pill, maliciously insulting my disciple, Ru Yin, and later retracting the engagement to humiliate her. How shall we determine his guilt?" The woman was none other than Elder Qingxia, the master of Lu Ru Yin. Alas, more baseless accusations. Qingxian shook his head with a sigh, mockingly stating, "Who can prove that I consumed the rejuvenation pill? Who can attest to its existence and efficacy? Besides, let us take a step back. Lu Ru Yin is my fiancée. If I, Qingxian, truly desire to indulge with her, why would I need to go through such trouble?" Upon hearing this, many in the crowd nodded in agreement. However, fourth sister Mu Shi immediately stood up, coldly taunting, "Because you are afraid. I mentioned before that you fear the talented individuals who admire Ru Yin might become enraged and extinguish you, a mere waste." Her conspiracy theory quickly gained traction among many. Yet Qingxian remained unfazed, shaking his head in exasperation. "It is often said that women are big-breasted yet empty-headed. Fourth sister, how could you be so foolishly mediocre? No wonder your progress in alchemy has been stunted over the years. You have only reached the intermediate level due to my assistance." Instantly, all eyes turned towards Mu Xun's bosom. "Silence, Qingxian, you! Despicable and shameless." Mu Xun's composure shattered as she erupted in anger at Qingxian. At this moment, Jiayue also scolded angrily, "Wretched disciple, do not resort to personal attacks. Your fourth sister's claims have considerable merit." She held her elegant neck high, showing no disguise of her favoritism. Ji Wushuang was filled with delight at this moment. He gazed at Ji Yaoyue with admiration, infused with a potent mix of greed and possessiveness. "This is my mother. How breathtakingly beautiful and aloof she is, truly a peerless gem of the mortal realm. How I wish that one day she could cast aside the shackles of the mundane." Soon, Ji Wushuang's expression darkened, for Qingxian had delivered yet another irrefutable argument. "I have self-destructed my golden elixir and become a waste, having nearly eradicated the younger generation of the demonic path. Would I be foolish enough to leave the Howren Sword sect to seek my own demise? If I had no intention of departing the sect, who could possibly kill me, even if I have stirred envy and resentment among some of the talented individuals? What could you all do to me? Haha, that wretched Lu Ru Yin even admitted on the day of our engagement retraction, and you all wish to cleanse her reputation of promiscuity. Do you not feel utterly shameless?" Qingxian's words were icily sharp, cutting like a knife. The crux of his reasoning was so tightly woven that it left others speechless. Clap, clap, clap. Dugi applauded vigorously, laughing heartily, expressing complete agreement with Qingxian's perspective. Following suit, disciples from the Xuanhua sect began to clap, and gradually, the disciples from all 9 sects and 13 factions joined in, though they were also righteous sects. They relished the spectacle of the Howren Sword sect's embarrassment. Meanwhile, Ju's beautiful face grew increasingly frigid. She felt as though she had been slapped by Qingxian. How humiliating! Ji Wushuang, too, gritted his teeth in silent fury, feeling as though he had been forced to consume a dead rat. It was repulsive. The filthy water he had meticulously prepared was now being splashed back in his face. Just then, a figure suddenly emerged from the crowd. He shouted, "I have irrefutable evidence. I have." As everyone focused their gaze, they were met with C2 Yulong. Excitedly, C2 Yulong declared, "Elder Copperhammer, I can take a solemn oath that every word I speak is true." Such a rare opportunity for fame. How could he let it slip away? Moreover, if he stood up to testify against Qingxian, the benefits would be manifold. Perhaps even Ru Yin might take notice of him because of this incident. Not in the way of mere admiration, but, "Yulong, speak swiftly." Elder Copperhammer's heart trembled, his face blooming like a chrysanthemum. Ji Yaoyue, Ji Wushuang, and the others shared a glimmer of anticipation. If C2 Yulong had the confidence to speak out now, he must possess undeniable evidence. Just wait and see how Qingxian would be nailed to the pillar of shame. After basking in the spotlight for a moment, C2 Yulong began, 5 days ago. I encountered Saint Chun Xian outside the Gaian Sword Palace, inviting him for drinks, and under the influence of intoxication, he revealed his true sentiments, laying everything bare. He hesitated, his expression wavering. Elder Copperhammer urged, "Speak quickly, Yulong. I command you to recount every word of Chun Xian's drunken confession without omission." "Well, all right." C2 Yulong nodded in agreement and continued. Chun Xian praised the rejuvenation pill for its incredible potency, asserting that Ru Yin was entirely submissive under his influence, starkly contrasting her usual cold and stunning demeanor. Her cries, the sensations, were simply heavenly. For 3 days and nights, Ru Yin was left in a state of ecstasy, utterly conquered by Chun Xian's silence. An utter silence enveloped the room. The smile and anticipation on Elder Copperhammer's face froze, transforming into a mix of suppressed anger and speechlessness. The expressions of everyone present varied widely. Who could have anticipated that C2 Yulong would be so foolish? We asked you to testify, not to divulge such lewd and vulgar words. Damn it. How enviable for Chun Xian. The one with the most vivid expression was undoubtedly Ji Wushuang, who struggled to contain his displeasure, gravely questioning, "Senior brother, do you now have nothing to say?" Then, before everyone, apologize to senior sister Ru Yin for your transgressions. A multitude of gazes converged upon Chun Xian. He responded with a dramatic roll of his eyes, expressing disdain as he remarked, "Ji Wushuang, it appears you are akin to a dung beetle sneezing, spewing excrement from your mouth. What is this? I boast while inebriated, and you must escalate matters to such a degree, and it lasts for 3 days and nights. Can Lu Ruyan endure such relentless bombardment for that long? If I claimed 7 days and nights, would you believe that too, fool?" The crowd remained speechless, pondering the validity of his words. Meanwhile, the self-satisfied City Yulong found himself utterly dumbfounded. How had Chun Xian become so eloquent? He was at a loss for words. "Is there anyone else who wishes to slander me? Speak now." Chun Xian surveyed the room, coldly inquiring, "Did I wasn't tea?" until a prolonged silence enveloped the space that he threw his head back and laughed heartily, his bold declarations echoing in the air. The phoenix and the mythical birds soar far and wide, while the sparrows and magpies nest beneath the sandalwood trees. Chapter 12. I, Ji Wushuang, shall ensure your disgrace, rendering you as lowly as a dog. On a shaded path through the mountains, Chun Xian strode with remarkable speed. Although his golden core prowess had plummeted, the formidable physique of the 9-yang battle body remained, rendering him far superior to ordinary mortals. "Senior brother Chun Xian," a voice called from afar, followed by a young man descending on a flying sword. Chun Xian paused, smiling as he inquired, "Shitty Shirley, what brings you here?" "Please continue to call me Little Stone as before. After your incident, I gathered over 20 disciples who have greatly benefited from your kindness, hoping to offer our assistance. Unfortunately, at a crucial moment, someone leaked our intentions, and we were all reprimanded and warned by the master. Even on your wedding day, we were forbidden from attending," Shirley explained, his head bowed in embarrassment. "No matter. Your intentions are appreciated," Chun Xian replied with a radiant smile. Patting Shirley's shoulder, that moment, a gentle warmth surged within his heart. Not long ago, he had wallowed in self-pity, believing he had been forsaken by everyone in the sect save for Du Ming. Little did he realize there were still those who admired and cherished him. Du Ming, Little Stone, they were the ones he should treasure and protect for a lifetime. For reasons unknown, the exquisite visage of Bai Bingyan flickered in his mind. He hoped she too could become one of those he would safeguard. In that moment, Chun Xian's path of enlightenment surged forth, clarity illuminating his thoughts. The kindness of a senior brother must be repaid. "Rest assured," Shirley spoke earnestly, his expression solemn. He then cautiously added, "Senior brother Chun Xian, as they say, a man without sin can hold a precious gem. You must learn to let go. This frame-up is evident to those with eyes. But what of next time? Beware of those who harbor ill intentions. The dagger reveals itself when the plot thickens." Upon hearing this, Chun Xian's eyes blazed with a frosty light. He understood Little Stone's concerns all too well. In the eyes of the masses, he was merely a man unable to relinquish past glories, unwilling to yield the position of the Holy Son, and loath to part with his former treasures. Who could possibly foresee that in 3 days his Dantian would heal, and he would soar to new heights with the heart of a true dragon? In truth, without the hope brought by the true dragon's heart, Chen Xian felt he would have already crumbled, resigned to the fate of a slothful pig wallowing in mud. Thank you for the reminder, little stone. Chen Xian smiled faintly before turning to leave, leaving behind a resonating declaration. Those who do good to me shall be rewarded. Those who do evil to me shall face retribution. These 8 words encapsulated his past principles. Alas, Shirley stomped his foot and sighed. His brow furrowed to owe him. Chen Xian remained as obstinate as ever. He feared he was not far from doom. Within the Holy Maiden's Hall, Jia's delicate features were clouded with fury, her body trembling uncontrollably. Anger, uncontainable wrath. Today in the punishment hall, she had suffered utter humiliation. What infuriated Ji even more was that Chen Xian, usually taciturn, had suddenly become so silver-tongued. This wretched disciple deserved to die. Ji Yaoyue recalled her earlier feelings of guilt, only to feel a surge of madness. Such treachery, such an affront to teacher and ancestor, deserved nothing less than 1,000 cuts. The vast hall was suffused with a chilling malice, rendering the atmosphere suffocating. At a certain moment, a figure of ethereal beauty entered, the radiant Ji Wushuang. With a flick of her hand, Ji Yaoyue activated a protective barrier to prevent eavesdropping. Mother, I suspect Chen Xian possesses some form of leverage that emboldens him. Ji Wushuang spoke solemnly. Hearing this, Ji Yaoyue narrowed her slanted, beautiful eyes, coldly replying, You need not doubt. Before our wager, I attempted to eliminate this wretched creature. Little did I expect, he possesses a remarkable treasure for self-protection. What? A flicker of intense jealousy flashed in Ji Wushuang's eyes, her features twisting in disdain. She then bitterly declared, He is not but a cripple with a ruined Dantian. Regardless of how many treasures he possesses, they cannot turn the tide. In the end, they shall all belong to me. On the day of the Master-Disciples Conference, I shall be chosen by the immortal Mu Yun, inheriting his legacy, while he, Chen Xian, shall languish in the mud, witnessing it all. Indeed, Mother eagerly anticipates that day. Ji Yaoyue felt a surge of joy, unable to resist pulling Ji Wushuang into her embrace, her eyes brimming with expectation. Wushuang, what are your plans moving forward? Mother, I have a brilliant scheme in mind. Tomorrow, at my Holy Sun ceremony, will be the moment Chen Xian's reputation is utterly shattered. This time, I shall reclaim my standing, nailing him to the pillar of shame. Ji Wushuang declared with cunning confidence before departing the Jade Maiden Hall, soaring toward the location of the Bai Pa cave on a resplendent golden sword. Inside the cave, Lu Ruyan sat at her vanity, adorning herself, her figure a captivating blend of curves and elegance, exuding a heart-wrenching beauty. Upon hearing a noise, she turned, her lips curving into a smile as she greeted, Wushuang, did the sound pearl work wonders? Ji Wushuang offered an awkward smile, sheepishly responding, Well, there were a few hiccups. However, I have devised a plan that will surely ruin Chen Xian's reputation. What exactly transpired? Lu Ruyan furrowed her brows, her rosy complexion growing cold. After Ji Wushuang recounted the events in brief, Lu Ruyan could no longer contain herself. She clenched her delicate fists, waves of tumultuous anger rising within her. Fool! That imbecile Sita Yulong isn't helping. He is intent on completely tarnishing my reputation. After a lengthy pause, Lu Ruyan forced down her fury, fixing her gaze on Ji Wushuang as she coldly stated, The matter you promised me cannot be delayed. Though it carries risks, it is my only chance to redeem my honor and reclaim my pure reputation. Very well, I shall attend to it post-haste. Ji Wushuang hesitated briefly before reluctantly nodding. She then requested 3 drops of Lu Ruyan's blood, to be utilized in framing Chen Xian the next day. Certainly, Lu Ruyan readily agreed, swiftly extracting 3 drops of her blood and handing them over. Sister Ruyan, you have truly endured much while taking the death-like pill these past few days. Allow me to bestow a kiss, Ji Wushuang said, leaning in. Yet Lu Ruyan retorted with irritation. What are you doing? You can't even handle a useless like Chen Xian and still dare to kiss me? This, Ji Wushuang's lips twitched, her previously tender thoughts igniting into flames of fury, stifled. In her heart, a manic roar echoed. Chen Xian, prepare yourself. Tomorrow I, Ji Wushuang, shall ensure your name is sullied, rendering you as despicable as a dog. Chapter 13. Chun Xian, do not panic. As Chun Xian stepped into the secluded training chamber, he was utterly entranced. Bai Bingyan donned a sky-blue palace gown, and upon seeing him, her cherry lips curved into a subtle smile, revealing dimples that accentuated her breathtaking beauty. Chun Xian could not help but swallow hard, a surge of heat and desire stirring within him. Such beauty could only exist in the heavens. How could the mortal realm be graced with it? Most strikingly, Bai Bingyan, who had always been cold and aloof towards him, now smiled so radiantly, her allure reaching celestial heights. Had it been anyone else, their heart would surely have raced. However, Chun Xian merely gazed at her, embodying the grace of a true gentleman. As Bai Bingyan moved gracefully, each step resembling a celestial being gliding through the clouds, her flawless visage was breathtaking, radiating an aura that commanded reverence. Even Chun Xian found himself momentarily mesmerized. "Madam, you are truly exquisite," Chun Xian exclaimed, genuine admiration shining in his eyes. Bai Bingyan's graceful form faltered for an instant before she coldly retorted, "You may call me madam in private, but not publicly. We have yet to wed. And it would be deemed scandalous in Wanyao Mountain." Understood," Chun Xian replied awkwardly, yet his heart was alight with joy. Habits can be a formidable force. They silently reshape one's very essence. Take his first encounter with Bai Bingyan. For instance, back then, she had been as frigid as ancient ice. Had he dared to call her madam, he would have likely been reduced to mere shards of ice. Under the circumstances of their recent interactions, an unexpected bond had developed between the two, leading her to alter her demeanor towards Chun Xian dramatically. At that moment, Bai Bingyan suddenly spoke up, saying, "When you were taken away by the law enforcement hall, I worried for your safety and concealed a portion of my spiritual consciousness within you. I never anticipated that your situation in the Howren Sword sect would be so dire. Therefore," Chun Xian, enlightened, chuckled and replied, "So, my dear wife pities me and smiles at me. Thank you, thank you." Bai Bingyan's delicate features flushed with a hint of pink, radiant and unparalleled. After a brief pause, she softly remarked, "Chun Xian, this Howren Sword sect is utterly shameless. It is better not to remain here. Would you care to accompany me to Qingxiu? It is not yet time to leave." Chun Xian shook his head, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes, that he clenched his fists tightly and stated solemnly, "I have yet to settle matters with the Howren Sword sect. Most importantly, the grand wager following the apprenticeship ceremony must yield a definitive outcome." A flicker of compassion crossed Bai Bingyan's beautiful eyes, yet she nodded in agreement. She sighed, "You truly resemble a hedgehog at this moment, striving to arm yourself to the teeth, while your heart remains fragile and vulnerable. You are feeling quite disheartened now, perhaps even a tad helpless and lost. Am I right?" Chun Xian felt a jolt throughout his body. At that instant, he sensed as if Bai Bingyan could see right through him. Subsequently, he sank to the ground, covering his face as tears streamed down. The sorrow and frustration accumulated since his self-detonation of the 9th-grade golden elixir erupted in a cacophony of cries. Bai Bingyan furrowed her brows slightly, unsure how to respond, and knelt beside him, softly attempting to console him. And then, Chun Xian unexpectedly wrapped his arms tightly around her. Bai Bingyan was taken aback, but seeing him in such distress, she allowed it. After a while, when Chun Xian's sobs had subsided, Bai Bingyan hurriedly extricated herself, her cheeks flushed with crimson. Just as Bai Bingyan's expression turned complex and flustered, a hint of amusement flickered in Chun Xian's eyes. Bai Bingyan's hedgehog analogy had indeed breached Chun Xian's defenses. Hence, he decided to go with the flow, feigning tears to elicit sympathy from Bai Bingyan, hoping she would voluntarily offer her protection. Yet inadvertently, he ended up crying so embarrassingly. Fortunately, his cleverness allowed him to seize the moment with a hug. What a worthwhile endeavor. In the secluded chamber, silence lingered for an extended period, just when Chun Xian thought his sympathy-seeking endeavor had failed. Bai Bingyan retrieved a palm-sized, emerald-green jade token from her storage ring and handed it to him. "Since we are in Zhongzhou, this blood of the jade heart token is considered a precious treasure. Keep it for your protection. Furthermore, I cannot remain here in Zhongzhou for too long. The situation at Wanyao Mountain is rather intricate. I am the only nine-tailed fox maiden of the nine-tailed white fox lineage." Thus, Bai Bingyan hesitated, a wave of inexplicable emotion washing over her. After presenting the token to Qin Xian, she cautioned, "You must drop your blood to recognize it as your master. Otherwise, it may not serve as a talisman for protection, but rather as a token of demise. Thank you, my dear wife." Qin Xian nodded fervently, filled with excitement. How could he not be thrilled? This was indeed a blood of the Jade Heart token in all of Zhongzhou. Who was unaware of the illustrious name of the demon-slaying elder, who had left behind 7 such tokens upon his ascension to the celestial realm after successfully overcoming tribulations a millennium ago. Each token contained a transcendent demon-slaying technique. However, only those of exceptional talent could fully refine the token and obtain immense fortune. Over the past millennium, 4 tokens had surfaced, leading to the emergence of 4 superlative figures of righteousness. Yet, the whereabouts of the remaining 3 had remained a mystery. Qin Xian was astonished to discover that Bai Bingyin possessed one drip, as a drop of Qin Xian's blood fell upon the blood of the Jade Heart token. It was quickly absorbed, causing the surface of the Jade token to emanate a faint red glow. The next moment, Qin Xian sensed a wave of warmth emanating from the token, urging him to thoroughly refine it using his true essence and spiritual consciousness. This outcome greatly pleased Qin Xian. He then solemnly declared, "My dear wife, in gratitude for your generous gift, I shall let you command me when we sleep tonight. Which night have you not let me command you?" Bai Bingyin shot him a glance, a teasing smile tugging at her lips to well. You make a valid point. Perhaps we should amend that. Qin Xian, are you seeking death? My dear wife, I was wrong. After Qin Xian departed from the chamber, Bai Bingyin, seated upon her mat, could not suppress her laughter. That smile was utterly breathtaking. Soon after, her ethereal and melodious voice echoed within the chamber. "My dear Qin Xian, do not fear. When you soar to the heavens and traverse the world, those worthless beings will regret their actions." The following morning, after bidding farewell to Bai Bingyin and stepping out of the chamber, Qin Xian heard the disdainful call of senior sister Zhao Kaiyue. "Qin Xian, come out quickly. The master has ordered me to summon you to the ancient Yin Sword Palace for the new saint's enthronement ceremony of our junior brother." "Umph." Qin Xian chuckled coldly. Caressing the blood of the Jade Heart token hanging around his neck, his spirits soaring. It seemed he was about to present 2 grand gifts to Saint Ji today. Inside the Xian Hall, Zhao Kaiyue awaited impatiently. Upon spotting Qin Xian, she scoffed derisively. "Why are you taking so long to emerge? You aren't hiding to cry in secret, are you?" "Indeed. I wept most sorrowfully, contemplating a noose to end it all," Qin Xian replied icily, dripping with sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Zhao Caiyue's face flushed with anger. 10 years prior, following a dismal failure in the sect's trials, she had hidden away, weeping uncontrollably. Qin Xian had come to comfort her, and she had pretended to search for a rope to end her life. Ultimately, it was Qin Xian who gifted her the most precious protective talisman he possessed that made her laugh once more. Now, with the past wounds reopened, Zhao Kaiyue gritted her teeth and said, "Qin Xian, I've noticed you've changed. You've become so glib-tongued that I can hardly resist the urge to slap you." Qin Xian smiled nonchalantly and replied, "The saint before you. Why not strike? Such an act would be a serious breach of decorum, punishable by severe penalties." With that, he leisurely exited the grand hall, shameless. Zhao Kaiyue stamped her foot, 2 words bursting forth in frustration. Surrounding the ancient Yin Sword Palace, the atmosphere was festively adorned, vibrant with celebration and excitement as the enthronement ceremony for Ji Wushuang was about to commence. The entire ancient Yin Sword Palace had been animated, radiating dazzling sword chi to welcome guests, accompanied by enchanting melodies that whispered the mysteries of the sword path. As a multitude of elders from the 9 sects and 13 schools, alongside their disciples, entered the Sword Palace, they were envious in abundance. The Haoran Sword sect had grown increasingly powerful over the past few decades, subtly positioning itself as the leader of righteousness in Zhongzhou. And the ancient Yin Sword Palace had played a monumental role in this ascendance. After all, it was the strongest legacy left by the former Lianyun Sword sect. At that moment, above a gigantic sword chi pool, swirling strands of sword chi formed various colored lotus flowers for the congregation to sit upon. This was the sword washing pool, the optimal place for the elders and disciples of the Haoran Sword sect to comprehend the essence of the sword. In the core area of the sword washing pool, the largest sword chi lotus flower cradled a throne crafted from luminous obsidian, specifically prepared for Ji Wushuang. Thank you all for coming to attend my disciple Wushuang's enthronement ceremony. Ji Yaoyue, donned in a flowing purple gown, her voluptuous figure reminiscent of a ripe peach, greeted Ji Wushuang and the gathering with joy. Her heart brimmed with elation, especially as she heard the praises directed towards Ji Wushuang. Her smile widening, at the foot of the small Nan Peak near the ancient Yan Sword Palace. Chen Xian strode forth with elegance, his robe billowing, exuding an air of transcendence. Just then, a sultry voice called out, "Saint, please hold." He turned to see a bewitching woman reclining against a large stone, biting her lip with an alluring demeanor. Upon recognizing her, Chen Xian smirked. Bao Na, an outer disciple of the flowing cloud peak of the Haoran sword sect. At the 8th level of qi refinement, that a woman of beguiling charm. Chen Xian recalled hearing Du Ming mention her, describing her as someone afflicted with an addictive condition, her greatest passion being romantic entanglements. She had facilitated many disciples of the Haoran sword sect in finding their romantic partners. "What is it?" Chen Xian asked coldly. Bao Na licked her crimson lips, her voice dripping with allure. "Chen Xian, I specifically came here to hope you would join me in the nearby woods for a private chat, in a rather intimate manner, with such a voice, such a posture, and such overtly seductive words." What man could resist? Chen Xian's gaze flickered. It seemed she was somewhat entranced, as if under the influence of some secretive enchantment. Moreover, was this not within the surveillance range of the Haoran Wenyanjing? Chen Xian, with his astute mind, quickly grasped the situation. He inwardly scoffed and resolved to turn the tables on her. Thus Chen Xian feigned hesitation before reluctantly conceding, "Very well, within the ancient confines of the Gu Yin Sword Palace." Zhao Kaiyue stormed in, visibly agitated, exclaiming, "Master, Chen Xian has gone too far. You commanded me to escort him here. Yet when we passed by the foot of Shaonan Peak, he shamelessly flirted with junior sister Bena under the pretense of his status as the Holy Son. Not only that, but he also coerced her and led her into the woods." Boom! The moment those words were uttered, the atmosphere erupted that Du Ming, Shirlei, and others hastened to defend Chen Xian, insisting he was not the lecherous type. However, their voices were drowned out by the collective outrage of the crowd. Ji Wushuang, incredulous, inquired, "Senior sister, could you be mistaken? Although Master Brother's reputation has been tarnished recently, surely he wouldn't dare act so recklessly?" He pivoted, adding, "By the way, Shaonan Peak appears to be within the surveillance range of the Haoran asking Heaven Mirror." "Why not?" Lian's expression darkened as she commanded, "Elder Chixuzi, activate the Haoran asking Heaven Mirror immediately." "As you wish." A red-haired elder swiftly performed a series of hand seals, causing an ancient copper mirror to soar above the Shijian pool, emitting beams of light that coalesced into a massive projection in the air. Indeed, Chen Xian's actions were despicable. Dai Tao was the first to shout gleefully, his face alight with schadenfreude, while Sita Yulong and others wore smiles of amusement. At that moment, the projection revealed the unfolding dialogue. "Bao Na, what is it that you desire?" "A very private matter." "Holy Son, do refrain from pretending to be a paragon of virtue. Come now, let us indulge together. Impudent, should you continue to act in such a manner. Do you believe I, the Holy Son, would not take action against you? You've frightened her. Brother Xian, I wish to be with you." In the projection, Bao Na adopted a demeanor that seemed all too inviting, her voice sweet and beguiling. Akin to a kitten's gentle purr at that moment, Chen Xian appeared unable to resist the allure, stepping closer to Bao Na. Sita Yulong, witnessing the scene, erupted in a gleeful laughter. "Ha! Chen Xian is indeed a hypocrite, a true lecher. He can no longer maintain his facade. His true nature is being revealed." Du Ming and the others were tense, wishing desperately to fly over and intervene. Ji Wushuang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The 3 drops of pure yin, alluring blood from Lu Rian possess extraordinary, enchanting effects. Once Chen Xian and she, the rest will be easily handled. Everyone held their breath, captivated by the unfolding drama. As Chen Xian drew nearer, Bao Na's gaze became dreamy, seductively draping herself over an ancient tree trunk, turning to flash a coy smile. "Holy Son, will you take responsibility for your little sister?" With a snap, Chen Xian reached out, snapping off a vine as thick as an arm, tossing it toward her. "You shameless harlot, so eager. Are we? Here is a vine for you. Use it to resolve your own matters." Chapter 15. He truly resembles a mad, foolish dog. The expansive Shijin pool plunged into an eerie silence, the crowd stunned into disbelief, mouths agape as if struck by lightning. Good heavens, what a spectacle! They had anticipated witnessing Chen pounce upon Baona like a hungry tiger. Engaging in shameless acts. Who could have foreseen such a turn of events? The colossal projection continued to play, revealing Chen Xian's disdainful laughter as he turned and sauntered away. Du Ming could not contain his exuberance, exclaiming, Chen Xian truly exemplifies the holy son of our Haoran sword sect. Even in the face of temptation, he remains unmoved. Let us applaud. A smattering of applause followed, though it was sparse. The faces of Ji Yaoyue and the others turned frosty. Dai Tao, Situ Yulong, Ji Wushuang, and others looked as though they had swallowed a dead rat. Utterly disgusted. Not only had they failed to witness Chen Xian's disgrace, but he had managed to maintain his composure. At that moment, a disciple from the Tianlai sect, present to observe, murmured, "That vine is so long. Not only can it ensure responsibility, but it could easily reach the stomach as well. How scandalous it is that the Haoran sword sect harbors such wanton women." Instantaneously, all members of the Haoran sword sect felt their faces burn with shame, wishing they could sink into the ground. How could this be? Zhao Kaiwa murmured, struggling to accept the outcome that a wave of intense anxiety surged within her. After this, she would likely face the sect's wrath. No, she must find an opportunity to atone for her misdeeds. Moments later, Chen Xian strode in confidently. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Kaiwei immediately shouted, "Chen Xian, you have deliberately framed me. How shameless of you, you, a worthless being, have grown even more despicable. You're even less than a pile of stinking dog feces." In her fear of being reprimanded, Zhao Kaiwei unleashed her utmost contempt upon Chen Xian. Chen Xian, upon hearing this, approached Zhao Kaiwei with a smile, prompting her to smile back that a useless person is ultimately a useless person, only able to boast in front of someone like Baona. How dare he smile? Zhao Kaiwei crossed her arms defiantly, stating, "Your smile is meaningless. Apologize at once. Louder, in front of everyone, apologize to me." At this, Chen Xian burst into laughter, derisively responding, "Apologize? Do you believe you are worthy of such a request?" Slap. He delivered a resounding slap across Zhao Sayue's face. Zhao Kaiwei shrieked, her body spinning several times before she collapsed to the ground in a heap. Boom! The scene erupted in chaos. You dare to strike me?" Zhao Kaiwei exclaimed in disbelief, clutching her cheek, incredulous with rage that in a flash. She drew her flying sword, preparing to retaliate. Yet Chen Xian remained unfazed, rebuking, "Impudent, do you dare to disrespect the Holy Sun in such a manner? What punishment do you believe you deserve?" At that moment, Chen Xian felt a wave of exhilaration. With the blood of the Emerald Heart in his possession, he had nothing to fear. Today, during the Holy Sun ceremony, he intended to unleash the humiliation he had endured in recent days. You. Zhao Kaiwei was infuriated, but refrained from acting publicly. The Haoran sword sect had strict rules regarding hierarchy and respect. Unworthy disciple, how audacious you are! What does the Holy Sun matter? Kaiwei is your senior sister. How dare you treat her with such disrespect? Ji Yaoyue rebuked coldly, emanating an aura of frigid authority. She was displeased. The Chen Xian who had once heeded her every word was nowhere to be found. This version of Chen Xian, now reduced to a mere waste, had truly lost his mind. Chen Xian, however, stood tall and resolute, replying, "Senior sister, in my eyes, Zhao Kaiwei is nothing but a malicious, gossiping harpy. A mere trifle. Very well. The Haoran asking heaven mirror has been activated. It appears Zhao Kaiwei falsely accused me of flirting with Baona not long ago. Correct? Perfect. This mirror can store images for 3 years. I demand a reversal of the footage to clarify our loyalties. Accusing the Holy Sun is no trivial offense." Chen Xian's words rang out with clarity and conviction. The members of the 9 sects and 13 schools stirred with excitement upon hearing this. Many, eager for drama, began to echo their support. Elder Chixuzi hesitated, stammering, "Well, activating the Haoran asking heaven mirror for a reversal consumes too many spirit stones. You should really let this trivial matter go. After all, she's your senior sister." After speaking, he hastily began to retract the Haoran asking heaven mirror. His blatant favoritism was evident to all. Chen Xian sneered. Unfazed by his actions, that he bowed respectfully to Li Yinglian, stating, "Sect Master, it is clear that Baona has been controlled by someone, and her conduct has been excessively libertine. She must have been forced to ingest some stimulating substance. I implore you to investigate this matter publicly." Nearby, Ji Wushuang felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. Li Yinglian's expression darkened as she reprimanded. "Nonsense. Today is Wushuang's Holy Sun ceremony. Do you find joy in creating such a chaotic atmosphere?" She then glanced at the Grand Elder of Law Enforcement, Copperhammer, saying, "Investigate this privately. Furthermore, Baona is to be expelled from the sect." "As you command, Sect Master," Copperhammer replied with a bow, before swiftly departing. Alas, the members of the 9 sects and 13 schools, who had come to witness the spectacle, sighed in disappointment at that moment. Ji Wushuang, looking exasperated, remarked, "Master Brother, I truly do not wish to be the Holy Sun. However, you have become a waste. With the upcoming disciple selection event of the Mu Yun Immortal, if Wushuang does not step forth, will the Howren Sword sect not become a laughingstock?" His words elicited praises from many members of the Howren Sword sect. While others mocked Chen Xian for his narrow-mindedness and selfishness, in the eyes of the crowd, Chen Xian's furious glare was merely a display of shameful rage. Ji Yaoyue waved her sleeve, coldly declaring, "Unworthy disciple, I am profoundly disappointed in you. There is no place for you at the Shijin pool. Go and squeeze in among the miscellaneous disciples at Unipeak." Her words dripped with humiliation. Following this, the Holy Sun ceremony commenced in earnest. Elder Qingshu's voice resonated loudly, the lingering sound echoing above the sword washing pool. Chen Xian chuckled coldly, striding directly into the ranks of the servant disciples. The eyes of the crowd converged upon Ji Wushuang. He was as elegant as jade, exuding the aura of a heavenly prodigy. Chen Xian's 4 senior sisters gazed at him with admiration, while the female disciples cast sidelong glances filled with intrigue. At that moment, Ji Yaoyue smiled and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, my beloved disciple Wushuang condensed a rare 7th-grade golden core a year ago. And this is not his limit. Wushuang possesses the Xiantian sword body, one of the finest spiritual roots. Today coincides with his sacred sun ceremony, and the Dian Sword Palace has fully activated. Thus, I shall assist him in absorbing the myriad sword intents contained within the sword washing pool, propelling him towards an 8th-grade golden core." Ji Yaoyue's face brimmed with excitement, her voluptuous form trembling with anticipation. She eagerly looked forward to her illegitimate son soaring to greatness, especially in the presence of that wretched Chen Xian. The thrill of it all was simply exhilarating. Indeed, her words sparked a wave of astonishment and discussion among the onlookers, many of whom displayed expressions of envy. The Xiantian sword body. No wonder Ji Wushuang is so extraordinarily gifted. Able to condense a 7th-grade golden core. What is that? Once he absorbs the myriad sword intents, his golden core could easily reach the 8th grade. That is nothing. When Chen Xian broke through to the 9th level of Foundation establishment, he directly condensed a 9th-grade golden core. That was ancient history. He is now a mere shell of his former self. The crowd buzzed with chatter, each voicing their opinions. At that moment, Chixuzi let out a resounding call. The auspicious time has come. Sacred Son, please take your seat. All eyes turned towards the magnificent lotus of sword intent. The seat, crafted from luminous sunstone, was Ji Wushuang's throne following his ascension as Sacred Son. I, Ji Wushuang, am about to secure the throne of the foremost prodigy in Zhongzhou. Ji Wushuang's heart raced with elation as he stood, gazing down upon Chen Xian among the servant disciples. The thrill was overwhelming. Meanwhile, Chen Xian's eyes darkened, a sharp smile curling at the corners of his lips. A cold, mocking thought echoed in his mind. Ji Wushuang, you wretched fool! Prepare yourself for my first grand gift. Chapter 16. Is this your attitude when seeking assistance? Ancient Sword Palace, Sword Washing Pool. All eyes were on Wushuang as he prepared to break through. Ji Yaoyue exclaimed sharply, continuously forming hand seals, sending waves of true essence runes flying towards Ji Wushuang, providing him with support. Today, I, Ji Wushuang, shall condense the myriad sword intents and step into the supreme sword path. His resonant voice reverberated throughout the air. All present held their breath, fixated on the unfolding scene. In the next moment, Ji Wushuang suddenly spread his arms wide, his entire being bursting forth with wisps of ethereal sword energy. This was the hallmark of the Xiantian sword body, being fully awakened. Boom! The vast sword washing pool erupted in a frenzy. Extraordinary sword intents surged within, as if awakened from centuries of slumber. Some sword intents were gentle, others swift, some enigmatic, some fierce, and others ethereal. Such an astonishing display left even the elders present envious. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulty. The more extraordinary the foundation laid, the further one can potentially go in the future. The extraordinary potential displayed by Ji Wushuang was truly awe-inspiring. Wushuang, how do you feel? Ji Yaiyue inquired with concern. That Ji Wushuang smiled slightly, exuberantly replying, in response to my esteemed master. My current sensation is absolutely magnificent. My Xiantian sword body will surely absorb the myriad sword intents, allowing my 7th grade golden core to transform into a 9th grade. As he spoke, his outstretched arms gradually rose, his entire being resembling a sword that could tear through the heavens. In an instant, the audience gathered above the sword-washing pool erupted in discussion. What incredible fortune the Haoran sword sect has. First, they produced the prodigy Chen Xian, and after his downfall, they have Ji Wushuang. They truly dominate among the 9 sects and 13 factions. Is this truly the Xiantian sword body? It is deserving of its reputation as one of the finest spiritual bodies. Incredibly impressive. Ah, Ji Wushuang is so handsome. I wish to either be with him or be with him. As the year drew to a close, the once-in-a-lifetime Tianhuang Supreme Prodigy competition would commence. If Ji Wushuang could indeed condense a 9th grade golden core, he would be among the favorites to claim victory. The discussions continued, many even mentioning Chen Xian as a cautionary tale. At this moment, Ji Wushuang had lifted his arms above his head. With a triumphant shout, he declared, "Sword, come forth." All swords returned to their source. Boom! The countless extraordinary sword intents swirling within the sword-washing pool seemed to respond to his call, swiftly shooting forth like a torrent of river water, all rushing towards Ji Wushuang. Snap! Chen Xian smirked derisively, leisurely snapping his fingers. That I end the next moment. Bang, bang, bang. The overwhelming sword intent instantly collapsed, retreating back into the sword-washing pool, and the lotus of sword intent dissipated entirely. Those standing upon the blossoms of sword intent were taken aback, hastily retreating into the air. Some, caught off guard, fell like dumplings from the sky. Cries of alarm filled the air. In that instant, the entire ancient sword palace seemed to have its power cut, coming to a halt. All the dazzling lights, all the vibrant sword intents, vanished. Oh no! Ji Wushuang screamed in agony, uncontrollably spitting out a mouthful of blood, suffering from a severe backlash. He cried out in terror, "Help me!" "Wushuang, do not fear," Ji Yaiyue exclaimed, rushing forward to assist. Upon assessing Ji Wushuang's condition, her face was immediately shrouded in a thick layer of frost. At that moment, Li Yinglian also appeared, stepping in to help Ji Wushuang regulate the backlash within him. "Chen Xian!" Ji Yaiyue bellowed, darting directly to the area of the servant disciples. She disregarded her image, roaring, "This is your doing! How malicious of you! Do you wish to kill Wushuang?" The crowd was stirred by Ji Yaiyue's outburst, all eyes turning towards her. "You are envious of Wushuang's unparalleled talent, twisted in your heart to act this way, are you not?" Ji Yaiyue questioned angrily. "That I do not envy him," Chen Xian replied coolly. Yet, Ji Yaiyue's fury only intensified at his words. She seethed. "Are you too cowardly to own up to your actions? You wretched being! How hypocritical and shameless! The spirit of the ancient sword palace only obeys your orders. If you had not given secret instructions, would it have abruptly ceased at such a critical moment?" Upon hearing this, the gazes of the crowd shifted towards Chen Xian, that a former sacred son, now reduced to a mere shell, still wielded such an important privilege. In a certain sense, the ancient sword palace still belonged to him. Though absurd, it evoked a sense of peculiar lamentation among them. "That at this moment," Chen Xian retorted without hesitation. "You were the one who instructed me to fully activate the ancient sword palace. Now that something has happened, what does it have to do with me? You insolent fool! I commanded you to fully activate the ancient sword palace, not to let it descend into complete silence," Ji Yaiyue countered, her temper flaring. Yet, Chen Xian regarded her with a look of pure incredulity. Then he spoke slowly. In a palace as vast as this, how many spirit stones would it take to fully activate every hour? And how many spirit stones would it require to summon the myriad sword intents? It is only natural for it to falter. Ji Yaoyue was nearly choked by his words, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. For over 20 years, I have been using the spirit stones within the Panlong treasure to maintain the operation of the Sword Palace. At least over 1 million high-grade spirit stones have been consumed. Now I, Chen Xian, am relegated to standing in the servant disciples area. Why should I continue to contribute? Am I a fool? Since Ji Wushuang is so impressive, boldly claiming he will elevate the quality of his golden core using the myriad swords returning to their source. Should he not be the one to contribute spirit stones? That seems quite reasonable, does it not? Chen Xian replied slowly, his tone dripping with mockery. Boom! The scene erupted in chaos. Members of the 9 sects and 13 factions, including Dugu Xie, began to mock the Howren Sword sect. Chen Xian's contributions were indeed monumental. Yet, merely over a month after he had exploded his 9th-grade golden core, he had become the subject of ridicule within the sect. What a pitiful fate. The Howren Sword sect's members were truly foolish, accustomed to reaping benefits, yet forgetting their source. Such greed and excess were simply outrageous. Ji Yaoyue, her eyes ablaze with fury, snapped, "Enough of your nonsense. Tell me, how many spirit stones are needed to restore the Sword Palace's operation?" Wushuang is facing a backlash. The situation is dire. She knew that Ji Wushuang was in a precarious condition. His forced activation of the Xiantian sword body, without the influx of immense sword intent, was akin to self-harm. The sooner the myriad sword intents were introduced, the better it would be for his recovery. Seeing Chen Xian's nonchalant demeanor, Ji Yaoyue was utterly exasperated. She shouted, "You insolent fool! I am talking to you. Did you not hear? If anything happens to Wushuang, do not expect to escape unscathed." The members of the 9 sects and 13 factions exchanged glances, all reveling in the unfolding drama. Claimed to be the ethereal fairy, Ji Yaoyue unexpectedly treats her disciples with such brutality. While seeking help, she still resorts to threats, truly an eye-opener. Chen Xian smiled faintly and said with an air of nonchalance, "Is this how you approach seeking assistance?" Chapter 17. Leveraging Power, Communication Through Shouts. Seek help? Chen Xian, do you deserve it? This is your sole opportunity for redemption. Should you continue to disregard my goodwill, I shall only grow increasingly disdainful towards you. Ji Yaoyue pressed forward aggressively, her peak 9th-tier yuaning strength surging forth like an impending storm. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as if it could drip with water. Yet, Chen Xian smiled, a smile imbued with an effortless grace, which made Ji Yaoyue feel as if she had just swallowed a dead rat. Enough! Qi Shuzi, displeased, waved his sleeve and shouted, "Chen Xian, you are utterly audacious. Are you envious of Wushuang's imminent rise? Harboring resentment, thus resorting to such despicable acts? I advise you not to abuse your power, lest you become the laughingstock of other sects. Quickly activate the ancient Yin Sword Palace to make amends. Delay further, and no one can save you." His words dripped with intimidation. The cultivators from the 9 sects and 13 gates exchanged glances, utterly speechless. For the first time, they found the elders of the Howren Sword sect to be disgracefully shameless. Setting aside Chen Xian's contribution of 1 million top-grade spirit stones, is it not enough that he is the true master of the ancient Yin Sword Palace, deserving of such bullying? Truly, a dying dragon is less than a dog, and a fallen phoenix is akin to a chicken. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's gaze turned icy. He coldly retorted, "Elder Qi Shuzi, you failed to mention my numerous merits over the years, yet you eagerly cast dirt upon me. How shameless can one be? Attempting to convict me without evidence is the true audacity. You." Qi Shuzi was momentarily at a loss for words, infuriated to the point of blowing his beard and glaring. Ji Wushuang cried out in pain, causing Ji Yaoyue's heart to tremble. A murderous intent surged within her, uncontrollable fury. Shen Qingqing, Bai Ling, Mu Shuyuan, and others raised their voices in vehement condemnation of Chen Xian. Enough! The sect leader, Li Yinglian, suddenly waved her sleeve, halting all commotion. She swiftly retrieved a pile of top-grade spirit stones from her storage ring, amounting to at least 100,000 pieces. Qin Xian summoned the Sword Palace's spirit and commanded its revival. Activating it completely, Li Yinglian instructed. Yet Qin Xian responded with unhurried composure. Sect leader, I have a condition. The 5 who cried out the loudest must kneel and kowtow to me 3 times, apologizing upon finishing. He pointed at 3 senior sisters and Dai Tao, Situ Yulong. Dream on. Qin Xian, do you deserve this? The second senior sister, Shen Qingqing, angrily scolded. The third senior sister, Bai Ling, added with venom. You are merely envious of the junior brother. Unfortunately, you are now crippled, destined to be inferior to even a hair of the junior brother. The fourth senior sister, Mu Shuyin, spitefully remarked. Qin Xian, do you think that by harming the junior brother and suffering backlash, you will gain the master's favor? Dream on. You are ultimately a waste with a shattered Dantian. Dai Tao and Sita Yulong were equally incensed, voicing their anger. In response, Li Yinglian coldly stated, You 5 were excessively noisy just now. Kneel and apologize to Qin Xian. The scene fell into a deathly silence. The 5's eyes blazed with fury, their expressions as if forced to consume something vile. Yet, the sect leader's command was not to be defied. In the next moment, Bai Ling displayed a righteous demeanor and solemnly declared, For the sake of the junior brother, I am willing. Bang! She was the first to kneel. Subsequently, the remaining 4 followed suit, kneeling before Qin Xian and bowing 3 times. Upon rising, each trembled with indignation, filled with resentment. From now on, do not bark aimlessly. Understood. Qin Xian's light remark nearly caused the 5 to faint from rage. However, they could do nothing to him. Soon after, Qin Xian called out, and the Sword Palace's spirit appeared out of thin air. It waved its hand, collecting the piles of top-grade spirit stones, then cheerfully addressed Qin Xian. Master. With these spirit stones, I will have enough power to enter the nurturing phase, and I can revive in no more than 100 years, perhaps even ascend to a higher level. 100 years from now, we shall meet again. Then, the Sword Palace's spirit vanished into thin air. What? Everyone was bewildered, not expecting this outcome. Qin Xian called out loudly, but to no avail. He helplessly extended his hand. Sect leader, I am currently a waste, devoid of true essence and spiritual awareness. Communication can only occur through shouting, I cannot reach the Sword Palace's spirit. Apologies. Good. Li Yinglian repeated the word good 3 times in a cold tone, her complexion shifting from purple to black. Then to green that he knew for certain that Qin Xian had tricked him. Yet crucially, he could not pinpoint any fault. How infuriating! Meanwhile, Ji Yaiyue was on the verge of exploding. Her ample bosom heaved, her voice sharp as she scolded, Unfilial disciple. You have truly become increasingly audacious. Were it not for the protection of Yunu Peak, how would you have survived to this day? Countless beings from the demonic path wish to take your life. I bestow such great grace upon you, yet you ungrateful wretch do not know how to repay it, and instead, you deviously scheme against your junior brother. What punishment do you deserve? Do you believe I could strip you of your position as my personal disciple right now, demoting you to a servant disciple? Ji Yaiyue was truly infuriated, her words spilling out uncontrollably. The expressions of those present changed drastically. The members of the 9 sects and 13 gates exchanged glances, feeling that the elegant and beautiful Ji Yaiyue was nothing more than a shrew. Even though Qin Xian had long since given up on Ji Yaiyue, he still felt a pang of pain upon hearing her words. He coldly inquired, Oh, to strip away my identity as a true disciple and demote me to a servant disciple. Ji Yaiyue, do you truly wish to proceed with this? Gazes turned toward the icy-faced Ji Yaiyue. She held her elegant neck high and declared, Naturally, I am certain. Moreover, I will instruct the other servant disciples to take good care of you, as long as you are left with a pitiful life. That shall be a grace. Qin Xian suddenly felt an overwhelming absurdity. Had he been blind all these years? How could he have regarded this selfish and arrogant woman as the most important person in his life? At this moment, a weak voice emerged. Master, Wu Shuang earnestly requests you to retract your earlier words. Although the senior brother has sinned, he has also contributed to the Howren Sword sect. I implore you to retain his position as a true disciple, lest it give rise to gossip and further impact the wager. Ji Wushuang slowly stood up, having forcefully restrained the backlash. Wushuang, are you all right? Ji Yaiyue quickly interjected, her concern evident. Then she realized that if she pressed Chen Xian too hard, she might lose the Panlong treasure ring and the Haotian sword. Thus, Ji Yaiyue feigned a deep sigh. Chen Xian, my earlier words were born from deep affection mingled with resentment. Can you forgive me? However, one must possess self-awareness. You shall move out of the Xian Hall today and reside in the Servant Valley. Wu Shuang is more deserving of staying in the Xian Hall, she added. My suggestion is entirely for your own good. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, exuding an imposing aura. He laughed in anger. For my own good. Those four words sound utterly revolting. Ji Yaiyue, you are merely afraid of being labeled as heartless. However, you are mistaken about one thing. I am indeed more deserving of residing in the Xian Hall than Ji Wu Shuang. The crowd erupted with sarcasm. Many believed Chen Xian had lost his mind. You, a waste, actually possess such inexplicable confidence. Even Du Meng, Shirlei, and others sighed inwardly, feeling quite helpless at this moment. Chen Xian calmly retrieved the blood oath token from his bosom. Holding it high, Chapter 18, a delicacy. The sect's great fortune crumbles. This is the blood oath token. Qiu Qianfeng, an elder from the Tianhua sect, recognized it first, letting out a cry of desire, his eyes sparkling with excitement that in an instant, numerous gazes converged on the token in Chen Xian's palm. A wave of astonishment sweeping through the assembly. Over 1,000 years ago, the Blood Oath ancestor successfully transcended tribulations and left behind 7 Blood Oath tokens before ascending to the celestial realm. It is said that each token harbors an earth-shattering demon-slaying technique. The Blood Oath token has already birthed 4 superpowers of the righteous path. Little did anyone expect that among the 3 tokens lost for years, one would fall into Chen Xian's hands. With this token, the sect's strength would surely soar to new heights. Members of the 9 sects and 13 gates, as well as those from the Haoran Sword sect, were all green with envy, wishing they could snatch the Blood Oath token from Chen Xian's grasp. However, as righteous cultivators, they could not resort to such actions. Moreover, it was evident to all that Chen Xian had already refined the Blood Oath token. A black-robed elder smiled and said, Young Chen Xian, you have faced such disgrace in the Haoran Sword sect. Why not withdraw from the sect and join my Wujideo sect? Chun, my young friend. Do you still remember me? The Tianhua sect warmly welcomes your addition, a red-haired elder boisterously declared. Humph. How can I allow you to take the lead? Let us rely on our own abilities in an instant. The elder leaders of the 9 sects and 13 gates voiced their opinions, promising Chen Xian numerous benefits in hopes that he would join them, that a mere cripple with a shattered dantian might seem insignificant. However, if the individual possessed the coveted Bloodstone Heart token, he would be an exceptionally desirable asset. Moreover, it appeared that Chen Xian was the master of the ancient Yan Sword Palace. How infuriating! Ji Yaiyue stomped her foot in anger, her voluptuous and exquisite form trembling with rage. How could this be? This worthless being actually had. At this moment, Ji Yaiyue wished she could gouge her eyes out, pretending not to witness the unfolding scene. She felt fortunate that she had refrained from declaring Chen Xian's demotion from a true disciple to a mere servant. Otherwise, the elders of the 9 sects and 13 gates would surely compete even more fiercely. How detestable, damn it! Ji Wushuang's eyelids twitched violently, his handsome features contorting with displeasure, especially upon seeing Jiu's voluptuous form quivering in shock. The jealousy consuming him was driving him to madness. Damn! Brother Xian is so domineering. Du Meng exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. The members of the Haoran Sword sect, including sect master Li Yinglian, felt as if they had been slapped in the face. Their once rejected Wei Sun was now being fought over by esteemed factions. Practically a treasure in their eyes, Bai Ling, witnessing Ji Wushuang's clenched teeth, coldly remarked that Chen Xian is merely riding on luck, having stumbled upon an extraordinary object. Compared to you, little junior brother, he is not even worthy to carry your shoes. Beside her, Ji Yaiyue huffed disdainfully, squeezing out a retort. He is courting death. Does he truly believe he deserves such a precious item? She then sneered. In an attempt to avoid my scorn, he is engaged in such foolish acts. He had a chance to survive, but now, with this exposure, he will meet his end even faster. Upon hearing this, Ji Wushuang's expression softened slightly, a hint of greed flickering in his eyes. He too coveted the Bloodstone Heart token. At that moment, Chen Xian leisurely tucked the bloodstone heart token into his robe and turned to Ji Yaiyue. Everyone's gaze shifted towards her, making Ji Yaiyue feel as if she were sitting on pins and needles. An elder, exuding a potent fragrance of medicinal herbs, chuckled and said, "Young friend Chen Xian, if you are willing to join our Qingmu sect, I can assure you any condition on behalf of the sect master. Even the position of a true disciple under the sect master is negotiable." The Qingmu sect, lacking a powerful figure to oversee them, had never managed to stand out among the righteous sections. The Bloodstone Heart token undoubtedly illuminated a path for their revival. Other elders followed suit, making various promises. "Gentlemen, Chen Xian is the holy son of our sect. Your actions are excessive." Li Yinglian interjected, displaying her stance. An old Taoist rolled his eyes and retorted, "Your Haoran Sword sect has treated young friend Chen Xian with such disdain. Should he join my Wujideo sect, he would surely be cherished as a treasure. This is what we call, 'Your poison is my nectar.'" Known as Daoist Santong, his seniority rendered him unafraid of Li Yinglian. Meanwhile, Chen Xian continued to gaze at Ji Yaiyue, slowly asking, "Do I need to vacate the Xin Hall today to make space for Holy Sun Ji?" Ji Yue's face turned pale with fury, her ample bosom heaving violently. She clenched her pearl-like teeth and spat out 3 words filled with resentment. "No need." This statement caused Ji Wushuang to bow his head even lower. Yet the venomous hatred in his eyes surged. "Ha ha." Chen Xian laughed heartily, reveling in the moment. "Thanks to the Isian lady for the Bloodstone Heart token. One word, exhilarating." He then turned to Daoist Santong and the others, stating, "Esteemed guests, I invite you to send your disciples to reside in the Xian Hall. I need some time to contemplate whether to leave the Haoran Sword sect and which faction I might join." The elders of the 9 sects and 13 gates brightened at this prospect. There was hope. They nodded in agreement. Some shrewd individuals had already deduced Chen Xian's primary intention. This fellow likely wanted members from the 9 sects and 13 gates to serve as his bodyguards. However, concerning the Bloodstone Heart token, even a 1% chance was worth the effort. Moreover, if they could annoy the Haoran Sword sect in the process, why not? Even righteous sects had competition. Who would not covet the title of leader of the righteous path? Just then, a figure rushed in, exclaiming urgently, "Sect Master! This is bad. Something terrible has happened." The newcomer was Elder Qing Lin, responsible for guarding the protective array of the Haoran Sword sect. His face was etched with urgency and fear. Li Yinglian, displeased, inquired, "Elder Qing Lin, what has you so anxious?" His mood soured further. After Elder Qing Lin reported, Li Yinglian's countenance darkened completely. "Sect Master, the great fortune above the Haoran Sword sect has completely dissipated." Boom. The pronouncement shocked everyone. The sect's fortune was one of the primary indicators of a faction's strength. The stronger the fortune, the more benefits all sect members would receive. However, if the sect's fortune dissipated, every aspect would be affected. Most importantly, the Haoran Sword sect would lose all face. Li Yinglian's expression grew grim, causing an immediate tension in the atmosphere. Today was supposed to be a grand celebration for Holy Sun Ji Wushuang. Yet the sect's fortune had vanished. This would undoubtedly become a laughingstock for many factions in Zhongzhou. Moreover, there were only 20 days left until the gathering for recruiting disciples by the immortal Mu Yun. "Little junior brother, congratulations. Today's celebration for the Holy Sun is one you will remember for a lifetime," Chen Xian said with a radiant smile before turning to leave. The elders of the 9 sects and 13 gates quickly assigned their disciples to follow Chen Xian. At that moment, Li Yinglian was already silently chanting spells, summoning the Haoran ancient mirror that suppressed the sect's protective array. With a grim expression, she performed a series of gestures to investigate the cause of the sect's fortune's disappearance. If they could not rectify the situation, it would surely become a significant threat. As ripples spread across the surface of the ancient mirror, everyone held their breath in anticipation. After a stick of incense had burned, the mirror suddenly trembled, and the surface's ripples quickly smoothed out. A solitary, forlorn figure abruptly materialized. His voluptuous form convulsed violently, and she gasped, "Chen Xian, how can it be him?" Chapter 19. The Fortune Has Spirit. The immortal's countenance. Today, this humble Taoist has truly had his eyes opened. The wasteful Holy Sun who has been humiliated by you all is actually the one tied to the great fortune of the Haoran Sword sect. Now that he is down on his luck. How ironic, moreover, he possesses a Bloodstone Heart token. How splendid. Dao Santong chuckled teasingly, his glee unabashed. The disciples of the 9 sects and 13 gates present couldn't help but laugh. Whispering mockingly, Chen Xian, this wicked disciple, truly deserves death. In that instant, Jiyu's temperature soared, her face flushed with shame and anger, an inexplicable sense of loss surging within her heart. This was not how it was supposed to be. It shouldn't be like this. That worthless being had clearly self-destructed with a 9th-grade golden elixir, falling from grace. So how could he still influence the rise and fall of the sect's fortune? Wu Shuang should be the favored child of heaven, the one cherished by the sect's fortune. Umph. Liang Lian suddenly snorted coldly, her words laced with frost. You all have misunderstood. The great fortune of the Haoran Sword Sect in recent years has been centered around the ancient Yin Sword Palace. Now that the Sword Palace has completely fallen silent, it is only natural for the fortune to dissipate. Chen Xian has long since become a waste. How could he possibly affect the sect's fortune? The crowd finally understood, nodding in agreement. At that moment, Zhao Kaiyue, clutching her swollen cheek, began to curse Chen Xian as a white-eyed wolf, despicable and shameless. Her words incited outrage among the members of the Haoran Sword Sect, who began to curse in unison. Du Ming and Shi Lei attempted to counter her claims, but their voices were quickly drowned out by the outcry, regardless of whether Chen Xian was truly at fault. The Haoran Sword Sect needed a scapegoat. Chen Xian was undoubtedly the best candidate. At that moment, Liang Lian painfully retrieved a black jade crystal ball from her robe and handed it to Ji Wushuang. Wu Shuang, this is the 7 absolute sphere, that if you can refine it completely, you shall become the master of the Inserting Heaven Golden Peak. The Inserting Heaven Golden Peak is an ancient treasure of the sect, capable of consolidating the sect's fortune with relative ease. Boom! The scene erupted in chaos. Anyone familiar with the Haoran Sword Sect's heritage knew the significance of the Inserting Heaven Golden Peak. It was the exclusive treasure of the heirs of past sect masters. Liang Lian's offering of the 7 absolute sphere was a clear indication of her support. Thank you for your great kindness, sect master. Ji Wushuang was so moved that he knelt down on the spot, bowing deeply in gratitude, that he then solemnly accepted the 7 absolute sphere and began the process of blood refinement. After a stick of incense had burned, a celestial melody suddenly resounded, and sword intent enveloped Ji Wushuang, growing ever more intense. Oh! Wu Shuang seems to have gained fortuitous blessings from refining the 7 absolute sphere. Ji Yaoyue exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, winds and thunder erupted around Ji Wushuang, and the sound of swords rang out clearly. Boom! In the central region of the Haoran Sword Sect, a golden peak suddenly trembled violently, exuding a terrifying aura. Ji Wushuang grinned widely, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, Thank you, sect master, for your support. Wu Shuang has finally comprehended the profound intricacies of sword momentum. I have now entered a mystical state, capable of manipulating the celestial peak to gather the sect's great fortune. However, I currently lack sufficient spirit stones, swordsmanship, sword energy, sword intent, sword momentum, sword domain, sword heart, sword deity. These are the realms of the sword path that countless sword cultivators aspire to attain. It is worth noting that many Yuanying elders are unable to grasp the essence of sword momentum, yet Ji Wushuang has succeeded. Her achievement serves as a redemption for past humiliations. Excellent! 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 Liang Lian clapped her hands in admiration, smiling as she proposed, Why don't we relocate the Holy Sun's celebration to the Celestial Peak? At that time, our Haoran Sword Sect will host a banquet of spiritual wine to commemorate the occasion. Ji Yaoyue beamed with delight, promising with a trembling heart, I will take care of the spirit stones. Thus, the assembly of sword cultivators soared into the sky on their swords that an hour later, beneath the celestial peak. Ji Yaoyue's delicate face turned pale. She had already expended all her savings of 200,000 superior spirit stones. And yet, the great fortune of the celestial peak had yet to coalesce. Consequently, Liang Lian led the members of the Haoran Sword Sect to contribute spirit stones, yet it still proved insufficient. Sect Master, I can sense that this time the gathering of the sect's great fortune is extraordinary. It seems to possess a spirit. Ji Wushuang cried out in excitement. What? The crowd was taken aback. Elders like San Tong revealed expressions of envy and jealousy. The probability of a great fortune possessing a spirit is exceedingly low. Moreover, The spirit it nurtures is undoubtedly extraordinary, often referred to as the source of immortality. Should one obtain the spirit of great fortune, not only could their cultivation potential be enhanced, but achieving immortality would no longer be a mere dream. Wu Shuang, you are truly exceptional. I take great pride in you, Ji Yaiyue exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Yet a pressing and challenging issue lay before them. The lack of spirit stones. Li Yinglian surveyed the gathering and proclaimed solemnly, all members of the Howren Sword sect must contribute generously. Whether Wu Shuang can embody the form of an immortal rests upon this very moment. Though the elders and disciples of the Howren Sword sect felt a pang of reluctance, they still produced substantial amounts of spirit stones. Thus, heaps of spirit stones were continuously devoured by the celestial peak. It's coming. I can feel it. The sensation seemed increasingly intertwined with the essence of the sword. Oh, Ji Wuxuang shouted in exhilaration, filled with anticipation. However, after a mere incense stick's burn, he was left dumbfounded. The mountains of spirit stones had been consumed once more. Ji Yaiyue hastily turned to the members of the 9 sects and 13 clans, pleading for their assistance, whose spirit stones are not hard-earned. Lending them out is out of the question, let alone offering assistance. Indeed, the more outstanding Ji Wuxuang becomes, what chance do we, the holy sons of various sects, have at the upcoming Master-Disciple Conference? It's futile. Ji Holy Son, you should abandon this idea. The form of an immortal is not so easily attained. The elders, such as Santong, began to mock openly, their words dripping with disdain. Borrow spirit stones? They are not foolish. Ji Yaiyue's anger surged. What righteous sect would stand united in adversity? Utterly absurd. A bunch of narrow-minded scoundrels. Sect Master, you must think of a solution. I believe, if we can acquire 1 million more superior spirit stones, it would suffice. Ji Wuxuang shouted, urgency lacing his voice. After much hesitation, Li Yinglian ultimately commanded Qi Shuzi to retrieve the sect's treasury reserves. Thus, 110,000 spirit stones of varying quality were delivered, only to be swallowed by the celestial peak like a bottomless pit. Yet it still fell short. This time it truly is close to completion. At most 70 to 80,000 stones. I can feel the spirit of great fortune, and it is indeed related to the sword. Ji Wuxuang implored, his agitation palpable. However, Li Yinglian and Ji Yue's expressions darkened upon hearing this. Both had been drained of their spirit stone reserves, helpless in this moment. At that juncture, 4th senior sister Mu Xun stepped forward, grinning maliciously. Sect Master, our only hope now lies within the millions of spirit stones contained in the Panlong ring. Chun Xian, that useless individual, can no longer cultivate. What use are spirit stones to him? Assisting junior brother in becoming the future sword immortal would be his supreme honor. Chapter 20. To generously offer others wealth. The sword heart. Mu Xun spoke as if it were a matter of course, yet her eyes sparkled with schadenfreude and excitement. She believed that junior brother must surely harbor feelings for her. Anything to help him would be worth her while. Not to mention extending generosity with others' wealth. What a splendid idea! Ji Yue's eyes lit up with excitement at Mu Shuyuan's words. Meanwhile, Li Yinglian, Qi Shuzi, and others nodded in agreement, acknowledging Mu Shuan's suggestion. This was truly the only option left. How shameless! Duguxie suddenly interjected, openly deriding them. In an instant, the room fell silent. Elder Tongchue's beard bristled in fury as he shouted, Duguxie, how dare you be so brazen? Who are you calling shameless? Whoever coerced Chen Xian is the true shameless one. It is well known throughout that the Panlong treasure ring was a life-or-death acquisition for Chen Xian. He nearly lost his life for it. Over the years, Chen Xian has selflessly provided over 100,000 superior spirit stones to sustain the operations of the Gu Yin Sword Palace. And yet, what he receives in return is your insatiable greed. Duguxie stood with arms crossed, speaking with conviction. The elders and disciples of the 9 sects and 13 clans united in their support for Chen Xian. At that moment, they were remarkably unified in purpose for standing up for Chen Xian. That was merely an excuse. Du Ming, Shirlei, and others also voiced their support for Chen Xian. Chen Xian is my disciple. It is not for you to dictate, Ji Yaiyue declared proudly. Although her demeanor was haughty, her eyes betrayed a flicker of uncertainty. The relationship between the master and disciple had completely soured. Ji Yaiyue lacked confidence in persuading Chen Xian to heed her words. Since Chen Xian has obtained the blood oath heart command, it is our duty to support him, Santong proclaimed loudly. What say you, everyone? In that moment, the members of the 9 sects and 13 clans responded with considerable fervor. How infuriating! Liang Lian and the others' expressions darkened. The coercive strategy seemed futile. Only inducement remained. Sect Master, they are deliberately stalling for time. We must quickly acquire the Panlong treasure ring. Otherwise, if we miss this opportunity for the source of immortality, it would be a grave loss for my disciple. Ji Wushuang cried out as Jiu's delicate face stiffened, and she soared into the air. In the sky, her cold and proud voice echoed, Wushuang, rest assured, I give you my promise. Unless that ungrateful disciple of mine wishes for his demise, he must today surrender the Panlong treasure ring. Hurry! Everyone, follow me! We must not allow Chen Xian to be bullied, Santong shouted, also taking to the skies. In that moment, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Li Yinglian's eyes, but it was quickly retracted. Though the strength of Santong and his ilk was not formidable, they represented the 9 sects and 13 clans. Junior brother, do not worry. With master taking action, success is assured. Indeed, though Chen Xian may be dim-witted, he should recognize the situation. Junior brother, you are truly remarkable. The 4 senior sisters chimed in, showering him with flattery. However, Ji Wushuang had no time to entertain their praises. He too lacked confidence that master could obtain the Panlong treasure ring from Chen Xian, that I end the Xuandian. Chen Xian had settled the disciples of the 9 sects and 13 clans before stepping into the secret chamber. He was eager to share today's events with Bai Bingyan. However, upon entering the chamber, Chen Xian's expression shifted. In an inexplicable manner, he felt an extraordinary presence calling to him. Dear, what is wrong? Bai Bingyan inquired with curiosity. Her beautiful eyes wide, as Chen Xian articulated his sensations. Bai Bingyan gracefully approached, extending a finger as pure as ice and snow. With a gentle touch, an ethereal fragrance wafted through the air. Bai Bingyan's fingertips settled on Chen Xian's brow, and an extraordinary power surged forth. In the next moment, Chen Xian felt his soul expand exponentially. The images before him flickered like a rapid slideshow, finally revealing Ji Wushuang and the celestial peak, among others. Reforming great fortune? No, wait. Is the spirit about to give birth to the sword heart? In an instant, this sensation ebbed like a receding tide. Within Chen Xian's heart, however, it felt as if a storm was brewing. One wave had yet to settle before another arose. He conveyed all he had seen and felt, hoping Bai Bingyan could provide clarity. Dear, you must be the true heir recognized by the celestial peak. This peak is truly extraordinary, capable of devouring immense amounts of spirit stones to give birth to a sentient sword heart. A testament to celestial creation. Alas, this sword heart still lacks spirit stones and is not fully manifested. Otherwise, it would swiftly escape, entering your brow, Bai Bingyan earnestly replied, her expression tinged with regret. The sword heart is an extraordinary realm that every sword cultivator dreams of attaining. Naturally, she hopes her husband can seize this opportunity. Yet alas, Chen Xian stamped his foot, lamenting his fate. His talent for the sword path is remarkable, but even before the self-detonation of his 9th grade golden core, he had merely comprehended the sword intent, falling 2 major realms short of the sword heart. At that moment, a voice called from outside the secret chamber. Chen Xian, come out to meet your master at once. Hurry, hurry, it was Ji Yue's voice. What is happening? Chen Xian was bewildered, utterly perplexed. However, being as astute as he was, he quickly deduced. Everyone believes that the impending celestial creation belongs to Ji Wushuang. So, how could Ji Yaiyue allow him to miss this opportunity? Therefore, she has come to demand spirit stones. Ji Yaiyue, how brazenly shameless. How dare she show her face? Chen Xian scoffed to himself, his gaze turning icy wide at that moment. Bai Bingyan comforted him, saying, My dear, do not worry. I am here. No one shall harm your life. My dear, are you underestimating me? Chen Xian laughed heartily, playfully pinching Bai Bingyan's exquisite nose. With pride, he declared, I possess the Bai Shui Dan X in order and the protection of the 9 sects and 13 gates. Who could possibly harm me? However, such a rare opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, I must seize it. Indeed, Bai Bingyan shyly nodded, her beauty unparalleled. Then Qin Xian swiftly kissed her cheek and vanished from the secret chamber. Moments later, Qin Xian leisurely stepped into the grand hall of the Xian Palace that Ji Yaiyue swiftly approached, grasping his hands with urgency in her eyes. Good disciple, your master requires your unwavering support. Can you fulfill this request? Chapter 21. You deserve it. The wound is a treasure ring. Had it been in the past, Ji Yu's fervent plea would have compelled Qin Xian to go to great lengths. Yet, now he felt utterly disgusted. To be a sycophant. Impossible. The initiative lies in my hands. It is time for me to teach and humiliate you, Ji Yaiyue. Thus, Qin Xian calmly withdrew his hands, coldly mocking. Your words truly flatter me. I am now a first-level waste, inferior even to the miscellaneous disciples. What assistance could I possibly provide? This? Ji Yaiyue was taken aback, a flash of anger crossing her eyes. Her ample bosom heaved a few times as she suppressed her displeasure, saying, Disciple, I have not treated you well these past few days. I apologize, but do you not have any faults of your own? Although Ji Yaiyue was apologizing, she held her alabaster neck high, maintaining an air of superiority. Who is right or wrong is of no importance. What matters most is that I wish to sleep. Qin Xian retorted indifferently, turning to leave. Swish, Jiu's beautiful eyes turned cold as she swiftly blocked Qin Xian's path. She spoke sternly. Qin Xian, Wu Shuang is indeed a prodigy. Now, as the spiritual aura converges to its critical moment, we urgently require a vast supply of spirit stones. Hand over the Panlong ring immediately. Ji Wushuang's commanding tone left no room for dissent, as if to say that failure to comply would result in her taking action. Elder Ji, you are going too far. The three Taoist elders, including Santong, arrived just in time. Surrounding Qin Xian protectively, Dame Yushuan stepped forward, questioning. Qin Xian, are you so unwilling to contribute? Why should my Unipeak protect you? Silence. Ji Yaiyue suddenly reprimanded, striking Mushuan across the face with a resounding slap. Furiously, she declared, My beloved disciple has sacrificed much for the Howren Sword sect. Who among you has the right to speak of contributions before him? Good disciple, it is decided, from this day forth. I shall establish a new rule. Anyone from Yinu Peak must respect you. Those who disobey shall face punishment. Ji Yaiyue spoke to herself, casting a pleading glance at Qin Xian. So, how many spirit stones does the master intend to borrow? Qin Xian asked, his expression devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, Ji Yaiyue was overjoyed. She immediately replied, The more, the better. Good disciple, you are Wu Shuang's senior brother. You shall oversee this matter. Rest assured, once my resources are ample, I shall repay you. Since your cultivation is wasted, you should recognize reality. By aiding Wu Shuang in soaring to greatness, you too can share in the blessings, cannot you? The three Taoist elders exchanged astonished glances, hastily attempting to persuade Qin Xian to refuse the loan of spirit stones. Absurd. Qin Xian is the holy son of our Howren Sword sect, and he is quite sensible. Spirit stones are of no use to him. If they are not spent on our Howren Sword sect, where else should they go? Ji Yaiyue questioned, wearing a righteous expression while secretly reveling in delight. Qin Xian, this little mushroom-headed fool, is still too naive. With just a few soft words, I can easily manipulate him. If I were to add some pressure, he would likely prostrate himself before me, begging for forgiveness. At that moment, Qin Xian suddenly spoke. This matter is fundamentally the responsibility of the sect. I am not Ji Wushuang's father. Why should I assist him? Since it is a loan of spirit stones, master, would it not be reasonable to establish a grand contract? Regardless of how many I lend, it must be repaid tenfold within a year. Understand? Beast. Ji Yaiyue inwardly cursed upon hearing this. Her anger surged, her voluptuous form trembling with rage. However, Ji Yaiyue still readily agreed, publicly forming a grand contract. Alas! The three Taoist elders sighed in resignation. Knowing they could not prevent this, they had initially thought that since the relationship between the master and disciple had soured, Qin Xian would continue to stand his ground. Yet, unexpectedly, he had relented. Elder Qin Yue of the Miaoying sect sighed, expressing sympathy. One cannot blame Qin Xian entirely. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. After all, he will be living on Yinu Peak for a long time. Upon hearing this, Liang Lian, Qi Shuzi, and others couldn't help but smirk. When Qin Xian produced a dagger he carried with him, slicing his fingertip to let a drop of blood fall. The grand contract was established. Ji Yaiyue beamed with delight. Then she triumphantly declared, Chen Xian, you are so foolish. What does it matter if I owe you spirit stones? Do not forget, we have a grand betting contract. As long as Wushuang obtains the celestial creation, she will undoubtedly become the favored disciple of the Muyu immortal. At that time, the Panlong treasure ring and the Haoyan sword shall belong to me. Why would I need to repay you spirit stones? At these words, everyone was momentarily stunned, their gazes fixed on Chen Xian, as though he were an imbecile. Since you have decided to concede, why not do so more decisively? Now, it appears you have lost both the lady and the troops. To everyone's astonishment, Chen Xian did not become angry. Oh, he calmly replied with a single word, void of joy or sorrow. Then, Chen Xian forcefully thrust the dagger into a prominent scar on his chest, slowly slicing it open. Blood gushed forth. Chen Xian remained unfazed, using the dagger to excavate an ancient dragon-shaped ring from the wound. The Panlong treasure ring. The crowd gasped in shock, not expecting Chen Xian to have concealed this treasure ring within his wound. How ruthless! When the demonic path attacked the Haoyan Sword sect, I chose to hold the rear, defending Yunu Peak, only to be ambushed by a mysterious figure, forcing me to self-detonate my 9th-grade golden core to slay the enemy. To prevent the demonic path from gaining an advantage, I stored the Haoyan sword within the treasure ring and concealed it in the wound on my chest. I hold no regrets, for I believed I would become the hero and pride of Yunu Peak. Yet, unexpectedly, I have become the fool you, Ji Yaiyue, speak of. How ironic. Chen Xian spoke softly, each word seemingly imbued with icy shards, sending chills down the spines of those present. Who would have thought slap? Ji Yaiyue unexpectedly slapped Chen Xian across the face, sending him tumbling to the ground. His left cheek instantly became red and swollen. The hall fell into an eerie silence. In her fury, Ji Yaiyue continuously countered, unfilial disciple. Who asked you to hold the rear? Did I request you to cover the retreat of the people of Yunu Peak? In my view, you were seeking to claim credit and thus were rendered useless, weren't you? You deserve it. You deserve it. These 3 words pierced Chen Xian's heart like daggers, stirring his emotions. He self-mockingly chuckled, indifferently stating, Ji Yaiyue, once I see your true colors, these things become inconsequential. Unfilial disciple, no amount of your words can change anything. Hand over the Panlong treasure ring, Ji Yaiyue commanded coldly. Yet, Chen Xian retorted with a sneer, how ridiculous. Since we have already torn our masks off, would I willingly hand over the treasure ring to you? He then turned to Du Ming. I will take responsibility. Du Ming understood immediately, stepping forward to take the Panlong treasure ring. However, his eyes were filled with helplessness and concern. The rise of Ji Wushuang was as unstoppable as the rising sun, and with his good friend standing in opposition to his master, Ji Yaiyue, it seemed he was destined for great misfortune. Du Ming, however, remained unaware that Chen Xian's heart was brimming with anticipation at this moment. Chapter 22. My son is peerless, destined for ascendancy, within the Xian Hall. The place was deserted. Chen Xian clutched his chest and gradually returned to his secluded training chamber. My lord, you are injured. Bai Bingyan hurriedly approached with concern, her delicate jade hands emanating a faint green glow, swiftly healing Chen Xian's wounds. She caught sight of the palm print on Chen Xian's cheek, and her gaze turned icy in an instant. My lord, who struck you? I shall go and exact vengeance, Bai Bingyan declared with fierce intent, her heart aching profoundly. She was not merely speaking out of anger. She intended to unleash a bloodbath. No need. It is better to strike at the heart than to take a life. I am rather curious how Ji Yaiyue will react when her fervent excitement turns to utter disappointment after her efforts yield nothing. Chen Xian replied slowly. He felt a faint sting on his cheek, and the words "you deserve it" echoed in his mind, prompting him to let go entirely. His Dao heart was unprecedentedly clear and unburdened. Ji Yaiyue, although you guided me onto the path of cultivation, I, Chen Xian, have repaid you over the years, much more. After this slap, we are irrevocably severed, so be it. At the upcoming gathering of the Muyu Immortal's disciples, I shall no longer harbor any reservations. I look forward to seeing how you plan to repay the debt of spiritual stones tenfold. Chen Xian scoffed, a hint of cold amusement gracing his features. The golden peak, piercing the heavens like a divine sword. Surrounding the peak, figures soared through the skies, some riding clouds, others wielding swords, or mounted on various exotic beasts, traversing on flying treasures made of feathers and leaves. When all eyes turned to Ji Wushuang, they were filled with a profound envy. Due to Chun Xian's complete capitulation and the abundant supply of spiritual stones from his Panlong treasure ring, everyone was destined to witness the birth of a miracle. Gathering great fortune was already a rarity, and to gather a fortune imbued with spirit and cultivate an immortal source was even more extraordinary. Henceforth, Ji Wushuang would undoubtedly achieve both fame and fortune, her potential for cultivation skyrocketing, embodying the very essence of an immortal. Who could possibly harbor any envy? Members of the 9 sects and 13 clans wore grim expressions, as if they had just swallowed a dead fly. Once Ji Wushuang rose to prominence, victory at the disciples' gathering would be assured. Moreover, in the future, Ji Wushuang would likely dominate her peers, leading the Haoran Sword sect to become the foremost sect in Zhongzhou. Du Ming hastened to refine the Panlong treasure ring and assist Wushuang with the spiritual stones. Li Yinglian commanded urgently, "At your command." Though Du Ming felt discontent, he had no choice but to comply. Before long, he retrieved a substantial amount of spiritual stones from the Panlong treasure ring, wearing a displeased expression. Merge. Under Ji Wushuang's command, an endless stream of spiritual stones was absorbed by the golden peak once more. In Ji Wushuang's eyes, fervor and anticipation radiated. Ji Yaoyue, shedding her previous aloof demeanor, smiled broadly. She was filled with excitement. 100,000. 200,000. 1,000,000. Buzzing. At that moment, all the sword-like treasures in the vicinity trembled in unison, emitting a series of clear, melodious sword cries, reminiscent of subjects awaiting an audience with their sovereign. Such power truly lived up to the legendary immortal source and transformation. It appeared that this time, Ji Xingzi was destined to soar to great heights. The gathering of swords bowed in reverence, as a ruler descended. I am genuinely curious, what exactly is this immortal source transformation? Alas, the Haoran Sword sect's fortune seems to defy the heavens. Having just discarded a Qin Xian, they now unveil an even more formidable Ji Wushuang. Members of the 9 sects and 13 clans murmured among themselves, filled with envy and jealousy. At that moment, Ji Wushuang seemed to sense something, exclaiming with excitement, "It has succeeded! It has finally been successfully cultivated!" Upon finishing his words, he swiftly dashed into the clouds above the golden peak. "Wushuang, your master takes pride in you!" Ji Yaoyue shouted jubilantly, her heart overflowing with joy. Son Wushuang, destined for immortality. Who could possibly compare? In that instant, Ji Yaoyue's mind suddenly conjured Chun Xian's visage. She paused, then disdainfully snorted. Chun Xian, a cowardly, useless disciple who has surrendered. He is worthy. Shen Qingqing could hardly conceal her admiration, exclaiming, "Junior brother possesses unparalleled talent, extraordinary capabilities, and stunning looks. Truly the epitome of a perfect Xingzi." If that coward Chun Xian were to learn of junior brother's accomplishments, he would surely weep in despair. Such a useless person, daring to make a bet with the master, is utterly revolting. Bai Ling chimed in derisively. Mu Shun dismissed. A waste is ultimately a waste, even if he possesses a piece of the blood of the heart token. What of it? Ultimately, he will merely become a stepping stone for junior brother, to be trampled by junior brother and reduced to a mere stepping stone. That is the supreme honor for Chun Xian. The senior sister Zhao Kaiwa mocked with venomous scorn. The 4 of them spoke loudly, leaving no room for subtlety. In an instant, many present regarded Chun Xian with disdain. Truly a useless fool. Chun Xian likely believes that by acting as a dog to curry favor with Ji Wushuang, he might earn a meager chance to survive. Ji Yaoyue, who was eagerly anticipating, heard these words. She proudly lifted her alabaster neck. That ungrateful disciple Chun Xian has numerous flaws. However, he is still the useless Xingzi of my Haoran Sword sect, and all his merits belong to our sect. Some individuals should relinquish their extravagant hopes. Once a disciple, always a mother. My gratitude to Chun Xian is greater than the heavens, as long as I do not expel him from the sect. Chun Xian must kneel at my peak and obey my commands. Upon hearing this, the faces of Daoist Santong and others turned increasingly grim. They felt it was an injustice for Chun Xian However, this was ultimately the territory of the Howren Sword sect, and everyone could only suppress their displeasure. Moreover, Chen Xian's display of the Panlong treasure ring was clearly a signal of his submission to become a servant. Meanwhile, amidst the clouds above the Golden Peak, Ji Wushuang was on the verge of an explosion of frustration. I can't find it. I simply can't find it. Just now, I distinctly sensed an extraordinarily profound sword intent. Transparent and transcendent, within this cloud of fortune. How could it have vanished in a thin air? Could it be someone used a trick to steal my immortal source transformation? Ji Wushuang felt as if he had been utterly humiliated. His eyes turned red as he continued to spin in a frenzy. How could this happen? As Ji Yue's voice urged him for the third time, Ji Wushuang felt an overwhelming urge to slap her. Then, he was nearly brought to tears by anxiety. He had already invested over 500,000 high-grade spiritual stones. And what was the result? He hadn't gained a single thing. No, I cannot let anyone know about this. Only when I confirm the news of my immortal source transformation will the disciples' gathering allow me to stand out and be chosen by Muyu Immortal. Could it be that this immortal source transformation is temporarily hidden within the atmosphere of fortune? Surely, something related to the essence of immortality cannot be easily attained. Yes, it must be so. After comforting himself, Ji Wushuang's mood finally eased a little. Subsequently, he suppressed his myriad worries and confusion, allowing a dazzling false smile to bloom upon his face. With a flourish, Ji Wushuang emerged from the clouds amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, his laughter booming. Haha, heaven has treated me kindly. I never expected such an extraordinary immortal source transformation in the future. I, Ji Wushuang, shall surely achieve divine mastery in the sword path and ascend to immortality. Chapter 23. The Dread of the Peach Blossom, Sword Maniac. As Ji Wushuang's laughter echoed, the expressions of those around the Golden Peak varied greatly. Liang Lian, Ji Yaoyue, Shen Qingqing, Elder Tong Shui, and others were all overjoyed, their faces alight with smiles. Conversely, the members of the 9 sects and 13 clans wore expressions of deep dismay. This is disastrous. How can we compete now? Ji Wushuang, this newly anointed Xingzi, has obtained such an immortal source transformation. Miyu Immortal will undoubtedly select him as a successor. If that is the case, the Xingzi and Xingyang of the 9 sects and 13 clans have no chance whatsoever. A female disciple from the Hongye sect grumbled angrily. It's all Chen Xian's fault. If he had even a shred of dignity and had not handed over the Panlong treasure ring, we would not be in this predicament. Those beside her nodded in agreement. However, some disciples expressed differing opinions, stating that everyone has their own aspirations, and Chen Xian's actions were unavoidable. Elder Sanyan from the Chihua Dao sect sighed with disappointment. Alas, it seems the blood of the heart token might also. Everyone fell silent, then swiftly realized that Chen Xian had become like a hedgehog stripped of its quills, devoured by the Howren Sword sect until nothing remained. This had become an inevitable outcome. The only thing left for them to vie for was whether they could obtain the blood of the heart token. Let us feast. Today, no one shall leave without inebriation. Ha ha. Liang Lian laughed heartily, in high spirits that as the banquet was laid out. Everyone took their seats, beginning to eat, drink, and converse merrily. Du Meng suddenly announced loudly, "Everyone, after removing the 3,000 and some, we have consumed a total of 1 million high-grade spiritual stones from the Panlong treasure ring. All present are witnesses to this matter. Since the assistance to Xingzi has concluded, I shall return to the Xian Hall." After speaking, he disregarded the banquet and hurried away. Ji Yaoyue dismissed with a scoff, her beautiful eyes radiating an absolute sense of pride and confidence. The condition proposed by Chen Xian of borrowing 1 and repaying 10 was of no concern to her whatsoever. After the apprenticeship ceremony, the treasured ring, along with the Haotian sword within, would undoubtedly belong to her. The blood oath token is also an extraordinary treasure that must be obtained swiftly from that wayward disciple. Is this what it means to attain the sword heart realm? Chen Xian closed his eyes, savoring the profound and extraordinary essence of the sword path, filled with astonishment. Sword technique, sword energy, sword intent, sword momentum, sword domain, sword heart, sword deity. This is the realm of swordsmanship pursued by countless sword cultivators. The sword heart realm is already on the verge of touching the divine understanding of the sword path. With a whoosh, at the moment Chen Xian opened his eyes, countless sword lights flickered in his pupils, and a faint sword shadow appeared at his brow. All of this vanished in an instant. Chen Xian suddenly felt a heat at his neck. He hurriedly pulled out a black iron token he wore to inspect. Abandoned by his parents at a mass grave since childhood, Chen Xian was rescued by a scavenger elder who raised him as a grandson. Unfortunately, the elder passed away when Chen Xian was 8. Shortly thereafter, he was encountered by Ji Yaoyue, who took him back to Yunnu Peak as her disciple. The temperature of the black iron token rapidly decreased, returning to normal. However, it bore some strange patterns on its surface. "Husband, may I take a look at that iron token? It seems to be." Bai Bingyan hesitated, seemingly harboring some trepidation. After inspecting it, she expressed her uncertainty about its nature, leaving Chen Xian greatly disappointed. He, however, failed to notice the fleeting shock that flashed in Bai Bingyan's eyes. Subsequently, Bai Bingyan shifted the topic, saying, "Your Dantian is close to healing, and at that time, you will be able to recultivate, and the true power of the sword heart will manifest. My understanding of the sword path is still at the level of the sword domain. As your husband, naturally, I must be somewhat superior to you. Otherwise, how could I conquer you?" Chen Xian said with a cheeky grin. To his surprise, Bai Bingyan did not get angry, but shot him a glance. Lightly huffing, "We sleep together every night, and it's clearly me who has you pinned down. Isn't that conquering you?" Chen Xian's mouth twitched, his face flushing. Just then, Du Ming's loud voice echoed. Inside the Xian Hall, Du Ming bluntly stated, "Xian Gu, your method of concealing the Panlong treasure ring has been exposed. We must consider how to properly safeguard it. There are many who covet this treasure and the Haotian sword." "No worries. The people from the 9 sects and 13 clans are even more anxious than you. With less than a month until the apprenticeship ceremony, the timing is particularly delicate, and the blood oath token is exceptionally unique." Chen Xian replied, confident and smiling. Indeed. Not long after, disciples from the 9 sects and 13 clans arrived, including 2 nascent soul elders. These individuals solemnly declared that they had come specifically to protect Chen Xian's safety. "Many thanks to you all," Chen Xian replied with a smile, ostentatiously donning the treasure ring on his index finger. The crowd exchanged astonished glances, after a banquet lasting over an hour at the Qingtian Golden Peak. A stunning figure captivated everyone's attention. Lu Ruyan. Her complexion was pale, exuding a cold and fragile aura that evoked sympathy. "Ruyan, congratulations to the Holy Sun Ji." Lu Ruyan offered a slight bow, an enchanting beauty that left many entranced and heartbroken. "Everyone, this Holy Sun has something to say. In fact, I witnessed the night when Ruyan's senior sister was deceived by my senior brother, and her purity was taken from her. I had intended to comfort my senior brother, who had fallen into ruin, but unexpectedly, sigh. This matter has weighed heavily on my heart. I can no longer keep it to myself." Ji Wushuang's words rang out with unwavering resolve, creating a stir among the audience. No one expected Ji Wushuang would vindicate Lu Ruyan. After weeping for a long time, Lu Ruyan suddenly said, "Now that my body has been defiled by that beast Chen Xian, I find it filthy. Therefore, I boldly request the sect to allow me to jump into the cleansing pool and forfeit my corporeal form to achieve rebirth." Boom! Her declaration caused an uproar. What kind of determination and grievance must one possess to take such an action? It is known that entering the cleansing pool is exceedingly perilous. Moreover, the chances of reuniting one's body and achieving rebirth are minuscule. Elder Qingxia stepped forward, sighing. "Ruyan, why must you go to such lengths?" "Alas, it is my fault for being powerless and unable to assist you. Ruyan is unafraid." Lu Ruyan responded resolutely, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. At that moment, Ji Wushuang suddenly spoke. "Senior Sister Ruyan, if you dare to jump into the cleansing pool, I have an even better solution, 10 times superior. The Peach Blossom Sword Madman Situio owes me a significant favor, and the 3 lights divine water in his glazed treasure pool can aid one in forging a more extraordinary body. Achieving rebirth, I will send a message to summon him." "What?" Many people instinctively covered their mouths upon hearing the name of the Peach Blossom Sword Madman, their hearts trembling. It is known that Situio, who walks the fine line between righteousness and wickedness, besides being a sword fanatic, has a penchant for indulging in both men and women. If he encounters a man he fancies, he transforms into a male form. playing games of seduction, that if he encounters a woman he desires, he adopts a female form, engaging in intimate activities to nourish himself. Chapter 24. A failed scheme at the cost of rice, the Qingtian Golden Peak Celebration Banquet. Ji Wushuang smiled gracefully and said, "Indeed, the reputation of the Peach Blossom Sword Madman is not particularly favorable. Yet he never forces anyone, which is a far cry from my senior brother's honeyed words concealing venom. Furthermore, he owes me a substantial favor. This time, Wushuang invites him in a personal capacity solely to assist senior sister Ruyan, unrelated to the honor or disgrace of the Haoran Sword sect." This statement garnered nods of approval from many elders of the Haoran Sword sect. Shen Qingqing, Bai Ling, Dai Tao, and others took the opportunity to criticize Chen Xian even further. Li Yinglian, clad in a flowing green robe, laughed heartily. Wushuang possesses unparalleled talent and a kind heart, truly deserving of being our Haoran Sword sect's holy son. In fact, in recent days, I have uncovered some clues suggesting that Ruyan might have been set up by Chen Xian. Li Yinglian's words ignited righteous indignation among the male disciples present. They felt a surge of empathy for Lu Ruyan's delicate and tearful demeanor. Wishing they could embrace her, I said it before. The words Chen Xian uttered while drunk could not possibly be false. He indeed consumed the return to Yangpil and conquered senior sister Ruyan for 3 whole days and nights. Sita Yulong, drunk and boisterous, loudly proclaimed his innocence. The result? He was met with the deathly glares of the Haoran Sword sect members. "Sita Yulong, have you eaten dung today? Why is your mouth so foul? Senior sister Ruyan was already pitiful enough. Must you rub salt in her wounds? It's all in the past. With Holy Son Ji helping senior sister Ruyan, she will surely be able to use the 3 lights divine water to regain her pure form of ice-like beauty." Envious of Lu Ruyan's beauty, many male disciples began to speak out for her. "Ruyan, I thank you all." Lu Ruyan offered a slight bow, her delicate posture causing many male disciples to swallow hard. No one noticed the fleeting indifference and ambition that flashed in her eyes. Subsequently, news of today's Holy Sun ceremony spread like wildfire. The 9 sects and 13 clans of Zhongzhou, along with numerous smaller sects and powerful nations, became aware of the event. The name Ji Wushuang shone ever brighter, akin to a radiant sun rising in the sky. As for Chen Xian, who once overshadowed the younger generation, he had completely fallen from grace in the eyes of the public, destined to languish in obscurity like a discarded swine. That evening, the Peach Blossom Sword Madman, Sita Wuyo, arrived riding a 2-headed black eagle. Ji Wushuang, accompanied by her 4 senior sisters from Yunu Peak, went to greet him in a side hall of the Xian Hall. Du Ming, while drinking, wore a worried expression as he lamented, expressing his concerns for Chen Xian. The more outstanding Ji Wushuang became, the more perilous his good brother's situation grew. Even a fool could see that the two had become adversaries, locked in a fierce confrontation. Chen Xian raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked, "Did Ji Wushuang say he obtained the celestial source of fortune condensed by the sect? What is it?" "Unclear." However, Ji Wushuang was overjoyed at the time, claiming that he would surely attain divine understanding of the sword path and could expect to become an immortal. Du Ming replied gloomily. Chen Xian maintained a calm facade, inwardly reveling in schadenfreude. But he could imagine how much frustration and anger Ji Wushuang must be feeling. Having received not a single benefit, he still had to maintain appearances. One could only wonder how much pain would increase within Ji Wushuang's heart each time someone mentioned the celestial source of fortune. Such an outcome was simply delightful. "Xian Ge, how can you still find joy in this? I am worried sick for you. After the apprenticeship ceremony, you will likely lose your last value and be expelled from the Haoran Sword sect," Du Ming warned. "Over the years, you have made many enemies. Do you think they will spare you? They will make you wish you were dead." Du Ming let out a heavy sigh, his thick brows knitting together in a frown. Chen Xian patted Du Ming's shoulder with a carefree smile, saying, do not fret. When the sun sets, the moonlight will rise." "Enough of that." Du Ming sighed again, his gaze resolute, as if he had made a firm decision that he then changed the subject, saying, "Xian Ge, can you guess what attire the infatuated swordsman Sita Wuyo is wearing today? A red long dress, with skin so wrinkled on her face that it could trap a fly." "Huh?" Chen Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied, "Oh, Ji Wushuang is in for a terrible time." Both of them were members of the sect's demon hunting team, well informed about the various masters in Zhongzhou. As for Sita Wuyo, Chen Xian had even crossed paths with him twice. Du Ming's eyes lit up with gossip, and he asked eagerly, Xian Ge, do you mean it can't be true, right? I heard Sita Wuyo owes Ji Wushuang a significant favor. Chen Xian scoffed, saying, Sita Wuyo is no saint. With a dual soul, his temperament is twisted and perverse. The more Ji Wushuang showcases her extraordinary talents, the stronger his desire to conquer her becomes. Since he has a need for her, no favor is too great. Wow, that makes perfect sense. If that's the case, it's simply exhilarating. Here, the voiceover is by Wen Song. Du Ming slapped his thigh, laughing heartily that on the mountainside of Yinu Peak stood a grand hall made of blue stone. The residence of Ji Wushuang, known as the Tiandu Hall. Within a side hall shrouded by formation, Ji Wushuang was conversing with an elderly woman in a red dress. Senior Wuyo, your favor in exchange for my senior sister's use of the Lioli 7 treasure pool is quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Unreasonable. I would be at a loss, unless another condition is added. What do you mean? The elderly woman in the red dress smiled, pointing at Ji Wushuang, her eyes glinting with covetousness. You. Upon hearing this, Ji Wushuang's expression changed dramatically. He waved his sleeve and stood up, coldly stating, Senior Wuyo, I, Ji Wushuang, have no such inclinations. Please conduct yourself with propriety. Oh, but I do have such inclinations. Sita Wuyo smiled meaningfully and continued, Wushuang, you wouldn't want the secret of Xiaoshan to be revealed, would you? You. Ji Wushuang's face flushed with fury, a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. However, when Sita Wuyo unleashed the pressure of a transcendent being, he could only begrudgingly respond, I do not wish for that. Then, you should obediently. Minutes later, 2 streams of tears slid down Ji Wushuang's cheeks. Inside, he was filled with a frenzied roar. Chen Xian, you beast, it's all your fault. All your fault. Ah. Chapter 25. Was it merely a matter of being cuckolded? In the desolate realm, within a canyon of Tianyang Mountain in Zhongzhou, 7 arrays shielded everything. Inside, 21 men and women exuded an unmatched, formidable aura. These individuals were at least the vice masters or grand elders of the 9 sects and 13 schools. Except for the Howren Sword sect, each sect had 1 representative. Standing in the center was an elderly man with white hair and beard, the master of the Shanqing sect, Ouyang Shiri. He surveyed the surroundings and said solemnly, Everyone, the new holy son of the Howren Sword sect, Ji Wushuang, has obtained the essence of immortality. He must not be allowed to remain. Otherwise, at the Master-Disciple Conference, our sect's holy sons and daughters will struggle to catch the eye of the Muyu immortal. A man clad in black laughed coldly, saying, If that is the case, the best course of action is naturally to eliminate him. A beautiful woman shook her head, countering, That is not permissible. We are a righteous sect. How can we engage in such sordid deeds? Moreover, if we were to do so, it would be too conspicuous. One misstep could lead to disaster. An elderly man in a gray robe with a hunchback chuckled and said, Master Ouyang, since you have gathered us here, you must have a foolproof plan. Why not share it, so we may act in concert? Thus, all eyes once again focused on Ouyang Shiri, that we shall borrow a knife to kill. Moreover, there is a particularly suitable blade, the proud Nangong Fei of the Wuji demon sect. This woman is exceedingly arrogant, and the matter concerning the Howren Sword sect Sound Pearl is the perfect bait. All we need to do is release information that the mastermind behind this is Ji Wushuang. Given that demonist character, to ensure the success of this plan, we should also contribute something. Let us gather 100,000 high-grade spirit stones to hire the first assassin of the Blood Oath-Killing Alliance, Yao Su, to take action. Even if Ji Wushuang possesses extraordinary talent. In the end, he is merely a 9th tier, 7th grade golden core, doomed to die. As for this matter, I shall not take spirit stones. I will take full responsibility. How does that sound? Ouyang Shiri spoke slowly, outlining his plan. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they nodded in agreement. Such a scheme was intricately devised, allowing them to remain completely uninvolved. It was simply brilliant, though each person felt the pinch of contributing 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. It was undoubtedly worth it. Soon, they reached a consensus. At the foot of the Chitian Golden Peak of the Howren Sword sect, numerous elders and disciples gathered to witness Lu Ruan's demonstration of her innocence. Ji Yaoyue, Elder Qingyue, Elder Tongshui, and others were present. To everyone's surprise, Ji Wushuang appeared in a rather poor mental state, somewhat dazed and wearing a gloomy expression. Wushuang, my disciple, you must have been too worried last night and lost sleep. Right. Do not fret. We must trust Ruin, Ji Yaoyue comforted him. However, upon hearing this, Ji Wushuang merely nodded weakly. Begin. With a sharp command from Sita Wuyo, he repeatedly performed hand seals to activate his mid-grade treasure, the Lioli 7 treasure pool. Instantly, the pool expanded dramatically, and a torrent of three-colored profound light surged forth. Whoosh! The stunning Lu Ru vanished in a flash, diving directly into the treasure pool. Soon, screams echoed from within. Crack, crack, the sound of bones breaking sent chills down the spines of those listening. Even though this Lioli 7 treasure pool was far more precious than the Howren Sword Sect's cleansing pool, the method of melting the body and reconstructing it with the 3 divine waters remained perilous. A slight misstep could lead to death. Time passed, second by second. 3 hours later, a breathtaking figure leaped out from the Lioli 7 treasure pool, her white dress billowing, her figure perfectly curvaceous. None other than Lu Ruoy. Her entire body radiated a translucent, lustrous sheen, akin to the purest white jade, exuding an air of noble elegance. Her snowy neck held high. She possessed an undeniable haughty charm. It worked. 9th-tier foundation establishment. Full circle. Flawless. You truly are remarkable. Elder Qingxia exclaimed with joy, her excitement palpable. She could feel that Lu Ruin's physique had undergone a significant leap in enhancement. She was truly a daughter of heaven. Today, I, Lu Ruoy, shall reforge my golden core, Lu Ruin declared, then sat cross-legged to commence her cultivation. Not long after, the skies above the Howren Sword Sect changed dramatically, filled with ominous signs. 2 days later, with a delicate cry from Lu Ruoy, a radiant rainbow of colors burst forth from above her head, dazzlingly beautiful. She successfully broke through to the first tier of the Golden Core realm, condensing a 7th-grade Golden Core, a first-tier water system, 7th-grade Golden Core. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, as they were left in shock. It should be noted that 7th-grade cores were exceedingly rare. Typically, those breaking through from Foundation Establishment to Golden Core produced 1st or 2nd-grade cores, while 6th-grade cores were already the level of most holy sons and daughters among the 9 sects and 13 schools. Lu Ruoyan, however, with her potential and fortune, had condensed a 7th-grade Golden Core. Such an exquisitely beautiful prodigy was simply unparalleled in the world. The crowd was stirred, flocking to her side. Even the sect master, Liang Lian, arrived, beaming, and repeatedly exclaimed good 3 times. Even more unexpectedly, Elder Chixuzi publicly proposed to confer the title of Holy Maiden of the Howren Sword Sect upon Lu Ruoy. Liang Lian pondered for a moment, and then said solemnly, Ren is deserving of this title. However, this matter is of great significance. I, as the sect master, must discuss it with the elders before making a final decision. This response already represented a form of affirmative stance. Lu Ruoyan's ascension to the role of Holy Maiden of the Howren Sword Sect was merely one reasonable sect meeting away, in an instant. The gazes directed at Lu Ruoyan shifted dramatically. Junior brother Wushuang, thank you for your unwavering support from behind me. Lu Ruoyan looked at Ji Wushuang and performed a graceful, elegant bow. The male disciples present were left speechless, wishing they could transform into her close friends and shower her with affection. Junior sister Wushuang, you flatter me. I merely did what a holy son ought to do. Ji Wushuang waved his hand in response, his demeanor calm and unperturbed. Lu Ruoyan's long, beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she smiled charmingly, saying, I wonder what expression Chen Xian will have upon learning that I have restored my innocence. It must be quite entertaining. Right? Instantly, the crowd erupted with voices, mostly mocking Chen Xian. Without comparison, there could be no harm. Holy Son Wushuang, with his ethereal grace and unparalleled talent, possessed the demeanor of one destined for immortality. Chen Xian, the wasteful Holy Son, was simply unworthy of comparison. Ji Yaoyue stepped forward, affectionately grasping Lu Ruyan's delicate hand, persistently inquiring about her well-being. Eventually, she expressed her heartfelt wish. I truly hope the sect reaches a swift decision. If Ruyan can become the Holy Maiden, then she will be able to cultivate our sect's unique divine swordsmanship, dual swords convergence, alongside Wushuang. Boom! As these words were uttered, the gathered crowd gasped in astonishment. immediately casting envious glances toward Ji Wushuang and Lu Ruyan. Among the crowd, Zhao Kaiyue, Shen Qingqing, Bai Ling, and Mu Xun all wore expressions of discomfort, their hearts aflame with the anger of a beloved being potentially snatched away. The four women concurrently harbored the same thought. Chen Xian, you scoundrel, it's all your fault. I said to you it's just a case of infidelity. Why withdraw from the engagement? You rogue. Chapter 26. A daughter's will unbound by her father at the southern foothills of the Lingyun Mountains. This place belonged to the Hahuan sect. The sect practiced the joyous secret arts, thus comprising solely female disciples, each adept at understanding the needs of others, making them exceedingly coveted among the various demonic sects of the southern region. After all, who wouldn't admire women capable of growing stronger in joy? It is precisely due to this that, although the Hahuan sect may not rank among the top echelons, it thrived remarkably in the southern region, earning considerable prestige. On this day, the Hahuan sect welcomed a distinguished guest, the daughter of the supreme demon sect's leader, Nangong Feifei. Her beauty was unparalleled, exuding an aura of cold elegance, with features so exquisitely crafted they seemed chiseled from marble. Draped in a flowing black gown that cascaded down her form, she embodied a natural grace and beauty, her legs beneath the hem fair and delicate, her feet resembling snow lotuses, ethereal beyond mortal comprehension. With an air of displeasure, she coldly declared, "Release a girl named Chu-Chu at once. I intend to take her with me." "Very well." The elder Yin Chao, accompanying Nangong Feifei, forced a smile and nodded in agreement. Before long, Nangong Feifei encountered a girl of unparalleled beauty, her skin as white as snow. "Little girl, you have yet to cultivate the red dust joyous art. Have you, sister? Chu-Chu has not yet begun her training." "Who are you?" "I am a friend of Chen Xian, here to rescue you." "Brother Chen Xian, is he well?" Chu-Chu's excitement was palpable, her crystalline eyes brimming with hope. 5 years ago, Chen Xian had descended from the heavens to save her. An unforgettable moment. Just days prior, she had been captured by the wicked women of the Hahuan sect, forced to practice their shameless secret arts, and now this beautiful sister had appeared. It seemed that brother Chen Xian had been silently protecting her all along. As this thought crossed her mind, Chu-Chu's heart fluttered, the innocence of youth evident in her demeanor. At that moment, a languid voice echoed. "I had always thought the rumors of the echoing pearl were mere fabrications. Who would have imagined there may be some truth to it?" A strikingly beautiful woman with a delicate visage descended gracefully through the air, with a seductive glance and an enchanting smile. She was none other than the leader of the Hahuan sect, the Pink Lady. Nangong Feifei, puzzled, inquired, "Pink Lady, what do you mean by the rumors of the echoing pearl?" The Pink Lady licked her red lips and chuckled. "Naturally. It pertains to the echoes of your interactions with Chen Xian. It has long since spread throughout the southern region." "Preposterous! Who dares to spread such slander?" Nangong Feifei was instantly infuriated, taking Chu-Chu with her as she departed. That night, beams of demonic light surged into the sky from the supreme demon sect, heading straight for the Haoran sword sect of Zhongzhou, at the summit of Yufeng, the highest peak of the supreme demon sect. A middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the horizon. Beside him, a curvaceous woman, her brows knitted in concern, spoke anxiously. "Sect leader, this matter seems suspicious. We must not be used as pawns by others." The middle-aged man stroked his beard, sighing. Daughter Eswell is not bound by her father. Ever since the incident at the illusionary wave pool 7 years ago, I knew Feifei had developed deep feelings for that Chen Xian lad. If I do not allow her to reclaim her beloved, that girl could very well set my beard ablaze. Is there more to it, sect leader? Do you have other plans? The woman inquired. "Ha!" The middle-aged man laughed heartily, his tone laced with meaning. "Xueji, if others were to discover your true depth, they would certainly manipulate you. So, why would I divulge my intentions to you?" With a single step, he transformed into a streak of demonic light and vanished without a trace. The voluptuous woman paused momentarily, then suddenly realized. As night fell, Chen Xian excitedly entered the secret chamber and planted a kiss on Bai Bingyan's delicate face. "My dear, why do you keep kissing me?" Bai Bingyan shot him a teasing glance, a mix of annoyance and shyness in her expression. Chen Xian chuckled, brimming with excitement. "Wife, my Dantian has completely healed. Moreover, it is even more extraordinary than before. He clenched his fists tightly, filled with anticipation. After enduring countless humiliations and disappointments since the self-detonation of his golden core, the past 100 days had been a tumultuous journey. The wild sky domain, after all, was a realm where the strong dominated. Now, with the golden light of the true dragon's heart restoring his dantian, he felt an unprecedented potential for cultivation. Additionally, he could finally begin to practice the ancient and wondrous technique. The 9-yang true dragon art passed down from the true dragon's heart. It consisted of 9 levels. Once he mastered the first level, the Qi refinement stage, he could condense the true dragon's body and the 9 dragons' true essence. Upon breaking through to the golden core stage, he could even forge a transcendent-grade golden core beyond the 9th rank. How astonishing! Chen Xian could hardly contain his eagerness to begin his training. "Congratulations," Bai Bingyan smiled radiantly, her beauty breathtaking. Then, her tone grew serious. "Husband, will you commence your training tonight? Given your talent, the commotion it might cause could be significant. It would be wise to find an utterly secluded place and set up a formation before proceeding." Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's heart sank, realizing the precarious situation he was currently in. Thus, even if he were to resume training, he must do so discreetly to avoid stirring up larger waves. Fortunately, the Panlong treasure ring possessed an incredibly strong concealment effect. As long as he could successfully navigate the initial phase of training, he would be in the clear. "Do not worry, my dear. I will assist you. Let us leave this place first," Bai Bingyan said, waving her jade hand, creating a massive rift in the void that a torrent of chaotic winds erupted, imbued with terrifying destructive power. Bai Bingyan effortlessly grasped Chen Xian's arm, enveloped in a protective barrier of icy true essence. With a single step, they plunged into the rift, navigating the treacherous currents of the void. This experience was a first for Chen Xian. In his excitement, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Bai Bingyan's stunningly exquisite figure, and his heart ignited with desire. Faced with a woman of such unparalleled beauty, Chen Xian felt he could not play the gentleman too much. Otherwise, it would be a desecration of beauty in a moment of inspiration. He feigned a look of fear. "How terrifying is this chaotic void, my dear? I am so scared. Hold me tight." While shouting, he embraced Bai Bingyan's slender waist, sinking in her embrace. Moreover, he adeptly played his role. Chapter 27. A Night of Battle and Whirlwind Fantasies. Under the cover of night, the protective array of the Howren Sword sect was under fierce assault. Powerful beings radiating immense demonic might unleash their techniques with unstoppable force. At the forefront was none other than Nangong Feifei, accompanied by a hunchbacked elder with a horse-like visage. "Where is Ji Wushuang? You despicable scoundrel, tarnishing my name with the echoing pearl. I shall kill you tonight." A voice as cold as snow reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Nangong Feifei summoned her supreme treasure, the ancient cold mystical sword, and unleashed a devastating strike. Boom! Dark waves surged around her, an icy killing intent intermingling with murderous energy, causing the temperature to plummet. This strike shook the protective array of the sect to its very core. Immediately following, the hunchbacked elder let out a sinister laugh and unleashed a powerful punch. Despite his seemingly frail appearance, he sent forth a terrifying black pillar of energy that shattered the protective array into fragments. Kill. Thus, a fierce battle erupted without hesitation. Blades clashed, sword chi surged, talismans flew, and winds howled. Magical artifacts and techniques unleashed their wrath as figures intertwined in combat, with anguished cries echoing through the chaos. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The members of Howren's Sword sect were roused, mobilizing to fend off the onslaught of the demonic forces. The Yunu Peak became the focal point of the supreme demon sect's assault. Ji Yaiwa led her comrades in defense, but they were steadily pushed back, sustaining injuries and spitting blood. A critical moment. Elder Tongxue flew in on his sword, launching a powerful counterattack. The hunchbacked elder produced a black pearl, activating it and hurling it toward Tongxue. This pearl emitted a sinister black light, seemingly emerging from the depths of hell, specifically designed to shatter souls. Tongxue, taken aback, quickly prepared to engage cautiously. The two sides clashed fiercely, while Nangong Feifei seized the opportunity to dart toward the Xian Hall. Elders and disciples from the 9 sects and 13 gates rallied to intercept her. The scene descended into utter chaos, At this moment, a shadowy green figure darted directly toward Chen Xian's secluded chamber. Whoosh! Before it could breach the threshold, it was beset by a bizarre attack, letting out a piercing scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Shortly thereafter, two others attempted to follow suit, only to meet with similarly strange and fatal ends. Meanwhile, Ji Wushuang encountered a sudden ambush from a mysterious figure clad in black, who dealt a devastating blow that nearly extinguished her life. At this critical juncture, the sword fanatic Situ Wui unsheathed his blade, intervening to block the enigmatic assailant. Chaos reigned. The Howren sword sect was thrown into disarray, with battle cries echoing throughout the skies. Lu Ruan, however, shone brilliantly, wielding her flying sword to dispatch 7 formidable foes from the demonic path, her achievements resounding. This tumultuous melee persisted for over half an hour, only shifting in intensity upon the furious arrival of Liang Lian. He drew forth his celestial star sword, igniting his essence to unleash a forbidden sword technique. With a whoosh, a resplendent sword of starlight swept through the surroundings, casting its gaze over all and showering the area with gleaming points akin to a falling galaxy. This strike inflicted heavy casualties upon the elders of the Wuji demon sect, shattering even the protective jade of Nangong Feifei, nearly costing her life. Retreat. Nangong Feifei decisively commanded her comrades from the Wuji demon sect to withdraw from the Howren sword sect, leaving behind a scene of devastation and numerous corpses. Before departing, she expressed her profound regret and disappointment, for this mission was intended to capture Chen Xian. Yet the 3 trusted experts dispatched for this purpose had all met with strange and untimely deaths. In the aftermath of the battle, Elder Qingshu promptly assessed the casualties, discovering that the Howren sword sect had suffered grievous losses. Even more infuriating for the sect was the revelation that the mountain protecting formation had crumbled due to an utter lack of spirit stones to maintain its peak condition. This incident would undoubtedly spread, severely tarnishing the honor of the Howren sword sect, especially with the Master-Disciple Conference fast approaching. Under the veil of night, the Longyuan River lay like a coiled black dragon, winding for miles, majestic and imposing, showcasing the abundance of water's virtue that a full moon cast its luminous glow, while the gentle night breeze rustled the reeds, creating a uniquely enchanting ambience that at this moment. Bai Bingyan had brought Chen Xian to the banks of the Longyuan River. "My dear, what place is this?" Chen Xian inquired with curiosity. Bai Bingyan smiled and replied, "This is the territory of the Dacian dynasty, governed by the Star Gate of Zhongzhou. This region is seldom visited by cultivators due to its sparse spiritual energy. Yet few realize that the vast spiritual essence has been consumed by this Longyuan River." Bathed in moonlight, she appeared as ethereal as a celestial maiden. The Longyuan River possesses such remarkable qualities. Chen Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Bai Bingyan nodded, saying, "Beneath the Longyuan River, an extraordinary array was laid by the ancestors of my 9-tailed celestial fox lineage, harnessing the essence of heaven and earth, condensing the dragon's veins, solely to gather the quintessence of Tao rhythm. By my calculations, it has remained untouched for over 300 years, making it the most suitable place for you to cultivate and break through." Upon hearing this, Chen Xian could not help but exclaim, "The essence of Tao rhythm. The depths of the Longyuan River actually condense such rare and precious elixirs." "Indeed," Bai Bingyan affirmed, then took Chen Xian's hand and led him into the surging depths of the Longyuan River. They descended deeper and deeper until Bai Bingyan executed a hand sign, activating a grand underwater array, arriving at an ancient underground water palace. The entire water palace was enveloped in a sacred white light. At the center lay a stone pool, within which rippled half a meter deep of shimmering elixir, shrouded in mist, subtly forming ethereal shapes of spiritual mushrooms, celestial cranes, dragons, serpents, and galloping steeds. The elixir within emitted swirling vapors, revealing itself to be the incredibly precious essence of Tao rhythm. With a wave of her hand, Bai Bingyan placed heaps of spirit stones around the stone pool with extravagant flair. Then, with a radiant smile, she said, "My dear, you may begin your cultivation now. I shall personally guard you." "Thank you, my beloved," Chen Xian replied, promptly settling into a meditative posture, quickly calming his mind, and he then commenced his cultivation according to the methods of the 9-yang true dragon technique. Boom! In an instant, Chen Xian transformed into a true dragon, his devouring force immensely powerful, causing many spirit stones to shatter, releasing a torrent of pure spiritual energy. Time flowed onward. Within Chun Xian's dantian, a profound purple true essence gradually coalesced, revealing the phantom of intertwining 9 dragons, showcasing its extraordinary nature, purple-grade true essence of the 9 dragons. First stage of Qi refinement. Second stage, third stage. The vast spirit stones within the water palace were nearly depleted. Yet Bai Bingyin unhesitatingly waved her hand, producing a fresh batch that an hour later. Chun Xian reached the 8th stage of Qi refinement. His astonishing cultivation speed would undoubtedly leave even the most renowned practitioners of the demonic path in disbelief. Bang, bang, bang. The heart of the true dragon pulsed within Chun Xian's body, causing his blood to boil. Heat, heat, heat. At this moment, an overwhelming masculine aura surged forth from within him, infused with potent dragon might. He ceased his cultivation, feeling as though he might explode from the intensity that "My dear, what is wrong? Why are you so feverishly hot?" Bai Bingyin exclaimed, rushing forward to inspect that in response. Chun Xian hugged Bai Bingyin tightly, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, akin to a person on the brink of heat stroke clutching an ice sculpture. "Oh, oh, oh," Chun Xian exclaimed in comfort, while the delicate fragrance emanating from Bai Bingyin filled his senses. Boom! In that moment, a phantom of a 5-clawed golden dragon materialized behind Chun Xian. Overwhelming desires surged within him, instinctively drawing him to embrace Bai Bingyin. A kiss ensued, wild and fervent. Chapter 28. I see this wicked creature. How will you argue your case? Everything unfolds so naturally. Both Chun Xian and Bai Bingyin exuded contrasting energies, one radiating extreme cold, the other emitting fiery warmth, like a blazing sun and a solitary moon. Time passed, second by second, that a 5-clawed golden dragon's phantom appeared above Chun Xian, exuding divine majesty. Above Bai Bingyin, the ethereal visage of a 9-tailed white fox manifested, embodying grace and nobility. The two energies intertwined, resonating together, gradually forming a colossal Taiji yin-yang symbol. Whoosh! The Taiji symbol whirled, scattering strands of primordial chaotic light that a night passed in this manner at dawn. The Taiji symbol quivered and slowly dissipated. The two opened their eyes simultaneously. Awakening Dada! Bai Bingyin let out a shriek, for moreover, she discovered. Bai Bingyin was utterly flustered, her stunningly beautiful face flushed a deep crimson. What? Chun Xian was equally bewildered, having cultivated to the 8th stage of Qi refinement last night, feeling as though he might explode from heat. How did he? I have actually reached the 9th stage of Qi refinement, Chun Xian exclaimed in astonishment. He quickly sought to comfort Bai Bingyin, assuring her that all was well. While the situation was indeed urgent, Chun Xian felt that as a man, he must shoulder this matter. In truth, he had indeed been overly reckless. You scoundrel, you could have simply kissed me properly. Why? I don't know. Chun Xian chuckled, momentarily at a loss for words. Thankfully, Bai Bingyin indignantly retorted, Rogue, quickly close your eyes, then, apologies. After both donned their attire, the events of the previous night flooded Bai Bingyin's mind, leaving her unable to find peace. Her consciousness had been clear throughout the night, and the reason she hadn't slapped Chun Xian into oblivion was because then Chun Xian suddenly realized something, his expression changing. Oh no! During my cultivation, the overwhelming desires must have been due to the true dragon heart. The nature of serpents is lewd, and dragons are the epitome of such. Therefore, the true dragon heart is likewise imbued with an extremely potent masculine essence. If this is the case, does it mean I must frequently harmonize the yin and yang? Otherwise, each time I cultivate, there exists a potential danger of explosive release. At this moment, Chun Xian felt a sense of panic. He quickly began to contemplate ways to avoid or resolve this predicament. In the future, should I sense anything amiss during cultivation, I will halt immediately. I should seek out some treasures of pure yin to carry with me that should prove effective. Furthermore, I must take the time to ask that rascal Du Meng for a few books on the subject to provide Bai Bingyin with some instruction. Since we have already naturally, we must engage in frequent exchanges. Mutual benefit, after all. Chun Xian's thoughts raced, quickly solidifying his resolve. The only lamentation was that he was no longer an innocent boy. My dear, my 9 cold veins have calmed significantly. Moreover, I have unexpectedly broken through to the fourth stage of the tribulation period, Bai Bingyan exclaimed joyfully. Then, reluctantly, she added, I fear that soon I must return to the Wanyao mountain. But it won't be for too long. Upon hearing this, Chun Xian frowned. A sense of reluctance echoed in his heart. Be gently embraced by Bingyan, holding her close. For a long time, they nestled together, savoring this rare moment of solitude, after a fragrant stick of incense had burned. Bai Bingyan withdrew from Chun Xian's embrace, a hint of shyness sparkling in her clear, glass-like eyes. She leaned closer to Chun Xian's ear, exhaling softly, my dear, we should return to the Howren Sword sect. Yes, let's go back. Chun Xian nodded in response, taking Bai Bingyan's delicate hand, that in the next moment, the two suddenly dashed out of the water palace, vanishing without a trace. After returning to the Howren Sword sect, Chun Xian exited the secret chamber and arrived at the Xian Hall, casting his gaze outward. He was taken aback. What was happening? Yu Peak seemed to have just endured a fierce battle. At that moment, Du Ming happened to arrive, and Chun Xian hurriedly pulled him aside to inquire about the situation. What? Nangong Feifei led the Wujimang sect to attack. The protective mountain formation was shattered. There was still a shortage of rare treasures and spiritual stones, making it impossible to restart. Ji Wushuang was grievously injured by a mysterious assailant. Nearly on the brink of death, Lu Ruyan had slain 7 demonic cultivators of the Golden Core stage, achieving great merit, and was about to be conferred the title of Holy Maiden of the sect. This string of astonishing news left Chun Xian momentarily at a loss, especially when Du Ming mentioned the bizarre demise of 3 Yuanying experts from the Wujimang sect who had attempted to breach the Xian Hall, causing a chill to creep over Chun Xian. Could it be that a powerful entity was secretly safeguarding him? Seizing the opportunity while no one was around, Chun Xian chuckled. Demengzi, I remember you have a few treasured scrolls of Fengyue Baolu in your storage ring. Lend me two to appreciate. Huh. Xian Gu, when did you develop such a taste? Du Ming asked in astonishment, but he still flipped his hand to retrieve 2 gleaming scrolls and handed them over with a mischievous grin. Winking, take care of your health, you know. Chun Xian replied with exasperation. I have a friend who is too naive. I'm just borrowing for her. I understand, creating friends out of thin air. Du Ming nodded slyly. The next moment, however, his smile froze, his expression turning complex and fearful. Awkwardness enveloped the atmosphere. What? Demengzi, have you seen a ghost? Chun Xian asked, bewildered. Just then, a chilling voice filled with boundless fury echoed. I would have preferred to see a ghost. An icy aura swept into the side hall as Ji Yaoyue, her long sleeves billowing, burst in alongside Zhao Kaiyue and 3 other women. Following closely behind were a group of elders and disciples from the 9 sects and 13 schools. Ji Yue's voice was frigid as she declared, You wretched disciple. What you hold are the incriminating evidence of your illicit affair with that demoness Nangong Feifei, right? Finally, I have caught you red-handed, with a flick of her hand. She seized the 2 scrolls from Chun Xian and held them high. This time, under the watchful eyes of all, let us see how you will wriggle out of this. Chapter 29, Master and Disciple Clash. The grandest of them all. The atmosphere in the side hall grew instantly tense. Zhao Kaiyun and Xun Qingqing, along with the other women, couldn't help but chuckle in schadenfreude. Chun Xian was momentarily stunned, a look of panic instinctively flashing across his face. Then he gloomily remarked, This is not evidence of a crime. It's merely a private art collection. Private art collection? Ji Yaoyue scoffed coldly, unyielding, last night, that little vixen Nangong Feifei launched an attack. And some suspect you are the mole. As your master, I naturally have the right to clear your name. Her words rang with righteousness as she stood on the moral high ground. Sighing, Chun Xian rubbed his temples. Exasperated, perhaps it's best not to look at it. It would be embarrassing for everyone. Master, Chun Xian seems to be feeling guilty. Not just guilty. The way he just averted his gaze clearly shows he is a thief at heart. That pair of scrolls undoubtedly contains evidence of his tryst with that demoness. Du Ming also couldn't escape blame. Master, please open the scrolls quickly. Zhao Kaiyun and the other 3 women, their eyes filled with disdain and animosity, urged him on. Thus, Ji Yaoyue turned to the 3 Taoist elders, esteemed colleagues. Please act as witnesses. She held her head high, relishing the moment. In the next instant, with a flourish, Ji Yaoyue unfurled the first scroll, causing it to spread out in the air. Huh. Everyone focused, only to find themselves dumbfounded. Good heavens, this is far too stimulating, right? This. Jiu's voluptuous form trembled as if struck by divine lightning, her mind momentarily blank. On the scroll were depicted 108 exquisite illustrations, vividly portraying amorous encounters between men and women. This is Fengyue Chun Palace Map. Ji Yaiyue gasped in disbelief, nearly spitting blood. This was utterly humiliating. If this were to spread, how could she maintain the image of the aloof celestial maiden she had cultivated? That wretched Qianxian deserved to die. What is this filthy material? I might develop a sty. Mu Xun squealed, stamping her feet, covering her eyes in a perfect display of a white lotus flower. Zhao Kaiwei and the others mimicked her, as if the illustrations were akin to a ferocious beast. I refuse to believe it. Ji Yaiyue refused to accept defeat, shaking out the second scroll. And it was the same. The only constant was the varying subjects of the illustrations. Damn it. Ji Yaiyue exclaimed in exasperation, shattering the two scrolls into dust in her grasp. Her gaze turned as frigid as ice, as if she could kill. Yet, Qianxian remained unfazed, leisurely stating, Master, these are rare editions. You will have to compensate for them. Wretched disciple, you are utterly shameless. Your crimes are unforgivable, Ji Yaiyue seethed, her teeth clenched, her proud bosom quaking with indignation. Qianxian, however, laughed heartily, countering, the great Confucian of the Heibai Academy once said, desire is inherent to human nature. I merely appreciate the artistry of these Fengyue illustrations. What crime is there in that? The Taoist elder beside them, stroking his goat beard, chimed in, Fengyue illustrations are also a form of artistic expression. After all, Elder Ji, the women in these illustrations are not you. Why destroy them? Are you perhaps envious? His remark nearly sent Ji Yaiyue into a faint. After a long pause, Ji Yaiyue finally managed to suppress her anger. Her eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Qianxian, demanding, Qianxian, what do you intend to do to atone for Ji Wushuang being ambushed and grievously injured by that mysterious figure? Qianxian chuckled, as if he had heard a delightful joke. He then disdainfully replied, why should I care? Ji Yaiyue, infuriated, retorted, what are you pretending for? It was you who deliberately caused the Gu Yin Sword Palace to fall into silence, leading to a series of sect crises. Furthermore, Nangong Feifei's attack is also inseparable from you. Qianxian, do not think for a moment that I, Ji Yaiyue, cannot see through your schemes. The more sinister your tactics, the deeper my revulsion towards you. Disgusting. Had I known you were such a duplicitous and cruel-hearted individual, I would never have taken you as my disciple. Each word felt like a dagger, yet Qianxian remained composed, casually replying, if that is the case, why not expel me from Yanu Peak? As the Peak Master, you possess that right. Ji Yaiyue fell silent, her gaze filled with resentment. The two had clearly torn apart their facade, and their mutual disdain was palpable. How she wished to cast Qianxian away like refuse. Yet, she found herself unable to even drive him out of the Xian Hall. The onlookers from the 9 sects and 13 schools had already been eagerly waiting to take him in. Who wouldn't he covet the Panlong treasure ring, Haoqian sword, and Bishu Danshin order? Moreover, expelling Qianxian now would be an incredibly foolish act. Qianxian mocked, what? Are you afraid? Indeed, should you take such action, you would instantly become a sinner of the sect, condemned by all. After all, letting go of a fat sheep like me is simply too foolish. Ji Yaiyue clenched her fists, furious and embarrassed, retorting, if not for your stay at Yanu Peak, you would have long been torn to shreds by demonic cultivators. Ungrateful wretch. Qianxian's eyes glinted darkly, his pride unyielding, that he scoffed, you underestimate me far too much. I, Qianxian, have nearly severed the younger generation of demonic cultivators. My strength is not solely reliant on brute force. Wisdom plays a part too. Very well. You've truly grown wings. Ji Yaiyue, seeing Qianxian's obstinacy, threatened, wretched disciple. Do you believe I lack the means to make you kneel and beg for forgiveness? Anyone could discern the icy fury underlying her words. Yet, Qianxian seemed entirely unfazed. Take your leave, I want to see you out. Regret this. Ji Yaiyue spat before sweeping away in a huff. Qianxian, you are truly something. Qianxian, prepare to meet your doom. If heaven wishes to destroy you, it will first make you arrogant. Chen Xian, have you lost your most basic respect for your master and the way of the teacher? Zhao Kaiyue and the other women chimed in, chastising Chen Xian. Get lost. Chen Xian bellowed in anger, offering them no leeway. The four women, incensed, turned to leave as well. The three Taoist elders exchanged glances before departing with wry smiles. Xian Ge Yusai, you certainly held your ground. But your words were rather too brash. I worry Ji Yaoyue might act out of desperation. Du Ming expressed his concerns. However, Chen Xian smiled confidently to Demengzi. Do you believe within 3 days, Ji Yaoyue will come with Zhao Kaiyue and the others to apologize? At that moment, in the Howren Sword sect, possessing spiritual stones was akin to wielding power. And I, Chen Xian, am indeed the paramount lord. Chapter 30. The future empress's first instruction of her husband, regarding Chen Xian's belief that possessing spirit stones equates to being a lord. Du Ming expressed deep skepticism, his thick brows knitted together, unable to conceal his worry. Chen Xian patted his shoulder and chuckled. Demengzi, as the saying goes, those without shoes fear, not those who wear them. Right now, the sect master and the others are like ants on a hot pan, scurrying about. Surely it can't be that dire? Du Ming countered. Chen Xian replied with a smile, the spirit beast garden. The medicinal fields, the treasure pavilion, the Taoist scripture valley. These places' formations are part of the mountain-protecting grand array. When one flourishes, all flourish, and when one suffers, all suffer. It must be an utter chaos by now. Yes, and what if the demonic forces were to strike at this moment? Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't pose a problem. After all, the sect has reserves of spirit stones and various rare treasures for formations, making it easy to re-establish the mountain-protecting grand array. However, due to the matter of the Tiancong Golden Peak condensing, celestial origins and transformations, the sect master and the others have nearly exhausted their spirit stones. Even if they expedite the collection of spirit stones from the dozen mines controlled by the sect, it would take at least half a month to accumulate enough to restart the mountain-protecting grand array. Thus, we must seek external assistance. Yet the only ones capable of aiding us, the 9 sects and 13 clans, all have their own agendas. Who would lend us spirit stones? They would rather see Ji Wushuang perish at once. Furthermore, the mysterious figure who stealthily injured Ji Wushuang might very well be connected to these sects, especially with the sect competition approaching. Du Ming gasped in horror, struck by the chilling implications. Chen Xian remained unperturbed, confidently stating, to swiftly restore the mountain-protecting grand array, we need at least 300,000 high-grade spirit stones. Ji Wushuang is gravely injured. Aside from consuming medicinal pills, activating the ancient creation array is undoubtedly of paramount importance, which requires at least 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Who could possibly produce such a quantity all at once? He stroked the coiling dragon treasure ring on his finger, his smile radiant. Brother Xian, your analysis makes me feel that not only is Ji Wushuang in extraordinary danger, but you might also find yourself in a precarious position, Du Ming said gravely. Chen Xian chuckled lightly, responding, I am unfazed, confident that I can endure. But can Ji Wushuang withstand it? This matter transcends mere loss of glory. It is a matter of life and death. Du Ming was taken aback. Then he smacked his thigh in admiration, exclaiming, astounding, truly astounding, Brother Xian, your insight has enlightened me. With daylight breaking, the sense of crisis is still not overwhelming, but once dusk approaches, the sect master will likely be unable to sit still. No wonder you were so domineering just now, confronting the heavens and the earth, even leaving your master feeling overwhelmed. Du Ming grinned. Finally breaking into a smile, he sighed, Brother Xian, I now suspect you might possess the bloodline of the Fox clan. Given your cunning, thud. Chen Xian lightly punched Du Ming's chest, exasperated. That is wisdom, not cunning. In truth, he longed to declare that while he lacked the bloodline of the Fox clan, he had indeed won the heart of the most extraordinary princess of the nine-tailed celestial fox lineage. Is this something an ordinary person could achieve? A sense of pride welled within Chen Xian. By the way, bring me 2 more volumes of romantic scrolls. I only have 1 left. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and bring them out. After a stick of incense, Du Ming took his leave, and Chen Xian returned to the secret chamber. He presented the scrolls as if offering treasures, grinning. My dear, your mother mentioned sleeping with a man. This is how it is done. You've misunderstood these days, haven't you? However, it's fortunate that last night we set things right and truly had a good sleep. What do you mean? Bai Bingyan opened her clear, beautiful eyes perplexed. She then took the scroll and slowly unfurled it. Ah, this, Bai Bingyan exclaimed, her lovely face flushed, her slender, enchanting eyes fixated on the illustrations of intimate knowledge between men and women, as if a gateway to a new world had been unveiled. Her heart thundered, akin to a myriad of heavenly strikes. The tumultuous emotions surged within her, causing even her exquisite figure to take on a lovely curve. Chen Xian gazed with ardor. There was no remedy. His wife's captivating allure was too potent, and he longed to delve deeper into the scroll's insights. He never considered himself a lecherous man. Yet, in the face of Bai Bingyan, a naturally enchanting beauty, he seemed to possess little resistance. This seems rather inappropriate. What status does this princess hold? I absolutely refuse. You can forget about engaging me in such matters. I will not agree to it, Bai Bingyan declared disdainfully. Tossing the scroll to the ground, a faint blush graced her flawless, beautiful face to Yuan. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's flickering hope was instantly extinguished. He suddenly felt an impulse to overturn this princess and give her a sound spanking. How utterly vexing. However, considering Bai Bingyan's formidable strength, such thoughts remained confined to his imagination. My dear, how can this be deemed inappropriate? Matters between men and women follow the natural order of heaven and earth. The yin and yang, the very essence of life as propagation. It is the most legitimate and beautiful thing in the universe. For the sake of his blissful existence, Chen Xian nearly swore an oath. The slight twitch of his lips unmistakably betrayed his inner indignation. Yet Bai Bingyan, with her snow-white neck held high, elegantly spoke, "This princess does not share your perspective. Viewing it has even unsettled my Tao heart. My dear, do not be so obstinate. I understand matters of intimacy better than you. Is it possible to deceive you?" Chen Xian continued to persuade her. Bai Bingyan's brow furrowed slightly, a formidable aura and a chill emanating from her. She abruptly rose to her feet. Chen Xian, however, felt an unprecedented pressure envelop him. Bang! It felt as though a mountain had descended upon him, his knees buckling uncontrollably, forcing him to kneel before Bai Bingyan. A surge of anger and dread welled up within Chen Xian. That my mother said that men are inherently ungrateful. When I have a husband, he must kneel at my feet, especially at the beginning. He must be properly instructed. I am the only nine-tailed celestial fox of my lineage in nearly 3 millennia, destined to become the future empress of Qingxiu. Even if you are my husband, you must kneel at my feet. As Bai Bingyan's haughty words echoed, the pressure upon Chen Xian intensified, to the point where all he could see were her delicate, translucent feet, resembling the most exquisite art piece. I am your husband, not your servant, Chen Xian retorted angrily. He was infuriated. Bai Bingyan, daring to instruct him. Her words were as cold as water, mercilessly dousing the self-esteem he had just regained. A surge of fury coursed through Chen Xian, quickening the heartbeat of his true dragon heart. He strained to lift his neck, attempting to resist Bai Bingyan's instruction. Why are you being so stubborn? I cannot just kill you. How am I supposed to instruct you then? You're driving me mad, Bai Bingyan fumed, lifting her right foot in frustration. Ugh, a delicate snow-white foot suddenly found its way into Chen Xian's mouth. Chapter 31. Yao Yue, I am counting on you. This kick truly took him by surprise. Chen Xian was left dumbfounded. Bai Bingyan also reacted sharply, exclaiming before hurriedly withdrawing her foot. Her clear, cold eyes betrayed a hint of panic. Was this a failed attempt at instruction? Bai Bingyan felt somewhat dissatisfied. Thus, she casually lifted her foot. Thud! The fair, jade-like foot directly pressed down upon Chen Xian's right shoulder, causing him to stagger and bow even lower. With this advantageous position, Bai Bingyan finally felt a sense of satisfaction. She crossed her arms, adopting a haughty posture. Husband, do you yield? Her voice, cool and commanding, carried an air of superiority. In that moment, Bai Bingyan seemed to reclaim the demeanor of her royal self. Chen Xian, upon hearing this, felt his true dragon heart pulsate with even greater intensity. In a daze, he sensed he might transform into a true dragon. Viewing Bai Bingyan's actions as a provocation and an affront, roar, strangely enough. Chen Xian could not help but emit a deep dragon's roar. The pounding of his true dragon heart released an inexplicable noble power, causing him to suddenly push by Bingyin away. Huff, Chen Xian remained on the ground. But his head shot up suddenly. The next moment, Chen Xian's expression froze, his eyes widening in surprise. The first glance was instinctual. He dared not glance a second time, for the sake of preserving his gentlemanly image. He resolutely refrained from blinking. Bai Bingyin was momentarily taken aback, and at that instant, she regained her composure. Her delicate hands swiftly pressed down her skirt, while her stunningly beautiful face flushed with a hint of shyness. She was flustered. Any woman, confronted with such a scene of being lewdly gazed upon by a man, would surely react similarly, wouldn't they? At this moment, Chen Xinkai snapped out of his daze, utterly embarrassed. "My lady, I did not mean to look." "Silence," Bai Bingyin chided him in a flustered manner, her exquisite visage deepening in hue. She ground her pearly white teeth, exuding an aura as if she were about to eliminate Chen Xian. Yet in his eyes, she appeared more adorable than threatening. "This matter must not be disclosed to anyone. Otherwise, I shall end you," Bai Bingyin declared in a fit of anger, her mind swirling with the earlier scene, which drove her to the brink of madness. This would undoubtedly become her inner demon. "I am your husband, entitled to gaze upon you. If you wish to mold me into a coward who fears you and kneels at your feet, then you are merely dreaming. I, Chen Xian, am a true man," Chen Xian coldly proclaimed, his eyes devoid of emotion. In that moment, his heart, akin to a true dragon, surged with an overwhelming sense of pride and dominance. Bai Bingyin caught a glimpse of Chen Xian's demeanor, her heart fluttering that in the next moment, Chen Xian audaciously approached her, his voice leaving no room for dissent. "That I am your husband, the only man in your life. You may trample all other men beneath your feet. However, I am the sole exception." Upon his declaration, Bai Bingyin was rendered speechless, to the extent that when Chen Xian upended her, she remained in a state of shock. Moments later, within the confines of the secret chamber, "You scoundrel!" Just as Chen Xian reveled in his bliss, unable to extricate himself, the atmosphere within the hall of the Howren Sword sect grew exceedingly tense. Bang! Li Yinglian slammed her palm against the throne and abruptly stood up, her expression dark as a storm cloud. The elders and core disciples of the Howren Sword sect fell into a profound silence. "You all, who profess to be willing to sacrifice for the sect, where are your vows now? The sect master requests that you contribute your spirit stones to help the Howren Sword sect weather this crisis. Yet we have only gathered over 3,000 high-grade spirit stones. This is but a drop in the bucket. The protective mountain formation must be restored before nightfall. Otherwise, it is not merely the loss of our sect's reputation at stake, but rather that our sect may face a dire threat from the demonic forces. What sect is devoid of a few demonic wretches? We require at least 300,000 high-grade spirit stones to restore the protective formation, and it must be done before nightfall. Wu Shuang's injuries are severe. Activating the ancient formation of creation to heal him also necessitates 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. The upcoming apprenticeship ceremony cannot afford any delays." Li Yinglian spoke, her agitation palpable as she paced back and forth. Below the stage, Ji Yaoyue stood with an expression of resentment and fury. "This ungrateful disciple. As your master, I have pleaded with you. What more do you desire?" This is simply outrageous." Below, Elder Chixuzi's face darkened as he interjected, "Sect Master. In times of crisis, extraordinary measures must be taken. Since Chen Xian is so selfish, we have no choice but to seize the Panlong treasure ring. Even if the other sects are present, so what? It would merely tarnish our sect's reputation a little. They cannot stop us." The crowd nodded in agreement. However, Li Yinglian shook her head and replied solemnly, "Unless absolutely necessary, we cannot take this step. Otherwise, it will become a stain on our sect's honor. The upcoming apprenticeship ceremony must not have any blemishes. Chen Xian voluntarily offering spirit stones and forcibly seizing them are entirely different matters." She then suppressed her anger and commanded, "Yaoyue, you must go and find out the details from Chen Xian. Leave no detail unspoken and embellish nothing." "All right." Ji Yaoyue hesitated for a moment before beginning her account. She felt a profound sense of shame and indignation. The matter concerning the Fengyue picture had indeed tarnished her image as a cold fairy. As expected, when Ji Yaoyue recounted the events, an uproar erupted within the hall. Elder Ji, renowned for her ethereal beauty, was simply too pure. The crowd could hardly fathom the scene of her viewing the Fengyue picture. Tisk, it was the once invincible Qinxingzi, who overshadowed his peers, truly reduced to such a state. Yet, it was not surprising. Though Qinxian was a broken man, he remained a man with desires. Given his reckless behavior against Ji Yaoyue, even the most unattractive servant girl would likely shun any association with him. This man was destined for mediocrity. Viewing the Fengyue picture, he would never again savor the pleasures of a woman. So it is. Li Yinglian murmured in realization, falling in a deep contemplation that he then coldly stated. Yaoyue, 2 hours from now, you must personally invite Qinxian here. Even if it requires an apology, we must bring him. After all, you are still master and disciple. Whether you can persuade Qinxian to willingly part with 1,000,000 spirit stones depends on you. Chapter 32. Ji Wushuang's Embarrassment. In the secret chamber, Qinxian smiled awkwardly, for Bai Bingyan had stormed off in a fluster. He was uncertain whether the seventh princess was merely throwing a tantrum or had truly left in anger. Alas, how troublesome. This matter is not entirely my fault, is it? She is so domineering, wanting to trample her own husband beneath her feet. It is utterly excessive. Qinxian sighed, feeling a twinge of anxiety, but he excelled in formations and alchemy. Yet the complexities of a woman's heart were as elusive as the depths of the ocean. Would Bai Bingyan truly return to her Wan Yao Mountain in a fit of rage? However, her 9-yin cold pulse had now been thoroughly suppressed, so her life was not in danger. Let me focus on my cultivation. What is not mine cannot be kept, Qinxian reassured himself, settling into a cross-legged position to practice the 9-yang true dragon technique. Gradually, shadows resembling dragon scales began to emerge on his physique, a sign of the initial formation of the true dragon dominance body. The 9-yang profound sky technique he had previously practiced was also extraordinary, belonging to the celestial tier of techniques. Thus the 9-yang battle body he condensed possessed formidable power. After a period of cultivation, Qinxian discovered he was momentarily stuck at the 9th stage of qi refinement without any signs of breakthrough, so he sat in meditation to comprehend the sword. Countless sword lights flickered in his eyes, and a phantom sword shadow faintly appeared on his brow. Merely sitting there, he embodied an unparalleled divine sword, wielding it countless times in his mind's eye. This was the formidable enhancement of the sword heart, possessing the true power to transform decay into the miraculous. After a considerable time, Qinxian exhaled a long breath, contentedly murmuring to himself, "The realm of the sword heart is indeed profound and unfathomable. Just revisiting the sword techniques I have practiced has yielded immense benefits. If Ji Wushuang, that scoundrel, were to learn the truth, he would likely spit blood in fury, wouldn't he? He sought 500,000 high-grade spirit stones through every possible means, only to have me reap the rewards." On a warm, soft bed, Ji Wushuang lay reclined, being tenderly attended to by 4 senior sisters. He struggled to prop himself up, sitting upright. "Little junior brother, what are you doing? Your injuries are so severe. You should rest and lie down." Shin Qingqing expressed concern. The other 3 senior sisters chimed in, showcasing their gentle sides. "Senior sisters, you need not accompany me. I seek someone close to me who can assist in my swift recovery." Ji Wushuang uttered those words and then awkwardly flew off on his sword. The 4 women exchanged glances, bewildered and at a loss. After a flight, Ji Wushuang landed before the Baibo cave. He gazed at the layers of activated formations and was about to call out when a female disciple stepped forward to block his path. "Saint Sun, why are you here at the Baibo cave instead of tending to your severe injuries?" "Sister Hongji, I have crucial intelligence that I need to discuss privately with Sister Yin. This matter is of great significance." "I'm afraid not. Sister Royan is currently in closed-door meditation, focusing on comprehending the sword path. And no one may disturb her, but I truly have urgent matters to convey." At this moment, Ji Wushuang was genuinely anxious. His injuries were grave, and with only half a month remaining until the apprenticeship ceremony, he needed to recover as quickly as possible. Not only had Lu Ruoyan restored her pure body, but she had also condensed a 7th-grade golden core. If he could cultivate with her, his healing speed would increase at least 10-fold. Seeing Ji Wushuang's stubbornness, Hongji reluctantly transmitted in secret, "Saint Sun, half an hour ago, the Peach Blossom Sword Madman, Sidu Wuyo arrived and Sister Rin activated the formation, requesting me to guard here. If you fail to recognize the situation, I fear. Ji Wushuang was taken aback. His face flushed crimson and bloodshot veins appeared in his eyes. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Pooh! In that moment, Ji Wushuang felt as though a green aura enveloped him. He was all too familiar with what kind of person the Peach Blossom Sword Madman, Sita Wuyo, was, and he also had a penchant for women. Comprehending the sword path. Lu Ruoyan, have you attached yourself to Sita Wuyo, willingly becoming a disgraceful concubine? Within her heart, Ji Wushuang was roaring, her features contorted in turmoil. Suddenly, he turned and soared away on his sword. What has come over Ji Xingzi? Could it be that he and Ru Yin truly have something going on? Hong Ji's eyes widened in disbelief, her heart in shock. After a short incense stick's time in the Bai Bo cave, the hot spring gushed forth. Ru Yin waved her hand expressionlessly. Dressed impeccably, as if the nightmarish ordeal just past had never occurred, she turned to the figure of C2 Wuya, now resembling a frail old man, and coldly remarked, Senior C2, do not forget your vow to the Tao. The blood oath must be presented to me. Ha! This is not difficult. C2 Wuya replied with a beaming smile, haughtily declaring, let alone the blood oath. I shall seize Chun Xian's worthless Panlong treasure ring as well. And incidentally, I'll take care of him for you. Lu Ruyan's gaze was icy as she gestured for him to proceed. Ru Yin beauty, until we meet again. C2 Wuya left, still savoring the moment. Once Lu Ruyan was left alone in the cave, she slowly shed her long skirt, revealing numerous bruises in shades of blue and purple across her body, and gracefully slipped into the hot spring. Embracing herself, Lu Ruyan wept softly. After a long while, she abruptly stood, splashing water everywhere. Her eyes glinted with ambition as she spat with venom. By any means necessary, I shall acquire immense power. This is the lifelong pursuit of Lu Ruyan. In the Xuandian, within a secret chamber, Chun Xian was immersed in cultivation when suddenly the void tore open and a graceful, aloof figure stepped through. By Bing Yin, she shot a glance at Chun Xian, huffed lightly, and then seated herself on the mat.my dear. You have returned. Chun Xian greeted, attempting to curry favor. Unsurprisingly, he received no reply. Unperturbed, he began showering her with flattery. Silence. Chun Xian, you are truly bothersome, Bai Bing Yin exclaimed, the chill on her stunning countenance melting away somewhat. But my dear, I shall be quiet immediately. Chun Xian complied, darting out of the chamber. Moments later, he returned, holding a large bouquet of freshly picked flowers from outside the hall. My dear, these are for you, do not. You're right. These flowers pale in comparison to your beauty. I was too domineering just now. Please do not be angry. With your sweet tongue, go away. A moment later, Ji Yaoyu's voice echoed into the chamber, prompting Chun Xian to take his leave in haste. Bai Bing Yin raised her hand, drawing the flowers into her grasp, and brought them to her nose for a sniff. Suddenly, her exquisite face blossomed with a smile. More beautiful than the flowers, truly breathtaking. Chapter 33. Unruly Disciple. Dare you to deliberately disgrace your master? Within the Howren Great Hall, Chun Xian strolled leisurely alongside Ji Yaoyu. Behind him, masters from the 9 sects and 13 clans followed closely, each harboring their own schemes, unwilling to remain passive. Clack, 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 under the gaze of the crowd. Chun Xian confidently approached his rightful seat as Shengzi and sat down brazenly. With spirit stones in hand, he held absolute power. What harm in being a bit arrogant? Li Yinglian stroked his beard and chuckled. Speaking, Chun Xian, I presume you are aware of the attack by the Wuji demon sect last night. It is widely rumored within the sect that you were an inside informant as the sect leader. I do not believe such slander, and have suppressed these rumors. Now, in this time of peril, I trust you will generously contribute. One must admit, Li Yinglian was adept in the art of conversation. However, Chun Xian was not swayed by his words. He retorted directly. I have heard that the little demoness, Nangong Fei Fei, stormed into our sect, proclaiming her intent to eliminate Ji Wushuang. Thus he is the true culprit. Were it not for this troublemaker, would our sect have suffered such grievous losses? Your so-called rumors are utterly baseless. At his declaration, the hall erupted in discussion, with some agreeing with Chun Xian, while others vehemently opposed him. Nonsense. Ji Yaoyu's cold voice rang out, her voluptuous figure trembling with rage. Today, she had come to the Xuandian specifically to obtain sufficient spirit stones, yet she was met with failure. Not only had she failed to acquire the stones, but she had also made a fool of herself. Now faced with a sect leader, Chen Xian dared to turn the tables and slander Wu Shuang. Such an ungrateful disciple. Such malicious words, simply despicable. Enough, Yao Yu. Be silent, Li Yinglian frowned, expressing his displeasure, that he then smiled gently, saying, Chen Xian, Wu Shuang is currently gravely injured, and your master cannot help but worry. You must show consideration for her. This statement was reasonable. Yet Chen Xian scoffed. Consideration? When I defended Yunu Peak, ultimately self-destructing my 9th-grade golden core, what was the outcome? Did anyone worry for me? Did anyone show me consideration? Yu Lian's mouth twitched in response. Left momentarily speechless. Fool! Ji Yao Yu was further incensed, her voluptuous body trembling, her eyes radiating a cold light. The red-bearded elder could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, declaring with authority, Chen Xian, do not beat around the bush. Are you willing to part with 1 million high-grade spirit stones? Not willing. Chen Xian replied without hesitation. Unafraid. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. And yet, Chen Xian faced the red-bearded elder's fiery glare without flinching. He snapped his fingers and spoke leisurely. Is the Haoran Sword sect solely mine? Why must I bear the burden alone when trouble arises? And you, Elder Redbeard, to demand I produce 1 million high-grade spirit stones? Such audacity! Impudent! Elder Redbeard was enraged, issuing a thunderous reprimand. He then unleashed the might of a third-tier transformation god, advancing step by step, his countenance as cold as frost. Chen Xian, as the Shengzi of our Haoran Sword sect. This is your responsibility. Today, whether you wish to or not, you shall comply. This villain shall bear the consequences alone. Not good. The crowd of the 9 sects and 13 clans turned pale. Elder Redbeard's demeanor suggested a willingness to confront openly. The current predicament facing the Haoran Sword sect was precarious. Thus, he was prepared to disregard all else. Chen Xian displayed a disdainful expression, nonchalantly stating, Elder Redbeard, do not rush me, for I have yet to finish speaking. I refuse to yield 1 million for free. However, I am willing to part with 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. With these words, Elder Redbeard halted his advance. The members of the Haoran Sword sect laughed. What a pompous fool! Chen Xian continued to act tough. In the end, did he not relent? Upon hearing this, Ji Yaoyu's mood lightened considerably. She coldly laughed, mocking, Unruly disciple, you should have realized this long ago. Do you truly believe that possessing the blood oath grants you the power to defy the sect? Foolish. Yet before her words could finish, Chen Xian interjected. I still have not finished. I shall part with 500,000 spirit stones, which I require no reimbursement for. However, you must meet 3 minor conditions. Speak. Li Yinglian uttered indifferently, devoid of emotion. The gazes of everyone in the hall converged once more upon Chen Xian. Firstly, have Elder Redbeard lead 20 nascent soul elders to reside in the Xuandian, ensuring my safety before the Master Apprenticeship Conference. Moreover, to prevent any intentional negligence, they must swear a solemn oath to protect me with their utmost efforts. Secondly, have Ji Yaoyu perform a private act of goodwill on my behalf, expressing her apologies. Thirdly, ensure that all disciples of the Haoran Sword sect visit Yunu Peak, including the errand disciples. They must take turns offering specific blessings to the Shengzi. Chen Xian leisurely laid out his 3 conditions. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Chen Xian was no fool. He recognized the grave life-and-death crisis he was in and began to save himself. Li Yinglian furrowed his brow, puzzled, and inquired, what kind of blessing for the 3rd condition? Very simple. Bless Shengzi Ji for a swift recovery from his injuries, proclaiming that not only have you gathered the sect's great fortune, but you have also obtained the celestial source's fortune, destined for an immeasurable future. Chen Xian said with a smile, secretly reveling in his thoughts. Ji Wu Shuang, having lost the celestial source yet pretending to have gained it, must be choking on his pride and feeling utterly humiliated. Hundreds of sect members lining up to offer blessings. Will Ji Wushuang not be driven to fury on his sickbed? At the very least, he would be infuriated to the point of spitting blood, right? Just that? Yes, just that. Li Yinglian readily agreed that if the conflict escalated to a point where they forcefully seized the treasures, even if Elder Redbeard bore the brunt of it. The Howren Sword sect's reputation would suffer irreparable damage. After all, publicly snatching another's treasures and spirit stones was no different from the demonic path, since Qin Xian had already made a concession. So be it. Especially with the third condition put forth by Qin Xian, it was evidently a plea for mercy and submission to Wu Shuang. Thus, in the presence of the assembly, Qi Shuzi and others made their solemn vows to the Great Way. And Qin Xian's heart was finally set at ease. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Ji Yaiyue approached with an air of icy arrogance. Her gaze was sharp and frigid as she inquired, "Wretched disciple, what do you wish to discuss privately with your master?" "Follow me," Qin Xian replied, rising and striding toward the side hall, igniting curiosity among those present. Inside the side hall, Qin Xian cut to the chase. Stating bluntly, "Ji Yaiyue, you must possess ink and paper in your storage ring, correct? You have ruined my spring palace painting, so you shall create another for me. 108 poses. Not a single one should be omitted." What did you say?" Ji Yaiyue instinctively retorted, nearly believing her ears had deceived her. Immediately, her countenance flushed with rage. This wretched disciple. How dare he propose such base and lewd terms? Clearly, he was intent on belittling her. Chapter 34. Lies do not wound, but truth is a sharp blade. Ji Yaiyue's beautiful eyes narrowed, radiating a fierce light. In that instant, her body temperature surged, and she could scarcely discern whether she was infuriated or inexplicably stimulated. A disciple she had cast aside, akin to a mangy dog, could compel her to such a state, to create a spring palace painting. This method of apology, though seemingly innocuous, was a brazen assault on her lofty principles. How cruel! Her intentions were truly despicable. No, it should not be this way. Ji Yaiyue found it hard to accept, for Qin Xian had always regarded her with reverence and admiration. Now, however, his eyes were filled with disdain and mockery. How? Such a reasonable and simple request, Master would not refuse, would she? After all, this concerns 500,000 high-grade spirit stones, even the life and death of Ji Wushuang. Qin Xian coldly mocked in that moment. He felt no sympathy for Ji Yaiyue, only the exhilarating satisfaction of tit for tat. Those who abandon me cannot linger in yesterday. Those who disturb my heart bring only worry today. Lies do not wound. But truth is a sharp blade. The power of Qin Xian's words was immense. Huff, huff, Ji Yaiyue gasped for breath, her voluptuous form quivering, creating delightful arcs. She maintained a facade of calm, yet internally she was embroiled in a fierce struggle between two conflicting beliefs. One urged her to uphold her aloof demeanor and strike Qin Xian, while the other yearned for his respect and care. Ultimately, Ji Yaiyue reluctantly chose to concede, for she had no other option. Yet even in submission, she resolved to retain her dignity. How could this scoundrel presume to dominate her? Did he even deserve it? Thus, Ji Yaiyue defiantly declared, "Is it merely to paint a spring palace that you seek? A worthless wretch like you shall never be loved by any woman, and thus you resort to this pathetic outlet for your meager desires." Qin Xian, you are quite perceptive, understanding that after the master-apprentice ceremony, Wu Shuang will ascend as the successor of the Mu Yun San Xian, elevated to great heights, while you are destined to lose the Panlong treasure ring and the Haotian sword. So, you seek to indulge in some spirit stones beforehand for your own benefit. Is that not so? This tirade left Qin Xian utterly speechless. Yet, as Ji Yaiyue spoke, her emotions intensified, as if she had struck upon the very thread of truth. "I understand now. I comprehend everything. So that is how it is. Qin Xian, you make me nauseous." Boom! Jue's voluptuous body trembled, and unexpectedly, she unleashed an aura akin to a great being of the transformation realm. She had broken through the cultivation bottleneck that had plagued her for years. Unable to contain her excitement, she turned to Qin Xian, exclaiming, "Wretched disciple, you did not foresee this, did you? You thought to undermine my resolve? Dream on. Now I truly understand." Then, before Qin Xian's bewildered gaze, Ji Yaiyue eagerly retrieved ink and paper from her storage ring. A flush crept across her face as she seemingly entered a wondrous state. Swiftly wielding her brush across the canvas, Ji Yaiyue was adept at painting, and within the span of a mere incense stick, she had completed the artwork. She then tossed it toward Qin Xian and gracefully departed. Chen Xian, you resort to various ludicrous and despicable means to stir chaos, merely seeking a semblance of presence before me. Such a pitiful and foolish endeavor. Now, you are acutely aware of your status as a cripple. Yet you cannot relinquish your past obsessions, hence you devised this ploy, did you not? Since I, Ji Yaoyue, am your master, I shall grant you this one favor. Behold this spring palace painting. Are you satisfied? This shall be the most precious treasure you hide beneath your pillow. To admire daily. Ha ha. You, a wretched soul with a filthy heart, truly elicit disdain. As her laughter faded, Ji Yaoyue had already vacated the side hall. Had she lost her sanity? Chen Xian seethed with confusion and, in a fit of anger, unrolled the painting to discern its contents. Boom! In an instant, shock surged through Chen Xian, unleashing waves of destructive energy within him. His mind went blank. What is this? The painting depicted a series of lifelike illustrations of amorous encounters, with vivid depictions of various intimate positions. Most importantly, the male figure bore a striking resemblance to Chen Xian, while the female figure resembled Ji Yaoyue. After a long while, Chen Xian emerged from his stupor, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Insanity! This is utterly insane. He could have guessed with his toes why Ji Yaoyue had joyfully broken through her bottleneck and left those words behind. Ji Yaoyue was steadfast in her belief that he had always adored her. The so-called coercion was merely her elaborate scheme to leave behind the most treasured painting of his life. Chen Xian could no longer maintain his composure. To what extent must a woman be narcissistic to think thus? No, I must destroy this painting before Ji Yaoyue. She was utterly self-absorbed. Fuming with indignation, Chen Xian made a resolute decision. Just then, a chilling sense of dread surged within him. A shroud of grayish, malevolent mist materialized out of thin air, rushing toward Chen Xian. Yet as it grazed his body, it emitted a shrill, piercing scream, swiftly retreating, encasing the painting before vanishing without a trace. What? Chen Xian was taken aback, utterly astonished. What in the world was this gray mist? And why did it abscond with the painting? The events unfolded too rapidly for Chen Xian to react. Moments later, he exited the side hall. Surrounded by admirers congratulating her, Ji Yaoyue felt an overwhelming sense of joy and pride. She cast a glance at the dejected Chen Xian as he exited the side hall, her fair neck held high. How haughty! This wretched disciple had indeed concealed the painting on his person. Nothing could bring Ji Yaoyue greater delight than this moment. However, to be adored by such a worthless individual was a humiliation in itself. Soon, visions of the quiet nights surfaced in Ji Yaoyue's mind, where she envisioned Chen Xian reveling in the painting. She instantaneously flushed a deep crimson, overwhelmed by the stimulation. Chapter 35. She is magnanimous, hence you willingly grovel. Within the grand hall, the eyes of the assembly were fixed upon Chen Xian, filled with scorn, mockery, disdain, and schadenfreude. At this moment, Chen Xian appeared to them as nothing more than a pitiful jester, both proud and humble that if he wished to submit and concede, why then maintain such a fade? How despicable! Chen Xian, it seems you have grasped some semblance of respect for your master, offering Ji Yaoyue treasures in private, allowing her to break through her bottleneck and ascend to the transformation realm in a single stroke. Moreover, judging by the significant increase in her spiritual sense, she likely belongs to the pinnacle of the transformation realm, above the 6th tier, and in the future, she will surely coalesce her own celestial manifestation. Li Yinglian spoke slowly, her tone betraying her delight and satisfaction. What? The pinnacle of the transformation realm above the 6th tier? The other Taoist priests gasped in astonishment, consumed by envy. It was well known that for a typical practitioner in the transformation realm to advance further, they must reach the 6th tier or above to have a chance, with the specific criteria being the rate of increase in spiritual sense. Such top-tier transformation realm experts were revered as great beings of transformation, capable of gradually manifesting their own celestial forms, with power rivaling 10 ordinary transformation realm practitioners. Qi Shuzi was merely a 4th-tier, 3rd-stage practitioner. Unless he encountered extraordinary fortune, he would remain at the 4th tier, 9th stage of the transformation realm for the rest of his life. That Li Yinglian's power was at the peak of the 8th tier, 9th stage of the transformation realm. Thus, his assessment amounted to an official proclamation. Since the fall of the deputy sect master at the Tianfeng Valley, The Howren Sword sect had remained in a state of vacancy that Jiayue's breakthrough had elevated her status several tiers, and it was almost certain she would ascend to the position of deputy sect master in the future. After all, the disparity in strength and potential between an ordinary transformation realm practitioner and a great being of transformation was monumental. A petite and delicate beauty with alabaster skin stepped forth from the crowd, her voice dripping with icy sarcasm. "Ah, Chen Xian, how commendable your filial piety is! Yet with such a treasure in your possession, why did you not present it earlier? It seems rather suspect that you only revealed it now, when you find yourself with no place to stand." She was known as Cui Yingying, a venerable elder at the 5th rank, 8th stage of the nascent soul realm, who often engaged in verbal sparring with Ji Yaoyue. Upon hearing her words, Ji Yaoyue could not help but smile with satisfaction. She replied haughtily, "Cui Yingying, it was perhaps understandable for you to envy Chen Xian when he was still considered exceptional. But now that he has become a mere wastrel, is it truly worthy of such envy that he merely fulfills his duty as a disciple?" "You!" Cui Yingying's brows furrowed, her displeasure palpable. Damn it. She had intended to sow discord between the master and disciple for her own amusement, only to be outdone by that vile Ji Yaoyue. Soon, Cui Yingying's thoughts drifted to a future where Ji Yaoyue became the deputy sect master. A surge of frustration gripped her heart. Thus, she shot a fierce glare at Chen Xian, who, caught in this unwarranted predicament, felt equally vexed that if it weren't for that strange black mist, he would have shattered the scroll long ago. "Elder Cui, you should take care of your health in your advancing years. Why does your eye still twitch? You were never particularly pleasing to the eye, and now it's even more unbearable to behold." Chen Xian remarked coldly. "Impudence." Cui Yingying seethed with rage, her aura erupting with the might of the nascent soul realm. She retorted, "Chen Xian, you truly are insufferable. Even after Ji Yaoyue treats you in such a manner, you still grovel at her feet. What is so remarkable about her? Simply because she possesses beauty? Beauty is indeed a virtue." The mention of this phrase turned the gazes of those in the grand hall towards Ji Yaoyue, whose striking presence left many swallowing hard in admiration. "Enough," Li Yinglian intervened, raising a hand to suppress Cui Yingying's oppressive aura. With a displeased tone, he stated, "Elder Cui, Chen Xian has performed admirably this time, offering invaluable treasures to assist Yaoyue in breaking through her cultivation bottleneck. You must not treat him disrespectfully." "Understood," Cui Yingying replied, suppressing her indignation. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Xian was also brooding in silence. What a farce this offering had become. His intention was merely to humiliate Ji Yaoyue and disturb her composure, yet she had reacted in such an unexpected manner. During Ji Yaoyue's artistic endeavor, her complexion flushed, her eyes glazed, and she softly hummed. Could it be that she was fantasizing about me while painting? This was utterly insane. A peculiar detail suddenly struck Chen Xian, causing his expression to shift. Moments later, Du Ming was summoned into the grand hall. For he was the only one Chen Xian trusted. Du Ming, bring forth 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. Chen Xian removed the dragon phoenix ring from his finger and tossed it to Du Ming. Although he had recently recultivated and reached the 9th level of qi refinement, the extraordinary ability of the Nine-Yang True Dragon technique allowed him to conceal his presence from the others in the hall. Now, Chen Xian had no intention of revealing this trump card. The day of the master-disciple ceremony would be his moment to shine and reclaim his rightful name. "Very well," Du Ming nodded in response. Though a flicker of sorrow and helplessness crossed his eyes, his dear brother had suffered too much indignity. Yet, at this moment, he had no other options. When the 500,000 high-grade spirit stones were presented, they resembled small hills in the center of the grand hall, causing many present to covet them enviously. De Gusiel lamented, if only Chen Xian had devoted himself to cultivation over the years. With the resources he possessed, he could have easily broken through to the nascent soul realm or even the god transformation stage. Given his aptitude, he would likely have achieved at least the 6th rank in any realm. How could he have ended up with a self-detonated 9th-grade golden pill, reduced to the status of a wastrel? The grand hall fell into a profound silence. All eyes turned towards Chen Xian, while some elders and disciples of the Howren Sword sect bowed their heads in shame. They understood all too well that De Gusiel spoke the truth. As the sect's holy son, Chen Xian had been overly selfless, exhausting himself to the point of neglecting his own cultivation. At this moment, a cold, mocking voice rang out. As the Holy Son, is it not his duty to contribute to the sect? What is there to lament? Wushuang would undoubtedly surpass Qin Xian. The speaker was Ji Yaoyue, her head held high, her voluptuous figure forming a striking S-curve, breathtakingly beautiful. In that instant, arrogance consumed Ji Yue's heart. She had entirely forgotten the devoted disciple who had once considered the sect's welfare above all else. And the countless times she had praised Qin Xian, taking pride in being his mentor. Humph! Qin Xian scoffed twice, nonchalantly stating, "Everyone, spare your sentiments for this wastrel. Let us queue up to pay our respects to the Holy Son Ji and fulfill my third condition." Upon hearing this, Li Yinglian also came to his senses and immediately issued orders. Thus, Qi Shuzi, Elder Tong Shui, and others took the spirit stones to repair the protective mountain array and the ancient creation array. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the Howren Sword sect lined up to fly towards Jade Maiden Peak. Du Ming approached, returning the Dragon Phoenix ring to Qin Xian that he expressed his frustration, saying, "Brother Xian, there's really no need to curry favor with Ji Wushuang. With so many people offering him congratulations, won't his pride soar to the heavens?" In response, Qin Xian chuckled, "Curse him. Do you believe Ji Wushuang won to be so enraged he'll vomit blood?" Chapter 36. The Most Malevolent Being, the Outer Domain Great Heart Demon. Ji Wushuang lay upon a warm jade soft bed, a flicker of barely contained fury in his eyes. He was acutely aware that his relationship with Lu Ruyin was a facade, a mere pretense of companionship. Yet, the bitterness of betrayal still gnawed at him. What vexed Ji Wushuang most was the one who had placed this proverbial green hat upon him, a person who had only recently bullied him. It was infuriatingly unbearable. Just then, his second senior sister, Shen Qingqing, rushed in, her voice filled with joy. "Little junior brother, I bring you splendid news." Subsequently, Shen Qingqing recounted the happenings in the Howren Grand Hall. "This is splendid," Ji Wushuang exclaimed, sitting up eagerly. The ancient creation array was about to activate, meaning his injuries would heal in just 7 to 8 days, with Ji Yaoyue poised to break through to the God transformation stage. The deputy sect master position was within reach. This thrilled Ji Wushuang even more that moment. Members of the Howren Sword sect filed in, offering their heartfelt condolences. "May the Holy Son recover swiftly. You have not only gathered the sect's great fortunes but also obtained the source of immortality, ensuring an illustrious future. Blessings upon the Holy Son." The identical phrases of well-wishing echoed repeatedly. Yet, Ji Wushuang's smile began to freeze. Morphing into a complex expression, his lips twitched, and the simmering rage within him intensified. Especially the mention of the source of immortality felt like a stinging slap to his face. Yet he was compelled to respond with a smile. No one could fathom the depth of Ji Wushuang's pain, his anger, and his discontent. Half an hour later, after everyone had taken their turns offering blessings, Zhao Kaiyue and her companions exchanged glances and unified their voices in a blessing. "May your injuries heal swiftly, little junior brother. You have not only gathered the sect's great fortunes, but also obtained the source of immortality, ensuring an illustrious future." Ah poof! Ji Wushuang could no longer contain himself. Spewing a mouthful of black blood, he fainted on the spot. An hour later, Ji Wushuang slowly regained consciousness, finding himself at the core of the ancient creation array. The array had indeed activated, with wisps of pale green mist permeating into his body. Unable to suppress a moan of relief, Ji Wushuang felt his injuries mend significantly. Yet, the images of everyone's blessings haunted him, leaving an overwhelming sense of disgust, as if he had just eaten a dead rat. A ghostly, eerie voice echoed, "What a pure embodiment of malevolence. Human, do you wish to grow stronger? Do you wish to become a demon immortal? Do you wish to transcend all beings?" A shroud of gray mist manifested, taking the form of a continually twisting visage, exuding an aura of profound wickedness. Ji Wushuang was taken aback, instinctively launching an attack, but it proved largely ineffective. Ha. I am the great outer domain heart demon, an indestructible existence. Should you succumb to darkness, you will gain my power, achieving eternal life, invincibility across the realms. The seductive voice reverberated, laced with an enchanting melody that ensnared Ji Wushuang in doubt. Nevertheless, he ultimately shook his head in refusal. To succumb to darkness within the Howren Sword sect was tantamount to seeking death, far too perilous. The power of the outer domain heart demon can perfectly conceal all signs of your corruption and allow you to transform into an unparalleled ninth-grade golden pill prodigy. By the way, young one, allow me to present you with a painting it depicts Ji Yaoyue today, in the midst of a passionate encounter with that Qin Xian, captured in an ethereal moment. Wouldn't that infuriate you? Let your anger swell even more. It will awaken your darker nature and unleash greater power. So, make sure to gaze upon this painting often, alright? The seductive whispers of the outer domain heart demon penetrated the deepest recesses of Ji Wushuang's soul. After a moment of stupor, he felt himself teetering on the brink of madness. No, this cannot be. You are lying. In a fit of rage, Ji Wushuang's furious roar echoed through the air. Suddenly, he beheld a long scroll descending from the heavens. Unfurling slowly before him, boom! In that moment, Ji Wushuang's eyes widened with fury, his heart consumed by a tempest of hatred. Those vivid images within the scroll pierced his soul like a multitude of sharp blades. Qin Xian harmed his own mother. How could this be? Is this a genuine artifact? Did she truly create this? I shall slay that beast, wretched creature. How could you do this? Was it merely to exchange for spirit stones? I will kill that worthless Qin Xian. Ji Wushuang's visage contorted into a grotesque mask of rage, his teeth grinding audibly, yearning to end Qin Xian's life right then and there, to drink his blood, to feast upon his flesh. Soon after, Ji Wushuang collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. His psyche had shattered completely. Ji Wushuang cried out, "No, this cannot be. I will not allow it." Anger, uncontrollable rage, grievance, a tidal wave of resentment. Ji Wushuang's eyes turned void of white, his pupils morphing into pure blackness, growing ever deeper, more sinister. And upon his brow, an ominous shadow materialized, emanating a sinister, cackling laughter. At last, he had acquired the perfect vessel. Ji Wushuang, may our collaboration be fruitful. The eerie laughter lingered, gradually fading away to Ji Wushuang sat cross-legged, unleashing a terrifying force of devouring energy, akin to a chilling black hole. Time flowed like water, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Only 5 days remained until the master acceptance ceremony. Not only the holy sons and daughters of the 9 sects and 13 gates, but also the prodigies from various righteous factions were eagerly preparing. News had spread that Mu Yun, the immortal, would not only accept 1 disciple to inherit his mantle, but might also select 3 named disciples, each destined to receive immeasurable fortune. Who would not desire a share of such a lucrative opportunity? On that morning, a clear, piercing sword cry resonated from within the ancient formation of birth and transformation. The many elders and disciples of the Howren sword sect were stirred. Suddenly, a sword aura surged forth, tearing through the ancient formation as Ji Wushuang emerged, riding the torrent of sword energy, his injuries fully healed. Not only that, but a dazzling golden 9th-rank golden Dan floated above his head. Ji Yaoyue and others arrived to witness this spectacle, their hearts soaring with joy. The entire Howren sword sect erupted in jubilation. When Shirley rushed to the Mystic Hall to relay the news to Qin Xian, he too was slightly taken aback. Then, with a nonchalant smile, Qin Xian remarked, "A 9th-rank golden Dan paired with a heavenly profound sword body is indeed striking. But Qin Xian, possess the heart of the true dragon, cultivating the 9-yang true dragon technique and the true dragon body. I am far superior to you. Only 5 days left until the master acceptance ceremony. Excellent. On that day, I shall reveal my true self. Lay my cards on the table. Then I will publicly withdraw from the Howren sword sect. Ji Wushuang, relish your triumph for 5 more days. Let us see who the immortal Mu Yun will choose at the master acceptance ceremony." Qin Xian silently calculated, confidently gazing towards the Howren Great Hall, his eyes filled with coldness and pride. P.S. The frustrating plot will soon conclude, and exhilarating events will commence. A thrilling journey awaits. Chapter 37. The Daughter of Heaven Rises. Ascending the celestial ranks, at the Bai Bo Cave, Ji Wushuang reclined comfortably in the hot spring, reveling in the relaxation that followed indulgence. Beside him, the enchanting Lu Rian dutifully kneaded his shoulders, embodying the role of a devoted wife. At one moment, Ji Wushuang turned over, caressing Lu Ruyan's delicate visage, that he proclaimed with bold confidence. Senior Sister Ruyan, I have proposed to the sect master to hold a celebration for your consecration as a holy maiden tomorrow. He has already given his consent. This celebration would be unprecedented in scale, sending invitations to numerous factions, 8 prominent families, and over 20 imperial dynasties within the jurisdiction of the Howren Sword sect, prepared to dazzle all. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes sparkled like misty waves, and she replied with a charming smile. As the sect decides, so shall it be. I only wish to collaborate with you, ensuring your victory at the master acceptance ceremony. From the current perspective, your prowess among the younger generation of the 9 sects and 13 gates is truly unparalleled. The Howren Sword sect's grand preparations were not solely due to their regard for Lu Ruyan, but to elevate Ji Wushuang's reputation. Ji Wushuang's ascension from a 7th-rank Golden Dan to a 9th rank was a momentous occasion that warranted widespread acknowledgement to gain the upper hand at the master acceptance ceremony. In truth, the sect master's orchestration of such a grand affair also served another crucial purpose: to amass spirit stones and weather the storm. Given the current scarcity of spirit stones within the sect, it was only prudent to exploit those plump sheep. Ji Wushuang explained, his eyes reflecting a hint of arrogance. Lu Ruyan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seems a mutually beneficial arrangement. Furthermore, there is delightful news. The sect master has declared that during the Holy Maiden celebration, he will impart the dual sword fusion technique to us both, the sect's sole divine level swordsmanship. Ji Wushuang exclaimed with delight. Is that truly so? Lu Ruyan's eyes brightened, filled with joy indeed. Senior Sister Ruyan, how shall you express your gratitude? Oh, come now. Did I not already reward you? Not enough. You are simply too beautiful. I am utterly addicted. Ji, you are too charming. Shortly after Ji Wushuang's departure, a lean old man stealthily entered the Bai Bo cave. The IT was none other than the infatuated swordsman, Situyo. He wore an awkward expression, exclaiming helplessly, My beauty, that Qin Xian is too cunning. He has enlisted Qi Shuzi and others to guard the Mystic Hall with an offering of 500,000 high-grade spirit stones, and that little scoundrel remains holed up within. I have been hiding on the Jade Maiden Peak for days without finding a suitable opportunity to ambush and seize the treasure. Lu Ruyan replied coldly, Then we must resort to unconventional means. I have heard that you are quite adept at using poison mist. Tomorrow, during the Holy Maiden celebration, I will create an opportunity for you. But Situyo hesitated at her words. Should he resort to poison, he risked exposing his whereabouts, which would be disastrous. The Howren Sword sect was not to be trifled with. Yet, having already sworn an oath, he had no other choice. Otherwise, the backlash would be equally fatal. Ultimately, Situyo nodded in agreement. After discussing the details, the infatuated swordsman slipped away quietly. The hot spring bubbled, the milky waters exuding a faint, fragrant aroma. Lu Ruyan shed her long skirt, plunging into the depths of the spring, her whispers echoing softly within the Bai Bo cave. Qin Xian, do not blame me if I do not slay you and obtain the blood-hard order. How can I cultivate formidable techniques? I too wish to compete for the sole inheritance of the immortal Mu Yun. You, a worthless being, dying would be a release. In the northern polar city of Zhengzhou, a bustling metropolis under the jurisdiction of the Sanqing sect, the atmosphere was vibrant and thick with worldly essence. An elderly Taoist with white hair and beard strolled leisurely down a street, when suddenly the copper mirror hanging at his waist trembled repeatedly. He performed a hand gesture, becoming seemingly invisible, unnoticed by any ordinary passerby. The old man took hold of the copper mirror, and a blurry shadow appeared upon its surface. Shadow, what news? Master, Qin Xian is in peril. I cannot guarantee his safety. The old man was none other than the immortal Mu Yun. Hearing this, he remained unperturbed, smiling as he inquired, Shadow, you have been observing Qin Xian for some time. What is his character? Master, Qin Xian possesses both courage and cunning, with a clear sense of right and wrong. Mu Yun nodded in satisfaction, responding, In that case, continue to protect him. This young man is quite fortunate, having caught the eye of the 7th princess of the Qingqiu clan. That little fox is hidden away in the secret chamber of the Mystic Hall. What? The only 9-tailed royal blood of the 9-tailed celestial fox lineage in 3,000 years, who has just reached the tribulation stage. The Shadow exclaimed in shock. Mu Yun chuckled. Shadow, unless it is absolutely necessary. You must not reveal your identity. That little fox will soon depart. If Chen Xian encounters danger, she will undoubtedly intervene to protect him. Understood, master. The surface of the copper mirror returned to normal, and Mu Yun shook his head with a chuckle. Ah, Chen Xian, my dear boy, you have yet to become a disciple, yet I have already arranged a splendid match for you. As your master, I have truly gone above and beyond, have I not? A woman 3,000 years your senior, yet she could indeed aid you in achieving immortality. He let out a hearty laugh and, with a single step, appeared as if by magic in a secluded mountain villa. The cobblestone path meandered gracefully, leading deep into a tranquil courtyard. Beneath an artificial hill, the canopies of 3 ancient trees provided shade to a pavilion from the scorching sun. Within the pavilion sat a delicate girl of about 12 or 13, her features exquisitely crafted. Her hair was tied into 2 high ponytails with red ribbons, and her youthful face radiated an irresistible charm, invoking an urge to pinch her cheeks. Yet, her gaze was aloof, imbued with an ethereal quality. She was none other than the esteemed elder of the celestial maiden sect, Yu Marin. At that moment, upon the manifestation of the wandering, immortal Mu Yun, the young girl felt an immediate connection and waved her hand to conjure a vibrant silken banner. With a flick of his wrist, Mu Yun effortlessly sent the colorful banner spiraling back. He jested, "Ah, you girl, it seems we meet again. Your ageless technique appears to be faltering. Each time I see you, you seem to grow younger." Yu Marin retracted the silken banner with a hint of frustration. Responding, "Senior Mu Yun, I must admit my ageless technique is indeed facing significant challenges. I am aware of a solution, but the blood of a true dragon is nearly impossible to procure. I can assist you in obtaining sufficient true dragon's blood. However, there is a condition," Mu Yun replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yu Marin froze momentarily before bursting with joy, eagerly pressing for details, her excitement palpable. Yet, Mu Yun calmly stated, "Let us first discuss my condition. I wish to ask for your hand in marriage on behalf of my disciple. What do you think?" Chapter 38. Rare Lovers, Hearts Entwined. The Longyuan River, winding for 1,000 miles, exemplified the flourishing essence of water. Under the moonlight, Chen Xian busily caught fireflies amidst the reeds, gathering them into a large orb using the true essence of the 9 dragons. Half an hour later, he excitedly dove into the river, forming a protective array and descending into the water palace to in a secluded hall. Bai Bingyan luxuriated in a warm, jade-carved bathtub, feeling utterly relaxed and content. Colorful petals floated on the surface, and the mist enveloped her, enhancing her already enchanting beauty. Splash! Bai Bingyan playfully splashed the water with her delicate hand, a faint smile gracing her lips, her exquisite features radiating maternal grace. It had been 10 days since her attempts to train her partner had failed. These 10 days had been the most unforgettable of her life. She and Chen Xian had rapidly fallen into a passionate romance, inseparable as if glued together. In the depths of their affection, they naturally explored each other's intimacy. While Bai Bingyan was lost in her thoughts, Chen Xian burst into the room with excitement. "Duh, my dear, I'm taking a bath," she playfully chided. "Apologies," Chen Xian replied, a sheepish grin on his face, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. But he tossed the orb of gathered fireflies onto the floor and leaned closer, eager to share a tender moment. "How about I give you a shoulder massage? I promise it will be incredibly soothing." "Absolutely not. You're too naughty. Please step outside for a moment. Let me put on my dress first. You'll just have to take it off again later." "Why complicate things?" he teased out. Bai Bingyan huffed, waving her hand and magically sending Chen Xian outside. She quickly dressed, emerging enveloped in a gentle white mist, resembling a divine fairy descending to the mortal realm. "My dear, look what I've brought you," Chen Xian exclaimed, snapping his fingers, causing the orb of fireflies to burst open and release a multitude of glowing creatures. "How beautiful!" Bai Bingyan's eyes sparkled with delight as the myriad of fireflies illuminated the air with a dreamy green glow, creating a breathtakingly romantic scene that melted her heart. Chen Xian then skillfully maneuvered the fireflies into a grand heart shape in the air. Bai Bingyan sighed softly, melting into Chen Xian's embrace, her eyes shimmering with emotion and happiness. In that moment, She felt an overwhelming wave of bliss as Chen Xian whispered sweet nothings in her ear. Bai Bingyan, despite her formidable fourth-tier tribulation strength, found herself utterly captivated. Completely surrendering to the moment. 2 hours later, nestled together in bliss, Bai Bingyan murmured, "My dear, will you come back to Qingxiu with me? I wish to make you my husband, so we may be eternally happy together. I must depart in 3 days, that a significant matter concerning the demon clan requires my bloodline's involvement." Qin Xian replied, his tone gentle, though Bai Bingyan hesitated, sensing the weight of his words. Qin Xian nodded, softly assuring her, "At the disciple ceremony, I must resolve matters with Howren Sword sect, and my dear, wait patiently for me in Qingxiu. I will return to you as soon as I can." "How can I be patient? If you take too long, I might change my mind." Bai Bingyan huffed playfully, a rare blush adorning her cheeks. "The do not dare. Beware my wrath." Qin Xian laughed heartily, playfully pinching her delicate nose. After sharing another moment of intimacy, Qin Xian began his cultivation. Since reaching the pinnacle of the 9th stage of qi refinement, he had made no further progress. However, after 10 days of diligent practice, he sensed he was close to a breakthrough. Meanwhile, Bai Bingyan lay languidly on her jade bed, resting her chin in her hand as she gazed at Qin Xian with soft eyes. Unconsciously, her other hand brushed against her abdomen. 3 days prior, she had felt the faint stirrings of life within her. Now, she was certain she was pregnant. Yet, she chose not to share this news with Qin Xian just yet, planning to reveal it on the day of their party. The following day, the Howren Sword sect was adorned with vibrant decorations, buzzing with excitement as the Saintess celebration was about to commence. After a long absence, Lu Ruyan made her appearance, her every smile and frown enchanting enough to captivate the hearts of numerous male disciples. Early in the day, many influential forces within the jurisdiction of the Howren Sword sect, 8 prominent families and representatives from over 20 royal dynasties, arrived bearing lavish gifts to extend their congratulations. Astute observers quickly realized that the true purpose of this celebration was to amass wealth and bolster influence. Recently, for the sake of helping Ji Wushuang consolidate her celestial essence, Liang Lian and others had invested a staggering 500,000 high-grade spirit stones, resulting in a significant depletion of resources within the sect. The local powers, akin to a herd of fat sheep, were now ripe for the picking, as elders and disciples from the 9 sects and 13 schools gathered at the Howren Sword sect. They represented their respective sects at this grand event. The expressions of the 3 paths elders were far from pleasant. Initially, they had believed Ji Wushuang would not recover from her severe injuries inflicted by a mysterious assailant, and that the disciple ceremony would be in jeopardy. To their astonishment, not only had she recovered, but she had also elevated her 7th-tier golden core to the 9th tier. What a remarkable feat! Although their own holy sons and daughters were impressive, they paled in comparison to Qin Xian. The Howren Sword sect had enjoyed unprecedented fortune in accepting disciples. No one from the younger generation had achieved such a feat in the past 500 years in Zhongzhou. And yet, just as Qin Xian had fallen, another prodigy, Ji Wushuang, had rapidly emerged. Even if the 3 paths elders suspected it was due to the celestial essence, their envy was undeniable. Little did they know, the so-called waste they dismissed would soon showcase unparalleled pride and grace at the Saintess celebration. Chapter 39. The desire for life and love, the desire for death and hatred. Initially, Qin Xian had no intention of attending the Saintess celebration. However, after the departure of Qi Shuzi and others, an inexplicable sense of foreboding crept over him, sending chills down his spine, that it felt as though a hidden serpent had locked onto him, poised to strike at any moment. Thus, Qin Xian called out loudly, requesting that Qi Shuzi and the others take him along. Though Bai Bingyan was safely ensconced in her hidden chamber, Qin Xian wished to shield her from exposure. The relationship between the demon and human clans, while not outright hostile, was far from harmonious, and Bai Bingyan's identity was particularly sensitive, as Qin Xian appeared outside the grand hall of the Howren sect. He instantly drew gasps and whispers from the crowd. How could Qin Xian still show his face at the celebration? Do you think our useless saint son feels any regret? If he had shown a modicum of masculinity back then, he would have had a holy maiden as his partner by now. Does he even deserve it? Just the thought of my goddess being wantonly defiled by him makes me want to perish. That leap into the 7 treasures glazed pool, the excruciating pain of the 3 light divine water slicing through flesh and scraping bones, Such was the attitude of Saintess Lu. Now, she stands pure and untainted, entirely disconnected from this waste of space. In response to these words, Chen Xian chose to ignore them entirely, that a dragon does not waste its breath on a serpent. These scoundrels are not worthy of his concern. Let them gossip. The more they revel in their slander now, the harder they will be struck down when the master-disciple ceremony arrives. Xian Ge. Du Ming happened to arrive just in time and approached with urgency. He whispered, "The sect's demon-hunting team has returned." The casualties this time were devastating. Elder Xing Tian is gravely injured and has been afflicted by a peculiar poison. It is said his strength has fallen to the nascent soul stage. That rascal Niu Ben is also heavily wounded, cursing incessantly upon his return, claiming they fell into an ambush. What? Chen Xian's expression shifted dramatically. In his heart, Elder Xing Tian is akin to a stern father, having risked his life to save him on numerous missions. His disciple, Niu Ben, is endowed with natural strength, possessing a bold character, and together with Du Ming, they form the iron triangle of the demon-hunting team. Do not worry. The peculiar poison on Elder Xing Tian should be managed for now, that he also asked me to convey a message to you, saying that after the celebration, he will visit you in the Xian Hall. Du Ming reassured. Chen Xian nodded, feeling inexplicably troubled. As the two were conversing, Elder Xing Tian arrived with Niu Ben, that a nearby Dai Tao, reveling in their misfortune, laughed maliciously. Saint Sun Chen Xian, you can now flaunt yourself without having to grovel for mercy. After all, Elder Xing Tian treats you as his own. At his words, the atmosphere fell silent. Umph. The gaunt Elder Xing Tian snorted coldly, an aura of ferocity emanating from him. His lips turned purple as he spoke icily. I have heard of the events that have transpired lately. Some individuals have truly overstepped their bounds. If any of you dare to bully Chen Xian again, you must first pass through me. This was Elder Xing Tian's stance. I feel the same. Niu Ben bellowed. His bronze-hued, muscular frame towering at 2 meters and 5 centimeters, resembling a massive humanoid beast. Chen Xian felt a twinge of emotion, touched by their camaraderie. True friendship reveals itself in times of adversity. After his self-detonation of the 9th grade Golden Core, having plummeted from the heights, how many in the Howren Sword sect truly cared for him? Due to Elder Xing Tian's formidable reputation, no one dared to mock him for the moment. Niu Ben wrapped an arm around Chen Xian's shoulders and leaned in to whisper, Xian Ge, do not lose heart. Lu Ruyin is nothing but a vile harlot, a tattered shoe, given the chance. I will smash her to avenge your grievances. All right. Remember your promise, you rascal. Chen Xian chuckled. The 4 of them then stepped into the grand hall of Howren. Inside, a sea of people had already gathered. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Xian strode directly towards a seat of honor. Oh, he still has the audacity to come. Our Saint Sun Chen Xian has quite the thick skin. Were I in his position, I would have buried my head in my trousers and never shown my face again at this celebration. See to you long, and others whispered among themselves. Their disdain palpable. Especially as they saw Chen Xian boldly seated at the front, they felt a sense of humiliation wash over them. The sect leader, Liang Lian, sat at the forefront, delivering a few polite remarks before officially announcing the commencement of the Holy Maiden celebration. With a flourish of vibrant colors and ethereal melodies, a stunning figure gracefully descended on clouds into the hall. Lu Ruyin. She exuded an aura of icy elegance, clad in a flowing white gown. Her beauty unmatched, her delicate brows hinting at a charm that could make the moon shy and flowers bow. Particularly, her voluptuous bosom, almost bursting forth, added an alluring quality to her celestial demeanor. As Lu Ruyan's captivating gaze swept across the hall and landed on Chen Xian. She momentarily froze, her brows furrowed slightly, a hint of trouble brewing. In her meticulously orchestrated assassination plot, she had presumed that Chen Xian would not attend the celebration. Surely, he could not be so shameless? To her surprise, Chen Xian had indeed come. Thus, the chances of the Peach Blossom Sword enthusiast's success would be significantly reduced. Unbeknownst to the crowd, Lu Ruyan's inner turmoil intensified as she noticed her displeasure reflected in their eyes. They wished fervently to drive Chen Xian away, a worthless Saint Sun like him, with a past grievance against Lu Saintess. How dare he attend the celebration? A dung beetle wearing a mask. Utterly shameless. At that moment, another figure soared into the grand hall. It was Ji Wu Shuang, that he possessed an ethereal grace and dashing charm, causing Zhao Kaiyu and others to gaze at him with envy. Sister Ru Yin, congratulations on becoming the holy maiden of our Howren Sword sect. Here is my gift for you. Ji Wu Shuang, ever gracious, presented his offering, drawing envy from all around, standing alongside Lu Ru Yin. They appeared as a pair of celestial lovers. Zhao Kaiyu, Xin Qing, Bai Ling, and Mu Shui Yuan exchanged glances, each consumed with jealousy. Bai Ling, in particular, was fiercely possessive, desiring to see her rivals perish. She cast a glance at Qin Xian, and a sudden idea struck her. With a swift motion, Bai Ling produced a jade flute and declared, Sister Ru Yin, today is your day of honor. I practice the art of sound, so allow me to play a tune in celebration. Lu Ru Yin smiled sweetly and replied, In that case, I thank Sister Bai Ling. Bai Ling suddenly turned her gaze towards Qin Xian. Grinning, Junior brother, do you remember that when you ventured into the bloody mire to seize the ancient Yin Sword Palace, Lu Saintis once lay drunken in your embrace, serenading you with a long song of longing? Might I request you to play that piece? Boom! As her words fell, the hall erupted in an uproar. All eyes simultaneously turned towards Lu Ru Yin, who wore a frosty expression, her beautiful eyes fixed on Bai Ling. Nearly ablaze with fury, Bai Ling's words were a raw, provocative humiliation, a blatant affront. How dare she? How could she dare? Chapter 40. Qin Xian, why don't you hurry and kneel before me? In the grand hall of Howren, the two women exchanged glances, the tension palpable. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation, as if a fierce battle between the two was about to commence. The air was stifling, as the saying goes. One should strike in battle but not in face, insult but not expose. Bai Ling's actions to the onlookers seemed excessively over the line. This was the Holy Maiden celebration, attended by the powers of the 9 sects and 13 gates. And her intrusion now was both ungrateful and foolish. Ji Yao Yu's expression darkened, and she coldly admonished, Ling Er, cease this nonsense. Apologize to Lu Saintis at once, Master. I am not being foolish. I am merely extending my blessings. Bai Ling retorted. She reveled in Lu Ru Yan's frostbitten demeanor, feeling an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. A seductive harlot thinks she can win my little junior brother's affection. How presumptuous! I am deliberately reminding junior brother of Lu Ru Yan's past indiscretions. His heart should belong solely to me, Bai Ling. At that moment, Lu Ru Yin suddenly smiled, her beauty blooming like a white lotus. She gently parted her lips. Sister Bai Ling, I have often spoken of you with Ji Saint's son. He praises your beauty and kind heart, declaring you a master of sound, your flute playing unparalleled. Today, I am grateful for your willingness to perform before us. Please go ahead. As Lu Ru Yin spoke, she elegantly gestured for Bai Ling to proceed. This demeanor, this magnanimity, this eloquence drew nods of approval from the members of the Howren Sword sect. Truly, our holy maiden possesses a heart as grand as the heavens, with C2 Yulong's vigorous applause. Thunderous claps erupted throughout the hall. Bai Ling's brows knitted together in disbelief. After all, she said, intending to vex Lu Ru Yin and subtly mock Qin Xian, she found her efforts effortlessly countered by Lu Ru Yan's graceful words. Showcasing her own grandeur, Bai Ling was incensed. Jealousy surged within her, a tidal wave of resentment. Immediately, she feigned concern and asked, Lu Saintis, do you truly not mind? This song of longing will not remind you of certain unsavory past events. Will it? Third sister, you could choose another piece. Why must it be this one? Ji Wu Shuang interjected, displeased. Every time he saw Qin Xian, images of lascivious encounters flooded his mind, igniting his anger. Thus, he harbored a strong aversion to Bai Ling's incessant references to the Song of Longing. Meanwhile, C2 Yulong in the crowd observed Lu Ru Yan's shattered expression, feeling a pang of heartache. He wished to embrace her, to offer her solace. As a devoted admirer of Lu Ru Yan, he would gladly sacrifice himself for her, and he could not bear to see his goddess suffer such indignity. C2 Yulong furiously declared, Lu Saintis dove into the glazed 7 treasures pool, risking her life to restore her purity, precisely to sever ties with her past. Bai Ling, you repeatedly bring up this song of longing. Are you deliberately trying to provoke her? I am merely stating the truth. Bai Ling, filled with indignation, retorted sharply. Soon after, her gaze fell upon Chen Xian, who was seated upon the sun's throne, leisurely observing the spectacle as if it were a mere monkey show. Her chest nearly erupted with fury. This scoundrel, it's all his fault. A complete waste of space. If only he were to cling to Lu Ruyan like a mangy dog, then that wretched woman would have no opportunity to provoke my Wu Shuang. Bai Ling, wary of Sita Yulong's powerful background, dared not confront him directly. Thus, she redirected her ire towards Chen Xian, gritting her teeth as she demanded, Chen Xian, I'm addressing you. Why won't you answer? Are you intentionally trying to make me look foolish? Does it amuse you? Chen Xian was momentarily taken aback before replying nonchalantly. Indeed, watching you berate Sita Yulong is quite enjoyable. The crowd? Sita Yulong. What? Chen Xian continued to sit at ease, remarking indifferently. Bai Ling, that song about longing and false affection is indeed fitting for you to play, and performing it at this celebration would be exquisite. I wouldn't mind at all. You may begin to play your flute now. You! Bai Ling's chest heaved, nearly exploding with rage. Chen Xian's words felt like a flurry of soft daggers, piercing her psyche to the brink of shattering. Play the flute. What nonsense! Ji Yaoyue, her brows knitted in disapproval. Sternly admonished, Bai Ling, what occasion is this for you to act so recklessly? Return to the Jade Maiden Peak at once and reflect on your actions. This, as you command, Bai Ling responded, stifling her frustration. Her resentment palpable. Before departing, she shot a venomous glare at Chen Xian, exclaiming, And you, Chen Xian? Jiyua's bosom heaved, her voice icy as she declared, Ever since you detonated your golden core and became a waste, your words have grown increasingly reckless. Do not assume that a mere hint of past merit grants you the right to blame the heavens and lash out with your venomous tongue. I advise you this. Do not court your own demise. Within the grand hall, a heavy silence ensued that I end the next moment. Before Chen Xian could retort, a figure abruptly stood up. Elder Tianqing. His face was as fierce as a tempest as he bellowed. Ji Yaoyue, it is you who has overstepped. Do you know how much merit Chen Xian has contributed to the Howren Sword sect? His self-detonation of the 9th grade Golden Core was a result of his unwavering defense of the Jade Maiden Peak. And how have you treated this great hero? Facing the enraged Elder Tianqing, Ji Yaoyue showed no signs of fear. Her voluptuous form trembled slightly, and she even appeared exhilarated. Over the years, Elder Tianqing had been regarded as the prime candidate for the vice leader of the Howren Sword sect. Now, having been afflicted by a strange poison, his strength had plummeted from the 6th stage of the transformation realm to the nascent soul stage, rendering him unfit to compete for the vice leader position. If she could trample Elder Tianqing beneath her feet, her reputation would soar. Thus, Ji Yaoyue adopted a condescending demeanor, unyieldingly countering, once a teacher, always a mother. Is it any concern of yours if I am strict with my disciple? Whether I scold Chen Xian or even chastise him, it is all for his growth. Do you believe this rebellious disciple would not eagerly seek my whip? At her words, the hall fell in a stunned silence. Not only the members of the 9 sects and 13 factions, but even those from the Howren Sword sect were left dumbfounded. Good heavens! Is Chen Xian truly such a masochist? Or perhaps Ji Yaoyue is merely boasting? Utter nonsense! Elder Tianqing trembled with rage, his expression darkening instantly. I too believe this is utter nonsense. Niu Ben shouted loudly, his face filled with indignation. Your words carry no weight. Ji Yaoyue, unfazed, withdrew a crimson premium-grade whip from her storage ring, confidently cracking it to produce a sharp sound, and haughtily declared, Chen Xian, why do you not hasten to kneel and plead for your master to grant you the whip? Chapter 41. Your master offers you a step down. You had better take it. Ji Yaoyue's posture was haughty, exuding an ethereal, otherworldly grace, and her demeanor epitomized aloofness. The onlookers in the grand hall wore peculiar expressions. Was this request not excessively outrageous? Yet, as they beheld Ji Yaoyue's self-assured gaze, a flicker of belief ignited within them. Curiosity surged among the crowd. Dai Tao, Sita Yulong, and others began to chuckle maliciously that if Chen Xian indeed complied, he would be trampled into the dust. However, should he dare to refuse, he would likely face a miserable existence on Jade Maiden Peak. After all, a waste of a son holds less value than a mere disciple. Elder Tianqing, Du Ming, Niu Ben, and Sure lay seethed with anger. For Gu's demand was a blatant insult to dignity. Yet they remained silent. Some matters, after all, must be decided by Chen Xian himself. That Ji Wushuang's features contorted slightly as she raged internally. Why should he be rewarded? How infuriating! Chen Xian, this waste is unworthy of your punishment. No one but me has the right. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Xian merely smiled with amusement. He lifted the corner of his mouth, mockingly replying, "My esteemed master, while food can be plentiful, one should refrain from speaking carelessly. Are you not suffering from a severe illness?" Jiu's brows furrowed, anger flashing across her porcelain features. She raised her voice, coldly stating, "Rebellious disciple, think carefully before you respond. Your master offers you a step down. You had better take it." Her tone was laden with threats, practically akin to issuing an ultimatum. Yet Chen Xian merely scoffed, disdainfully replying, "I refuse. What can you do to me? You?" Ji Yaoyue was incensed, her aura of the transformation realm barely contained, teetering on the edge of eruption. She had assumed that Chen Xian's infatuation with her had reached a fervent peak, believing her request to be entirely reasonable. Perhaps this rebellious disciple had longed for such an opportunity. Little did she expect him to feign indifference. At that moment, Elder Tianxing stepped forward, positioning himself protectively before Chen Xian. "What is it, Ji Wushuang? Are you resorting to violence because you cannot intimidate him? Do not forget that Chen Xian is still the sect's son, not someone you can freely strike or humiliate." Ji Yaoyue huffed, momentarily rendered speechless by his retort. "Enough. Let us cease this quarrel. The celebration of the saintess is the matter at hand." Seated at the head of the grand hall, Li Yinglian spoke slowly. The crowd returned to their respective positions, and the celebration continued. After a series of elaborate rituals, Lu Rian was officially acknowledged as the saintess of the Haoran Sword sect before all, standing resplendent. She resembled a magnificent white lotus in full bloom, evoking awe and reverence. The Ji Wushuang, exuding an air of nobility akin to a noble youth of the world, stood beside Lu Rian. The two appeared as a celestial couple, perfectly matched. At this moment, Li Yinglian smiled and stated, "Wushuang was gravely injured in a surprise attack, but fortunately, his unparalleled talent has allowed him to obtain celestial resources, elevating his 9th-grade golden core to the pinnacle. This is a momentous occasion for our Haoran Sword sect. Moreover, with Rian becoming the sect saintess, it is a second great joy. Since joy comes in pairs, we must reward them." With a flourish, Li Yinglian produced 2 jade volumes, 1 gold and 1 silver, from her storage ring and presented them to Ji Wushuang and Lu Rian. These jade volumes contain the only divine-level secret technique of our Haoran Sword sect, dual sword fusion. After you refine the volumes, delve into comprehension and strive to shine at the upcoming apprenticeship conference. "Thank you, sect leader." "Thank you, sect leader." Upon receiving the jade volumes, Ji Wushuang and Lu Rian exchanged a glance and proceeded to refine them before the crowd. Soon, the jade volumes were absorbed into their beings. Buzzing, both Ji Wushuang and Lu Rian radiated a dazzling sword light, seemingly grasping the essence of the dual sword fusion that in no time. Under the astonished and envious gazes of the assembly, the two, attuned to each other, pressed their palms together, and a terrifying sword aura erupted above their heads. One was resplendent like the golden sun, the other cool and serene like the cold moon. The 2 sword auras swiftly intertwined, gradually transforming, as a chilling sword intense surged forth. Elder Qingshu, exhilarated, clapped in admiration, exclaiming, as expected of our Haoran Sword sect's son and saintess, "You have swiftly grasped the true essence of the divine technique. Remarkable talent." His words resonated with the sentiments of everyone present. Even the likes of Dugaxia from the 9 sects and 13 factions displayed solemnity and respect. Witnessing this scene, Ji Yaoyue was invigorated once more. She proudly proclaimed, "My disciple Wushuang possesses extraordinary talent, a countenance fit for ascension." Even when Chen Xian was not yet a waste, he paled in comparison. Now, one dwells in the clouds, while the other wallows in the muck. They are beyond comparison. "Ha!" Siti Yulong, Dai Tao, and others erupted into mocking laughter. At this moment, Ji Wushuang and Lu Rian exchanged glances and simultaneously let out a resonant roar. Divine sword technique, dual sword fusion. Before them, two figures stood with their palms pressed together, swiftly spinning in place. The terrifying sword energies, one golden and the other silver, rapidly fused into a singular force. The onlookers widened their eyes, holding their breath in anticipation of witnessing the awe-inspiring display of divine prowess. Chun Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, a fleeting shadow of a sword flickering at his brow. Sword heart, activate. He was not a meek bystander, idly watching this audacious display unfold before him. No, it was inconceivable. Thus, Chun Xian resorted to the most direct and domineering approach, forcefully intervening with his sword heart. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated as the two merging sword energies erupted violently. Ji Wushuang and Lu Rian simultaneously let out horrified cries. Their bodies marred with wounds, utterly disheveled from the explosion. What deep humiliation they felt when, inexplicably, their legs buckled, and they found themselves kneeling before Chun Xian. This was indeed a monumental failure in their attempt to flaunt their prowess. Inside the grand hall, chaos ensued as many stood in stunned silence. Shocked by the scene before them, the Du Ming burst into laughter, sounding like a pig squealing in delight. This moment, Chun Xian remained seated boldly upon the Son of Heaven's throne. Unwavering as a mountain that he looked down upon them, feigning difficulty as he remarked, Ji Wushuang, Lu Ruyan, it is neither a festival nor a holiday. Why do you kneel before me? Surely you do not seek a red envelope. How sudden! I am utterly unprepared. Furious, Ji Wushuang felt darkness encroach upon her vision, nearly collapsing to the ground in shame. Lu Ruyan was equally incensed, her magnificent bosom stirring up a tempest of emotions. Her eyes nearly spitting fire. Their kneeling was entirely unrelated to Chun Xian. It was the result of their failed sword fusion. They sought to vent their anger, but found no justification. Eventually, they rose, disheveled and bleeding, appearing utterly forlorn. Enough. The Saintess celebration ends here for today. Li Yinglian, unable to bear the sight any longer, declared before vanishing into thin air. The elders and disciples departed in droves, whispering amongst themselves. Under the protection of Qi Shuzi and others, Chun Xian departed alongside Elder Tian Xing and Niu Ben, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Within the grand hall, Ji Wushuang trembled with rage, her gaze fixed venomously on Chun Xian's retreating figure as she roared internally. Outside her heart demon, I want this beast to suffer a fate worse than death. Help me now, immediately. Chapter 42. Can you not wait even 3 days? As dawn broke, sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a golden glow upon the Xian Hall. Inside the spacious side hall, Elder Tian Xing took a hearty swig of fine wine, his eyes betraying a hint of worry, but he could not help but shake his head and sigh. Only 3 days remain until the master ceremony. Alas, what will become of you? Chun Xian, Du Ming, Shirlei, and Niu Ben turned their attention to him, their brows furrowed in inexplicable heaviness. The wager between Chun Xian and Ji Yaoyue had long since spread like wildfire throughout the central continent. Clear-eyed observers could see that, following the master ceremony, the bond between master and disciple would likely be severed. At that time, Chun Xian's predicament would be exceedingly perilous. Chun Xian downed his cup in one gulp. Laughing heartily, if I am not welcomed here, then surely there exists a place that will embrace me. If nowhere wishes to have me, then it shall not hinder me. In that moment, he radiated vitality, as if he had returned to his former self. Elder Tian Xing hesitated before speaking. Chun Xian, there must be some misunderstanding between you and Ji Yaoyue. Why not clarify your feelings openly? Or perhaps offer her a public apology? Unnecessary. Chun Xian shook his head resolutely, but he gazed at the sun slowly emerging from behind the clouds, and his voice turned contemplative. I once believed that sincere devotion would inevitably yield reciprocity. Yet, it was only after I detonated my 9th-grade golden core that I realized my grave error. Some individuals are born as ingrate wolves, only knowing how to take without understanding gratitude. Even if I were to sacrifice for her, it would be deemed a given, and once I become useless, they will turn their backs without hesitation. The rift between Ji Yaoyue and me has long been drawn. We are now like water and fire. Even if she were to see me breathe, she would deem me guilty. Elder Tian Xing remained silent, for he too had endured a similar plight after being afflicted by a peculiar poison. Do not worry, master. Brother Xian possesses the blood of the heart pill in hand. Which power among the 9 sects and 13 clans does not wish to court him? What is so special about the Howrensort sect? Your injury and poisoning arose precisely from the betrayal of an insider. Neo Ben interjected, his indignation palpable. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian felt a chill run down his spine. The intelligence regarding the sect's demon hunting team was classified, and only a select few had the privilege to access such information. If there had been a leak, it implied collusion between the highest echelons of the sect and dark forces. Who could it be? Enough! If you dare utter such words again, I shall end your life on the spot. Elder Tian Xing barked, a flicker of apprehension and coldness flashing in his eyes. Loose lips bring disaster. Though I share your sentiments, speaking recklessly without evidence will only hasten your demise. After being reprimanded, Neo Ben could only stand there, feeling embarrassed and resentful. Chun Xian's eyes gleamed as he spoke solemnly. Elder Tian Xing, the dark mandala flower's peculiar poison within you can only be cured by the 9 yang fire essence. Rest assured, I shall exhaust all efforts to seek it out. Nothing is insurmountable for the determined. Good lad, your intent is commendable. However, the 9 yang fire essence is exceedingly rare and difficult to find. Elder Tian Xing spoke with a mixture of appreciation and lingering disappointment. His path of cultivation had been abruptly severed by the dark mandala flower's poison, which left him discontented. Yet, what could he do? In truth, upon discovering the nature of Elder Tian Xing's affliction, Chen Xian had inquired with by Bing Yin in the secret chamber and learned that the 9 yang fire essence could indeed heal him. However, even Bai Bingyan was unaware of its whereabouts within the vast and desolate territories recorded in ancient texts. As the group continued their revelry, a sudden cry for help pierced the air. Not good! Dark forces are spreading poison everywhere. Master, hurry back to Qian Peak for aid. My junior sister is dead, and senior brother Qi is dead too. A young man sorted on his sword, his face shrouded in dark energy. Upon finishing his warning, he collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Jin Yin, my disciple. Qi Shuzi's eyes widened in horror as he rushed forward to render aid, but alas, it was too late. I, Qi Shuzi, shall never rest until I eradicate the beasts of the dark path. He roared, unleashing his flying sword, which tore through the sky with a thunderous roar. The 20 or so nascent soul elders present all turned pale. This was dire. If even Qian Peak was ensnared in peril, how could we, the lesser peaks, hope to withstand? My partner has just given birth to a child, and the strongest disciple on our peak is merely at the 4th grade. 7th stage of the Golden Core. How can we possibly defend ourselves? Swiftly return for reinforcements. Delay could spell disaster. The elders voiced their alarm. Panic spreading among them, in that moment. Chen Xian felt an overwhelming sense of conspiracy and impending crisis. He exclaimed, the Howrensort sect boasts a multitude of strong warriors. Those dark forces that have appeared so mysteriously cannot possibly last long. I implore you all to uphold your vows and ensure my safety. Yet the 20 or so nascent soul elders ignored him, soaring away on their swords. What? Chen Xian's lips twitched as his unease intensified. Moments later, the 3 Taoist leaders stationed at the Xian Hall also hurried over. Engaging in whispered discussions, they too sensed something amiss. Just then, a terrifying pressure of the transformation god stage erupted from afar, sweeping toward the Xian Hall with overwhelming force. A figure shrouded in a fierce whirlwind emerged, obscuring its true visage, having breached the Xian Hall. Instantly, the temperature within the hall plummeted, and a chilling aura of murderous intent surged. This was perilous. Elder Tian Xing and the others turned pale, a ploy to draw us away. Qi Shuzi, that transformation god expert, along with the 20 nascent soul elders, have just departed. Whether they have fallen into a trap or been manipulated, the remaining individuals in the Xian Hall are utterly incapable of resisting a transformation god. The Taoist leaders and disciples from the 9 sects and 13 clans gathered instinctively, yet they did not shield Chen Xian in their midst. They had received directives from their sects and were covetously eyeing the blood of the heart pill in Chen Xian's possession. However, in the current situation, forcibly protecting him would be tantamount to courting death. In the face of life and death, one's own life remained paramount. Elder Tian Xing bellowed, disciple, you all protect Chen Xian and retreat. I shall hold him off. The Xian Hall is close to the Jade Maiden Hall. Ji Yaiyue will arrive shortly. Upon finishing his words, he produced a golden pill and unhesitatingly swallowed it. Boom, in an instant. Elder Tianxing's aura surged explosively, propelling him from the nascent soul stage to the initial phase of the transformation god stage. He drew forth his mid-grade treasured blade, charging forth directly. Meanwhile, the transformation god expert, enshrouded in a whirlwind, summoned a verdant long sword and struck out with a single slash. In the next moment, two figures exuding terrifying energy clashed fiercely. Sword aura intertwined, and blade light raged indiscriminately. The grand hall lay in utter disarray, on the brink of collapse. Elder Tianxing found himself rapidly overwhelmed, yet he fought valiantly, dragging the lifeless body of his opponent, embodying a relentless spirit of mutual destruction. "Xiangu, we must flee," Du Ming shouted, tugging at Chun Xian's arm. But Chun Xian remained motionless, his eyes glinting with an icy resolve. "Flee? It is no longer necessary." The moment the formation of Yunu Peak was shattered, Ji Yaiwei would have sensed it. "She is on her way. She must have arrived long ago." Chun Xian chuckled bitterly, shaking his head with a sigh. "You cannot even wait for 3 days?" No one knew the depths of disappointment, fury, and murderous intent concealed beneath Chun Xian's indifferent facade at that moment. Chapter 43, Who shall we blame to appease our junior disciple henceforth? Above the Howren Great Hall, Li Yinglian, clad in green, emanated an aura of righteousness that surged like a tide. He addressed the gathering elders of the sect, commanding, "A band of demons dares to repeatedly provoke the dignity of our Howren Sword sect. Fellow elders, follow your sect leader to eradicate these fiends." Clang, clang, clang. The flying sword sang in unison, and the elders exuded an overwhelming aura. Under Li Yinglian's leadership, they swiftly headed northward, where ominous columns of black, demonic energy surged into the sky. Meanwhile, Yunu Peak resided in the southern part of the Howren Sword sect. Outside Bibbo Cave, Lu Ruyan emerged, her clear and beautiful eyes flickering with a hint of coldness and regret. Having paid such a hefty price to obtain the blood oath token, she found herself ensnared by that individual. Now, she could only rely on the infatuated Taohua sword to cooperate with him. After a long pause, Lu Ruyan murmured softly, "Who could that be? There is an aura about him that feels so familiar." At that moment, Elder Qingxia, accompanied by 7 female disciples, soared into view. Lu Ruyan's expression turned serious as she inquired, "Master, what has transpired?" "I was in meditation and sensed a violent fluctuation of spiritual energy within our sect, which seemed to be mixed with demonic energy. A group of demons has quietly infiltrated our sect. They are spreading poison, and some disciples have already fallen victim." Elder Qingxia explained hastily, urging Lu Ruyan to join the ranks to ensure her safety. With the discipleship ceremony approaching, Lu Ruyan could not afford any harm. Unbeknownst to her, the very disciple she prided herself on was the architect of this calamity. Within an ancient, austere hall, immortal Mu Yun sat cross-legged. Before him, a bronze mirror emitted wisps of white light, revealing scenes from within the Howren Sword sect. In the illusion, 5 shadowy streams of black energy materialized, signifying the presence of 5 formidable demons concealed within the Howren Sword sect. Immortal Mu Yun's expression grew increasingly grim. Is this truly the esteemed Howren Sword sect among the 9 sects and 13 schools of Zhongzhou? The sect harbors a significant amount of filth. The group of poison puppets is not controlled by that vile creature who attacked the Grand Hall. 5. They hide themselves quite well, especially this one. With a flick of his finger, Immortal Mu Yun caused one black stream to dissipate, evoking a surreal and eerie sensation. After a lengthy moment, he solemnly murmured to himself, "This demonic energy seems to be that of an outer realm's heart demon. I hope I am mistaken. Otherwise, if it grows, the wild heaven domain may transform into a realm of anguished wails." At this moment, a chilling murderous intent shone in Immortal Mu Yun's eyes. The wild heaven domain is divided into 5 regions, and the righteous forces of Zhongzhou are in fact the weakest. Over the years, it has been Immortal Mu Yun, this extraordinary 8 tribulation immortal, who has kept the malevolent spirits at bay. Yet within the depths of the Black Sin Abyss in the heart of Zhongzhou, the seal is loosening, unable to restrain the great Black Heaven Demon Lord for long. Immortal Mu Yun knows that once he departs, Zhongzhou will likely face calamity. However, in 3 to 5 years, the 9th tribulation for immortals is bound to descend. Failure to withstand it means death, while success signifies an unusual form of completion, leading to immediate ascension to the celestial realm. Thus, immortal Mu Yun urgently requires a disciple to strengthen the seal. Chun Xian is the promising candidate he has identified. Yet now, the Howren Sword sect conceals an aura reminiscent of an outer realm heart demon, leaving immortal Mu Yun filled with fury and concern. The outer realm heart demon is an almost immortal and malevolent existence. In the Yuna Hall, Ji Yue stood with her hands clasped behind her back, gazing towards the Grand Hall, her eyes shimmering. Due to the proximity, the residual waves of battle between two god transformation powerhouses faintly resonated, stirring the atmosphere. Just then, Ji Wushuang approached, standing behind Ji Yaoyue. "Mother, do you feel any reluctance?" Within Ji Wushuang's eyes, a complex blend of unspoken resentment surfaced. "That I do not," Ji Yaoyue replied tersely, a tremor passing through her captivating form. Then, she continued indifferently, "Even if one raises a dog, over time, some affection develops. Though, this dog has become utterly useless." This response greatly satisfied Ji Wushuang. However, as images of Ji Yaoyue engaging in a fierce duel with Chun Xian flashed through his mind, an overwhelming rage surged within him, causing his lips to twitch with manic fury. "How kind you are to this dog you raised, allowing him. Never mind. This dog will soon meet his end, and I shall remain magnanimous." As Ji Wushuang spoke, he subtly leaned closer to Ji Yaoyue. Inhaling the delightful fragrance that enveloped him, Wushuang, that vile servant Lu Ruyan harbors malicious intentions and deep schemes. Although we have momentarily thwarted her, she will undoubtedly harbor further ambitions. You must be cautious. Ji Yaoyue cautioned. That Ji Wushuang took another deep breath, then chuckled. "That woman cannot escape my grasp. Ambitions. Ha ha ha. To punish her, I shall conquer her fiercely tonight." Upon hearing the word conquer, Ju's beautiful eyes flickered momentarily. She finally understood why. Upon confirming Chun Xian's impending demise, she felt a twinge of loss and discomfort. Perhaps it was because she had yet to fully subjugate this wayward disciple. If he were to choose suicide due to her words, it would be perfect. What a pity! Not far from the Yuna Hall, in a flower room, Zhao Kaiyue, Shin Qingqing, Bai Ling, and Mu Xun gathered that a shimmering barrier of formation cast a green light, enveloping the flower room and rendering the four women's conversation both secretive and secure. Zhao Kaiyue scoffed that good-for-nothing Chun Xian is doomed to die. Qi Xuanzi and the others have just left, and that mysterious demonic god transformation expert has arrived, clearly targeting the Blood Oath token and the Panlong treasure ring. Oh no, that is dire. Those treasures rightfully belong to our junior disciple. If they are taken away, Shin Qingqing exclaimed in alarm. Bai Ling panicked, ready to leave the flower room to send a warning. "Third sister, do you think Master is unaware? Worry not. This is the territory of our Howren Sword sect," Mu Xun reassured with a knowing smile. Then, the four women exchanged knowing glances and smiles. After a while, Shin Qingqing sighed, expressing a hint of regret. "To be honest, the thought of Chun Xian's imminent demise brings me an inexplicable sadness." The other three women laughed derisively, unperturbed in their eyes. The fallen Chun Xian was nothing more than a lazy pig and a useless dog, unworthy of their regard. If he perished, so be it. At that moment, Shin Qingqing continued, "With the death of that good-for-nothing holy son, who shall we blame to appease our junior disciple in the future? How regrettable." Chapter 44. Darling, save me. Boom. Boom boom. The clash between Elder Tianxing and the mysterious god transformation expert left the Grand Hall in chaos. Teetering on the brink of destruction, clang, a sword she shot forth, aimed directly at Chun Xian, but was valiantly intercepted by Niu Ben. Puff. Niu Ben could not suppress a mouthful of blood, roaring, "Xiango, what are you hesitating for? You must flee." In that moment, he felt a profound despair. Not far from the duel, Elder Tianxing was utterly suppressed. The elders and disciples of the 9 sects and 13 schools kept their distance, clearly unwilling to wade into this murky water. That it was a deadlock. Duming shouted, "Niu Ben, let us prepare to fight to the death. To hell with it. Life or death, what does it matter? Why fear anything?" Shirley, silent, drew forth his silver snake sword. That moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Elder Tianxing suddenly crushed a golden jade talisman, from which burst forth a powerful golden rune that struck the mysterious god transformation expert with a resounding impact. This talisman was Elder Tianxing's last resort. Ah, with a piercing scream, the figure revealed itself. Elder Tianxing, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, spat with seething hatred. Tao Hua Jianqi Siduya. So it is you, the harbinger of yin and yang. Tianxing, you seek death. Upon exposing his identity, Situ Wuya, without a hint of hesitation, summoned a mesmerizing pink long sword. This blade, named Hongshun, exuded a sweet and intoxicating aura, disorienting all who beheld it, swish, with a single strike. The Hongshun sword severely injured Elder Tianxing, sending him crashing before Niu Ben and the others, barely clinging to life. Elder Tianxing, Chen Xian cried out, tears brimming in his eyes, consumed by rage and regret. He lamented his hesitation. Had he called for his wife immediately, Elder Tianxing would not have sustained such grave injuries, teetering on the brink of life and death. A man seldom sheds tears, Chen Xian. You are truly remarkable. Always have been. The elder, cradled in Chen Xian's arms, uttered faintly, his life force flickering like a candle flame. That I in that moment, Chen Xian's heart twisted in anguish. Just then, from the distant void, a colossal creature shrouded in demonic energy soared towards them. That it was man-like yet not, its body covered in black scales, and from its back sprouted a pair of vast, blood-red wings, gliding swiftly towards Chen Xian. Situ Wuya, however, remained eerily calm, as though he had anticipated this, making no effort to intervene. This was the flying heavenly demon. Du Ming was struck with terror, exclaiming in despair, "This is the flying heavenly demon. It is forged from the corpses of beings at the combined body stage, indestructible and immensely powerful, capable of traversing the skies with terrifying might, rivaling the strength of beings at the 8th or 9th tier of the transformation stage. Being a demonic puppet, it knows no fear of death. Only by extinguishing the demon fire within its core can it be slain. Alas!" The three elders sighed in unison, hastily forming a tight defensive formation. The flying heavenly demon was a formidable foe, especially with the likes of the perverse Tao Hua Jianqi in their midst. The situation could easily escalate to the point where they would all be silenced. Roar! The flying heavenly demon let out a chilling roar, emanating a thick stench of blood. Its massive claws glimmered with an eerie blue light as they swung towards Chen Xian, seemingly intent on pulverizing him and seizing his treasures. Yet, Chen Xian felt no fear whatsoever. Holding the gravely injured Elder Tianxing, he cried out through tears, "Wife, save me!" In that instant, an intensely frigid wave of cold power swept down. Whoosh! The surface of the flying heavenly demon's outstretched claw instantly crystallized into a thick layer of ice, rapidly spreading across its entire form. Simultaneously, a voice as pure and chilling as ice rang out suddenly. "Dare to harm my husband? You seek death, what?" The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, witnessing a stunning maiden in a flowing white gown appear from the depths of the Xian Hall, teleporting directly in front of Chen Xian. Her beauty was unparalleled, radiating an air of icy purity, akin to an ethereal Tianshan ice lotus, surrounded by shimmering ice crystals. Her cold, beautiful eyes surveyed the crowd with an air of disdain. Such a breathtaking fairy left onlookers spellbound that it was none other than Bai Bingyan. In the next moment, she extended a slender, jade-like finger and pointed. Crack! Bai Bingyan's finger touched the flying heavenly demon, causing it to tremble violently before disintegrating into a flurry of black ice crystals that scattered into the air. A single finger to vanquish a transformation stage foe. Daoist Chun from the Qingmu sect gasped, prompting those around him to shudder in astonishment. "This celestial maiden? I have no intention of being your enemy." Sidu Wuya trembled, his body taut, eyes filled with fear and trepidation. She was too powerful. He wished he could flee immediately. "You wish to harm my husband. That is a grave sin," Bai Bingyan spoke coldly, summoning a chilling ice whip with a mere wave of her hand. Chen Xian, cradling the barely conscious Elder Tianxing, growled, "Wife, capture him. Do not kill him yet. I must uncover the mastermind behind this." Whoosh! An overwhelming chill enveloped the area. Sidu Wuya was swiftly ensnared by the ice whip, rendered utterly immobile. The sheer might on display left all present dumbfounded. Even more shocking was Chen Xian's address, a single finger to slay the flying heavenly demon. Capturing the Tao Hua Jianxi was as easy as plucking fruit from a tree. A celestial maiden of such inconceivable strength, and Qin Xian referred to her as his wife. Insanity, absolute madness. Du Ming, Niu Bin, and the others exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that at that moment, without waiting for Qin Xian to plead, Bai Bingyin stepped forward, retrieving a fragrant, snow-white pill from her storage ring and administering it to Elder Tianqing. Elder Tianqing let out a sigh of relief as his vitality gradually stabilized. Though still severely wounded, he had escaped the immediate danger. Bai Bingyin then rose, her aura erupting with the formidable might of the fourth stage of tribulation. Her voice, icy and commanding, reverberated through the air. I am the seventh princess of the Qingqiu clan from Mount Manyao. Bai Bingyin, all members of the Howren Sword sect, hurry to the Xian Hall. Otherwise, this princess shall bathe you all in blood. What? The trio of Taoists gasped in horror, swallowing hard in unison. Their hearts churned violently. No wonder this celestial maiden was so breathtaking, her power so formidable. She was the recognized first beauty of the Northern Border Demon clan. Princess Bingyin. Immediately, the crowd turned their astonished gazes towards Qin Xian, who held Bai Bingyin's delicate hand, each one feeling a sense of absurdity wash over them. Good heavens! Was this a hallucination? Qin Xian, a mere waste, had managed to bed the Princess Bingyin. The entire Howren Sword sect was left in shock. The overwhelming cold pressure of a mid-tribulation powerhouse filled the air. Bai Bingyin's cold, domineering voice instilled an unexplainable dread. Qi Shuzi, Elder Qingshu, and others were utterly bewildered. Yet they hurriedly made their way over to Yinglian silently wiped away a smear of black blood from the corner of her mouth, her face twisted in disgust, as if she had consumed something repugnant. Cursed! All my efforts wasted. She vanished in a flash, leading the others to Yunu Peak. This is bad. Jiyua's pretty face changed, sensing an ominous feeling. Soon after, she rushed over with Ji Wushuang in tow. A short while later, outside the Xian Hall, led by Li Yinglian, the members of the Howren Sword sect had gathered in the hundreds. Their gazes fell upon Bai Bingyin, filled with caution and reverence. How could this be? Ji Wushuang's expression darkened, struggling to accept such a result. When he beheld Bai Bingyin's stunning beauty, his heart soared, filled with fanciful thoughts if only he could entangle himself with the seventh princess. How delightful that would be! Li Yinglian, maintaining her composure, spoke. I have long heard of the seventh princess's esteemed name. It is indeed a stroke of fortune to meet you today. However, may I inquire why you are here at the Howren Sword sect? Away from Mount Manyao? Do you possess the standing to question me? Bai Bingyin retorted coldly. She then fixed her gaze on Li Yinglian and the others, her voice frigid. You have bullied my husband. Qin Xian, to such a degree do you think this princess lacks the right to intervene? What? The crowd froze, their expressions shifting dramatically, when Bai Bingyin took Qin Xian's hand, affirming their bond. The Howren Sword sect erupted in chaos. Chapter 45. The Intimacy of Newlyweds. The comprehensive strength of the Northern Border Demon clan is renowned as the strongest in the wild heaven domain. Bai Bingyin is the seventh princess of the nine-tailed celestial fox lineage. Celebrated as the foremost beauty among the demon clans, such a radiant fairy, adorned with countless accolades, was actually, together with Qin Xian, Dai Tao, Sita Yulong, and others were consumed by envy and jealousy, nearly driven mad. They felt as if the heavens had turned a blind eye. Meanwhile, under Bai Bingyin's gaze, Li Yinglian broke into a cold sweat. He sensed a terrifying, killing intent. Seventh princess, you cannot be serious. I truly had no knowledge of this. There must be some misunderstanding. Li Yinglian chuckled nervously. The Northern Border Demon clan was not to be trifled with. Many great demon kings were fiercely protective, seeking vengeance for even the smallest grievances. Not to mention, the Qingqiu Fox clan. Furthermore, Bai Bingyin's strength was a force to be reckoned with. If he could not provide her with a satisfactory answer, she would likely not let the matter rest. Misunderstanding? This princess has been in the Xian Hall for quite some time, and I have seen through your hypocritical facades. Bai Bingyin's beautiful eyes glinted coldly as she mocked. Her gaze swept over the crowd, and none dared to meet her eyes. However, Ji Wushuang did not bow his head. Instead, he stood tall, exuding charm, his smile warm and gentle, He aimed to fully showcase his allure, hoping to enchant Bai Bingyin with his beauty. If Chen Xian could win her over, he was confident he could do the same. Just then, a loud slap rang out. Bai Bingyin, without hesitation, slapped Ji Wushuang across the face, sending him flying in disarray. Blood sprang from his mouth at a filthy wretch. How dare you make advances towards me? You are not even fit to compare to a single toe of my husband. Bai Bingyin's scornful ridicule left everyone stunned. Good heavens! Chen Xian must have pleased this seventh princess greatly for her to be so utterly devoted. Chen Xian, Niu Ben, and others witnessed this scene, secretly relishing the moment. Little junior brother, Zhao Kaiyun, and her three companions rushed forward to assist Ji Wushuang in rising. After being slapped, Ji Wushuang's countenance revealed displeasure, and Ji Yu's heart simmered with frustration, especially as she observed Bai Bingyin and Chen Xian holding hands. Ji Yue felt a suffocating sensation in her chest, as if something that belonged to her was being snatched away. Yet she was astute enough to remain silent, her head bowed in taciturnity. Do you dare to gaze upon this princess? Do you defy me? Do you wish to perish? Bai Bingyin cast a disdainful glance at the bloody Ji Wushuang, her lofty voice demanding an answer. At that moment, Ji Wushuang was consumed by rage, suppressing his immense fury. He forced a smile and replied, "How could I dare to defy you, seventh princess? Your slap was indeed justified." Having lost several teeth, Ji Wushuang's words were somewhat slurred and unclear. Just then, Elder Qingxiao arrived with Lu Ruyin and others, their eyes wide with astonishment at the unfolding drama. "Wretched woman, you dare to slander my husband, more despicable than that pretty boy." Bai Bingyin's gaze turned frigid, and she swiftly delivered another slap through the air. Lu Ruyin was sent flying. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. No one dared to voice a contradiction. Under the overwhelming pressure of Bai Bingyin's formidable fourth-stage tribulation power, everyone understood that retreating into their shells was the only means of survival. Li Yinglian clasped her hands, tentatively stating, "Seventh princess, with your beauty and talent, you could surely find a suitor 1,000 times more suitable than Chen Xian. You must have been deceived by him. Correct? If so, I would gladly take it upon myself to sever ties with him on your behalf." Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement that a singular thought arose among the crowd. Chen Xian had ensnared the Navi Bai Bingyin with flowery words. Otherwise, how could she possibly develop feelings for a useless waste who could not cultivate? "My husband and I are truly in love. If you dare question my words again, I shall strike you." Bai Bingyin replied coldly. Her voice rang clear as crystal, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it, rendering them incapable of retort. That Alien's lips twitched, her complexion turning a deep shade of liver. She then forced down her ire and spoke with measured restraint. "It is indeed a matter of great prestige for the seventh princess to grace our Howren sword sect. However, there exists an agreement between the southern wilderness and our central continent that forbids powerful individuals from trespassing into each other's territories, let alone intruding into sect grounds. You have resided in our Howren sword sect for several days. The sect master has no objections, but since you have made your presence known, if you do not depart, I fear." At that moment, all the allies from the 9 sects and 13 clans were present, ready to bear witness. Even a fool could discern that Li Yinglian was effectively issuing an eviction notice. Bai Bingyin narrowed her beautiful eyes and replied coldly, "This princess will indeed be leaving, but before I do, I must ascertain who seeks to harm my husband." She then turned her gaze towards the imprisoned Taohua sword enthusiast. Great soul capture technique. Each word from Bai Bingyin was as frigid as ice as she formed intricate seals with her hands. The Taohua sword enthusiast cried out in anguish as a semi-transparent figure began to emerge from within his spiritual core. His soul formed during the god transformation stage. At this moment, Li Yinglian suddenly erupted, attempting to thwart Bai Bingyin's incantation. With righteous indignation, he declared, "Seventh princess, you are going too far. How can you employ such malevolent techniques within my Howren sword sect? What will become of our sect's reputation?" Bang! With Li Yinglian's interference, Bai Bingyin's great soul capture technique faltered, and the Taohua sword enthusiast soul form was obliterated in an instant. The renowned Yin Yang individual, Taohua sword enthusiast, fell into oblivion. "You possess immense audacity." Bai Bingyin's fury erupted, her fourth-stage tribulation power sweeping through the air. Li Yinglian, caught in the crossfire, felt a flush rise in his cheeks, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Bowing, he said gravely, "Seventh Princess, please temper your rage. If you act recklessly within my sect, it may provoke a conflict between the central continent and the southern wilderness. Dear wife, let it go." Chen Xian interjected, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. The demise of the Taohua sword enthusiast assured that the true culprit would remain elusive today. Yet, having observed from the sidelines, he was now almost certain Sect Master Li Yinglian had a hand in sheltering the true villain. Before sunset, this princess shall take her leave. Bai Bingyan suppressed her anger and uttered this final remark before turning to enter the disheveled mystic hall. The crowd gazed at her stunning silhouette. Exchanging glances filled with disbelief, Li Yinglian squinted, lost in contemplation, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes that Ji Wushuang and Lu Rian did not disguise their fury. Ji Yaoyue also lifted her head, her proud bearing stirring turbulent waves of anger. Only Elder Tianxing chuckled heartily, patting Chen Xian's shoulder and saying, "Young Chen Xian, you have quite the discerning eye." Splendid, splendid." He was genuinely happy for Chen Xian. With the seventh princess Bai Bingyan as his protector, he would surely find himself much safer. Chen Xian, upon hearing this, forced a smile that barely masked his sorrow. Today, was Bai Bingyan truly leaving at that moment? Bai Bingyan's voice echoed in his mind. "Husband, do not be disheartened. I had originally planned to return to stabilize an ancient formation. Afterward, I shall visit you every 10 days or so. I could even make a great vow." Chen Xian was taken aback. A smile spread across his face. Just a brief separation. That would be manageable. With his wife's ability to traverse realms, a journey between central continent and southern wilderness would take merely a day. A brief parting can indeed strengthen the bonds of love. A delightful arrangement indeed. At that moment, Niu Bin poked Chen Xian, reminding him, "Xiangu, my master's injuries are not fatal. You should quickly accompany your wife. It is essential to express your affection before parting." Chapter 46. My dearest mother, are you afraid? On Howren Peak, within a secret chamber plastered with talismans, Li Yinglian sat cross-legged on a blue jade cushion, cultivating to heal his injuries. His complexion was ghastly pale. It appeared as though he had just sustained a grievous wound. After a stick of incense had burned, Li Yinglian managed to suppress the backlash within his body. His gaze icy and penetrating. Buzz, a massive ancient bronze mirror in the chamber suddenly illuminated, swirling with a soft pink glow. Eventually, the mirror revealed an enchanting woman clad in red. This woman was a paragon of beauty, exuding an alluring charm. Each smile and frown radiated a beguiling allure. Typically, any man fortunate enough to marry such a woman would not survive beyond 3 months, for she was a true enchantress by nature. Brother Yinglian, are you injured? It seems quite severe. Your sister is worried for you." The woman in red covered her mouth with a delicate hand, giggling, her voice like a soft paw scratching at the heartstrings. Li Yinglian's expression darkened, his displeasure evident as he retorted, "Pink Lady, this sect master has no interest in idle chatter with you. Today's plan has failed. Thankfully, the Taohua sword enthusiast has perished. Otherwise, we would be in deep trouble." "Oh, our plan was foolproof. How could it have failed?" The Pink Lady inquired, confusion adorning her features that Li Yinglian narrowed his eyes, a hint of trepidation creeping into his voice as he divulged, "You may find this absurd, even unbelievable." He candidly recounted the events involving Bai Bingyan. "What this?" The Pink Lady was taken aback, speechless for a moment. Ultimately, she could only offer consolation. "Brother Yinglian, do not lose heart. The more this happens, the more treasures Chen Xian will acquire. As for that seventh princess, different paths for humans and demons. Her status is far too exalted, and the myriad demons of Mount Manyao will never consent to their union. The most effective and direct way to eliminate trouble is to eradicate the source of the trouble itself. Thus, Mount Manyao will seek to eliminate Chen Xian." Upon hearing this, Li Yinglian's vexation dissipated somewhat. At that moment, the ancient bronze mirror glowed even brighter, and the Pink Lady gracefully stepped out from within. With a seductive sway, she proclaimed, "Brother Yinglian, let my doppelganger assist you in your recovery." "How does that sound?" Soon, indescribable sounds filled the secret chamber, within the Jade Maiden Hall. Shielded by formations, Ji Wushuang covered his face, his eyes ablaze with fury. Why? Why did you not stand up for me? Are you afraid, my dearest mother? Overwhelmed with rage, Ji Wushuang's body trembled. The humiliation was unbearable. Scenes from the Mystic Hall flashed through his mind, driving him to the brink of madness. Bai Bingyin's slap and her disdainful remarks would undoubtedly circulate throughout the central continent, reducing him to a figure of ridicule in the shadows. Yet, what he found most intolerable was Ji Yue's demeanor. She had remained silent throughout, as if, in that moment, she had betrayed him, aligning herself with Chun Xian. Ji Yaoyue narrowed her beautiful eyes and reproached. Be silent. In that situation, what use would my standing up have served? This. Ji Wushuang's lips twitched slightly, suppressing an overwhelming fury to that moment. Ji Yaoyue continued, Wushuang, a true man must possess the ability to both advance and retreat. The appearance of Bai Bingyin has indeed shattered that plan. But what of it? This woman's identity will plunge Chun Xian into an abyss from which there is no return. He will not have the opportunity to contend with you. Oh, Ji Wushuang, already wise, began to chuckle coldly after a moment of deep contemplation. At that juncture, Ji Yaoyue produced a pill from her robes and handed it over. This is a 100-spirit pill. Known for its remarkable healing properties, it will also enable the rapid regeneration of your teeth. Consume it quickly. In 3 days, my son shall present himself at the Master Apprenticeship Conference in a manner as elegant as jade. Thank you, mother. In the Bai Bo cave, Lu Ruyan gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her delicate hand brushing over her swollen cheeks. She remained in a daze for quite some time before she managed a self-deprecating smile. Am I truly living as a joke now? Her murmurs echoed throughout the cave. Squinting her beautiful eyes, the visage of Bai Bingyin surfaced in her mind, her envy barely concealed that I have heard that Bai Bingyin was born with 9 tails. Causing a stir in the Wan Yao Mountain. Her cultivation talent is worthy of the title 9-tailed celestial fox. Having already reached the tribulation stage at such a young age, she is hailed as the next empress of the Southern Wilderness Demon Clan. With her beauty and talent, what kind of exceptional husband could she not find? Why, then, did she choose the useless Chun Xian? Could it be that Chun Xian possesses some extraordinary talent unknown to others? It seems I must reconsider my attitude towards him. I shall strive to extract his great secret. Her whispers lingered in the cave, fading into silence, within a secluded hall of the Xian Temple. Elder Tianqing consumed a pill to heal his wounds, his aura incredibly weak and fluctuating violently, and he was already afflicted by the peculiar poison of the dark mandala flower. And having taken a forbidden pill to forcibly restore his peak strength had resulted in backlash. Now his combat power had plummeted to the golden core stage. The most perilous aspect was that the strange poison had further infiltrated Elder Tianqing's limbs and bones, increasing the difficulty of removal severalfold. Du Meng furrowed his brow and sighed, alas. Brother Xian has indeed surprised us greatly, but his wife is the foremost beauty of the demon clan. Her identity is somewhat difficult to navigate. Difficult to navigate? Hasn't Brother Xian already succeeded? Niu Ben scratched his head in confusion that Du Meng retorted, Are you missing a few screws? What I mean is Brother Xian will face countless wrath from the talented demons in the future. At that moment, Elder Tianqing slowly opened his eyes and spoke, after much contemplation. The best path for that brat Chun Xian is clear. He must surrender the Pan Long treasure ring and the Haotian sword, admitting defeat to terminate the bet with Ji Yaoyue. Once the bet is dissolved, the Great Dao contract will cease to exist, allowing him to depart with the 7th princess. With her capabilities, she can easily arrange for his safe haven. Du Meng, Niu Ben, and Shirlei were all enlightened by his words, nodding in agreement. Let me, this old fool, broach the subject. I believe the sect master and Ji Yaoyue will still give me some face. Elder Tianqing spoke calmly, gradually closing his eyes once more. Deep within the Xian temple, in a secret chamber, Chun Xian embraced by Bingyan, the two nestled closely together, but an unbreakable bond of emotion flowed within the chamber. After a long while, Bai Bingyan suddenly smiled and said, Husband, do not wear such a mournful expression. We are merely parting temporarily, not for this lifetime. I promise to visit you 2 to 3 times every month. All right, yes, but I still find it hard to part. Chun Xian replied, nodding. Bai Bingyan playfully poked his forehead with her delicate finger, grinning, then let us engage in some delightful activities. For example, but this morning, did we not just husband? You're being naughty. All right, I'll do as you wish. Now that is more like it, my dear wife. Do you have any further requests? Do not hold back. Chapter 47. Husband. You must find me a few more sisters in the secret chamber. After indulging for 2 hours, the couple finally quieted down. Bai Bingyin nestled contentedly in Chen Xian's embrace, a layer of enchanting blush gracing her stunning visage. She extended a delicate finger, gently tracing circles on Chen Xian's chest. Husband, at the Master Apprenticeship Conference in 3 days, you must make a remarkable impression and become the direct disciple of Mu Yun San Xian. Otherwise, our path to truly being together will become exceedingly difficult. Oh, my dear wife, why do you say that? Our demon clan reveres the strong, and my talent and identity are too extraordinary, regarded as the future empress of the southern wilderness. Thus, to marry me openly and possess the supreme, true dragon bloodline is somewhat insufficient. It would be best if you had a sufficiently powerful backing to propose. Mu Yun San Xian is an 8 tribulation immortal, whose strength ranks among the top 3 in the entire desolate heaven domain. Undoubtedly, the best support. Rest assured, my dear, once I succeed in becoming a disciple, I will promptly request Mu Yun San Xian to accompany me to Wan Yao Mountain to propose. My mother should not refuse, for I am already carrying your child. As they whispered sweet nothings to each other, Chen Xian was struck with astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief. You silly girl. Bai Bingyin shot him a knowing glance. Her face adorned with a blush of happiness. It must have been during our first time in the water mansion. I am pregnant. I can already sense the little one's presence within me. However, unlike human women, demon clan women do not bear children in just 10 months. It often takes several years, or even longer. Our bloodlines are too extraordinary. The baby is likely to take even longer to develop. As she explained, her breathtakingly beautiful face radiated maternal warmth. Chen Xian was overwhelmed with excitement, placing his right hand on Bai Bingyin's abdomen to sense. A faint yet resonant pulse of life echoed back to him. My dear, you are truly pregnant. Chen Xian was nearly moved to tears, almost bursting into joyous cheers. Suddenly, he raised his hand and playfully slapped Bai Bingyin's delicate backside. Smack! The sound was crisp and melodious. Ah, husband, why would you do that? Bai Bingyin pouted in feigned indignation. Chen Xian's expression turned serious. You deserve it, being pregnant and still not behaving, yet demanding that I transform into a mighty bull and perform 108 skills. What if our baby gets? Aren't you afraid? Not at all. Our baby will surely be extraordinary. Bai Bingyin stuck out her tongue in playful defiance. Following that, Chen Xian pressed his ear against Bai Bingyin's smooth, flat abdomen, quietly absorbing the moment that a novel sense of paternal affection surged within him. In that instant, Chen Xian felt he had suddenly discovered a purpose in life, to protect his wife and child. After a long while, the couple dressed themselves. Bai Bingyin spoke earnestly. Husband, there is something I must remind you. The supreme true dragon bloodline within you is overwhelmingly yang in nature, so when I am not by your side, you may seek out a few sisters to assist with the balance of yin and yang. Aside from beauty, it would be best if they possess pure yin bodies or an ice physique. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian immediately shook his head. In his heart, having Bai Bingyin as his sole wife was more than enough. That INAC of 3,000. I, Chen Xian, shall only take a single sip. Bai Bingyin, however, was not pleased and pouted. Husband, you must listen. This matter is no trifling matter, for the dragon nature is inherently lustful, and your bloodline is that of the supreme, 5-clawed golden dragon, which great demon king does not have numerous beauties in their harem. My husband may be lustful, but must not be lewd. Hearing Bai Bingyin's words, Chen Xian reluctantly nodded in agreement. All right, I promise, my dear. Immediately after, Bai Bingyin produced a chilling ice orb and handed it to Chen Xian. Husband, this is a top-quality treasure, the 10,000-year cold spirit pearl, imbued with innate icy power. Once you refine it and incorporate it into your body, it can help balance the overwhelming yang energy within you. Chen Xian accepted it graciously, and after a successful blood refinement, absorbed it into his body. That moment, Li Yinglian's voice echoed faintly. 7th Princess, the day is waning. Please make your appearance. Husband, let us step outside. Bai Bingyin took Chen Xian's hand, leading him out of the secret chamber in the dilapidated Xian temple. A multitude of elders from the Howren Sword sect and representatives from the 9 sects and 13 schools gathered densely. The sun had fully set in the west. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Bai Bingyan and Chen Xian emerged side by side, resembling a pair of celestial lovers that Li Yinglian, beaming with joy, gestured for them to proceed. "Hold on," an aged voice resounded, prompting the crowd to turn in its direction. There, supported by Niu Ben, the severely injured and poisoned elder Tianqing slowly emerged. He clasped his hands in salute and solemnly declared, "Esteemed guests, I wish to convey an important announcement on behalf of the Holy Son, Chen Xian. He is willing to offer the Panlong treasure ring and the Haotian sword, thereby preemptively terminating that grand wager of the Tao. Is this acceptable?" Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into a momentary daze. Elder Tianqing's gaze settled upon Ji Yaoyue, for it was she who had established the wager. Ji Yaoyue scoffed coldly, decisively stating, "I refuse." "You." Elder Tianqing's eyes twitched, his face betraying barely concealed anger. At that moment, Qi Shuzi, Daoist Santong, and others began to react. Once Chen Xian was liberated from the constraints of the Dao contract, he could be taken away by Bingyan. Regardless of whether he was brought to Wanyao Mountain or elsewhere, his safety would be assured, far better than remaining in the Howren Sword sect. The representatives from the 9 sects and 13 gates felt a pang of panic. For if Chen Xian departed, it would herald the disappearance of the Bai Shui Dan Xen Ling. "Sect Master, please say something." Elder Tianqing urged gravely that Li Yinglian, exuding helplessness, replied, "Tianqing, I too am powerless in this matter. Moreover, I have already submitted Chen Xian's name. He is the Holy Son and must participate in the Master-Disciple ceremony." This left Elder Tianqing momentarily speechless, disappointment etched on his features. Chen Xian quickly reassured him. "Elder Tianqing, there is no need for your concern. Such a grand event as the Master-Disciple ceremony is one Chen Xian could never miss. Besides, the outcome of the wager is still uncertain." He understood Elder Tianqing's intentions well. And Ji Yaoyue's refusal was anticipated at that juncture. Bai Bingyan swept her gaze across the assembly and spoke with commanding authority. "Tonight, I solemnly warn you all, should anyone dare to plot against my husband, Chen Xian, I, Bai Bingyan, will pursue you to the ends of the earth, and I shall not hesitate to end your life." A chilling aura of murderous intent surged forth. The crowd quivered at her words. "Husband, I must take my leave. Remember our promise." Bai Bingyan's voice was soft, her beautiful eyes misty. Chen Xian nodded, his gaze brimming with tenderness. In that moment, the two could not resist sharing a gentle kiss. With a swish, Bai Bingyan's ethereal form flickered and vanished like a fleeting silhouette into the moonlight, as if a celestial being had departed. In Chen Xian's mind, Bai Bingyan's secret voice echoed, "Husband, do not worry. Even if you fail at the Master-Disciple ceremony, I shall steadfastly remain by your side. If you do not come to Qingqiu to propose within 10 days, I will seek you out in Zhongzhou. This is our agreement, is it not?" Chapter 48. The Beauty Scheme? The Gentle Abode. With Bai Bingyan's departure, the gathered crowd at the Xian Hall began to leave, soaring away on their swords. Qi Shuzi and others, bound by the oath of the Tao, remained behind. The gazes directed at Chen Xian grew increasingly complex, with many betraying a glee in his misfortune. Anyone could foresee the tumult that would ensue once this news reached the southern border's demon tribes. How many young talents among the 3 royal families and 10 noble clans of Wanyao Mountain harbored affections for Bai Bingyan? How could they swallow their indignation? A waste like Chen Xian, what means of self-preservation could he possibly possess? The Bai Shui Dan Xen Ling? Not nearly enough. Ji Yue's outright refusal of Elder Tianqing's earnest plea had made her stance abundantly clear. Thus, Chen Xian's fate appeared sealed. Nonetheless, to have tasted the charm of the southern border's most exquisite beauty, the illustrious little princess of the 9-tailed White Fox clan, even if he met a tragic end, it would not be in vain. Du Ming clapped Chen Xian on the shoulder and boisterously declared, "Xian Ge, let's go. It's time to drink. We won't return until we're thoroughly intoxicated." "Count me in," Shirley chimed in. Niu Ben joined in the laughter, adding, "Me too." Thus, the 4 ventured into a side hall of the Xian Hall, raising their cups in merriment. Chen Xian smiled, a mist gathering in his eyes, touched by their camaraderie. True friendship reveals itself in times of adversity. Over the years, his efforts for the Jade Maiden Peak had only yielded a host of treacherous wolves in return. Yet, he had indeed forged bonds with a few steadfast brothers, and that sufficed. The moonlight poured in, illuminating the four as they sat cross-legged, drinking and chatting with carefree abandon. Chen Xian, slightly inebriated, gazed out at the night sky. Tears welling in his eyes, that a man may shed tears, but seldom does he do so lightly. Only when sorrow truly strikes. He felt a pang of worry for Bai Bingyan, who had left while pregnant. Would she encounter danger? Would the news reaching Wanyao Mountain cause trouble for his beloved? I must grow stronger. I shall make a resounding impact at the master-disciple ceremony. I shall become the inheritor of Mu Yun San Xian's legacy. I will implore Mu Yun San Xian to accompany me to Qingqiu to propose. I will ask Mu Yun San Xian to cure Elder Tianqing of the peculiar poison afflicting him. Chen Xian clenched his fists, his heart roaring with determination. That eye in his eyes burned an intense desire and fervor. Just then, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his head. This time, he did not cry out, but rather gritted his teeth. Veins bulging on his forehead as he endured. As the pain gradually subsided, a profound melancholy enveloped his gaze. What had transpired over 3 months ago? Why had he been reduced to a waste? Still subject to the erasure of certain memories? What had I truly witnessed? This enigma lingered in the depths of Chen Xian's mind, leaving him perplexed and restless. Ultimately, Chen Xian downed the remaining wine in one gulp, resolving firmly within himself. With Mu Yun San Xian's extraordinary capabilities, recovering that lost memory should pose no challenge. In 3 days, perhaps the truth would finally be unveiled. He harbored a faint suspicion that the memory erasure was somehow tied to Ji Yaoyue. The following morning, the four lay sprawled in the side hall, snoring like thunder. A chillingly proud voice pierced the air. Chen Xian, wake up! Sanus Lu is waiting for you outside the Xian hall. Chen Xian jolted awake, a sudden alertness washing over him. At the entrance stood Dugu Xie, arms crossed, casting a glance at the four with a hint of envy. Dugu Xie, known for his solitary nature, had not made a friend in years and thus envied Chen Xian. What did you say? Lu Rian is looking for me. Chen Xian queried, puzzled. Indeed, Dugu Xie nodded, affirming with a single word that that moment, Du Ming and Niu Ben began to berate him, cautioning against meeting her. According to Du Ming, who knew not what schemes Lu Rian might be plotting, it was best to tread carefully. Not a problem. Chen Xian stood, making his way outside. He was curious to see what tricks Lu Rian had up her sleeve. Outside the Xian hall, Lu Rian's skirt billowed gracefully, her ethereal beauty strikingly captivating, resembling a pristine white lotus in full bloom. Upon hearing footsteps, she turned her head. With a gentle smile, Lu Rian remarked, Chen Xian, today's sunrise is truly beautiful. It reminds me of, spit it out if you have something to say. Chen Xian interrupted bluntly, showing no courtesy. Do you truly loathe me so? Lu Rian's voice was laced with disappointment. Brother Xian, if I told you that my chastity was taken by force, not willingly given, would you believe me? You really expect me to believe that? Chen Xian retorted, his face a mask of disdain. Lu Rian bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, evoking a sense of pity. Had it been someone like Situ Yulong, he would have likely embraced this breathtaking beauty without hesitation. However, Chen Xian was not of such base character. He held his dignity and pride dearly. I believe your mother, he bellowed, practically shouting the words as he startled the eavesdropping Qi Shuzi and the others within the Xian hall. You Chen Xian, you are so heartless. My heart aches, Lu Rian wailed, tears streaming down her face as she sorrowfully turned and soared away on her sword. Heh, Chen Xian scoffed, dismissing her entirely. Beware the green bamboo snake's bite and the yellow wasp's sting. Both are venomous, but the most venomous is a woman's heart. Chen Xian had long seen through Lu Rian's serpentine nature. Her appearance here was merely a calculated move, sensing an opportunity for gain. In truth, she had recently altered her intentions, seeking to exploit Chen Xian. With the master-disciple ceremony approaching, she aimed to make one final appeal. Brother Xian, that was magnificent, so satisfying. You truly had it out for Lu Rian. Du Ming and the others emerged, giving him a thumbs up. Initially, they had worried that Chen Xian would succumb to the beauty's scheme, falling into Lu Rian's gentle trap. Yet now it seemed, such concerns were entirely unfounded. When this news reached Ji Wushuang's ears, he was nearly driven to a frenzy, his features contorted with rage, feeling as though green light was emanating from his head. Inside, He seethed with fury. Wretched woman! Truly a shameless harlot. As Zhao Kaiyue and her 3 companions heard the news, they were overwhelmed with joy and began to spread various rumors throughout the Howren Sword sect. Time flowed like a river. And soon 2 days had passed, and on a crisp morning, within the grand hall of Howren, beams of radiant light shot forth from the surrounding peaks. Chen Xian, accompanied by Niu Bin and others, arrived at the hall. Without hesitation, he boldly took his seat upon the throne of the Holy Sun, a glimmer of uncontainable anticipation flashing in his eyes. The master-disciple ceremony was about to commence. The formidable figures and prodigies from the 9 sects, 13 schools, and various powerful factions in Zhongzhou would gather together to witness the selection of a successor by the immortal Mu Yun. Meanwhile, it was time for the Howren Sword sect to dispatch a team to the heart of Zhongzhou. The Mu Yun mountain range, with a whoosh, a streak of azure light swept into the hall, taking its place at the forefront. It was none other than the sect leader, Li Yinglian, scanning the room. He smiled expectantly and said, "Before we embark for the Mu Yun mountain range, I have a significant matter to address." Chapter 49. The True Dragon Ascension Hex. Journey to the Mu Yun mountain range. All eyes in the grand hall turned to Li Yinglian. Filled with curiosity, he flipped his hand and retrieved a palm-sized, snow-white tortoise shell from his storage ring. This shell emanated an ancient and profound aura, its surface etched with intricate patterns that hinted at the principles of the universe. This was an exceedingly rare divination artifact, acquired by the sect leader during his early years of demon slaying. Today, I wish to use this to divine something and see if our disciples can gain any insights at the master-disciple ceremony. Li Yinglian began to channel his true essence to activate it. The crowd in the hall grew intrigued. In the wasteland of the heavenly domain, treasures are classified into various tiers: magical tools, spiritual artifacts, precious artifacts, and Tao artifacts, further divided into inferior, middle, superior, and supreme grades. Divination artifacts are particularly rare, as their creators often meet with disastrous fates, underscoring the preciousness of this tortoise shell that as time passed. The white tortoise shell gradually ignited with colorful flames, emanating an enigmatic wave that enveloped the entire Howren Sword sect. Boom! Ultimately, the colorful flames on the tortoise shell transformed into a fierce dragon shape, soaring into the sky, vanishing without a trace. What is this? The crowd was left in a haze of confusion. Many turned to Elder Qingshu, the one with the deepest understanding of divination within the sect, at this moment. Elder Qingshu's white beard trembled with excitement as he leaped up, waving his hands and exclaiming, "Everyone, look at the cracks on the tortoise shell. This is the True Dragon Ascension Hex. Ha! Our Howren Sword sect is about to produce a true dragon son at the Master-Disciple ceremony. Who can rival us?" What? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Da Ji Wushuang held her head high, unable to suppress the smile on her lips. The True Dragon Ascension Hex. Even heaven acknowledges that I, Ji Wushuang, am destined to become the true dragon son, soaring to great heights. Eyes filled with envy, admiration, flattery, and shock all fell upon Ji Wushuang. Good, 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 Li Yinglian exclaimed 3 times in a row, his smile radiating joy. Ji Yaoyue, with a hint of pride, remarked, "Actually, I am not surprised by the appearance of the True Dragon Ascension Hex. After all, my beloved disciple Wushuang embodies the sect's great fortune and possesses the heavenly talent bestowed by the celestial source. Wushuang is destined for immortality, if she cannot become the true dragon prodigy. Who else is worthy?" Such arrogant words left Shui, Yingying, and others displeased, yet they found themselves unable to refute them. Facts speak louder than words. Zhao Kaiyun sighed. Our Yunu Peak is truly a blessed ground for the sect. We have produced 2 holy sons in succession. Senior sister, please be cautious with your words. Even if someone does not self-destruct their 9th grade golden core, they cannot be compared with our junior brother. Moreover, they have already fallen to the rank of a first-tier useless person. Shen Qingqing sneered, glaring at Chen Xian, still resentful over his earlier slap. Bai Ling scoffed, "Second senior sister, your words are misguided. So what if he is useless? Has he not feasted off the benefits, climbing to great heights? He has also indulged within our Yunu Peak for days, truly." Before she could finish, she let out a cry, having been slapped by Ji Yaoyue. Ji Yaoyue's voluptuous figure trembled as she scolded, "Wretched disciple. Have you no sense? If your words were to reach the ears of the demon tribes in the southern wilderness, do you think they would hesitate to tear you apart? Master, I was wrong. The crowd exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Had Bai Bingyan been an ordinary fox demon, the others would have immediately taken action to eradicate her. However, her status was too exalted, and her power too formidable. What none anticipated was that Chen Xian remained calm and composed, a faint smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. Ji Yaoyue furrowed her brow, feeling quite displeased. This wretched disciple. Is he still putting on an act? Shouldn't he be filled with dread, seeking my favor for protection? There are surely hundreds of prodigies in the southern wilderness eager to tear him apart. Finally, unable to restrain herself, Ji Yaoyue asked Chen Xian, "Do you have something to say?" Her tone carried a sense of superiority. Her pristine neck lifted slightly. Yet, seated upon the Holy Sun's throne, Chen Xian suddenly crossed his legs, as if in contemplation. After a moment, he finally remarked, as expected of an inferior-grade divination tortoiseshell, "The divination symbols are quite accurate." The crowd? Ji Wushuang let out a derisive laugh, her expression tinged with arrogance. "All right, Qi Shuzi, you and the others will remain at the sect. This time, both the true disciples and external disciples shall all go forth to witness the unparalleled elegance of Wushuang as she ascends like a true dragon. After tomorrow, our Howren Sword sect shall firmly establish itself as the foremost righteous sect in Zhongzhou." Li Yinglian spoke with fervor, elegantly waving his robe, commanding, "Form the sword dragon." Clang, clang, clang. The elders began to channel their techniques, summoning their respective flying swords. Soon, a magnificent sword dragon composed of surging sword energy was formed. And all the disciples understood and leaped onto it. Da Duming also brought Chen Xian along, landing upon the sword dragon, his thick brows furrowed slightly, unable to hide his concern. This journey to the Mu Yun mountain range for the master-disciple ceremony may be fraught with peril for Xian Ge. For now, we can only adapt as circumstances unfold. And one noticed that the smile on Chen Xian's face grew increasingly pronounced, for when the tortoiseshell revealed its divination symbols, he felt an inexplicable connection. He understood well that the so-called true dragon was none other than himself. Xing Feng, within a stone hall, Elder Tianxing's face was pale, his lips tinged with purple as he gazed out the window at the sword energy dragon piercing the clouds. "Departing from the Howren Sword sect, Master, you should take the detoxification pill." A rosy-cheeked youth approached, offering a jade-green pill. Elder Tianxing took it and swallowed, forcing a bitter smile. The deadly poison of the dark mandala flower within him could hardly be remedied by such a trivial detoxification pill. "Chen Xian, I hope you have the protection of fate." Elder Tianxing sighed internally, feeling despondent. He had no inkling that the next day's master-disciple ceremony would see the name Chen Xian shine brilliantly, as radiant as the sun, akin to a true dragon soaring to the heavens. In the southern wilderness, Bai Bingyan returned to Qingqiu, swiftly entering a mysterious forbidden area within the 10,000 Demon Mountain. Only her bloodline and power could suppress an ancient formation within this forbidden zone, preventing the emergence of a world-ending monstrous demon. Meanwhile, the Qingqiu secret realm welcomed numerous elite prodigies from various demon clans. Each was a pinnacle figure of their respective lineages. The young prodigies of the demon races had come to ascertain one matter: whether the seventh princess was indeed in a relationship with a human waste as rumored. Bai Yaowu, the patriarch of the nine-tailed white fox clan, represented his daughter and confirmed, "This is true. However, whether our clan consents to their union remains to be discussed." Upon hearing this, the assembled demon prodigies were utterly devastated. The young clan leader of the Dark Lightning Purple Eagle clan, Diao Jinxiao, returned to his quarters after a bout of frenzied drinking and tears, unable to accept this outcome. His confidant, Diao Yiding, could not bear to see him like this and consoled him. "Young clan leader, you must try to accept it. What you cannot let go of has already been embraced by Chen Xian." Diao Jinxiao, upon hearing this, screamed in rage, ultimately transforming into a dark purple lightning bolt. Shooting skyward, he intended to head to the Mu Yun mountain range to kill Chen Xian. Chapter 50. My love tribulation unexpectedly falls upon this Chen Xian in the southern wilderness within the 10,000 Demon Mountain. In a valley shrouded in ominous mist, the ground trembled violently. It seemed as though a world-ending ferocious demon was struggling to break free, the faint sound of ancient chains echoing through the air. 7 powerful demon energies surged upward like smoke signals, collaboratively activating an ancient formation to suppress the creature beneath the earth. Whoosh! A streak of pure, white light shot forth, landing upon an ancient altar. It was none other than by Bing Yin. She formed intricate hand seals to cast her spell, becoming the very core of the ancient formation. In a fervid display, she summoned her own blood to inscribe a peculiar talisman, which she then thrust into the depths below. Boom! The formidable power of the ancient formation surged, rendering the unparalleled ferocious beast beneath it utterly immobile, enveloping the area in a profound silence. Has Bing Yin returned? Princess 7, it appears your 9 cold veins have been thoroughly suppressed. Congratulations. It is fortunate that the young lady has returned. Otherwise, we old fellows would have been quite unable to contain it. 7 fierce auras surged forth, coalescing into 5 men and 2 women. None among them were youthful. They were all formidable demons of the southern wilderness. Bai Bingyin was well acquainted with the 7, engaging in lively conversation with them. At that moment, a distant azure light darted towards them. Landing before Bai Bingyin, It was a middle-aged man, exuding an aura as gentle as jade, a refreshing presence akin to a clear spring or a soft breeze. Father, Bai Bingyin called out, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Hua Lingtian spoke softly. Xiao Qi, I have heard of your matters. No matter the time, I shall always stand by your side. However, in Qingqiu, my influence is limited. And the true power lies in your mother's hands that I can only offer you my counsel and assist in minor ways. Thank you, Father. How is the situation in the southern wilderness? Bai Bingyin inquired. Hua Lingtian replied, your mother has gone to Wuyo Valley, likely to consult with your aunt. That it is said that Jiao Jinxiao, after a day of heavy drinking, flew to Zhongzhou, pursued by experts sent by the Zidian King clan. Bai Bingyin nodded, a hint of worry clouding her features. That brainless fool, Jiao Jinxiao, is of little concern. My greatest worry lies with the fearless lion clan Shiba Tian. He is cunning and ruthless, and I fear he may pose a threat to my husband. What, Xiao Qi? You have a husband? The 7 great demons were taken aback, hastily pressing for details. Bai Bingyin recounted the events, then implored Hua Lingtian to assist Chen Xian, that I shall do what I can. You need only focus on suppressing the ancient formation here. Hua Lingtian responded, though a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. Bai Bingyin was the only true 9-tailed white fox in 3,000 years, and the entire Qingqiu had high hopes for her. Yet, she had chosen a once great human prodigy, now reduced to a mere cripple. This decision undoubtedly shamed the entire southern wilderness demon clan. Hua Lingtian, though internally dissatisfied, was compelled to assist his daughter out of paternal affection. Father, I am aware that all of you disapprove of my choice in a husband. It is not solely due to the differences between our races, but primarily because he is a first-tier cripple. Once the Master Mu Yun's apprenticeship ceremony concludes tomorrow, you will see that my Xingu is no mere waste, but a peerless genius. Bai Bingyin spoke with unwavering confidence, her eyes sparkling with pride. What? Hua Lingtian and the others exchanged bewildered glances. In a picturesque valley, replete with spiritual energy, a woman clad in a flowing white gauze dress appeared, her bare feet dancing upon the surface of a long river. The jingling of jade bells adorning her ankles echoing softly. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, her aura poetic and ethereal, a celestial being who seemed both transcendent and seductively grounded in reality, embodying both detachment and allure. This woman was none other than Bai Yaomu, the matriarch of the Qingqiu 9-tailed white fox clan. Sister, come forth for a chat. As Bai Yaomu gently parted her lips, a massive cloud drifted in from the distance, transforming into an enormous cloud bed, upon which lay a breathtaking woman in white, lounging languidly, with skin as smooth as cream, brows like crescent moons, and a demeanor as cool and ethereal as the Moon Palace's goddess. Her presence rendered the very air around them sanctified. Bai Yaomu spoke, Bai Qian, you must travel to Zhongzhou and assess whether that Chen Xian is worthy of Bingyin. Why me? You know I am quite lazy. Bai Qian replied languidly. Bai Yaomu's brows furrowed slightly, her displeasure evident. The situation in Wanyao Mountain is tense, and if Bingyin's matters are not handled properly, it could lead to unimaginable consequences. You are Bing Yin's aunt. It is only reasonable for you to go. Jiao Jinxiao has already set off, and the likes of Shiba Tian and other prodigies who admire Bing Yin will not simply let this matter rest. Yet upon hearing this, Bai Qian lazily poured herself a glass of fine wine, taking a sip before falling silent. Bai Yaomu, in desperation, transmitted her thoughts. That girl Bing Yin is already pregnant. Moreover, she claims that Qin Xian possesses the potent bloodline of the five-clawed golden dragon, currently merely lying dormant like a dragon in the depths, not a cripple. What? Bai Qian was taken aback, her stunning visage shifting dramatically. After a moment's contemplation, she quickly nodded. Sister, I shall make a trip to Zhongzhou to suppress the forces of the demon clan here. Thank you for your efforts. Bai Yamu spoke tersely before turning to leave. Bing Yin is merely 20, yet she is already pregnant. I, her aunt, have cultivated for a century and remain untouched, Bai Qian murmured to herself before commencing a divination. Her mastery in the art of divination was among the finest within the southern wilderness demon clan. After a brief moment, clink, Bai Qian's wine cup trembled and fell upon the cloud bed, splashing its contents onto her attire, even gracing her snowy peaks with a glistening sheen. It was truly a sight to behold. Yet Bai Qian remained oblivious. Her luscious lips parted slowly, within her eyes as clear as crystal. A flicker of panic, confusion, and disbelief danced this. How could the emotional tribulation that has kept me at the pinnacle of integration, unable to transcend into the tribulation period, fall upon this Qin Xian? Am I destined to share a husband with Bing Yin? The usually tranquil Bai Qian's breath quickened. At that moment, a glimmer of fierce determination sparked in her beautiful eyes. Bai Qian whispered softly, to kill him would also allow me to overcome this emotional tribulation. Whether to enter or sever my feelings, such a difficult choice. The Mu Yun mountain range stretched for thousands of miles, a breathtaking landscape adorned with the renowned 7 towers, which collectively sheltered the Mu Yun immortal palace. The sole holy land of the righteous path in Zhongzhou. At dusk, a colossal sword dragon cleaved through the skies, arriving near the Mu Yun mountain range. Upon the sword dragon, the members of the Howren sword sect gazed ahead, their hearts brimming with excitement. Such a grand event as the apprenticeship ceremony is truly worth anticipating. Ji Wushuang's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he released a triumphant cry, with a single breath of righteous energy. The winds of heaven and earth roar. Today, I tread the dragon to Mu Yun, laughing proudly as I enter the immortal palace for a century. What a splendid poem! Ji Xingzi, a prodigy of extraordinary talent, is sure to seize the crown and become the successor of Mu Yun Sanxian. With Ji Xingzi among our ranks, how could our Howren Sword sect not aspire to be the foremost sect of the righteous path? The members of the Howren Sword sect applauded in admiration, while Li Yinglian nodded approvingly. His voluptuous figure trembled with delight, her mouth unable to close in a smile. Though the 9 sects and 13 schools boast many prodigies, who among them can compare to her beloved son? Seated in a corner of the sword dragon, Qin Xian felt as if he were an invisible man, and no one noticed the fervor and anticipation in his gaze as he looked towards the faintly visible Mu Yun immortal palace. The apprenticeship ceremony. I, Qin Xian, have arrived. You often speak of them as the true grand sects of the righteous path, their profound essence unfathomable. Yet as a disciple, I remain somewhat ignorant. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression grew solemn. He then earnestly proceeded to elucidate. The 9 sects comprise the Yuhua Dao sect, the Qihua Xin sect, the Dafan Xian sect, the Wujidao sect, the Howren Sword sect, the Jufuyin sect, the Wutu Xin sect, the Taishu Sword sect, and the Tianshui Qi sect. The 13 schools include the Hongye school, the Qingyan school, the Sanqing school, the Miaoying school, the Tianfu school, the Jinfeng school, the Piaomiao school, the Liang school, the Juding school, the Wulei school, the Xingxin school, and the Taiyan school. The 9 sects are indeed more formidable than the 13 schools, each boasting a lineage exceeding a millennium, and it is said that within their forbidden grounds lie superlative beings at the tribulation stage. Typically, they remain in solitary seclusion, seeking only to transcend and become immortal, emerging only when their sect is on the brink of annihilation. Moreover, many wandering ancient immortals traversing the desolate domains often hail from these 9 sects. One must ponder, how could they not be powerful? Huzai felt his spirit sway, utterly astonished. He then inquired, Which of the 9 sects is the strongest? This is difficult to ascertain. However, the one most likely to inherit the mantle of the Muyu Immortal at this upcoming apprenticeship conference is undoubtedly the new holy son of the Howren Sword sect. Ji Wushuang. The elder replied with conviction, a glimmer of envy flickering in his eyes. After 60 years of cultivation, he had barely reached the 3rd grade, 8th stage of foundational training, with no hope of condensing a golden core in this lifetime. His lifespan limited to a mere 150 years. Yet Ji Wushuang, at just over 30, had already condensed a 9th grade, 1st stage golden core, reputed to possess the bearing of an immortal. How utterly unfair. As a cultivator, how is it that I find myself so vastly inferior to Ji Wushuang? Huzai, perplexed, asked, Master, I have heard that those young prodigies of Zhongzhou, under the age of 60, may have a chance at the apprenticeship conference. Previously, you mentioned a formidable individual named Chen Xian. Could he perhaps not measure up to Ji Wushuang? Chen Xian? The elder's gaze wandered, a trace of regret passing across his face. He then slowly spoke. Chen Xian detonated an unprecedented 9th grade golden core, reducing himself to a mere shadow of his former self. This time, he likely lacks the face to attend the conference. Within the Muyu Immortal Palace, a shadow knelt respectfully upon the ground, reporting the insights gleaned from the Howren Sword sect. The Muyu Immortal smiled with delight. I am increasingly pleased with this Chen Xian lad. He truly appeals to my tastes. Beside him, a young girl, seemingly 5 or 6 years of age, interjected with a haughty snort. Clearly displeased, she resembled a porcelain doll, adorably cute, with 2 skyward pigtails tied with red ribbons, yet her gaze bore an air of arrogant superiority. The Muyu Immortal's eyes flickered. What is it, you girl? Are you dissatisfied? The little girl retorted. Elder Muyu, the fiancé you have chosen for me, Yu Marin, is entangled with a vixen. Ridiculous situation indeed. Should I still commend him with a thumbs up? It is not too late to call off the engagement. Yet, you girl, your issue with the elixir of eternal youth is quite severe. If you do not consume some true dragon's blood soon, you may soon find yourself in a rather immature predicament. The Xiandao sect has dwindled to merely 2 or 3 individuals, having long since fallen from grace. If you, as the Grand Elder, do not step up your game, the lineage may indeed face extinction. The Muyu Immortal cheerfully reminded, pinching Yu Marin's cherubic cheek. Humph. Yu Marin stamped her foot in indignation, looking adorably furious. The Muyu Immortal then waved his hand through the void, his fingertips emitting brilliant celestial light, forming ethereal characters that ultimately coalesced into a poem. With a sudden flourish of his hand, he commanded, Go! These celestial characters swiftly vanished into the void, leaving no trace. Tomorrow, the master and disciple shall meet formally. Today, I shall gift the child a small token to bring him comfort. The Muyu Immortal mused to himself, in excellent spirits, in an area cloaked by a grand formation near the 7 towers. The members of the Howren Sword sect were settling in. Chen Xian casually sought out a secluded corner, holding a bottle of fine wine, savoring its taste as the sun set and the moon rose. The apprenticeship conference would commence the following morning. In the distance, Zhao Kaiwa approached with a sly demeanor. Lowering her voice, she remarked, Chen Xian, you are destined to lose the wager after tomorrow's conference. Survival on the Yinu Peak will likely prove difficult. There is a prime opportunity at hand. It all depends on whether you can seize it. Chen Xian dismissed her words as mere barking. Ignoring her, Zhao Kaiwa, however, misinterpreted his indifference as hesitation. She leaned in closer, seizing the moment. If you give the blood oath token to the senior sister, your future on Yinu Peak, you can rely on me. You lack ambition, destined for mediocrity, and your appearance pales in comparison to my Bingyan sister by a fraction that I have no interest in relying on you. Chen Xian replied nonchalantly. Oh. Zhao Kaiwa was left speechless. Fuming, she had intended to swindle the blood oath token to curry favor with the junior disciple, and had come specifically to test Chen Xian's mettle. Yet unexpectedly, she found herself tested instead. In a fit of frustration, Zhao Kaiwa taunted, Chen Xian, prepare to embrace your dismal fate. Upon losing the wager tomorrow, you shall be reduced to a worthless existence. Just wait. You will be relegated to the menial tasks of Yinu Peak. I shall instruct the other menials to assign you the most unpleasant chores, such as emptying slop buckets. Very well, I shall await that day. Chen Xian replied with a smile, ever so cheerful, as if regarding a fool. Zhao Kaiyue, fuming, turned to leave Tio her. Chen Xian seemed utterly foolish. Chen Xian, however, simply smirked disdainfully, continuing to enjoy his wine. At a certain moment, a buzzing sound filled the air. Suddenly, strands of hazy golden light surged into Chen Xian's body, radiating brilliance within his purple mansion. This golden light was imbued with an ethereal quality, seemingly a remarkable force capable of nourishing the soul. What is this? Chen Xian was momentarily taken aback, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. His expression shifted from astonishment to shock, and then to euphoric joy. Within Chen Xian's purple mansion, the radiant celestial characters coalesced into a carefree poem. O comforted disciple, you are a precious gem, long shackled by the toils of the mundane. Tomorrow, when dust settles and light dawns, you shall illuminate the mountains and rivers anew. Signed, Muyu Immortal. Chapter 52. Strike the serpent at its weak point. Expel from the sect. Chen Xian's heart soared with excitement. While he was confident that performing the Nine-Yang True Dragon technique would draw the attention of the illustrious Muyu Immortal, significantly increasing his chances of inheriting the legacy. He had never anticipated that this renowned first powerhouse of Zhongzhou had already taken notice of him. The poem to comfort a disciple clearly expressed the Muyu Immortal's sentiments and hopes. Chen Xian felt his blood boil, yearning to sing a triumphant song. Thus, he hastily rose and solemnly bowed from afar. In Chen Xian's purple mansion, celestial characters lingered in midair, imbued with complete ethereal essence. Although Chen Xian did not fully comprehend their profound uses, he instinctively felt they must hold significant value, given they were bestowed by the Muyu Immortal himself. At that moment, Liang Lian's voice resonated throughout the area, stirring the members of the Howren Sword sect. Everyone prepared to depart for the Seven Towers Plain. The Seven Tower Masters were set to convene an important meeting preceding the apprenticeship conference, where they would announce some momentous news. Half an hour later, Chen Xian followed in the ranks of the Howren Sword sect, successfully arriving at the Seven Towers Plain. Although he had seen the grandeur of the Seven Towers on multiple occasions, he remained deeply awestruck. They exuded an extraordinary aura akin to mid-grade Tao artifacts, forming the arrangement of the Big Dipper, as if 7 unparalleled divine weapons were poised to suppress the evils of Zhongzhou. Once unsheathed, they would surely obliterate the demonic scourge. The 9 sects, 13 schools, along with numerous great teachings, clans, and dynasties had all gathered, creating a magnificent spectacle. Chen Xian's gaze swept across the scene, recognizing several familiar faces among the younger generation of prodigies, many of whom were his former subordinates. Upon a massive cloud platform, 7 formidable figures stood tall, the 7 Tower Masters. Leading them was an elder clad in gray robes, the white-bearded master of the Tsangdian Tower. Longming. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Longming solemnly began to announce, "Esteemed guests, I shall not elaborate on the significance of the apprenticeship conference. The holy sons and holy daughters of the 9 sects and 13 schools may proceed directly to the Muyu Immortal Palace for an audience. Of course, those who can pass the 3 trials may compete for one of the 20 spots as registered disciples of the 7 Towers, even if they cannot become direct disciples of the Muyu Immortal." As the crowd absorbed this information, excitement surged within them. The registered disciples of the 7 Towers were highly sought after, offering numerous privileges and benefits. Most importantly, with 20 spots available, the chances of acquiring one appeared significantly higher. Conversely, the expressions of the holy sons and holy daughters turned grim. With Ji Wushuang present, they sensed utter despair. At this moment, Longming suddenly shifted his tone. "Esteemed guests, the Muyu Immortal has consistently urged us to uphold justice, taking upon ourselves the duty of ridding the world of evil. Therefore, on the eve of the apprenticeship conference, we, the 7 Tower Masters, intend to publicly commend some promising individuals, serving as a target for you all." The crowd was left bewildered by these words. What was happening? Such vague verbal commendations seemed to hold little practical value. However, the crowd persisted in their patience, continuing to listen as Longming spoke aloud. "The individual whom this tower primarily seeks to commend is none other than the holy son of the Howren Sword sect. Chen Xian, over the years, he has slain numerous prodigies of the demonic path, and has even orchestrated the encirclement and defeat of the 7-leaf old demon, achieving remarkable feats. In an instant, many gazes turned towards the area of the Howren Sword sect. Searching for the figure of Chen Xian, they all felt a sense of bewilderment. After all, Chen Xian had self-destructed his ninth-grade golden elixir, rendering himself a cripple. Surely the Seven Tower Masters would not be so foolish as to extol his virtues. Xian Ge, are you well acquainted with Long Ming? Niu Ben inquired curiously. Chen Xian shook his head, perplexed, and replied, I do not know him. His confusion was palpable. At that moment, the master of the alchemy tower, Qingmu Danwang, spoke up that he too praised Chen Xian, albeit for reasons that diverged from those of Long Ming, further deepening the crowd's confusion. Ultimately, all 7 Tower Masters voiced their approval, with 5 of them praising Chen Xian. In an instant, Chen Xian seemed to be adorned with numerous accolades, and many present displayed expressions of admiration. The deeds recounted by the 5 Tower Masters were largely tales of Chen Xian risking his life for the greater good. Truly moving, with a decisive step, the esteemed elder of the Yuhua Dao sect, Bai Chuan Dao Run, ascended to the cloud platform. Drawing a deep breath, he proclaimed loudly, I beseech the 7 Tower Masters to uphold justice. Oh, Bai Chuan, feel free to speak. Long Ming replied with a smile. All eyes converged upon Bai Chuan Dao Run, that he was unyielding, raising his voice. 7 Masters. There is no distinction of superiority among the 9 sects and 13 factions. Is there? Then why does the Howren Sword sect possess 2 holy sons? Does this not imply they have an extra audience slot? This is manifestly unfair. Holy Son Chen Xian is the exemplar of the younger generation of Zhongzhou, and the position rightfully belongs to him. As for Ji Wushuang, I implore you to revoke his audience slot. Boom! Bai Chuan Dao Ren's words caused the scene to erupt in an uproar. Immediately, representatives from the other 9 sects and 13 factions rallied in support of Bai Chuan Dao Ren. Excluding the Howren Sword sect, Long Ming pondered briefly before announcing, This matter is indeed quite unjust. I, as the Tower Master, acknowledge Bai Chuan's assertion. Following suit, the other 6 Tower Masters voiced their support as well, and many in the audience began to chuckle gleefully. Particularly, the various holy sons and holy maidens appeared visibly relieved, their smiles radiant, with Ji Wushuang, a 9th-grade golden elixir prodigy, out of the picture. Their chances of being selected by the immortal Mu Yuan would undoubtedly increase manifold. How infuriating! Ji Yaoyue fumed, her voluptuous figure trembling with rage, her pearly teeth clenched, her delicate face pale. She had fallen into a trap. It seemed that the other sects had long conspired to use this maneuver to effortlessly strip Wushuang of his audience slot. This was undoubtedly a ruthless strike aimed at his most vulnerable point. The 7 Tower Masters had also clearly been bought off, thus rendering this an inextricable dilemma to that moment. Ji Yue's gaze towards Chen Xian was filled with a desire to tear him apart. Meanwhile, Ji Wushuang's smile froze instantaneously. He had never anticipated that the 9 sects and 13 factions would conspire against him with such a devastating blow. Damn it. This has resulted in me losing even my audience slot. What opportunity remains? Everyone, you are going too far. Li Yinglian questioned angrily, her azure attire billowing fiercely, her complexion ashen. Are the 9 sects and 13 factions using me as a pawn? Chen Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling a twinge of discontent. However, upon seeing Ji Wushuang's expression, which resembled one who had just consumed something vile, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. At that moment, a graceful figure soared up to the cloud platform. It was Ji Yaoyue. Her countenance was as cold as ice as she declared, Masters, please refrain from making any hasty decisions. Allow me to announce something. What is it? Long Ming asked, puzzled that Yue's voluptuous form trembled with fury, her grand stature quivering as if on the verge of bursting forth. She icily stated, I, Ji Yaoyue, hereby sever my master-disciple relationship with the heinous Chen Xian before all of you today. And I implore the sect leader to expel him from the Howren Sword sect. This position of Holy Son does not befit such a vile wretch as him. Chapter 53. I am a dragon. Sever ties with Chen Xian. Expel this wretched disciple from the Howren Sword sect. This was the declaration Ji Yaoyue intended to make. She was clearly tearing off the mask, recklessly striving to ensure Ji Wushuang became the sole holy son of the sect, thus securing an audience opportunity for herself. Long Ming furrowed his brow and bellowed, Preposterous. Ji Yaoyue, do you take us for fools? The atmosphere in the venue instantly grew tense. The the 7 Tower Masters, and the powerful representatives from the 9 sects and 13 factions erupted with their formidable presence. They had painstakingly set this celestial trap. How could it be so easily dismantled? Yet Ji Yaoyue radiated an aura of icy defiance. Standing firm despite the pressured, Li Yinglian stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. Sharing the weight of the oppressive force to at that moment, Ji Wushuang also rose to his feet, exuding an air of authority as he proclaimed, Chen Xian colluded with the Southern Palace S. Nangong Fei Fei of the Wuji demon sect, leading to repeated invasions of our Howren Sword sect, resulting in significant casualties. Furthermore, he has been in league with the 7th princess of the Qingqiu Fox clan, acting in blatant defiance of our principles. I, Ji Wushuang, support the decision of my master. This righteous declaration caused many to reassess their opinions. Subsequently, Ji Wushuang cast a seemingly casual glance, prompting Zhao Kaiyue, Xin Qingqing, Bai Ling, and Mu Shuyuan to respond in kind. They presented themselves as Chun Xian's senior sisters, listing his numerous misdeeds with unwavering conviction, creating an overwhelming sense of condemnation. The audience erupted into chaos once more. The chorus of accusations grew louder. Was it possible that Chen Xian was indeed a hypocritical scoundrel, a despicable villain? This could not be true. They were distorting the truth. A few, including Du Ming, Niu Ben, and Shi Lei, attempted to speak out, but their voices were drowned out by the overwhelming criticism from the Howren Sword sect. The current situation had become exceedingly clear. Sect leader Li Yinglian also indicated her intention to abandon the useless Chun Xian. With a flourish, Lu Ruyan, ethereal as a fairy, descended upon the cloud platform. After elegantly bowing, she sorrowfully stated, Esteemed guests, I trust you are all aware of the recent scandals plaguing the Howren Sword sect. I shall not conceal it any longer. Let the truth be laid bare. I was initially deceived by Chun Xian's false pretenses, leading to my unwarranted loss of purity. This was the reason why, subsequently, Ruyan had risked her life to restore her integrity. Chun Xian is but a hypocritical, insidious rogue. Boom. Such declarations ignited an uproar throughout the assembly. Many young male disciples ached with sympathy, longing to comfort Lu Ruyan and console her. How could Chen Xian treat such a celestial beauty so cruelly? No, he was even more despicable than a beast. At this moment, Chen Xian found himself isolated and besieged, subjected to the scorn of the masses. What a baseless accusation! He bellowed, fury swelling within him. Subsequently, he coldly retorted, Ji Yaoyue, Ji Wushuang, Lu Ruyan, Zhao Kaiyue, are you all willing to publicly swear an oath that your words are entirely true, stemming from the heart, and not merely an effort to frame me? Are you willing? Who dares? The venue fell into a sudden silence. The faces of the Howren Sword sect members were grim. Chun Xian's blunt and forceful inquiry had pierced through the veneer of hypocrisy surrounding them. An oath cannot be made in bad faith, for to do so would invite dire retribution. Who would dare to step forward? The collective silence from Ji Yaoyue, Ji Wushuang, and the others was deafening. However, Ji Yaoyue quickly regained her composure, retorting with a cold fury. Just because you demand we swear an oath, does that mean we must comply? Wretched disciple, do you think you are worthy? Her eyes narrowed as she seethed. My greatest mistake was bringing you, this ingracious wolf, back to the Howren Sword sect, leading to this catastrophic error. Even raising a dog would not result in such a betrayal. With that, Ji Yaoyue summoned her true essence, forming a grand covenant in the air. I, Ji Yaoyue, hereby sever my master-disciple relationship with Chun Xian and expel him from the Howren Sword sect, with heaven and earth as witnesses. Without hesitation, she flicked her finger, and a drop of her blood soared into the grand covenant. Chun Xian, it is your turn. Do not make me look down upon you. She sneered, her gaze icy. The events of today had rendered any distinction between right and wrong meaningless, with both sides having completely torn off their masks. Ji Yaoyue no longer feigned civility. What no one had expected was that Chun Xian would direct his gaze towards Li Yinglian, that he coldly stated, Over the years, I have toiled for the Howren Sword sect, contributing greatly. I ask for nothing more. I merely wish to take my Dian Sword Palace with me. I ask that too much to ask? Of course. Li Yinglian was taken aback but readily agreed, with a wave of her hand. She too conjured a covenant for expulsion, inviting Chen Xian to sign it. That Lian's stance was unmistakably clear. The gaze of the multitude present turned towards Chen Xian, each pair of eyes imbued with an unmistakable trace of sympathy. Having been expelled from the Howren Sword sect, he had simultaneously offended both the demonic and the beast races. Indeed, his demise seemed inevitable. Ha ha ha, I have long awaited this day. Chen Xian erupted into laughter under the scrutiny of all. Then drew a dagger from his waist to slice open his finger. Stop! A thunderous roar echoed, emanating from Du Ming. His face contorted with rage, he growled, Brother Xian, it is far too stifling to remain in such a worthless sect. I shall withdraw alongside you. Let us exit the Howren Sword sect and embrace the vastness of the world. I stand with you. Niubin also stepped forward, staunchly supporting Chen Xian, and I as well. Shirley declared resolutely, joined by 5 other disciples who stood firm in their allegiance. Dear friends, what merits do I, Chen Xian, possess? Witnessing this scene, Chen Xian was profoundly moved. Brother Chen, had you not risked your life to carry me away from the abyss of souls, Yu Fei would have perished amidst the beast tide. Today, as we withdraw from the sect, we shall safeguard your safety with our lives. The only female disciple among the 5, Dong Yu Fei, spoke up. Clad in a striking purple battle dress, exuding grace and valor as she represented their collective resolve. Boldly spoken, you treacherous ingrates, are you all choosing to become traitors to the sect? Elder Tong, Chue bellowed. His fury palpable, yearning to strike down Dong Yu Fei and the others as the head of the sect's punishment hall. This situation was an affront to his authority. Nevertheless, Du Ming and the others were resolute, unperturbed by his wrath. The likes of Master Long Ming voiced their support for Du Ming and his companions, yet their expressions were grim, for their meticulously crafted scheme had unraveled. Their words could at best vex Li Yinglian and her ilk. But they could not prevent Ji Wushuang from securing an audience. With a snap of his fingers, Chen Xian sent droplets of blood flying into 2 grand contracts. Boom! A subtle aura of fortune dissipated from his being, signifying his departure from the Howren Sword sect. Following suit, Du Ming and the others opted for the same, triggering a wave of shock and discussion among the onlookers that Ji Yaiyue lifted her head with arrogance. Derisively mocking, Chen Xian, you resemble a lost dog at this moment. Many from the 9 sects and 13 gates felt a chill run down their spines. A master who could treat his disciple with such cruelty. Ji Yaiyue was indeed in a league of her own, that Ji Wushuang remained unfazed, though her heart raced with exhilaration. Damn. Chen Xian shot back coldly, unleashing a curse that he then pointed an accusatory finger at Ji Yaiyue, vehemently rebuking, I am a dragon, a true dragon. The one you take pride in, Ji Wushuang, is but a cur, a cowardly cur afraid to savor the taste of its own excrement. Chapter 54, A Waste. What talents does he possess? A cowardly cur afraid to savor the taste of its own excrement. Chen Xian's scathing remarks about Ji Wushuang elicited an uproar among the crowd. The collective reaction was immediate. This man had truly lost his mind. Exiled from the sect, facing an uncertain fate, he had descended into madness. Impudent. Ji Yaiyue could no longer contain her fury, her complexion turning a shade of livid. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, she would have struck Chen Xian down without hesitation. Master brother? Oh no! Chen Xian, apart from your empty bravado, what else do you possess? Who among us is the true dragon? And who is the mud pig or rotten dog? Is evident to all, Ji Wushuang retorted, her demeanor proud and imposing. The members of the Howren Sword sect voiced their agreement, joining in the mockery directed at Chen Xian. Even Master Long Ming was rendered speechless, believing Chen Xian had entirely lost his senses. Once, you indeed shone brightly. Now, as a mere first-tier waste, how can you compare yourself to Ji Wushuang, who possesses the bearing of an immortal? Lu Ruyan gracefully stepped forward, standing alongside Ji Wushuang. Chen Xian, your factionalism is undoubtedly a manifestation of your malicious intent to fracture our Howren Sword sect. Being expelled from the sect is a mercy, and yet you harbor such resentment. Do you possess even a shred of conscience? Ji Yaiyue scoffed, her anger palpable as she spoke. This wretch is nothing but a treacherous ingrate, gathering a motley crew, but what of it? He is still destined for death. Her countenance was darkened by a brooding aura of murderous intent that enveloped her, stifling all who beheld it. Chen Xian's words had sullied the honor of her beloved son, crossing a line that struck deep within Ji Yaoyue's heart. In that moment, countless gazes converged upon Chen Xian, rife with mockery, schadenfreude, sympathy, and reflection that I merely speak the truth. Chen Xian flicked his fingers nonchalantly. The song of the immortal shepherd was his greatest source of confidence. In his present state, he feared no one. The next moment, Chen Xian proclaimed with unyielding authority, Ji Wushuang, Lu Ruyan, you pair of lecherous dogs, engaging in secretive trysts while putting on a fade of virtue. Attempting to place blame on me? Dream on. Boom! The entire assembly trembled. None anticipated that Chen Xian would unveil such a shocking revelation. With the backing of the immortal shepherd, he felt utterly unrestrained. He continued to bellow. Ji Wushuang, I dare say that the chastity token of that shameless woman, Lu Ruyan, was taken by you. If you seek to prove your innocence, a grand oath will suffice. If you lack the courage to take the oath, then what are you but a cowardly cur afraid to savor the taste of its own excrement? Silence. A deathly silence enveloped the gathering. All held their breath, astonished by this scene. Had Chen Xian just unleashed a devastating trump card? If Ji Wushuang failed to take the grand oath, it would amount to a confession of guilt. Ji Wushuang was on the verge of exploding with rage, internally pleading for assistance from the external great demon, only to be informed that she too was powerless regarding the grand oath that under the scrutiny of all. Ji Wushuang's eyes blazed with fury, wishing she could rend Chen Xian to shreds. Had her meticulously crafted image been so easily shattered by him? Zhao Kaiwei and her companions were left dumbfounded. You wretch, how dare you presume to demand a grand oath from Wushuang? Ji Yaoyue clenched her fists, her ample bosom heaving rapidly, betraying her inner turmoil. Yet her retort was undeniably weak and insipid. At that moment, Li Yinglian waved her sleeve dismissively, coolly stating, such personal matters are not suitable for debate in this setting. Moreover, you have been expelled from our Howren Sword sect, a first-tier waste unworthy of remaining here. Upon hearing these words, Niu Ben, Dong Yufei, and the others felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Though Chen Xian's past was illustrious, it could not conceal the fact that he had now become a waste. Just then, an elder stroked his beard and chuckled. Your words are mistaken. Who says Chen Xian is unworthy? I, the master of the Qingyan sect, am willing to accept Chen Xian and his companions as outer disciples, with a future prospect of ascending to the ranks of true disciples. The master of the Qingyan sect, Wei Wuyan. With his declaration, the leaders of the other 9 sects and 13 gates also chimed in, extending olive branches. How precious is the blood-red pill of loyalty. Now that Chen Xian had been expelled from the Howren Sword sect and possessed such a treasure, it was the perfect opportunity for a power grab. You all. Jiue's gaze turned icy, her voluptuous form trembling with rage. If Chen Xian were to gain the protection of a sect, he might indeed have a chance at survival. Du Ming and the others looked expectantly at Chen Xian, awaiting his decision. Yet, Chen Xian did not rush to respond, adopting a contemplative demeanor, but he was waiting. What transpired here would undoubtedly reach the ears of the immortal shepherd. Let us see how he orchestrates this. Wei Wuyan and the others wore smiles, expressing their utmost goodwill and anticipation towards Chen Xian. At that moment, a piercingly sharp and audacious cry resounded through the air. Suddenly, a colossal eagle soared into view, enveloped in crackling purple lightning, emanating an overwhelming aura of nascent soul pressure, as if a king were descending. It stirred the tempest like a super bomber, spiraling through the skies. Simultaneously, an enraged roar reverberated from above. Who is Chen Xian? Come forth. This prince shall tear him apart and burn his soul in the flames of the 9 hells for a century. The crowd shivered. Someone murmured, that is the young lord of the Dark Thunder Purple Eagle clan. Jiao Jinxiao, one of the many fervent suitors of the 7th princess of Qingxiu, by Bing Yan. His temperament is notoriously violent, and his combat prowess is formidable. Many turned to gloat at Chen Xian's expense. The renowned first beauty of the southern wilderness demon race was not easily trifled with. Retribution has arrived. Chen Xian crossed his arms over his chest, exasperatedly remarking, this eagle is quite the arrogant one. Isn't it? Yet how foolish to come to the Mu Yun mountain range to kill me. What a foolish bird, Brother Xian, are. Are you truly insane? Du Ming trembled, his heart racing with trepidation, as Qin Xian sparred verbally with Ji Wushuang and the others. The latter, due to her status as a righteous son, would have to exercise restraint even if she wished to make a move. However, Jiao Jinxiao bore no such constraints that in his fury, he would not merely lash out in anger. He would kill. Indeed, Du Ming's intuition proved accurate as Jiao Jinxiao swiftly honed in on Qin Xian with malicious intent. Come forth, Jiao Jinxiao dove down, his claws sharp and menacing, as the great claw sought to grasp Qin Xian. A voluptuous and exquisite figure flashed forth, interposing itself before him with a wave of its hand. Boom! The massive form of Jiao Jinxiao was sent hurtling away. The one who intervened was Ji Yaoyue. This unexpected outcome left many in a state of shock and confusion. Some lamented, Elder Yaoyue, despite expelling Qin Xian from her tutelage, still harbors fond memories of their past. Ji Yaoyue's cold gaze pierced through the air as she declared, Your Highness Jiao Jinxiao, while I should not concern myself with your intent to kill Qin Xian, given our severed master-disciple relationship, we have yet to fulfill our grand wager, if you take a life and flee with treasure. How shall that be reconciled? With a fierce gust, two whirlwinds surged forth, and the now-flung Jiao Jinxiao soared back. How dare you ambush me, woman? I shall remember this. Killing for treasure, for one as esteemed as I. Jiao Jinxiao. It is beneath my contempt, Jiao Jinxiao bellowed, his entire being radiating a frigid, tyrannical aura. At that moment, Ji Wushuang's lips twitched violently. Images of vividly depicted men and women from a scroll danced in his mind. Alongside the entranced expressions of two small figures, Ji Wushuang felt as though he might explode. What absurd rationale was this? Fearing that Jiao Jinxiao would kill for treasure. You clearly have unresolved feelings. A worthless fool. What merit does he possess that would evoke such reluctance from you? If you, Ji Yaoyue, were to cast off the shackles of this mundane world, I, Ji Wushuang, could achieve far greater. Chapter 55. This woman is insufferably narcissistic. Consumed by envy and resentment, Ji Wushuang's features twisted in agony, his heart teetering on the brink of madness. Yet Qin Xian understood that Ji Yaoyue spoke no falsehood. Once the Master Apprenticeship Conference commenced, she believed she would secure the Panlong treasure ring and Haotian sword, and she would not permit anyone to intercept her path. This foolish hawk naturally required cautious vigilance. Stand aside. I only kill, not steal treasure. Should you dare obstruct me again, it shall be to the death. Jiao Jinxiao threatened, exuding an air of dominance that Ji Yue's brows furrowed in contemplation. That moment, she caught a glimpse of Li Yinglian's urging gaze and promptly withdrew. Protect Brother Qin Xian. Shi Lei commanded with authority, leading the charge. The seven encircled Qin Xian, all bearing expressions of readiness to meet death, though the five from Dong Yufei had already resolved to betray the Haoran Sword sect. When death loomed perilously close, their anxiety and despair could not be concealed. Roar! Jiao Jinxiao emitted a fierce roar, his body crackling with purple lightning as he prepared to dive down to that instant. A towering shadow, 100 feet tall, flashed into the sky from the direction of the Muyu Xian Palace. With a single step down, Jiao Jinxiao cried out in anguish, his feathers flying wildly, bones snapping uncountably. As he spewed blood, he was mercilessly trampled beneath a foot that was both real and illusory. Who is this? Why can I not discern their visage? The Shadow Master has made his move. The Dragon Roar sect and others were taken aback. Astonished, it is well known that the Shadow, as a servant of the Muyu Immortal, possesses terrifying strength. Most importantly, the Shadow embodies the will of the Muyu Immortal. Now, that is true power. Many young prodigies bore witness to this scene, their blood surging with excitement, envious and yearning. The Muyu Immortal decrees that tomorrow, those who pass through the 3 trials, even if merely wandering cultivators, may enter the Muyu Xian Palace for an audience. The only stipulation is that they must be within a 60-year age limit, should any malevolent spirits or demonic entities dare to attack. He shall show no mercy and eliminate them all. Begone, the Shadow commanded, launching into the air with a kick. Any force that dares to claim Qin Xian as their own shall find themselves at odds with my Wanyao Mountain. I shall return. The severely injured Diao Jinxiao was sent flying by a single kick, howling his threats before vanishing into the clouds. The shadow also vanished, returning to the Muyu Xian Palace. Thus, a conflict was resolved. Many gazes turned towards Chun Xian, still filled with glee and mockery. This time, it was Diao Jinxiao's ignorance of protocol that provoked the Muyu Immortal's wrath. Will you, Chun Xian, enjoy such fortune again, having offended both the demon race and the demonic path? Even if you reside in Zhongzhou, your life is forfeit. This vast land conceals many spies and pieces from the demonic path and demon race. Furthermore, because of Diao Jinxiao's threats prior to his ejection, the leaders of the 9 sects and 13 gates retreated to their own factions, no longer extending their olive branches to Qin Xian. The Blood Oath Pill is indeed valuable, but the wrath of Wanyao Mountain is far more terrifying. Brother Xian, are you unharmed? Du Ming inquired with concern. I am well. Quite well. Qin Xian laughed heartily, casting a disdainful glance at the leaders of the 9 sects and 13 gates, that a mere gaggle of opportunists. At that moment, Ji Yaoyue turned to Qin Xian, conveying a secret message. Qin Xian, if you kneel before me and offer 100 respectful bows, presenting the Blood Oath Pill, I may consider allowing you to become a servant disciple of the Yunu Peak, thus granting you protection. Furthermore, should you prove sufficiently outstanding, I might even bestow upon you some enticing rewards. For instance, you could kneel and lick my feet, her delicate features flushed a deep crimson, her demeanor exuding superiority. The corners of Ji Yue's mouth began to curve into a gradual smile. This wretched being. He has no choice. As long as he obediently hands over the Blood Oath Pill, she would surely find an excuse to cast him aside. After all, a servant disciple does not count as a member of the sect, merely a group of subservient attendants. And I have provided such a significant temptation. Surely he is now consumed with excitement? Chun Xian's expression turned peculiar. He felt quite vexed. That day, the scroll had been enveloped by mysterious black mist, leading Ji Yaoyue to harbor such deep misunderstandings towards him. Kneeling and licking. Bah! This woman is truly too self-absorbed. Thus, Chun Xian quietly activated the 9-yang True Dragon technique, turning his back to Ji Yaoyue. A loud and melodious sound resonated. Let us depart. Chun Xian clapped his hand on Niu Ben's shoulder, leading the 7 away. With a flick of his sleeve, he left not a trace of foul odor behind. Yet, Ji Yaoyue, once brimming with confidence, now wore a sallow expression, her composure utterly shattered. This wretched being. He actually responded with a fart? Such audacity. Ugh! How foul! Hundreds of miles away, in a serene gorge by Qian, lazily reclining on a cloud bed while observing the reflections in a water mirror, spat out her drink. Her enchanting visage, akin to a blossoming flower, was breathtakingly beautiful. Immediately, Bai Qian waved her hand to clear the spilled drink. She murmured, "This Qin Xian is rather intriguing. He must possess some hidden cards and backing, which emboldens him to act so brazenly. Could it be? He has already gained the Muyu Immortal's recognition." Her delicate brows arched like crescent moons. Let us observe, if this Qin Xian truly becomes the Muyu Immortal's disciple, particularly with the bloodline of the true Yang Dragon, he might just be deemed worthy of my family's Bingyan. Such notions of human and demon being worlds apart are trivial. In the next moment, Bai Qian froze. She suddenly recalled that her own emotional tribulation was also entangled with Qin Xian, instantly causing her a headache. To sever this emotional bond, should I kill Qin Xian? But if he has the Muyu Immortal's protection, I cannot slay him. How to navigate this emotional tribulation? Surely, I cannot truly share a husband with Bing Yen, can I? Ah, how vexing! In the southern demon domain, within the territory of Wanyao Mountain, the grand hall resounded with the melodious sounds of silk and bamboo, that a group of human beauties clad in light silks danced gracefully, their movements alluring yet tinged with trepidation. This place was none other than the renowned lair of the demon prodigy, Lion Batian. Known for his cunning and ferocity, Lion Batian was infamous for his wrath, capable of devouring men whole. Upon his bronze throne, Lion Batian sulked, his 6 fleshy lumps bobbing slightly atop his head, signifying that he was a 7-headed lion. With a crash, a wisp of ethereal light flickered, and a mysterious figure clad in red knelt before the hall. Master, news has arrived from the Muyu mountain range in Zhongzhou. Jiao Zhenxiao has reached the Seven Towers Plain, intent on slaying the worthless Chen Xian, but was thwarted by his master, Ji Yaoyue. The shadow appeared and sent Jiao Zhenxiao flying with a single kick. As anticipated, Lion Batian sneered, his gaze icy, that he then glanced at the leading human maiden, coldly stating, "I am in a foul mood right now." The maiden trembled slightly, understanding the unspoken message, and cautiously approached to help quell Lion Batian's anger. Soon, Lion Batian let out a low growl, transforming into the form of 9 lions, indulging in wild abandon. Following his release of pent-up frustration, he swiftly devoured a girl who had not performed to his satisfaction. Swallowing her whole, suddenly, the Lion King transformed back into human form, descending upon the bronze throne that he gazed down ominously and commanded, "Send the orders down, activate our clan's hidden lines and pawns. The task is clear. Eliminate that Chen Xian's mark of manhood. I want Bai Bingyan to realize that the worthless human she has chosen cannot even be considered a man, let alone bring her happiness. In this world, only I, Lion King, am her destined one." Chapter 56. A hero's struggle against the fairer sex. After Chen Xian and Du Ming departed, they sought a secluded spot to set up a simple defensive array and settled down. However, having endured a series of events on the Seven Towers Plain, none of them could find sleep. Shirley was particularly anxious. "Do not worry, tomorrow I will present you all with a grand surprise." Chen Xian consoled with a smile. "Ji Yi Xian, what kind of surprise?" Niu Ben inquired curiously. Hearing this, Du Ming and the others also focused their attention on him. Chen Xian smiled faintly, feigning mystery. "Naturally, it is a surprise that will leave everyone in utter astonishment, Brother Chen Xian. Do you have a brilliant idea that ensures our safety?" Dong Yufei asked with curiosity. Chen Xian shook his head and replied with a smile, "Think bigger." Dong Yufei blinked her beautiful eyes and eagerly asked, "Have you found someone to protect us? Not just that?" "Guess." Chen Xian smiled slightly enigmatic. "Stop it, Brother Chen Xian, just tell Fei Fei." Dong Yufei tugged at Chen Xian's arm, shaking it playfully. The domineering elasticity from his arm made Chen Xian's heart stir. A hero's struggle against the fairer sex. Ultimately, Chen Xian succumbed, laughing. "Do you still remember the true dragon ascending hex we had before we set off? I mentioned that the hex was quite accurate." "And indeed it is. Then aren't we doomed?" Niu Ben howled in despair, looking utterly disheartened, but he had expected Chen Xian to share some good news that if Ji Wushuang was to ascend as the true dragon, what could they possibly do? Shirley, Dong Yufei, and the others also fell into a somber mood at that moment. However, Chen Xian chuckled and said meaningfully, "Who says that the ascending true dragon must be Ji Wushuang?" Everyone was momentarily stunned, not understanding his implication, while Chen Xian chose not to elaborate further. After a brief silence, Dong Yufei's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, exclaiming, "Brother Chen Xian, has your Dantian injury healed?" Her gaze was fervent, filled with anticipation. Du Ming and the others were equally taken aback and grew excited. Facing their eager stares, Chen Xian nodded lightly. "Really? That's wonderful." Everyone was ecstatic. They had all witnessed Chen Xian's remarkable cultivation journey. If he could recover, he would surely reach the heights he once attained. Hope. They saw a glimmer of hope. As long as they could find a way to survive, the future held promise for their rise step by step. At this moment, Chen Xian smiled and said, "It's not just a simple recovery of my Dantian injury. Tomorrow, you will all understand." He added, "I can reveal a bit more. That hex is more suited to me than Ji Wushuang." Everyone's breath quickened, filled with excitement. "That's wonderful. Gu Xian, I knew you wouldn't fall into despair," Du Ming said happily. Shirley chimed in, "Brother Chen Xian, you previously devoted too many advantages to the Howren Sword sect, hindering your cultivation. Now it seems you have shed that burden. Brother Chen Xian, we believe in you. We look forward to your true dragon ascending tomorrow." Dong Yufei said joyfully. Chen Xian looked at everyone, his eyes misty. True feelings reveal themselves in times of adversity. From this day forth, I, Chen Xian, am no longer the holy son of the Howren Sword sect, and you are no longer members of the Howren Sword sect. But this will not be a disgrace. I shall grant you power and glory. Let those fools of the Howren Sword sect regret their choices." Chen Xian spoke earnestly, each word resonating like thunder. This was his promise, a commitment for life. The atmosphere grew heavy, yet fervent. At a certain moment, Chen Xian suddenly had a thought and exclaimed with a smile, How about we seven form a brotherhood? 7 brothers and sisters, not seeking to be born on the same day, but wishing to die on the same day. Great. Agreed. Everyone nodded enthusiastically, excitement palpable. Under Chun Xian's guidance, the 7 directly formed a brotherhood. Chun Xian took the lead as the eldest brother, Du Ming as the second, Niu Bin as the third, Shirlei as the fourth, Nangong Ling as the fifth, Dong Yufei as the sixth, and Zhao Jianming as the seventh. The 7 swore an oath of blood and drank the blood wine, instantly fostering a warm and intimate bond among them. Ah, what a thrill! Today is truly exhilarating. Chun Xian drank the blood wine heartily, exuding a carefree spirit. His heroic demeanor made Du Ming and the others feel nostalgic. The once holy son Chun Xian had returned, a true leader born to rule, although Du Ming and the others still felt somewhat lost about the future. Despair was no longer their companion. Moreover, they firmly believed Chun Xian's words that if he dared to claim he was more deserving of the true dragon ascending than Ji Wushuang, then surely he was correct. I genuinely look forward to tomorrow's master-apprentice ceremony, Dong Yufei said, delighted. Niu Bin grinned widely and added, Sick sister, I feel the same. Indeed, it was worth the anticipation. Chun Xian's gaze turned contemplative, unable to suppress his emotions. He had always wanted to uncover the memories that had been erased 3 months ago. What truly happened? He had been a mere waste then. Why did they not simply kill him? A dead man's mouth is the safest of all. After all, as night deepened within the realm occupied by the Howren Sword sect, the expressions of the members were grim. The events that transpired on the 7 Towers Plain today had greatly tarnished the honor of the entire sect. Moreover, the disciples below were subtly exhibiting signs of instability. The Li Yinglian was convening a core meeting, with Ji Wushuang and Lu Ruyin in attendance. Ultimately, Li Yinglian reassured, tomorrow, during the Master Apprentice ceremony, Wushuang will undoubtedly become the sole disciple of the esteemed Muyu Sanxian. And everything will be resolved. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement that Ji Yue also brushed away the faint gloom on her face, smiling. Indeed, once Wushuang becomes the disciple of Muyu Sanxian, the 7 Towers will honor him. At that time, the Howren Sword sect will be the unequivocal leader of the righteous path. All eyes turned toward Ji Wushuang, filled with expectation. With a flourish of her sleeves, Ji Wushuang stood up, declaring proudly, Wushuang shall not disappoint the trust placed in her. Chapter 57. Brother Xian, will you be the prince consort of Yinxue? In the southern demon domain, a profound emerald pond exuded a chilling aura, with not even a feather floating upon its surface, as if harboring some fearsome beast. At a certain moment, the void was suddenly torn apart, and a mysterious figure clad in a black robe emerged. His robe shimmered with a sinister blood hue, and faintly, the sounds of countless wretched howls emanated from within, deeply unsettling. 6 eyes. The mysterious figure called out, his voice ancient and hollow. With a splash, the emerald waves churned, revealing a peculiar creature with a completely silver body. Its head resembled that of a dragon, its body covered in scales, and it boasted a pair of snow-white wings. Most remarkably, it possessed 6 eyes, each radiating a penetrating light, exuding a powerful aura of transformation. This extraordinary beast transformed into a handsome young man with 6 eyes, bowing respectfully, Master, please give your command. The mysterious figure in black directly stated, the time has come for your divine ability, 6 eyes prison heaven, to be unleashed. I intend to stir the stagnant waters of the southern region. The handsome young man nodded, his expression resolute. Everything will be according to your command. Master, the life of the 6 eyes exists solely to repay your great kindness. Excellent. The mysterious figure nodded in satisfaction, handing over a blood-red pill sealed within a crystal to go, with a casual wave of his hand. He tore through the void, vanishing along with the 6-eyed youth that I in the empty depths of the pond. The mysterious figure's voice echoed faintly, Bingyan, my dear girl, I am truly sorry. The situation in Zhongzhou concerns the future direction of the entire wasteland domain. If our demon race wishes to break the stalemate among the 5 major powers and dominate the wasteland domain, this is the only way. Nearby Wanyao Mountain, in the sealed location whereby Bingyan resided, amidst a lush green bamboo grove stood a quaint and elegant bamboo house. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. A gentle breeze rustled, causing the hanging bells under the eaves to emit an ethereal, melodious sound, refracting rays of colorful light in the sunlight. Bai Bingyin sat at a tea table, her 3,000 strands of hair flowing gracefully, pure and immaculate, serene as a goddess. Suddenly, a flash of white light flickered, and a beautiful figure materialized. White Demoness, she waved her hand, conjuring a snow-white jade shield that enveloped the entire bamboo house, blocking all external probing. Bingyin, I have already sent your aunt to Zhongzhou. Thank you, mother. Your identity is far too special. A single thread pulled can affect the whole tapestry. So you must always think twice before acting. The mother can grant you her approval, provided that Chen Xian becomes the successor of Mu Yun Sanxian, and both master and disciple personally visit Wan Yao Mountain to propose. I shall agree to this marriage. Bing Yin, I am grateful to my mother for her support. Because of Bai Yao Wu's promise, Bai Bing Yin revealed a long-lost smile. The demon ancestor is on the verge of awakening. Bai Yao Wu left behind these words and departed swiftly upon hearing this. Bai Bing Yin's delicate figure trembled violently, her exquisite face turning pale. What a disaster! The black iron metal around her husband's neck is unmistakably. If the demon ancestor learns of his true identity, Bai Bing Yin bit her rosy lip, her brows knitting tighter with worry. After a long while, she managed to suppress the multitude of anxieties in her heart, gently caressing her belly, whispering, Little treasure, let us cheer for your father together. You must bless him. In the early morning, a warm sun leapt above the horizon, casting golden rays upon the world. Chen Xian and his companions ceased their cultivation. Opening their eyes, with a graceful leap, Chen Xian landed lightly upon a nearby large stone that he gazed at the rising sun, his heart filled with myriad emotions. At last, the master-seeking ceremony has arrived. My dear, I shall not let you down. The golden sunlight enveloped him, shimmering brilliantly, resembling a golden-armored deity. Dong Yufei's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration as she smiled. Brother, we are all eagerly awaiting your ascent as a true dragon. Everyone nodded in unison, their eyes brimming with anticipation. As long as Chen Xian can astound everyone at the master-seeking ceremony and become the successor of Mu Yun Sanxian, a new legendary life shall unfold. Thus, they too would be under the shelter of a great tree. Little did Du Ming and the others know, Chen Xian had already received the recognition of Mu Yun Sanxian. Let us set forth. With a wave of his hand, Chen Xian led the 6 companions towards the nearby Qi-Ta plain that in the sky. Streams of light flickered continuously, ultimately coalescing into a throng of people gathering upon the vastness of Qi-Ta plain. These individuals were all scattered cultivators, members of noble families and practitioners from small sects, here to witness the spectacle and try their luck. Why are there no representatives from the 9 sects and 13 gates? Those are the top-tier sects of Zhongzhou, capable of directly observing the 3 trials outside Mu Yunxian Palace. It is said that the saintess of Miao Yin's sect is as beautiful as a celestial being, and her voice is simply enchanting. One wonders if it's true. The most likely to claim victory is undoubtedly Ji Wushuang of the Hao Ran Sword sect, followed closely by Ouying Yiming of the Yuhua Dao sect and Mu Tian Quan of the Wu Ji Dao sect, who said that, I've heard that the saint of Tai Su Sword sect, Su Ao Xian, possesses dual talents in sword and talisman, along with hidden trump cards, and is by no means inferior to Ji Wushuang. What aptitude does Su Ao Tian possess? Ji Wushuang has already acquired the essence of the celestial source, exhibiting the potential to ascend. Some scattered cultivators debated vigorously, each expressing their opinions. One moment, the crowd fell silent. A feather-like flying artifact approached, upon which stood a charmingly beautiful young girl, the long princess of the Xianfeng dynasty, Muin Shui. She was dressed enticingly, her ample, encased in sheer white fabric, revealing her slender and fair waist with long, delicate legs adorned with silver bells at her ankles, producing a crisp sound as she walked. Behind Muin Shui, dozens of Foundation establishment guards followed in an imposing procession. With a flourish, Muin Shui descended, gracefully approaching Chen Xian. The crowd parted automatically. Her enchanting eyes sparkled as she playfully exclaimed, Brother Xian, after 5 years apart, Yin Shui has missed you so much. After the master-seeking ceremony, will you come with me to the Xianfeng dynasty? Not interested. Chen Xian replied curtly, not even glancing at Muin Shui. Brother Xian, how cold and unfeeling you are, so domineering. Little sister truly adores you. Muin Shui pouted, playfully chiding, akin to a kitten scratching at one's heart. The scattered cultivators nearby became restless, wishing they could replace Chen Xian to agree to such a delightful proposition. Chen Xian raised an eyebrow, impatiently stating, Muin Shui, if you covet my blood heart token, can you refrain from being so overly affectionate? We are not that familiar. Surely your Xianfeng dynasty lacks the audacity to stake a claim to this token. Yes, that was in the past. Now my family's ancestor has returned. Although he failed in his tribulation, he has become a first-stage San Xian. Muin Shui declared proudly, her voice ringing loud, "The first-stage San Xian." These 4 words caused the surrounding scattered cultivators to collectively gasp in astonishment. It is known that the probability of successfully ascending to immortality is less than 1%, and even the chance of becoming a San Xian is exceedingly low. Thus, any faction with a San Xian as its protector can instantly elevate its status to rival the 9 sects and 13 gates. The Xianfeng dynasty is on the rise. Not interested, Chen Xian repeated, his gaze indifferent. Having already earned the recognition of Mu Yun San Xian, why would he throw away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed? Your blood heart token could exchange for the protection of my ancestor and my position as a consort, perhaps with a subtle fragrance wafting. Muin Shui drew closer, her breath as gentle as orchids. Her wealth of beauty was breathtaking, prompting others to involuntarily feel the urge to assist her. Fearing her garments might tear, such a scene caused those nearby to swallow hard in awe. How about this? After the master-seeking ceremony, let us have a private conversation, Chen Xian said nonchalantly, to in Muin Shui's eyes. He saw a fierce ambition. If this woman has the backing of a first-stage San Xian, then perhaps developing a future alliance is worth considering. However, Muin Shui evidently misunderstood, believing Chen Xian intended to be betrothed to her. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with joy, nodding repeatedly. A consort, you say? This princess wishes to become a knight. Riding horses. Chapter 58. Brother Xian will bully de Shui Shui. Outside Mu Yun Xian Palace, members from the 9 sects and 13 gates gathered, each occupying their respective positions. Quietly awaiting the proceedings, that Ji Wu Shuang stood side by side with Lu Ru Yin, resembling a pair of celestial lovers. That in the void, a massive magical water curtain appeared, vividly displaying scenes from Qi Ta Plain. The old ghost of the Xianfeng dynasty has actually become a first-stage San Xian, Taoist by Chuan exclaimed, pointing as the enormous water curtain stretched to clearly reveal Chen Xian and the others. Even their dialogues were transmitted clearly. Brother Xian, rest assured, my ancestor holds you in high regard. Even if you have lost all your cultivation, he will sincerely protect you. Moreover, you are still my consort, yes, Brother Xian? Your profile is so defined, exuding masculinity, truly manly. That Ji Wu Shuang is merely a pretty boy, looking soft and delicate, clearly someone who drinks too much milk. Cough, cough, cough. Taoist by Chuan awkwardly cleared his throat, chuckling as he hastily cast a spell to silence the sound. Nevertheless, many gazes turned towards them. Ji Wu Shuang maintained his composure, though the corners of his mouth twitched, his mind set on the verge of exploding. He wished nothing more than to slap Muin Shui dead. No, first, let us conquer her, then kill her. At that moment, led by Long Ming Shang Run, the 7 tower masters flew out from Mu Yun Xian Palace, respectfully holding 3 jade boxes. Esteemed guests, the 3 trials are about to commence. All may participate. I shall now be responsible for initiating the first trial, Long Ming Shangren stated, opening one of the jade boxes in his hands. Whoosh! A beam of golden light shot forth, expanding in the air, transforming into a massive golden staircase. It stretched for 100 steps, each step engraved with profound runes, emanating a powerful pressure and an enigmatic wave. This is a lower-grade Dao artifact, the Ling Yun Golden Steps, obtained by Mu Yun San Xian within ancient ruins. The pressure and arcane runes contained within progressively increase, capable of testing the physique and enlightenment of those attempting the trial. Anyone who can ascend 60 steps shall proceed to the next trial. The first to reach the top shall receive 7 upper-grade treasure cleansing pills. Long Ming Shangren declared, retrieving a small jade vial from within the jade box. Showcasing it to the crowd, that a wave of astonishment erupted. Not only the true disciples of the 9 sects and 13 gates, but even the saints' sons and daughters were envious. Those are 7 cleansing pills. Even if sold at auction, they would fetch at least 1,000,000 upper-grade spirit stones, and this is merely the reward for the first trial. It must be said, Mu Yun San Xian is indeed affluent. Long Ming Shangren's words resonated throughout the nearby Cheetah Plain that a multitude of scattered cultivators eagerly rubbed their hands together as Long Ming Shangren announced the commencement of the first trial. Streams of light surged forth, racing towards the Ling Yun Golden Steps. The scene was grand and bustling. "Brother, shall we go?" Niu Ben eagerly rubbed his fists, brimming with excitement. At this moment, Muin Shui had already dashed ahead to the first step of the Ling Yun Golden Steps. The 3 trials are not only a prime opportunity for fame and fortune, but also a chance to vie for the precious title of a disciple of the 7 Towers. Who wouldn't he want to compete? Chen Xian's gaze grew increasingly fervent, breaking into a grin. "Let us go." With that, he kicked off the ground. Boom. Chen Xian shot forth like a cannonball, heading straight for the Ling Yun Golden Steps. Bai Ling's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed loudly, How is that waste Chen Xian also attempting the trial?" He embarrassed. The crowd momentarily fell silent, then began searching. Ji Yaoyu's gaze turned cold, disdainfully mocking. This waste still cannot see his own limitations. He wishes to challenge the limits of the Jiang battle body, which has not completely regressed. How utterly laughable and foolish. The members of the Howren Sword sect exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting sheer incredulity. The Lingyun Golden Steps do not merely test physical strength. You, Chen Xian, are oblivious to your own folly. Brace yourself for a fall. Yet in the next moment, everyone was left bewildered. No way. Could it be that Chen Xian has activated some sort of cheat? This is simply too unreasonable. Observing him, after stepping onto the first platform, he strolled forward with an air of nonchalance. Hands clasped behind his back, 1 step. 2 steps, 3 for steps. Is this a game? In stark contrast, many challengers at the 3rd level were ensnared by an invisible, mysterious force, causing them to plummet down. The visual impact of this comparison was utterly explosive. How infuriating! How could this be happening? Ji Wushuang's lips twitched in agitation, his heart roaring with rage. Watching Chen Xian ascend with such ostentatious flair filled him with disgust. Long Ming, the elder, clapped in admiration, exclaiming, "Remarkable! Each step Chen Xian takes aligns perfectly with the essence of the Tao at that level, rendering him impervious to the invisible force of the Tao. If he hadn't comprehended the mysteries within, achieving this would be impossible." Daoisin also reflected. This exemplifies the chasm between prodigies and mediocrity. Even now, though he has been reduced to nothing, Chen Xian's vision and insight remain intact. Truly, he is deserving of the title of the foremost prodigy of our central continent. His words sparked pure outrage among the members of the Howren Sword sect. The Ji Yue could no longer contain her simmering fury, her eyes flashing with sharp intensity. Her voluptuous form trembled with rage as she coldly retorted, "This wretch has merely reached the 19th step. While others have already ascended to the 41st, he cannot claim first place. What use is his progress? It ultimately does not alter his inherent worthlessness." Outside the Mu Yun Immortal Palace, silence reigned. Everyone had to concede that Ji Yaoyue spoke with sound reasoning. Who would have thought that Chen Xian, unchangeable in nature, would engage with Mu Inxue right after being expelled from the sect, forming such a vile alliance? Everyone, while we must guard against the Xianfeng dynasty, we should also keep an eye on the small pests, for he is privy to many secrets of the 9 sects and 13 gates. Li Yinglian remarked meaningfully today as soon as these words were spoken. The expressions of Daoist Baichuan and others shifted dramatically. A 1,000-mile dam can be breached by an ant-hole. Indeed, Li Zhongzhu's warning warrants our utmost attention. Time passed. Chen Xian continued his leisurely stroll with hands clasped behind his back. As if sauntering through a park, the 55th level of the Lingyun Golden Steps, Chen Xian whistled and teased the cautious Mu Inxue beside him. "Do you need my assistance? A little kick might just propel you to the peak you desire." "How annoying! Brother Xian only knows how to bully me." Mu Inxue shot him a glare, half pouting, half complaining. Internally, she was in shock. How could this supposedly useless Chen Xian ascend to such heights? They say a plucked phoenix is not as good as a chicken. Is he truly defying the heavens to surpass even a chicken? At this moment, laughter erupted above their heads. Ha ha! The 88th step, I Buchaojian, have reached the forefront, and within the span of a single incense stick. I shall conquer the pinnacle of the Lingyun golden steps and claim 7 marrow-cleansing pills. The booming voice drew envious glances from many ascending cultivators. Buchaojian, one of the top prodigies of the Heavenly Hammer sect, was said to possess a dual-element superior spirit root of wind and thunder from birth. His rise to prominence was indeed anticipated. 7 marrow-cleansing pills. Such a treasure. Especially 7. Chen Xin murmured, his eyes gleaming with desire. He then flashed a grin at Mu Yinxue and declared, "No more chatter. I'm off to seize those pills." In an instant, the Jiang true dragon art within Chen Xian began to circulate quietly, and he reached a profound state of unity with heaven and man. The Tao's essence flowed and transformed before his very eyes, as clear as the patterns on his palm. Tap, tap, tap. Chen Xian strode forward, charging forth like a dark horse under the astonished gazes of the crowd. He surged ahead, surpassing everyone. Ultimately, Chen Xian thunderously ascended to the 100th step. He stood triumphantly atop it, claiming victory with overwhelming force. Chapter 59. This wretch is a glutton for lust. Everyone was astounded. This turn of events was utterly unexpected. Chen Xian had begun his sprint from the 55th step of the Lingyun Golden Steps, exhibiting a wild and domineering demeanor as he reached the pinnacle. It was simply eye-popping. At this moment, atop the 100th level of the Golden Steps, Chen Xian stood alone, exuding an aura of dominance and gravitas. He resembled a dragon coiling and a tiger poised, akin to a deity perched high above the 9 heavens, surveying the world with an air of invincibility. It was a presence that inspired both awe and a desire to kneel and worship. The Rui golden cudgel, the iron rod of will, the towering white jade pillars, the purple gold beams spanning the seas. To describe Chen Xian with such imagery is by no means an exaggeration. Ah! Mu Yinxue could not help but exclaim in astonishment, her shock intensifying. Among the crowd, Run and others were undoubtedly the most exhilarated. Dong Yufei's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she let out a cheer. Du Ming was nearly moved to tears, reflecting to himself, "My brother has regained his former majestic and imposing presence." Yet this spectacle struck Ji Yaiwei like a thunderbolt, piercing through her very core. She clenched her delicate fists in disbelief, her heart ablaze with fury. Das for Ji Wushuang. At this moment, his eyes blazed with jealousy, his features twisting in anguish. Why? This Chen Xian, a one-level waste, was destined to descend into the abyss, to be trampled and humiliated. How dare he now stand tall, reigning atop the Lingyun Golden Steps? I, Ji Wushuang, possess the grace of an immortal and have merged with the great heart demon from beyond the realm, inheriting the grand fortune of the Howren Sword sect. Why must I look up at this waste pretending to be impressive? This is utterly infuriating. Even Zhao Kaiwei, Shun Qingqing Bai Ling, and Mu Xun were left speechless, gazing incredulously at the immense water mirror before them. In fact, all 4 women began to harbor a faint sense of regret and confusion. Shun Qingqing even entertained the thought, if I were to offer Chen Xian some favors now, might he reconsider and continue to grovel, or even bestow upon me the blood of the heart order to win my favor? If Chen Xian were to know her thoughts, he would likely scoff and respond with 4 words. You wish. How? How did he achieve this? Could it be that the Lingyun Golden Steps have malfunctioned? A youth with a prominent nose exclaimed in shock, speculating aloud. As soon as this was said, many began to attempt their own ascents. The result? They tumbled down like dumplings, crying out in despair. The youth with the prominent nose forced a sheepish smile, covering his face in embarrassment. At that moment, Lu Ruyan suddenly chuckled coldly, speaking with disdain. Why would someone who has self-destructed their golden core, destroying their dantian and meridians, go to such lengths? Is it merely a stubborn attempt to preserve their pitiful pride, to suffer the backlash of forbidden techniques for this reason? Her perspective resonated with the crowd, leading them to nod in agreement. Only thus could it be explained. Ji Yaiwei coldly remarked, "This wretch is merely trying to slap my face. Such despicable behavior is no different from that of a clown. It only serves to deepen my disdain for him. Compared to my beloved disciple Wushuang's immortal grace, He resembles nothing more than a mad dog bereft of its home. In an instant, the gazes of those from the 9 sects and 13 gates shifted from shock to pity as they regarded Qin Xian. At this moment, atop the pinnacle of the Golden Steps, Qin Xian looked down upon the world, a surge of heroism and freedom welling up within him. His thoughts flowed with clarity. The heart of the true dragon within him throbbed vigorously. An indescribable sense of nobility and greatness brewed within Qin Xian's soul, culminating in a powerful eruption. Roar! Unable to contain himself, Qin Xian opened his mouth and let out a resonant, overwhelming dragon's roar. This roar carried an essence that suppressed all, unmatched in the world, sweeping across the surroundings. All who heard it were left in shock. This is a dragon's roar, compared to our myriad sound sect's ultimate dragon sound. It seems to lack a certain depth. Though Qin Xian is but a waste, this dragon's roar may lack offensive power, yet it holds great potential for our myriad sound sect. Everyone, you must not compete with me for him. This disciple is mine to claim. A woman clad in a violet skirt, still possessing an air of elegance, spoke excitedly. She was Shangguan Yayun, the leader of the myriad sound sect. Her words struck a heavy blow to Ji Yaoyue, mocking her for her lack of discernment. Yet Ji Yaoyue, suppressing her fury, haughtily replied, "A one-level waste with such poor character. Does your myriad sound sect truly wish to take him in? You should think twice." Leader Shangguan, do not blame me for not warning you. The female disciples of the myriad sound sect are numerous, and this wretch is nothing more than a glutton for lust. What, upon hearing this? Shangguan Yun's brows furrowed, ultimately leading her to reluctantly concede. Time flowed on. The crowd continued their ascent of the Lingyun Golden Steps. The higher they climbed, the more arduous their journey became, their bodies swaying unsteadily. At this moment, Qin Xian performed yet another jaw-dropping act. He actually dashed down from the 100th step, then lifted the hefty Du Meng with one hand, charging back to the summit. Stay up there. Second brother, I'm going to fetch third and fourth. All right, big brother. Under the silent gaze of the crowd, Qin Xian moved about like a diligent little bee, effortlessly lifting each of his companions, Niu Ben, Lan Lingfeng, Nangong Ling, and Zhao Jiaming, one by one to the pinnacle. When it was Dong Yufei's turn, she abandoned her usual graceful demeanor and bashfully exclaimed, "Elder brother, Yufei is a girl, so you can't carry me like that. You should hold me." With a flourish, she leapt lightly into Qin Xian's embrace. Thus, Qin Xian, adopting a princess carry, held Dong Yufei as they embarked on yet another charge. Dai Tao, struggling to advance, felt a sharp pain in his chest and cried out as he fell. He had been unceremoniously kicked down by the passing Qin Xian, who casually apologized, "Sorry, Dai Tao, I just had a cramp and couldn't help but stretch my leg." With those thoughtless words of regret, Dai Tao landed on the ground in a most undignified manner, nearly brought to tears by his indignation. "Brother Xian, what about me?" Standing on the 67th level of the golden stage, Mu Yinxue waved her jade-like arms, her smile radiant. However, Qin Xian paid her no mind. "This is unreasonable. This person is disrupting the rules. He has gone too far. I refuse to accept this." Many voices of protest erupted, with Bu Chaoyang of the Heavenly Hammer sect being the most vocal among them. Meanwhile, Longming Shangren seemed to sense the turmoil and, visibly moved, promptly bowed towards the direction of the Muyu Immortal Palace. He then declared loudly, "What Qin Xian has done is perfectly reasonable. Anyone wishing to learn may do so." With Longming Shangren's endorsement, the crowd had no choice but to accept this outcome. Standing atop the peak, Qin Xian proclaimed in a voice reminiscent of a dragon's roar, "It is a rare occasion for so many sects and powers to gather in Zhongzhou. I, Qin Xian, hereby announce that the 7 of us have sworn blood oaths and become sworn siblings. Should anyone dare to harm a single hair on them, I, Qin Xian, shall ensure their demise." This proclamation stirred profound emotions among Du Meng and the others. A rabble seeking a sense of existence here. Qin Xian, you can only bask in a fleeting sense of superiority in the first trial. What of the second trial? A waste is ultimately a waste. A cold, scornful voice rang out from Ji Yaoyue. Undeterred, Qin Xian retorted loudly, "Ji Yaoyue, let us wait and see. By the way, you should prepare to lose that 1 million high-grade spirit stones in the grand contract. For today I, Qin Xian, will show you just how narrow-minded and foolish you truly are." Furious, Jiu's voluptuous figure trembled as she soared into the air, deliberately positioning herself high above the 100th level. Looking down at Chen Xian as she shouted, "You wretch, wouldn't it be better to kneel and beg for mercy? Why must you oppose me?" Chapter 60. The toad belongs in the stinking mud puddle. Ji Yaoyue was momentarily taken aback. Her elongated, beautiful eyes narrowed as a chilling murderous intent erupted from her. Her jade-like complexion flushed with anger, the pale skin turning a rosy hue. Ji Yaoyue was enraged. Yet beneath her fury lay an indescribable thrill. Being publicly teased by a former disciple stirred something deep within her. Humph. Li Yinglian, clad in green, scoffed coldly, her face as frigid as I see at AS for Ji Wushuang. His eyelid twitched violently, his heart teetering on the brink of fury. Impudent! Do not disrupt the trials, or this tower master shall not be merciful. Longming Shangren waved his sleeve and issued a stern warning. Thus, Ji Yaoyue could only return in a huff. After a brief moment, the first trial concluded. Longming Shangren tossed a jade vial, which landed steadily in Chen Xian's hand. Inside were 7 high-grade treasure pills known as essence cleansing pills. Second brother, third brother, sixth sister. This essence cleansing pill is a high-grade treasure pill. Its effects mild and capable of refining the bones and cleansing the marrow to enhance our innate talents. Let us each take one. Chen Xian began distributing the treasure pills publicly, swallowing his share on the spot, as if it were a candy. This spectacle left the onlookers filled with envy. High-grade treasure pills were exceedingly rare and often priceless. Let alone the miraculous essence cleansing pills. Ji Yaoyue scoffed disdainfully. A dog chewing on peonies. Such a waste. Regret washed over her heart. If she hadn't pressured this wretch so hard, perhaps he would still have been eager to fawn over her. Those 7 precious essence cleansing pills could have been offered to her. What a pity, Ji Wushuang caught a glimpse of the regret in Ji Yaoyue's eyes, his own fury igniting to the point of nearly bursting into flames. Calm yourself. You possess the potential to ascend to immortality, the most coveted prospect for the Muyu immortal. In the future, you shall reign supreme over the wild heavenly domain, looking down upon the world as an invincible force. At that time, what a magnificent sight it will be. Some are destined to remain in the mire, gazing up at your true dragon form like a mere toad. Thus, there is no need for anger. He is not worthy. Ji Wushuang was momentarily stunned, a radiant smile breaking out across his face. He was quite pleased with Lu Ruyan, not merely for her beauty and charm, but also for her keen insight and sweet words. These words even caused Ji Yaoyue's lips to curve slightly upward. She had to admit, Chen Xian's performance today had astonished her, but only to this extent. A waste, in the end, could only become an insignificant insect, unworthy of mention within mere decades. Having consumed the essence cleansing pills, Chen Xian and the others felt a warm sensation spread throughout their bodies, an indescribable comfort. The effects of this pill were long-lasting and immensely beneficial. In a tranquil valley, Bai Qian lay languidly upon a cloud bed, her jade hand propping up her fragrant cheek as she gazed into the vast water mirror before her, a faint smile gracing her lips. She felt utterly content. That woman named Ji Yaoyue was truly hypocritical. She had been rebutted by Chen Xian, publicly humiliated, and deservedly so. Yet Ji Yaoyue, while feigning aloofness in front of Chen Xian, occasionally bore a glimmer in her eyes that hinted at a desire for attention. Bai Qian's long, beautiful eyes narrowed as she fell into contemplation. After a while, she murmured, "Could it be that Ji Yaoyue truly has some secret affair with that Chen Xian? Have teacher and disciple fallen out? That doesn't seem likely. Yet, that dragon's roar just now was undeniably imposing." At that moment, a sense of foreboding struck Bai Qian. She quickly straightened her posture, her hands forming seals in rapid succession. Soon an overwhelming aura of the 8th grade. 9th tier fusion stage erupted from her. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. A 5-color jade bell adorned on Bai Qian's jade arm began to vibrate, producing a wondrous celestial sound. After a moment, Bai Qian exhaled, her terrifying aura receding. With her beautiful eyes dimmed, she murmured to herself, "This emotional tribulation has come upon me far too swiftly. I merely harbored a fleeting admiration for that Chen Xian, and it has already entwined itself with my very soul." Sigh. How shall I choose? An hour later, all who had passed the first trial began to gather. Waiting in silence, that Xue had also succeeded. The princess of the Xianfeng dynasty wore an icy expression, her earlier allure replaced by a haunting gaze directed at Chen Xian. This scoundrel. He had clearly promised her a private conversation, yet here he was, behaving so brazenly. If he wished to be her consort, he should at least learn to bow and serve. Did he truly expect to ride roughshod over her? Whoosh! A streak of light shot skyward, suspended in midair, none other than the alchemy tower's master, Chimu Danwang, that he opened the second jade box, from which a brilliant green light erupted, soaring directly onto a grand jade platform at the center of the seven towers. This was the heart of the wood god. The tower master offered it in exchange, capable of summoning the golden horned devourer from the wild dragon sea, compelling it to release its dragon essence. The dragon essence, nurtured by the seven towers, could give rise to numerous colossal pill cauldrons. Imbued with the power of a dragon, trial participants would proceed in order of their performance from weak to strong. Those bearing 3 cauldrons would be deemed successful, with the creation of the cauldron as their reward. Should one falter while bearing a cauldron, they would be eliminated immediately. Chimu Danwang elucidated the details and rules of the second trial. The crowd erupted in astonishment, even those far from the Muyu Immortal Palace. From the 9 sects and 13 schools were left in shock. Good heavens! The golden horn devourer from the wild dragon sea, once a formidable demon of the southern wilderness, has inexplicably taken dominion over the wild dragon sea. Its power is simply terrifying. This golden horn devourer, possessing an extraordinary bloodline, could not take human form until it transformed into a dragon and ascended to immortality. Yet its strength was formidable, and it was laden with treasures. It had been gravely injured by a third-tier loose immortal, only to be saved by the intervention of Muyu Sanxian. It was said that each time the full moon rose, it would consume the essence of the moon, casting a shadow over the entire wild dragon sea. This was a golden opportunity. The dragon essence was immensely precious. Once successfully refined, it could replace years of arduous cultivation. What are you getting so excited about? The first challenge ended in failure. A group of scattered practitioners fervently debated, filled with excitement and anticipation. Particularly, when tales of the golden horned sky-devouring python were mentioned, it stirred their imaginations. Dong Yufei enviously remarked, "Though the heart of the wood god is precious, a single edict can compel the golden horned sky-devouring python to regurgitate the essence of the flood dragon. Only a grand figure like the wandering immortal Mu Yun could possess such magnificence." Right. Meanwhile, Chen Xian felt a stirring in his heart, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face that he vaguely surmised the purpose of the second challenge. Mu Yun must be aware of his true dragon heart. Hence this second trial seemingly bestows fortune upon the challengers, while in truth, those who can genuinely reap its benefits will undoubtedly be few. The elixir furnace formed from the essence of the flood dragon was prepared for me, Chen Xian, as Mu Yun's designated disciple. With the aid of this elixir's energy, I shall break through to the 9th level of qi refinement and advance into the foundation establishment stage. Perhaps even condense a golden elixir. Contemplating this, Chen Xian's heart surged with emotion, his hands rubbing together, filled with eagerness. That moment, Ji Wushuang's voice, laced with coldness and mockery, resonated from afar. Chen Xian, in the first challenge, you relied on the residual strength of your sun warrior body to inadvertently shine. But for this second challenge, you might as well surrender. Otherwise, a single strike will be enough to crush you into a pitiful state, or even lead to your demise. Out of consideration for our past friendship, I sincerely advise you to avoid disgrace. The toad should remain in its filthy pond, content with its place. What say you? Chapter 61. Return the golden silk wand bird pouch immediately. Ji Wushuang's resonant voice echoed in the air, imbued with a tone of regret and concern, akin to a young person helplessly witnessing their kin stray onto a dark path that in an instant. Many present felt a deep respect. Ji Wushuang, indeed a paragon of the Haoran sword sect. Such broad-mindedness is truly magnificent, akin to the sun and moon traversing the heavens and the boundless vastness of the ocean. It is said that the holy Sun Ji has recondensed the sect's grand fortune, further evolving into a celestial source of creation, transforming into a peerless figure of the 9th grade golden elixir. Is this true? Naturally, it is. I have also heard that the celestial source of creation Holy Sun Ji acquired is related to swords. Today, we as cultivators can only aspire to follow in his footsteps in this lifetime. Although the Holy Sun's words cut like blades, they bear true knowledge and heartfelt lamentation. It is said that the Howren Sword sect has long coveted Chen Xian's position as Holy Sun. Yet he has persistently refused, repeatedly pleading, Chen Xian, merely a waste. Though he stole the limelight in the first challenge, his arrogance and hubris pale in comparison to the elegance of Holy Sun Ji, who embodies the grace of an immortal. He isn't even worthy to carry Holy Sun Ji's shoes. Such sentiments cannot be uttered lightly. Chen Xian has fought valiantly for the righteous path over the years, decimating the younger generation of the demonic path, achieving great merit. It is said that Chen Xian has become involved with the enchanting Nangong Fei of the Wujin demon sect. By the way, that little princess from the 10,000 Monster Mountain also refers to him as her husband, a scoundrel mingling among us righteous cultivators. As some began to discuss, each expressing their opinions, the adage words can be fearsome. 3 men can create a tiger materialized in that moment. Following Ji Wushuang's declaration, she stood like a jade tree in the wind, a slight smile gracing her lips, feeling an immense satisfaction as her words resonated with the crowd, forcing Chen Xian to bear the brunt of their scorn. One word, delight. At this juncture, Chen Xian's indifferent voice rose in response to Ji Wushuang. I see you are akin to a toad masquerading as a frog, dressed in gaudy attire. Is it that upon witnessing my majestic performance in the first trial, you feel discontent and wish to vent your frustrations through words? Have you consumed too much dung, clogging your mind? If I cannot pass the 3 challenges, how can I become the inheritor of the wandering immortal Mu Yun, effectively striking you all in the face? This domineering voice, imbued with arrogance, reverberated throughout the realm. Boom! The entire venue trembled. No one anticipated that Chen Xian would dare to utter such audacious words. How could a man whose dantian was destroyed and whose meridians were shattered possess such courage and confidence? Surely, Chen Xian has lost his mind. Can he not see the vast chasm between himself and Ji Wushuang? The corners of Ji Wushuang's mouth twitched, her expression darkening. She had not expected Chen Xian to become so sharp-tongued after being expelled from the sect. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Utter nonsense, the ramblings of a madman. Ji Yaoyue coldly spat 8 words, her aura chilling to the core. At that moment, Mu Xun's eyes lit up with opportunity. Now is my chance. I shall step forward and berate Chen Xian. And surely it will endear me to my junior brother even more. She immediately soared on her sword, swiftly approaching Chen Xian. Mu Xun seethed. Chen Xian, you truly take Wushuang's goodwill for granted. Were it not for the remnants of our old friendship, he would hardly deign to acknowledge you. Chen Xian scoffed derisively, retorting, if he disdains me, why then did he just spew nonsense? This, Mu Xun was momentarily rendered speechless. Subsequently, she indignantly began to retort, your dantian is destroyed. That is sheer incompetence, harboring malicious intent, that is unprincipled, jealous of the Holy Sun, that is devoid of virtue. Chen Xian, you a trifecta of incompetence, malice, and lack of virtue. How dare you compare yourself to junior sister Wushuang? It must be said that among the 4 senior sisters, Mu Xun possessed the sharpest tongue. Standing on her moral high ground, she unleashed a barrage of ridicule that elevated Ji Wushuang's status while ruthlessly trampling on Chen Xian. In an instant, many displayed expressions of glee. Even those who had become powerful cultivators found delight in the spectacle. Chen Xian, far from angered, chuckled. Yet deep inside, a wave of chill washed over him. Mu Xun, I once thought you merely craved vanity, but now it seems you are nothing short of a heartless wretch. Over the years, how many times have I aided you? How many benefits have I bestowed upon you? Even a dog I fed would wag its tail in gratitude, not bark madly. You have shamelessly demanded for years, devoid of any sense of gratitude, since you possess such a heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog. Return to me the bluebird sword, the snowy peach blossom skirt, the vast sea ice heart bracelet, and the Qianyuan necklace. All of it. As Chen Xian's words flowed forth, the venue fell into an abrupt silence. Many scattered cultivators gaped in disbelief. Good heavens! This woman is truly shameless, having received so many benefits from Chen Xian, yet publicly biting back at him. How utterly disgraceful! Some female scattered immortals expressed envy and jealousy, directing their scorn squarely at Mu Xun. Chen Xian extended his hand, adding, "Oh, and that golden silk wand bird pouch I lent you after slaying a demoness from the Hahuan sect. Return it as well." You mentioned wanting to try it on. At that moment, the atmosphere was suffused with a chilling silence. Mu Xun's chest heaved violently, her silver teeth grinding in fury. Unable to contain her rage, she shouted in exasperation. "You gave it to me. Why should I return it? To ask for back a gift is truly beneath you. Chen Xian, do you not wish to return it? It seems you are not so lofty after all." Chen Xian's tone was gentle, yet each word pierced the heart. He spoke in a grandiose manner. "Let the other items go. The golden silk wand bird pouch is something you borrowed from me. Take it off and return it to me." Immediately Mu Xun trembled with rage, utterly humiliated, as if she had been force-fed a lump of excrement. Feeling disgusted, she was still wearing the pouch, yet to return it, she couldn't bear the thought, and the loss of face was paramount. Chen Xian's actions were indeed despicable and shameless, far too fickle. Thus Mu Xun could only indignantly retort, "Chen Xian, you are despicable and shameless. You are not even worthy of being called a man. Is it gratifying for you to bully a weak woman? You are not a weak woman. Rather, I am the incompetent, unprincipled, and utterly devoid of virtue trifecta of waste. So how can I be bullying you?" Chen Xian rolled his eyes dramatically in response. He looked at Mu Xun breaking down, feeling an inexplicable sense of joy. Ever since I became a waste among the 4 senior sisters, Mu Xun had repeatedly spoken venomously, each word aimed to pierce the heart. Thus, she deserved it. Mu Xun, helpless, could only feign a look of vulnerability, her delicate form trembling, on the verge of tears. Such a display of fragility indeed evoked sympathy from many, prompting them to criticize Chen Xian for going too far. Once again, both sides stand firm. Chen Xian shook his head with a sigh, his words laden with implications. Those 4 words nearly caused Mu Xun's chest to explode with rage. "All right, with the 3 challenges approaching, settle your personal grievances in private." The Dan King Qingmu, somewhat impatient, interjected, halting this verbal duel. Mu Xun, flushed with shame and anger, turned and flew away on her sword. Under the public gaze, this lecherous fiend demanded a pouch from her. Truly a lowly man. A beast is 100 times better than him. Ha! Chen Xian scoffed coldly, feeling his heart elated. With a flourish, the Dan King Qingmu ascended to the grand jade platform, commencing his incantation. Gradually, the heart of the wood god seeped into the ancient formation carved upon the jade platform. Erupting in a brilliant green light immediately, a terrifying pressure, capable of instilling dread, surged forth. The golden horned celestial dragon, under the auspices of the master of the tower, conveyed the edict of the pastoral immortal, Mu Yun. In exchange for the heart of the wood god, your assistance is requested for the 2nd trial. The esteemed Chimu Danwang spoke with clarity and pride, each word resonating like a clarion call. A resounding, timeless roar of the dragon echoed through the ancient formation, seemingly responding to the call. In an instant, the brilliant green light was swiftly consumed. Ultimately, the formation completely retracted its radiance. Qingmu Danwang chuckled, proclaiming, "Within half an hour, the golden horned celestial dragon shall soar through the clouds. This 2nd trial truly promises to be extraordinary." As he spoke, he discreetly cast a glance at Chen Xian. Yet it was not only Qingmu Danwang who felt this anticipation. The recent verbal clash had ignited a fervent expectation within all present. How would Chen Xian fare in the 2nd trial? Would he emerge as a dragon or a mere insect? Chapter 62. The Golden Horned King. The 2nd trial. Although Chen Xian stood tall and unwavering like a divine spear, exuding an indomitable spirit, to the eyes of the 9 sects and the myriad wandering cultivators of Zhongzhou, he was merely putting on a brave front. Regardless of past glories, once one's dantian is destroyed and meridian shattered, one inevitably descends from the heights of divinity. The path to restoration is nearly impossible. This truth, a bitter reality distilled from the tears of countless prodigies, remains unchanged through the ages, to be brought low and ultimately sink into the abyss, such as the unalterable fate. Can Chen Xian shatter the shackles of this destiny? The only ones brimming with confidence in him were Du Ming, Niu Ben, and a select few others. They had come to understand the secret of Chun Xian's Dantian restoration and his return to the path of cultivation, thus filling them with hope. As time flowed by. Half an hour later, the atmosphere shifted. A tumultuous roar resounded from the northern void, where a tempest raged and clouds churned. A colossal entity descended, accompanied by a terrifying and regal pressure that commanded respect. The powerful and domineering roar of the dragon reverberated, seemingly announcing its arrival to the world. The golden-horned celestial dragon has come. Qingmu Danwang stroked his beard and laughed heartily, causing a ripple of shock among the crowd. All eyes drawn to the spectacle. The envious gazes were as numerous as the stars. This was a dragon that had cultivated for thousands of years, its body brimming with treasures, and its dragon essence a supreme tonic for enhancing true essence. The second trial set forth by the pastoral immortal was indeed a grand endeavor. To have such a formidable dragon willingly expel its essence for the refinement of the dragon cauldron. What an unparalleled spectacle! In the next moment, the raging storm rapidly subsided, and with a thunderous roar, a massive azure dragon, hundreds of meters long, manifested that coiled and twisted through the air, thick as a water barrel, its golden vertical pupils flashing with ferocity and dominance. Surrounded by billowing clouds, it resembled a true azure dragon descending to the mortal realm. Its golden horns sparkled brilliantly. Those silver-white claws seemed capable of crushing anything. Its maw opened wide, as if to devour the very heavens and earth. Most striking was the dragoness belly, marked with two subtle protrusions, indicating its imminent transformation into a true dragon. Possessing an extraordinary bloodline, once it successfully transcended and transformed into a dragon, it would ascend to the celestial realm as an immortal dragon. Gasp! Every witness to the golden-horned celestial dragon could not help but draw a sharp breath. Unknown to them, Chun Xian's heart was currently in turmoil. His true dragon heart seemed to resonate with the presence of the golden-horned celestial dragon. Beginning to thrum with fervor, within the true dragon heart emanated a faint aura of wilderness, ancientness, grandeur, immortality, and sanctity. This was the might of the dragon. It seamlessly merged with Chun Xian's own oppressive aura, initiating a transformative upheaval from within, a rebirth. Outsiders could discern no signs of this metamorphosis. However, the golden-horned celestial dragon distinctly sensed it. Its massive form shivered slightly, golden pupils flashing with a reverence born from the deepest recesses of its bloodline. In the midst of bewildered gazes, the once arrogant golden-horned celestial dragon emitted a long, plaintive cry akin to a puppy's whimper, coiling submissively. What was happening? Even Qingmu Danwang appeared taken aback, but soon the crowd realized that the golden-horned celestial dragon was, indeed, paying homage to the pastoral immortal. In the next moment, it lifted its colossal head slightly and expelled a dazzling azure orb the size of a fist, a dragoness inner core. Not only the wandering cultivators, but even by Chuan Daorin, Shangwan Yin, and others could hardly conceal their envy. This inner core encapsulated over 90% of the dragon's cultivation essence, representing its greatest asset and capital for transcending. Buzzing. The dragon's inner core vibrated, releasing waves of profound azure energy, imbued with an air of nobility and the extraordinary. Esteemed guests, let us together activate the 7 towers and forge the dragon cauldron. With Qingmu Danwang's cry, the 7 tower masters simultaneously formed seals, awakening the ancient towers. Each was a low-grade Dao artifact of immense heritage, and under the control of their spirits, they began to absorb the dragon essence. Simultaneously, the essence of the 7 towers gradually depleted, slowly coalescing into dragon cauldrons that as time passed. The crowd waited in silence, all eyes fixed on the resplendent azure dragon inner core, their desire palpable. This dragon was a treasure trove. If I could obtain its inner core, my strength could soar tenfold or more. Ji Wushuang's inner demon from beyond the realms whispered with yearning and temptation that, at these words, Ji Wushuang's eyes gleamed with even greater desire. Yet, he was acutely aware that there was no opportunity at present. Should he dare to seize it, a single claw from the golden-horned celestial dragon could reduce him to mere paste. This dragon truly possessed divine might. If he could subdue it as a steed, who could rival me, Li Yinglian, for the title of the foremost in the righteous path? The mere thought left Li Yinglian breathless, lost in fantasy. Meanwhile, Chen Xian's expression shifted. Barely concealing his overwhelming joy, he had just received a transmission from the Golden Horn Celestial Dragon. "Little one, you harbor the true blood of the Dragon Clan? No wonder the pastoral immortal summoned me to follow you for further cultivation. I shall surely transform and ascend. Let us introduce ourselves. I am known as the Golden Horn King." After a prolonged moment, Chen Xian finally calmed himself. The pastoral immortal was indeed one of the most formidable beings in the wasteland domain. This gift he had bestowed was truly monumental. Thus, Chen Xian hastily replied, "Golden Horn King, if you follow me, Chen Xian, I assure you a life of luxury. Once I ascend to the celestial realm, I shall procure a beautiful female dragon for you as a mate. How about a slender and graceful silver dragon? It is said that gold and silver complement each other splendidly." The Golden Horn King responded with evident excitement. "A silver dragon? Little Schwanzi, do you underestimate me? I want 10, no 20. Chen Xian's lips twitched slightly as he subtly nodded in agreement. After all, it was merely a grand vision, and he did not mind how expansive that vision could be. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the Golden Horn Celestial Dragon ceased to expel its dragon essence, swallowing its inner core back into its belly. Roar! It soared toward the pastoral immortal's palace, successfully entering and coiling atop the eaves. It's enormous. Lantern-like golden pupils surveyed the scene, poised to witness the unfolding drama. The second trial officially commenced. With a commanding shout from Qingmu Danwang, the atmosphere grew fervent. All eyes turned to the eligible cultivators for the second trial. Filled with envy, whoever could bear the weight of 3 dragon cauldrons would claim them and pass. This was an extraordinary fortune. "I shall go first." A burly wandering cultivator laughed heartily, striding forward. He was the one who had barely ascended to the 61st step in the first trial. Named Ji Taimei, a body cultivator. "Here I go." Ji Taimei positioned himself, awaiting his turn. Boom! A dragon cauldron of azure hue suddenly descended, crashing down upon him. Bang! Arg! In an instant, Ji Taimei's knees buckled under the immense weight, and he fell to the ground with a pained sea or wide-eyed eye. In the next moment, he felt the brutal and oppressive might of the dragon. "Ah!" Ji Taimei howled, blood spewing forth, utterly flattened like a toad beneath the weight. "I can see!" he shouted, and Qingmu Danwang intervened, effortlessly moving the cauldron aside. Following this, the next contender stepped forward. That as time passed, just a single dragon cauldron had caused over 20 cultivators to fail consecutively. When a true disciple of the earthly Tao sect succeeded, he faltered while bearing the second dragon cauldron, one after another. All met with failure, until the moment when the true disciple of the Taishu sword sect, Ouyang Tsongfeng, took action. It was the first time that someone had succeeded. After he bore the weight of 3 cauldrons, he sensibly declared that it was sufficient, and then joyfully stored the cauldrons into his storage ring. The cumulative weight of the Jiaolongdan cauldrons was manageable, but the combined pressure of the Jiaolong was truly terrifying. This was precisely the reason behind the frequent failures of the others. That an hour later, it was the turn of Du Ming and the others. Except for Niu Ben, who successfully bore 3 cauldrons, the remaining 5 failed, each only managing to carry 2 at this point. Chen Xian was the only one left untested in the second challenge. That a total of 17 individuals had successfully passed, among whom the most outstanding was Wu Tingshan from the Jinfeng sect, who managed to carry 4 Jiaolongdan cauldrons. Finally, was it my turn? Chen Xian rubbed his hands together, grinning with excitement. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Chen Xian, eager to see the outcome. Chapter 63. I, Luo Qingxian, shall no longer lock my heart. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Xian stepped forward with an air of calmness, unfazed by the multitude of eyes upon him. His nonchalant demeanor attracted the attention of several female cultivators, stirring within them a hint of admiration. Truly, he was once the pride of the younger generation in Zhongzhou. His heroic spirit still lingered, yet he had fallen into the depths of despair, no longer possessing the courage of his former self. Could he still hold his own? Ji Yaoyue sneered disdainfully, her gaze fixated on him as if he were a mere jester. Meanwhile, Ji Wushuang maintained a stoic expression, though occasional flashes of cold intensity betrayed her true feelings. Dong Yufei gently encouraged, "Big brother, give it your all. Your safety comes first." Du Ming flashed a broad grin, confidently declaring 2 words, "Rise up." Niu Ben scratched his head, responding in a deep voice, "I think the same. Haha. Rest assured, I, Chen Xian, shall surely rise to the occasion," Chen Xian exclaimed, his laughter booming as he assumed a hoarse stance. Shouting, "Come, cauldron, boom!" In that instant, the atmosphere surged to a fever pitch. However, the majority regarded him with mockery and derision, believing Chen Xian was merely putting on a show, a man whose dantian was utterly ruined and whose meridians were severed. How much strength could he possibly muster? Even if he relied on the remnants of his past nine-yang battle body, this second challenge would not allow the same tricks as the first. A single Jiaolong Dan cauldron weighed 10,000 pounds. What did that signify? Zhao Kaiwei remarked with irritation. Someone is truly a frog in a well, overly inflated with self-importance. He must still be lost in the glory of his past. Yet the truth was, he had become a mere shadow of his former self, only accelerating his descent into mediocrity. A flicker of resentment crossed her face. Just yesterday, she had taken the initiative to approach Chen Xian, even promising, "You can rely on me in the future." Yet what was the outcome? That worthless scum had audaciously rejected her with mockery. Did he even deserve it? The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, her eyes reddening. Shen Qingqing scoffed, "Sister, there's really no need to be angry. If a Jiaolong Dan cauldron falls, I estimate he will either be crushed or suffer grievous injuries." What was he, to think he could soar to the heavens? Did he still believe he possessed the talent and strength of a junior disciple? Pah! He was nothing. Her eyes brimmed with disdain for Chen Xian. The once obedient and self-sacrificing Chen Xian was no more. Men, indeed, are fickle creatures. Bai Ling sneered, discontented. A man who even wants to reclaim a gift he is given. Calculating and petty, what great achievements can you expect from him? How shameless to publicly demand the golden silk pouch from the fourth junior sister. He must be harboring ulterior motives. As she spoke, memories of the flute incident flooded her mind, and her gaze towards Chen Xian was filled with intense resentment. The crowd from the 9 sects and 13 schools appeared dumbfounded. Good heavens! What kind of misdeeds had Chen Xian committed on Yunu Peak to incite such hatred from his 4 senior sisters? Had he perhaps extended his lecherous claws towards all 4? Unlikely. A clear, elegant voice broke through the murmurs, belonging to a stunningly beautiful woman clad in white. She possessed an extraordinary beauty, her demeanor as cold as ice and ethereal like a celestial being, surrounded by a faint mist that emanated an air of sanctity. Yet her gaze was aloof, her snow-white neck held high, resembling a crane among chickens. Luo Qingxian. By fortunate chance, she had obtained a heavenly-level cultivation method, the Fei Xianju, and after her training, her demeanor had become otherworldly, manifesting an 8th-grade ice-type Golden Dan, earning her the title of the most beautiful woman in Zhongzhou. And no matter the occasion, Luo Qingxian's presence would undoubtedly steal the spotlight. Surrounded by countless admirers, over 10 esteemed youths from the 9 sects and 13 schools sought her hand. Lu Rian's eyes sparkled with mischief as she lightly mocked, "What is this? Does the holy maiden Luo believe that Chen Xian speaks not in vain? I've heard you and Chen Xian share a deep friendship. Is this an attempt to defend that worthless man?" Her words immediately incited a wave of whispers that do not speak nonsense. "I do share a friendship with Chen Xian, but it can only be regarded as that of friends." Luo Qingxian retorted, displeased that Ji Wushuang laughed lightly, exclaiming, "Holy maiden Luo, do not misunderstand. Sister Rian was merely speaking in haste, with your pure and noble essence. How could you possibly befriend someone like Chen Xian? He is unworthy." He stood tall, his smile as warm as the sun. However, beneath Ji Wushuang's demeanor lurked a fierce longing for Luo Qingxian's form. His desire had lingered for quite some time. Luo Qingxian remained composed, slowly explaining, "The Fei Xianju is particularly sensitive to true qi. Chen Xian's true qi is rather obscure, yet imparts upon me a sense of great potential. Thus, Chen Xian's shattered dantian and severed meridians must have been restored. He must have embarked upon the path of cultivation once more. You, Lu Ruyan, have miscalculated, boom." The moment Luo Qingxian's words fell, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. Just then, the first Jiaolong Dan cauldron crashed down, accompanied by the haunting sound of a Jiaolong's roar, sending chills through the hearts of all present. "Ah, what a splendid arrival." Chen Xian laughed heartily, exuding an air of dominance as he chose to bear the cauldron upon himself. Bang! With a resounding thud, he successfully bore the weight of a Jiaolongdan cauldron, his gaze fierce and proud. The crowd collectively gasped in shock. Qin Xian had truly succeeded. As for the onlookers from the 9 sects and 13 schools outside the Mu Yunxian Palace, their expressions varied widely, all filled with astonishment. Boom! Qin Xian activated the 9-yang dragon technique within him, his entire being enveloped in a deep, rich purple true qi, swirling around him with remarkable agility. He had to tackle this second challenge with full force. This scene left everyone present utterly stunned, unable to believe their own eyes. Hadn't he been a waste? How could he possess true qi within him? And purple true qi at that. Zhao Kaiwei let out a shriek, her voice piercing through the noise. Heavens, how can this be? She was left bewildered, her mind in disarray, and she was not alone in her shock. Everyone from the 9 sects and 13 schools, including Li Yinglian, Shengguan Yayin, and even Long Ming, were equally astonished. Luo Qingxian had guessed correctly. Yet, how could someone with a shattered dantian and severed meridians possibly recover? Not to mention, after healing, to embark on the path of cultivation anew, and even cultivate purple true qi. This was utterly absurd. In every major realm of cultivation, there exists a method of assessing potential. The qi training stage is judged by the color of one's true essence. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, white, black, and purple, in ascending order, signifying extraordinary potential, and the resulting true qi grows ever more powerful. Purple represents the peak. Hence, this true qi is referred to as purple true qi. If it were to be known that someone had directly condensed purple true qi during the qi training stage, the 9 sects and 13 schools would immediately scramble to recruit him, vying to have him join their ranks. Although the path of cultivation is not absolute, those with extraordinary potential have the highest probability of becoming unparalleled powerhouses. Even Yo Bin and the others were left in shock and excitement. Big Brother is magnificent. Big Brother, the Sixth Sister, is proud of you. Purple true qi. You truly are amazing. Dong Yufei was overwhelmed with joy, her smile radiant. Thud. The second Jiaolongdan cauldron fell, and once again, Qin Xian caught it with ease. Then came the third and the fourth. His physique began to manifest ethereal shapes resembling dragon scales, a manifestation of the true dragon dominance body. Qin Xian's astonishing performance directly slapped the Hao Ran Sword sect in the face. It seemed there was more to come. Luo Qingxian murmured softly, her voice drowned in the cacophony of discussion. She gazed tenderly at Qin Xian, memories of their past together flooding her mind, how they had braved the myriad bat caves side by side. In the moment when the Qingyi Bat King had wounded her delicate form, with Qin Xian urgently drawing out the poison, that was the deepest secret in Luo Qingxian's heart. Back then, you were betrothed to Lu Ruyan, and I had locked my heart away. Now, perhaps we can rekindle our past love. In the heart of Luo Qingxian, a soft sigh escaped her lips, and her enchanting eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance. At this moment, the infatuation of this renowned beauty of Zhongzhou overflowed like a gushing spring. Bang! The 5th dragon pill cauldron descended. Qin Xian's body trembled as he struggled to catch it, his smile radiating unrestrained joy. Although he could not see the expressions of the crowd outside the Muyu Immortal Palace, it was easy to imagine they were nothing short of spectacular. Indeed, that was the case. The Ji Wuxuan's complexion turned ashen, as if she had been utterly humiliated. Lu Ruyan's delicate figure trembled uncontrollably, her ample bosom heaving, revealing the shock that lay within her heart. Zhao Kaiyun, Shen Qingqing, and Bai Ling gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape enough to fit a goose egg. This. Jiue's voluptuous form quivered, her eyes filled with panic and disbelief. Unable to suppress her rage, she retorted vehemently, Impossible! This cannot be happening. Chapter 64. Allow me to first break through the qi refining stage. How could this wretched child have restored his dantian and meridians? This is inconceivable. There has never been a precedent. Jiu's heart roared in turmoil, her composure utterly shattered, her delicate fists clenched tightly, her mountainous bosom swaying violently, as if it might burst forth at any moment. The icy hue of her exquisite face was flushed with intense rage, a clear reflection of her inner turmoil. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind, sending further shockwaves through Ji Yaoyue. The purple extreme true qi. Even her beloved son Wu Shuang had only managed to condense green true qi during his qi refining stage. Did this not imply that Mu Yun Sanxian might take a liking to this wretched child? No, absolutely not. In that moment, Ji Yaiwei was completely thrown into disarray. She recalled her bet with Chun Xian and the debt of spirit stone she owed. If Chun Xian were to stumble upon extraordinary fortune and become the disciple of Mu Yun Sanxian, it would be an absolute disaster. Not to mention 1,000,000 superior spirit stones, which she could not possibly procure. It is impossible. My son Wu Shuang possesses the grace of a celestial being. He is a true prodigy, and what of Chen Xian, who has merely walked the path of cultivation and condensed purple extreme true qi? He is still unworthy. With such thoughts, Ji Yaiwei attempted to console herself, her emotions finally settling somewhat. Then, she discreetly glanced at Li Yinglian, who was clad in green and now bore a frosty expression. Her lips twitching slightly. The scenes unfolding before her were truly slaps in the face. The waste expelled from the Howren Sword sect had actually defied the heavens to such an extent. Within the 9 sects and 13 clans, many were already whispering derisively. At that moment, Li Yinglian suddenly spoke up. The purple extreme, true qi merely signifies exceptional potential. What of his character? I am curious to know how this wretched child managed to mend his Dantian injuries. The unparalleled treasure, the ever-changing mysterious heavenly jade, has gone missing from our sect's forbidden grounds, and its essence has the miraculous effect of binding the Dantian and meridians together. However, with Qin Xian's capabilities, he could not possibly breach the ancient formations within the forbidden grounds. I suspect this matter should have nothing to do with him. Her words incited a wave of uproar. Elder Tunkik bellowed with palpable fury. Sect Master, Chen Xian indeed lacks the ability to breach our sect's ancient formations. Not even someone below the transformation stage could accomplish that. But what of the wife he speaks of? That 7th princess is a 4th-tier tribulation stage demon. What is she quietly plotting within the Xian Hall? His words jolted everyone awake. The crowd suddenly realized if this were true, Chen Xian was in deep trouble. Whether it was the ever-changing mysterious heavenly jade that Bai Bingyan had stolen or if Chen Xian had encouraged her to do so. This debt would ultimately fall upon Chen Xian to repay. Bang! The 6th dragon pill cauldron descended, and Chen Xian's body swayed perilously. Yet he managed to withstand it. He heard Elder Tongshui's furious roar from the direction of Muyu Immortal Palace and was instantly enraged. Li Yinglian, you are spouting slander. My restoration of my Dantian and meridians has nothing to do with your so-called ever-changing mysterious heavenly jade. Chen Xian bellowed in rebuttal, his voice resonating through the heavens. Yet, what he received in return was a chilling reprimand from Li Yinglian. Wretched child, you cannot escape this. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. After the master-disciple ceremony concludes, you will return to the Howren Sword sect to apologize. Or I shall have you captured. The choice is yours. The atmosphere on site became increasingly tense that Du Ming, Dong Yufei, and others were seething with indignation. Even Luo Qingxian and Du Xia began to voice their support for Chen Xian. Yet it remained futile. Cultivators were often envious and selfish. Upon witnessing Chen Xian's brilliance, they naturally wished to suppress him. Thus, the crowd vociferously condemned Chen Xian, seemingly resolute in their intent to trample him into the mire. Chen Xian scoffed coldly, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. This was the so-called elite of the righteous path in Zhongzhou. They prattled on about exterminating evil and upholding justice. Yet inwardly, they were so selfish and narrow-minded, wishing to drag down anyone who surpassed them, only to trample them once more for satisfaction. Li Yinglian remained unyielding, but a flicker of smugness crossed her gaze. With just a slight prompt, she could ensnare this wretched child in a trap of self-justification from which he could never escape. What Mu Yun Sanxian values most is character, that a person who consorts with demons and steals treasures from the sect's forbidden grounds. Even if he condenses purple extreme true qi, what does it matter? Even if Mu Yun Sanxian does not strike him down with a single blow, he would never accept a disciple. This was a truly brilliant scheme, killing 3 birds with 1 stone at that moment. The members of Howren Sword sect could not help but laugh at Du Ming, furious to the point of near madness, shouted, "This is slander. Utterly unfounded slander." Yet, his voice was drowned out by the overwhelming tide of denouncement and accusations. Scores of rogue cultivators and members of the 9 sects and 13 clans transformed into self-proclaimed arbiters of justice, launching a vehement attack on Qin Xian from their moral high ground. As if he were a villain of the highest order, his crimes too numerous to count. Sect Master Li, your claims are unsubstantiated. Do you have any evidence? Luo Qingxian asked angrily. Yet Lu Rian scoffed. Saintess Luo, did you not just try to argue that your relationship with Qin Xian is not deep? I see. You both must have intertwined your fates by now. Haven T you? Shut your mouth, Lu Ruyan. Do you dare seek death? Luo Qingxian exclaimed angrily, her beautiful form trembling in fury, an alluring fragrance wafting through the air. The debate intensified. At that moment, a clear, ethereal voice echoed, resounding through the heavens and earth. Howren Sword Sect Master, how dare you? Do you dare defame our clan's princess? Do you think the 9-tailed White Fox clan is without defenders? The voice was crisp and melodious, like pearls falling on a jade plate. In the next moment, a streak of white light tore through the heavens from the north, arriving at the exterior of Muyu Immortal Palace. Upon a magnificent cloud bed, Bai Qian reclined languidly, her jade hand propping up her fragrant cheek. Exuding a myriad of charms, her countenance was elegantly exquisite, adorned with a faint blush reminiscent of peach blossoms, evoking a sense of perpetual intoxication. She resembled a breathtakingly beautiful spirit, her aura as lofty and pure as the moon in the ninth sky. With a graceful flip, Bai Qian stood upon the clouds, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared before Li Yinglian, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of an 8th-grade, 9th-stage integration peak. Bang! Caught off guard, Li Yinglian's legs buckled, and she fell to her knees, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Bai Qian, please show mercy. Longming Shangren hurriedly stepped forward, unleashing his own pressure to assist, allowing Li Yinglian to catch her breath and awkwardly rise. Today I come not with ill intent, but merely to see my husband as described by my dear Bingyan, who knew I would hear accusations against her honor. Thus I must inquire. Who does not know that Bingyan's bloodline is exceptionally noble and might one day ascend to the throne of the 10,000 Demons Palace, becoming the Empress of the Southern Wilderness? Her reputation is not to be tarnished by any of you. Bai Qian's voice was cold, directly invoking the power of the Southern Wilderness Demon Clan. Everyone present turned pale. The stability of Zhongzhou is primarily due to the presence of Mu Yun Sanxian, in terms of the number of strong cultivators and overall strength. Zhongzhou is actually the weakest among the 5 regions of the Wild Heaven domain. While the Demon Clan is one of the most powerful in an instant, many gazes directed towards Li Yinglian were filled with schadenfreude. While her doubts tainted Qin Xian's reputation, they also brought enormous trouble to the entire Howren Sword sect. If the 9-tailed White Fox clan were to become enraged, they could easily plunge the Howren Sword sect into a perilous predicament. Li Yinglian understood this all too well, her expression akin to someone who had just been fed a mouthful of excrement. Mainly, she could never have imagined Bai Qian would appear in the Muyu mountain range. That moment, an ancient voice emanated from within the Muyu Immortal Palace. Little fox, I will ensure you receive justice in this matter. Since you have come, stay and watch here. Mu Yun Sanxian had spoken. As you command. Bai Qian's face revealed a semblance of respect as she bowed gracefully towards the Muyu Xian Palace. Subsequently, she floated down onto the cloud bed, languidly reclining upon it while observing the proceedings. Meanwhile, Qin Xian gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand the weight of 6 Jiao Dragon Dan Ding .6. Such a number was sufficient to claim victory in the second round. Yet, a profound dissatisfaction flickered in his eyes. Surely, Mu Yun Sanxian would not be pleased with his performance. He had summoned the Golden Horn King, whose emitted Jiao Dragon Dan Shi had yet to be fully expended. As for Bai Qian coming to support him, Qin Xian was well aware of her intentions. However, at present, he was undergoing an evaluation and could not express his gratitude to this esteemed senior. At this moment, Longming Shangren spoke appreciatively. Qin Xian, you have triumphed in the second round. Moreover, 6 ding appears to be your limit. Do you wish to add a 7th ding? Instantly, numerous gazes converged upon him. For nearly everyone had already formed their conclusions. 6 ding was indeed the utmost that Qin Xian could bear. Surely, he would choose to forego any further challenges. Just then, Qin Xian suddenly felt a surge of determination. A brilliant golden light erupted from his eyes, and he joyously proclaimed, Naturally, I shall add a 7th ding. I desire an 8th, a 9th, and even a 10th. But before that, allow me to first break through to the chi refining stage. Chapter 65. Breaking through to stand tall, unrivaled under heaven. Allow me to first break through to the chi refining stage. This declaration left everyone momentarily stunned. What? How could he merely be at the 9th level of the chi refining stage? It was known that Chen Xian was currently bearing the weight of 6 Jiao Dragon Dan Ding. Each ding weighed 10,000 jin. The combined pressure from 6 Jiao Dragons was not something a mere novice at the 9th level of chi refining could possibly withstand. If this were true, then Chen Xian's potential was indeed terrifying. Boom! The operation of the 9-yang True Dragon technique within Chen Xian accelerated abruptly, and his aura no longer concealed itself, erupting forth with a tremendous force. Undoubtedly, he was at the 9th level of chi refining. Hiss! Many gasped in astonishment, their hearts churning tumultuously, particularly those 8th and 9th level foundation establishment cultivators who had failed in the second round could only lower their heads in shame. In the next moment, a resplendent golden Dan pill soared from within Chen Xian's body. Its surface bore 9 orifices, reminiscent of the human body's 9 apertures, gently pulsating, while an ethereal golden aura emanated from within, releasing an intoxicating fragrance. Some experts well-versed in alchemy trembled involuntarily, unable to contain their exclamations. This is a supreme treasure pill, the 9-aperture Golden Yuan Dan. The 9-aperture Golden Yuan Dan spun rapidly, swiftly dispersing a dense, nearly unbreakable golden medicinal vapor, and its size was visibly diminishing. Chen Xian suddenly opened his mouth wide. Instantly, the golden medicinal vapor was drawn into his mouth as if a great whale were drinking water. Gradually, golden specks of light began to appear across his entire body, resembling golden scales. The purple extreme, true essence within him was undergoing a mysterious transformation. In that moment, Chen Xian seemed to transform into a black hole, akin to a surging sea, an endless abyss, desperately devouring the vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Furthermore, he waved his hand and retrieved 500,000 superior spirit stones from the Panlong treasure ring, absorbing them frantically. Is he truly on the verge of breaking through to foundation establishment? Generally, one does not require such an abundance of spiritual energy to transition from foundation establishment to golden core. Chen Xian was retracing the path of cultivation. This was truly defying the heavens. Astonished discussions erupted among the onlookers, their fear palpable. Unbeknownst to them, perched upon the eaves of Muyuxian Palace, the golden horn-swallowing dragon gazed down with a flicker of surprise and respect in its golden eyes. At this moment, Chen Xian's performance genuinely inspired a desire to follow him. This wretch. He has healed the injury to his dantian, yet concealed it from me. Truly, he harbors malicious intent. Ji Yaoyu muttered bitterly to herself, her voluptuous form trembling slightly, her expression frigid as I see this moment. Her heart felt constricted. In such a spotlight, the protagonist should not be this discarded disciple whom she had expelled from her side. If her beloved son Wu Shuang were in his place, it would make far more sense. Boom! The purple extreme, true chi within Chen Xian roiled like a dragon, gradually becoming more ferocious, and his entire being erupted in brilliant golden light. After depleting the 9-aperture Golden Yuan Dan and 500,000 superior spirit stones, he finally broke through ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. A resounding, celestial sound echoed throughout the heavens and earth, majestic and sacred, ensnaring all within its grandeur. Then heavenly flowers rained down, golden lotuses erupted from the ground, auspicious clouds spread across the entire Miyu mountain range. The boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged, forming a colossal cloud canopy above Chen Xian's head, its expanse growing ever larger. This scene astonished everyone. Celestial sounds resonated, conches sounded. Heavenly flowers fell, golden lotuses surged. This is the portent of achieving immortality as recorded in ancient texts. Such a remarkable phenomenon truly exists. Had Chen Xian gained the acknowledgement of the heavenly Tao, he had broken through and stood tall, unburdened by worldly ties, achieving a profound enlightenment. He was indeed stronger than ever before, countless cultivators whispered among themselves. Envious beyond measure. To receive such a portent from the Tao signifies that the potential for immortality has been attained, that as long as one does not fall, the likelihood of transcending to immortality is exceptionally high. Simultaneously, the leaders of the 9 sects and 13 clans were also swept up in excitement. Chen Xian had been expelled from the Howren Sword sect, rendering him akin to a loose cultivator. The saying goes that a widow without a master is alluring, especially one as temptingly exquisite as this. Which official could resist such temptation? In an instant, Ouyang Shuri, Baichuan Daoren, and Shangwan Yain, among others, were eager to seize Chen Xian for themselves. Chen Xian's canopy surpassed 10 miles, 30 miles, 50 miles, 80 miles. Good heavens, Chen Xian's potential in the foundation establishment stage is equally extraordinary. It seemed even more than that. The canopy continued to expand slowly. Was it to cover 90 miles? Someone exclaimed in shock, their voice filled with awe and envy. The measure of aptitude in the foundation establishment stage is determined by the expanse of the spiritual energy canopy invoked during the breakthrough. 10 miles signifies the first grade, 20 miles the second, and so forth. At this moment, within the Howren Sword sect, everyone appeared as if they had collectively consumed something vile, their expressions exceedingly grim. Such a peerless prodigy, who should have brought greater glory to the Howren Sword sect, had been expelled from the sect. They could only guess with their toes how this would render the sect a laughingstock. But the die was cast, and there was no turning back. Ji Wushuang clenched her fists, growling, "How infuriating! Chen Xian is doing this on purpose. His malice is truly appalling. A biting dog that does not bark. How shameless!" Her words instantly drew the ire of everyone in the Howren Sword sect toward Chen Xian. Indeed, Chen Xian's dantian and meridians could not have healed instantaneously, yet he continued to feign being a waste. His wickedness was evident. This wretch, I have long recognized his despicable nature. Yet he has disguised it so well that I could not ascertain. Alas, it is my fault for not expelling him sooner, allowing this ingrate to grow strong. Everyone, if you find Chen Xian's aptitude commendable and wish to bring him into the sect, think carefully. Ji Yao Yu's words poured cold water over everyone, leaving them chilled to the bone. They exchanged glances, their expressions intricate. Seeing her desires fulfilled, Ji Yao Yu proudly declared, "This wretch is destined to be but a fleeting spark." Do you believe it? Before her words could settle, Shangwan Yain, the leader of the Miaoing sect, suddenly gasped, "Look! Chen Xian's true essence has transformed into a brilliant golden hue, overflowing with vitality. Is this the legendary flawless, divinely imbued red gold true essence recorded in ancient texts?" Her declaration astounded all present at that moment. Chen Xian, bearing the weight of 6 Jiao Dragon Dan Ding, was enveloped in waves of profound red gold true essence. It flowed around him like living beings, resembling golden dragons swimming, exuding an aura of unparalleled majesty and inscrutability. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, and black. These are the identifiers of true essence from the 1st to the 9th rank in the Qi refining stage. The red gold hue, however, is said to surpass the purple extreme, representing the ultimate perfection in true essence. Its refinement and strength aside, the mere presence of divine abilities contained within it would cause countless cultivators to drool with envy. Techniques, spells, secret techniques, forbidden arts, divine abilities, immortal methods. Their powers range from weak to strong, and the difficulty of cultivation follows suit. Yet the red gold true essence, due to its extraordinary vitality, renders any technique employed, regardless of its tier, immensely powerful, as it embodies the essence of divine abilities. Those possessing red gold true essence boast a success rate in comprehending divine abilities far exceeding that of other cultivators. Breaking through to stand tall, unrivaled under heaven. Chen Xian, congratulations. Luo Qingxian reflected, her smile radiant and breathtaking. Niu Ben, Du Ming, Dong Yufei, and the other 3 were undoubtedly the most exhilarated, cheering and exulting loudly. Bai Qian remained languidly reclined upon her cloud bed, the corners of her mouth subtly curling upward. This little rascal has somewhat astonished your aunt. The crowd was abuzz with fervent discussions. Some expressed envy, others jealousy, while a few transformed into bitter critics. Laced with sarcasm. Gulp. Shang Wenyin couldn't help but swallow hard, her enchanting gaze sparkling with brilliance. her chest heaving violently, an intoxicating fragrance wafting through the air. She had made up her mind to recruit Chen Xian into the Miaoing sect at all costs. Even if he truly was a lecherous scoundrel, she would still recruit him. If necessary, the sect master herself would personally take on this little rascal, confident in her ability to ensnare him. Chen Xian. You audacious apprentice. How utterly detestable you are! Jiyu's lips twitched slightly, her heart echoing with indignation. Just as she had uttered the fleeting nature of a flower's bloom, she was harshly slapped in the face. At that moment, Chen Xian took a deep breath, extending his arms with grace. Like a great rock spreading its wings, he soared skyward. The canopy of clouds, spanning hundreds of miles, coalesced before him. Boom! Chen Xuan roared, stomping his foot with force that an overwhelming, invisible pressure erupted from his being. This was the dragon's might transmitted from the heart of the true dragon, now perfectly harmonized with Chen Xian's own aura. As this formidable dragon's might surged forth, the cloud canopy, which had already reached a distance of 90 miles, trembled violently, brewing a tempest. In the next instant, it expanded explosively, reaching 100 miles. Celestial melodies echoed once more. The conch sound resonated anew. Ethereal blossoms cascaded from the heavens, golden lotus flowers sprouting from the earth. Amidst the resplendent phenomenon of transcendence, Chen Xian stood alone, unmatched in the world. Jiyu's voluptuous and exquisite form shuddered. As if struck by lightning. That waste, it's impossible, she muttered to herself, her eyes glazed over, utterly dazed. Chapter 66. A fleeting moment, an unparalleled strong dragon, true golden essence, 100-mile canopy, at this moment, amidst the myriad celestial phenomena and auspicious energies. Chen Xian stood resolutely against the 6 pillars, exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance. The once great Xian Gu had returned. Du Meng's eyes glimmered with moisture as he excitedly proclaimed. Meanwhile, those who had previously doubted and mocked fell silent. Chen Xian had utilized 2 unprecedented talents to compel the heavens and earth to endorse him, validating his existence. Such grace and stature were truly intoxicating, a rarity in Zhengzhou. What profound and extraordinary true essence! So brimming with spirit, as if deeply attuned to the mysteries. This dragon's might was indeed tyrannical, more than capable of crushing any cultivator in the foundational stage. Chen Xian reveled in the myriad changes within him. Elated beyond measure, he had a premonition that this breakthrough would be nothing short of astonishing, yet he never anticipated reaching such heights. A surge of pride welled within him. Furthermore, the fusion with the true dragon's heart seemed to deepen. At this moment, I am at the first tier of the 10th grade of the foundational stage. I should be able to sweep aside those in the foundational stage and contend against those in the golden core stage. However, this is still far from sufficient. What level might the Jiao Long Dan Ding prepared by Mu Yun San Xian allow me to reach? Chen Xian's gaze was tranquil, as deep as an abyss. After being reduced to a cripple for nearly 100 days due to the self-destruction of a 9th grade golden core, he had truly experienced the vicissitudes of human sentiment and the harshness of the world. Now, he finally possessed power once more. He was confident that this time his recultivation would solidify the most robust foundation, ensuring that every realm would be perfected without hindrance. 9th grade. No, I, Chen Xian, shall strive to surpass the 9th grade in every major realm. Regardless of the astonishment of those around him, Chen Xian's defiance was manifest, and the celestial phenomena were no illusion. This scene, however, left Zhao Kaiwei and others utterly shattered. Impossible. This must be an illusion. How could Chen Xian, a despicable and shameless wretch, possess the virtue to achieve 2 breakthroughs to the 9th grade? My junior brother is the true son of the dragon, a prodigy of heaven. Zhao Kaiwei growled, disbelief etched upon her face. Shen Qingqing nodded in agreement, echoing, before we set off, the sect master specifically divined. The true dragon ascending hexagram. Thus my junior brother is the true. Just as she spoke, her expression abruptly froze. An uncontrollable thought surged within Shen Qingqing's mind, forcefully occupying her consciousness. Could the so-called true dragon in the hexagram be Chen Xian? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shen Qingqing let out a shrill cry, her heart a maelstrom of confusion. She could not accept it. She had placed all her bets on her junior brother. How could that waste Chen Xian rise again? It cannot be. Lu Ruyan narrowed her eyes slightly and suddenly spoke. Could it be possible that he has employed some forbidden technique to achieve such a miraculous display? With both his dantian and meridians damaged, how could he surpass his previous limits? This is utterly absurd. Her voice was melodious and graceful, imbued with a serene quality. Yet internally, waves of turmoil surged within Lu Ruyan. She regretted it. Had she known that Chen Xian could turn the tides and reach such a pinnacle of talent? Why had she ever sought to entice Ji Wushuang and scheme in various ways? Many nodded in agreement, acknowledging Lu Ruyan's perspective. After all, Chen Xian's situation was undeniably difficult to accept. At that moment, a long howl akin to a dragon's roar resounded. The second trial continues, Chen Xian declared with authority. He stood tall, exuding an aura of dominance that could swallow the vast expanse. Boom! The seventh Jiao Long Dan Ding descended, and Chen Xian caught it firmly. Soon after, the eighth Jiao Long Dan Ding fell once more. The ninth, the 10th. A grave expression gradually settled upon Chen Xian's face, his body swaying slightly. Golden true essence swirled around his exterior, transforming into vivid golden scales, the true dragon's body fully activated. Now at the first tier of the 10th grade foundational stage. Chen Xian's strength had increased several-fold. Yet, the stacking of 10 Jiao Long Dan Dings was not a trivial matter. This was still contingent upon Chen Xian's extraordinary dragon's might, which had directly immunized him against the accompanying pressure from the Dan Ding. As the 11th descended, it felt like a mountain pressing down upon him. Chen Xian gasped, his chest heaving like a bellows, eliciting a pang of sympathy from Luo Qingshan, Dong Yufei, and others, to everyone's astonishment. Chen Xian bellowed fiercely. One more ding. In his eyes, a glimmer of wild ambition and defiance shone through, a sensation of sheer exhilaration. Boom! The final remnant of the Jiao Long Dan Qi left by the golden horn swallowing dragon. Under the fusion of the Seven Towers' essence, coalesced into the last ding, that it plummeted once more. Chen Xian couldn't help but spit out blood, kneeling on one knee, struggling to withstand this ding. The 12 Jiao Long Dan Dings bore down upon him. Even those who harbored envy and resentment towards Chen Xian could not help but reveal expressions of admiration at this moment. Chen Xian, my young friend, you are truly a peerless genius. Ouyang Shiri exclaimed in awe. Shang Wanyin smiled gently, her eyes sparkling as she transmitted, Chen Xian, you truly excel. The second trial has concluded. Would you care to join my Miaoying sect? I, the sect master, shall personally guide you. In truth, what she truly wished to convey was that should you join my Miaoying sect, you, Chen Xian, could very well become my personal disciple, even surpassing the likes of Long Ming Shurin and Qingmu Dan Wang, who now regarded him with appreciation. What is there to commend? It is merely the self-destructive journey of a fool. Ji Yaiyue scoffed, intentionally raising her voice. Subsequently, she candidly stated, rebuilding what was once broken is inherently challenging, and such healing will inevitably leave severe hidden dangers and latent injuries. The more exceptional his performance, the greater the burden on his dantian and meridians, increasing the likelihood of rupture. You all should be aware that there exist certain forbidden methods capable of unleashing potential, such as the 3-day death technique, which can elevate a person's potential to its utmost. However, the cost is invariably fatal. The predicament before us is evidently akin to this. Therefore, whether by forbidden methods or by hidden injuries to his dantian and meridians, either could lead him to an ephemeral demise. The more Ji Yaiyue spoke, the more convinced she became that she had uncovered the truth, her entire being surging with exhilaration. Slap. A resounding slap echoed, sending Ji Yaiyue hurtling backward for over 10 meters before she awkwardly regained her footing. She was furious, consumed by rage. However, once Ji Yue's gaze locked onto Bai Qian, in a fit of anger, she lashed out. Bai Qian, you have gone too far. Ji Yaiyue covered her cheek, her eyes icy cold. With another bark, I will kill you, Bai Qian coolly uttered a single sentence, authoritative and domineering, yet within her clear and beautiful gaze, a trace of imperceptible worry flickered. She had to admit that Ji Yaiyue's analysis held considerable merit. Many turned their attention to Chen Xian, who bore the weight of 12 dings. This once illustrious prodigy of heaven. Had he truly chosen the path of certain death merely for the sake of ostentation? The likelihood was indeed high. After all, accustomed to glory and admiration. How could he willingly sink into the mire? Becoming a laughingstock? Perhaps a fleeting death would be a preferable choice. In that moment, the chatter grew unceasing. To AT this time, Li Yinglian remarked thoughtfully. The unparalleled treasure, the myriad manifestations of the Xiantian jade essence, truly possesses the effect of elevating one's potential to the utmost. Yet, he is the treasured relic of a fallen senior from my sect, entombed within the sacred grounds of his grave. Recently, someone dared to desecrate his resting place, reducing the senior's remains to mere ashes. If the perpetrator is discovered, they shall not escape retribution. Boom! This declaration incited a wave of uproar, with many astute minds immediately drawing connections, casting suspicion upon the seventh princess by Bing Yin and Qin Xian. Were it not for Bai Qian's presence, they might have launched a full-scale verbal assault against Qin Xian. At this moment, Zhao Kaiwa spoke with a tone of magnanimity. Master, regardless of the circumstances, Qin Xian hails from our Yunu Peak. If he truly faces annihilation, why not allow us to assist in his burial? Ji Yaoyue was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Though this wretch's actions resemble those of a jester, I cannot forsake my principles. Kaiwe, your suggestion is accepted. The elder Taoist present sneered derisively, dismissing her words as mere pretexts. Ultimately, they were merely seeking to seize Qin Xian's coveted blood essence heart order. In an instant, the gazes of numerous wandering cultivators toward Qin Xian brimmed with pity. The tragedy was sealed the moment he detonated his ninth-grade golden core. At that moment, Qin Xian felt a sudden jolt coursing through his body. With a sweeping gesture, he summoned forth 12 dragon pill cauldrons, which soared to 12 distinct positions surrounding him, each exuding an aura of extraordinary and precious energy. Qin Xian entered a state of transcendental oblivion, channeling the Nine Suns' true dragon art with utmost fervor. Boom! A fierce, domineering dragon might radiated from him, stirring the spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius into a frenzy. Simultaneously, the 12 dragon pill cauldrons were activated, releasing torrents of pure dragon pill chi. Devouring, continuously devouring. Qin Xian resembled an unparalleled dragon, ravenously absorbing these powers. His aura surged exponentially. 10th grade second stage foundation establishment. 10th grade third stage, fourth stage. The assembled beast tamers were struck with horror as they realized their beasts had turned docile, prostrating themselves before Qin Xian in reverence. Even the golden-horned sky-devouring dragon, perched atop the roof of the Muyu Immortal Palace, lowered its massive head in submission. Such a spectacle was unprecedented. Half an hour later, the 12 dragon pill cauldrons had diminished to less than a tenth of their original strength. Under the astonished gazes of all, Qin Xian's power soared to the pinnacle of the 10th grade 9th stage of foundation establishment. With but one more step, he could break through to the golden core stage. Roar! The golden-horned sky-devouring dragon expelled its own dragon core, the size of a gourd, swirling around Qin Xian, eager to assist him in advancing further. Qin Xian's demeanor suggested not merely the use of forbidden techniques destined to be fleeting. He was a true dragon prodigy emerging into the world. Qin Xian, reborn from destruction, thus faced no bottleneck in his cultivation, allowing him to condense the golden core anew. My heavens, with this momentum, could he possibly forge another 10th grade golden core? Gasps of disbelief echoed through the crowd, their voices trembling with shock. Meanwhile, Jiayue's smile had long since frozen. As she beheld the unfolding scene, she wished she could gouge her eyes out to deny witnessing it. This wretch, Qin Xian, was he truly destined to ascend to the heavens? Chapter 67. A Celestial Being. Earthly destruction. The surging spiritual energy roared like waves. The skies darkened. The heart of the true dragon within Qin Xian thumped vigorously, the Nine Suns' true dragon art accelerating in its flow that a torrent of radiant golden essence coalesced within his dantian, continuously intensifying. Today I, Qin Xian, shall ascend to the golden core. A roar akin to a dragon's echoed across the skies above the Muyu Mountains. Qin Xian stood tall, his long hair billowing, a living monument of immortality. Boom! Behind him, an ethereal manifestation of a 5-clawed golden dragon emerged, faintly shimmering with a blood-like hue. This was indeed a manifestation of bloodline awakening. The true young dragon bloodline, a 5-clawed golden dragon. Gasps of astonishment erupted. the crowd igniting with fervor. This was the legendary bloodline, rivaling the true Phoenix bloodline, heralded as the two supreme bloodlines of humanity. Today, it had re-emerged in the world. Long Ming, the revered elder, was astounded. Unable to suppress his awe. No wonder Chen Xian possesses such extraordinary talent. He harbors such a bloodline. This is a destined supremacy. As long as he does not fall, not only can he aspire to immortality, but he may also contend for supremacy in the celestial realm. Rumor has it, the blood of one with a true Yang dragon bloodline could elevate the grade of elixirs. There exists even the potential for top-tier elixirs to transform into quasi-immortal pills. If I could obtain a few drops of Chen Xian's blood. The Aoki Dan King spoke with fervor, his eyes ablaze. Taoist Bai Chuan stroked his beard, enviously stating, "Not merely the blood. Those with the true Yang dragon bloodline exude an aura of true dragons that enhances the potential of spiritual roots. However, this effect only manifests during the union of yin and yang. Tisk. Whoever becomes Chen Xian's partner shall surely tread a path of unimpeded cultivation." Upon hearing this, many female disciples immediately brightened. Akin to a horde of enchanting fairies discovering Tang Song, they could hardly contain their desire to seize Chen Xian, yearning to frolic with him. Although many female cultivators from Zhongzhou had vocally condemned the enchanting women of the Hawan sect countless times, when an opportunity arose to obtain similar effects without needing to practice the sect's secret methods, many hearts were stirred. Oh no! My brother is bound to become the object of desire for many. Dong Yufei furrowed her brows, a thought emerging in her mind. No wonder the divination upon our departure foretold a true dragon ascending to the heavens. It turns out the true dragon is my brother Chen Xian. Not Ji Wushuang. Du Ming laughed heartily, his excitement palpable. This moment was undoubtedly a tremendous surprise for him. Such talent, the Muyu scattered immortals would certainly not overlook. What this? Ji Yue's eyes widened, her breath becoming erratic. Her emotions were in turmoil. Meanwhile, Ji Wushuang, not far off, felt as if he might explode with jealousy. The flames of envy surged, almost erupting from his chest. How infuriating! Why should Chen Xian possess the true Yang dragon bloodline, while I am merely cursed with the Xiantian sword body? Great heart demons from beyond, do you possess a means to help me seize Chen Xian's bloodline power? No. The true Yang dragon bloodline is our clan's nemesis. However, if you can eliminate him, I could attempt the forbidden secret art of bloodline transformation. Ji Wushuang silently conversed within his mind, his thoughts racing as he pondered methods to eliminate Chen Xian that he could not abide by such an outcome. How could Chen Xian, who was destined to languish as a cripple, akin to a toad in a muddy pit, rise to such heights? Particularly as Ji Wushuang noticed the mesmerizing gaze of Lu Ruyan beside him, he felt a surge of green envy creeping upon him. Indeed, Bai Qian reclined languidly upon her cloud bed, uttering two words, her lips involuntarily curling into a subtle smile. Unbeknownst to her, the imprint of that towering figure within her heart had sharpened once more. I once said you bore the visage of a true dragon, and little did I expect it to come to pass. How nostalgic, those times we ventured through the Bat Cavern side by side. Chen Xian, if all could be reset, should you lift my skirt and unhesitatingly assist me in my trials, I, Luo Qingtian, would undoubtedly submit to you. Luo Qingtian smiled faintly, a sigh of wistfulness lingering in her heart. At this moment, all the spirit beasts present had prostrated themselves on the ground. Even the golden-horned sky-devouring python had completely lowered its massive dragon head in respect. At this juncture, bolstered by the five-clawed golden dragon manifestation, Chen Xian's aura surged dramatically, exuding an overwhelming force that seemed poised to pierce the heavens. What is happening? I am already at the nascent soul stage. Why do I still feel an impulse to pay homage to Chen Xian? Xia Shirin of the Liang sect exclaimed in disbelief. The man beside him chuckled wryly. Even my senior brother feels this impulse. This must be the domineering essence of a supreme bloodline. The members of the Howard Sword sect must be regretting their decisions now, right? Xia Shirin gleefully remarked. Who could disagree? Ji Yaoyue, with that lofty demeanor, must be weeping nightly in regret. Do you think there is any chance to invite Chen Xian back to the Howard Sword sect? Once spilled water cannot be retrieved, and broken boundaries cannot be restored. The Howard Sword sect had gone too far. Chen Xian would undoubtedly never return. Similar discussions echoed, largely tinged with schadenfreude. Meanwhile, the members of the Howensword sect wore expressions as though they had just consumed something repugnant. Especially Ji Yaoyue. Her complexion was a deep shade of iron, her exquisite figure trembling, creating alluring curves that captivated the eye. Yet Ji Yaoyue still maintained her composure. She held her alabaster neck high, proudly declaring, "Even if Chun Xian possesses the true Yang dragon bloodline, what of it? A scoundrel is still a scoundrel. Members of my Howensword sect must embody righteousness, not the cunning and treachery of a rogue. Even if Chun Xian revealed his bloodline talent ahead of time, I would not hesitate to expel him, because Ji Yaoyue does not tolerate any impurities in her eyes." Her words resonate with a cold, resolute clarity. Upon hearing this, Ji Wushuang's jealousy diminished somewhat. "You Chunxian are already tainted by infamy. Merely a scoundrel unworthy of being chosen as a disciple by the illustrious Mu Yun Sanxian. You fool! The more you expose yourself, the quicker your demise will come." Roar! The ethereal form of a five-clawed golden dragon swirled around Chun Xian's body, drawing forth a torrent of spiritual energy that surged into him, ceaselessly. Chun Xian stood there, his body radiating a myriad of brilliant hues until he became resplendent to an extreme. Boom! With a tremendous sound, a dazzling sphere of light erupted from above Chun Xian's head, exuding an overwhelming dragon might and shooting forth 10 streams of colorful light. 10 colors. He was on the verge of condensing a 10-grade golden pill. The 9-grade golden pill is already the most extraordinary state attainable by our practitioners. Yet, Chun Xian dares to condense a 10-grade golden pill. He possesses the bloodline of the true Sun Dragon. Thus, breaking free from constraints is only natural. A perfectly complete, consummate golden pill. Today, I have truly witnessed something remarkable. This journey was not in vain. Many were animatedly discussing, deeply shaken by the revelation that a 10-grade golden pill, truly unparalleled throughout history. Not only have most never seen one, but 99 have never even heard of it. At that moment, rumble, the heavens and earth changed color. The entire Mu Yun mountain range was suddenly shrouded in an impenetrable darkness of thick clouds, as if black clouds were pressing down upon a city, threatening to devastate it. Amidst the ominous clouds, terrifying bolts of lightning brewed, carrying an aura of cataclysmic destruction, instantly locking onto Chun Xian. Countless individuals trembled in fear, confusion, and trepidation. Under such a dreadful storm, they felt as if they could be annihilated at any moment, that a defiant being, destined for heavenly retribution. Faintly, amidst the terrifying black clouds, an ancient and profound thunder echoed. As if the very heavens and earth were converging, that the next moment, an exceptionally fearsome blood-red thunderbolt was suddenly born, radiating an increasingly chilling aura of terror, crashing towards Chun Xian. Boom! A streak of azure, celestial light shot forth from the Mu Yun Immortal Palace, blocking the blood-red thunderbolt and shattering it. Subsequently, this azure light circled around Chun Xian's head once, pressing down forcefully. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the 5-clawed golden dragon phenomenon behind Chun Xian and the resplendent sphere of 10 colors above his head reintegrated into his being. His attempt to break through to the golden pill stage was forcibly interrupted, and his power reverted to the pinnacle of the 10-grade 9-stage foundation establishment. The azure celestial light swiftly returned to the Mu Yun Immortal Palace. Within the palace, an ancient voice resonated. The heavenly retribution will take 3 days to dissipate. We shall await the third challenge until 3 days hence. Chapter 68. Bai Qian, please stay. Heavenly retribution. The mere utterance of these 4 words left everyone present in shock. What is heavenly retribution? It is the fate that befalls those deemed enemies and tumors by the heavenly principles, often resulting in terrifying punishment. For instance, those in the demonic path who commit atrocities and slaughter countless beings easily invoke such retribution and face extermination. Chun Xian is merely breaking through to the golden pill realm. How could he possibly attract such a thunderstorm? Long Ming, the sage, shook his head, sighing with sentiment. Heaven is jealous of exceptional talent. It seems that sometimes being too outstanding is not a blessing. Chun Xian's heavenly retribution was blocked by the Mu Yun Sanxian, momentarily concealing his aura. But what about next time? He is constantly under immense threat. His lament carried a profound sense of regret. but his tone held a hint of mockery. Many present wore expressions of schadenfreude. The intervention of the Mu Yun San Xian has deprived Chun Xian of the chance to break through to the golden pill stage. Thus, his hopes of achieving the golden pill in this lifetime are nearly extinguished. At that moment, Chun Xian's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that his full-force breakthrough would provoke heavenly retribution. Just now, when I was locked onto by the heavenly retribution, I felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance and extreme danger. If I were to truly face the tribulation, it would likely be a struggle for survival. Chun Xian, filled with trepidation, felt immense gratitude towards the Mu Yun San Xian. Simultaneously, he also experienced a sense of discouragement and disappointment. At that moment, an ancient voice echoed in Chun Xian's mind. "Little one, do not be disheartened. The number of Daos is 50. Subtracting 1 leaves 49. Nothing is absolute. Given your current accumulation, the success rate of forcibly facing the golden pill's heavenly retribution is less than 1 in 5. You must accumulate more and prepare adequately. The heavenly retribution is not necessarily a death sentence. If you can endure it, the benefits will be immense. I have great confidence and expectations for you." Chun Xian's body trembled. Mu Yun San Xian, after comforting his disciple, the elder transmitted this secret message to him, providing such an explanation. In an instant, brilliant light burst forth from Chun Xian's eyes. His despondency vanished completely. He felt a surge of determination, eager to roll up his sleeves and tackle the challenge. Amidst the crowd, Shen Qingqing deliberately spoke. "I isn't either someone who arrogantly proclaimed to recondense the golden pill. Why has the bravado vanished? It seems that all hope is lost now." Her tone was laced with schadenfreude and ridicule that Du Meng, Dong Yufei, and others were furious at her words. However, they found themselves at a loss for rebuttal. The heavenly retribution of the golden pill is far too terrifying. Even the Mu Yun San Xian could do nothing. Thus, it seems that this brother truly has no hope of achieving the golden pill in this lifetime. And Chun Xian, at the pinnacle of the 10-grade 9-stage tribulation period, no matter how gifted he is, how strong could he truly be? In that moment, Ji Wushuang's lips curled into a smirk, looking down upon him. A true dragon prodigy who cannot make any progress is not much different from a waste, is he? Chun Xian is no longer worthy of being my rival. Once I, Ji Wushuang, break through to the nascent soul stage, I could easily obliterate him. Ji Yaoyue also chuckled coldly. This wretch is destined to fade into obscurity. His only value lies in the blood within him. However, a mere commoner bears the burden of precious jewels. And misfortune is not a blessing. Many people reacted to her words. Currently, Chun Xian is akin to a fly trapped within a crystal lamp, with a bright future, yet no escape. Moreover, he has already exposed his supreme bloodline. His death is truly not far off. In that moment, many present felt a surge of covetous desire. Boom, boom, boom. Figures soared through the air, exuding powerful auras. They were the leaders of the 9 sects and 13 clans. Clearly, they had come to recruit Chun Xian. Ouyang Shuri smiled warmly. "Chun Xian, would you be willing to join my Sanqing sect? I vow, as the sect master, to ensure you enjoy the treatment of a holy son. And I will use the full strength of the sect to protect your safety." An elderly man clad in battle robes, enveloped in flames, also smiled. "Young Chun Xian, we have had a few encounters. Haven Tiwi, the protective nature of my Qihua Xuanzong is renowned in Zhongzhou. Would you be willing to join and become my junior disciple?" Chun Xian, puzzled, replied, "Sect Master Jin, if I recall correctly. Your master has passed away many years ago, hasn't he?" The red-haired elder nodded. "Indeed. However, my master left behind an extraordinary legacy and a series of treasures that I am taking on disciples in his stead. If you agree, you will be my only junior disciple, Jin Wuji." This statement left everyone utterly dumbfounded that if Chun Xian agrees, he would instantly ascend to the highest rank within the Qihua Dao sect. Even the holy son and holy daughter of the sect would have to address him as junior uncle, and he would have a protective brother in the sect. My heavens! Even if sect master Jin wishes to recruit him, there is no need to go to such lengths, right? That is too much of an elevation for Chun Xian. You know nothing. Currently, Chun Xian is a coveted prize, who wouldn't be envious. He possesses the true sun dragon bloodline, whose essence is extraordinarily precious. To be simultaneously courted by so many prominent figures, Chen Xian has indeed set a precedent in Zhengzhou's cultivation world. Some scattered cultivators buzzed with excitement that a man in a blue robe, with hair like swords, smiled. Chen Xian, would you be willing to join my Taishu sword sect? If you agree, I shall betroth my daughter to you. Is that sincere enough? Everyone was astonished. This individual is Bai Yuntao, the sect master of Taishu sword sect. He has gone so far as to use a beauty trap to recruit Chen Xian. Even Chen Xian was taken aback by Yuntao's sincerity. Momentarily left speechless, the Bai Yuntao naturally had his own calculations. Chen Xian would essentially be marrying into the Taishu sword sect. If his daughter were to become pregnant, it would be perfect. Furthermore, he could extract Chen Xian's essence blood once or twice a year to aid his own cultivation. How delightful! At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted through. The leader of the Miaoyin sect, Shang Guanyin, elegantly approached, smiling as she revealed her recruitment conditions. Chen Xian, your bloodline is too special. Even marrying a wife would not suffice for release. If you join my Miaoyin sect, it would be different. I promise you may choose 10 of our female disciples as your partners. Of course, both parties must be willing. Most importantly, I shall personally guide you. This little one with a supreme bloodline. My sincerity is ample. I assent it. Shang Guanyin subtly adjusted her ample bosom, her gaze glimmering, resembling a ripe peach, causing many to involuntarily respect her. The multitude present was utterly astonished. Good heavens! In their fervent attempt to entice Chen Xian into their own sect, these leaders exhibited an overwhelming sincerity. Ji Yaoyue could no longer contain herself. She abruptly stepped forward, raising her voice in protest. No. The theft from the forbidden grounds of my Howren sword sect is likely connected to this nefarious being. If you were to accept him as a disciple, it would be an intentional affront to my Howren sword sect. In response, her declaration was met with derisive laughter from the assembled members of the 9 sects and 13 schools. Shang Guanyin mockingly retorted, Ji Yaoyue, since when have you had the authority to speak on behalf of the Howren sword sect? Furthermore, even if you did possess such a right, do you truly believe your words could intimidate our sect leader? I suspect you are the one regretting your decision and wishing to take Chen Xian as your disciple once more. Save your breath. You have no opportunity left. I have no such intention. I would never desire such a disgraceful individual again. Ji Yaoyue furiously countered. Jin Wuji's expression darkened as he declared imperiously, then silence your mouth. What do you think you are? Just because you say someone is suspicious, it makes them so. You. The rebuffed Yu's countenance turned icy, her fists clenched tightly. However, she understood that she could do nothing against Jin Wuji and could only swallow her anger. Soon, the gazes of the crowd converged once more on Chen Xian, eager to discern his choice. Chen Xian's expression remained unchanged as he solemnly stated, the matter of selecting a sect is of great significance. I must contemplate it thoroughly. In truth, he had already devised a plan in his heart, and this statement was made to ensure a modicum of tranquility over the next 3 days. Jin Wuji, Shang Guanyin, and others nodded in agreement, indicating their approval. Subsequently, the assembly began to disperse. Bai Qian, riding her cloud bed, transformed into a streak of white light, preparing to depart. Chen Xian hastily called out, Aunt Bai Qian, please wait. Your nephew wishes to have a word with you. Chapter 69. The fairy's delicate visage resembles a peach blossom, perpetually intoxicated by her own beauty. The white light paused. With a rustle, a chill breeze enveloped him. And before Chen Xian stood a breathtaking woman clad in snow-white garments. None other than Bai Qian. She appeared as if shrouded in snow and mist, her bare snow-like feet hovering gracefully above the ground. Untainted and ethereal, like a celestial being who had inadvertently wandered into the mortal realm. Her snow-white visage bore a subtle blush, and even in her most casual of postures, her languid grace and inherent allure left one entranced. Unable to resist her charm, Chen Xian found himself momentarily entranced, a line of poetry surfacing in his mind that he could not help but exclaim, the fairy's delicate visage resembles a peach blossom, perpetually intoxicated by her own beauty. Bai Qian's finely arched brows drew together slightly, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. Her heart stirred, yet her gaze remained frosty as she remarked, Chen Xian, did you summon me merely to recite poetry? Chen Xian hastily shook his head, offering a smile, of course not. And I wish to know about Bing Yan's current condition. And also, The attitude of Qing Xiu towards me, Bai Qian, upon hearing this, was not taken aback. She candidly stated, once you successfully wed Bing Yin, you may call me aunt. For now, it is more appropriate for you to address me as senior. As for Qing Xiu's stance, naturally they will assess you. I am here for that purpose. You need not worry about that girl Bing Yin. She is quite safe. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Very well, fairy sister. What did you call me? Bai Qian was taken aback, her voice cool and distant, imbued with an icy chill that could pierce the bones. Any other cultivator would undoubtedly tremble and bow their heads, too intimidated to meet her gaze again. Yet, Chen Xian clearly did not belong to the realm of ordinary cultivators. His gaze was calm, unabashedly filled with admiration and appreciation. Chen Xian explained, to address you as senior would imply that you are quite aged. Since you are as beautiful as a celestial being, I dare to address you thus. When I and Bing Yin are joyfully united, I shall not hesitate to refer to you as aunt. Bai Qian's crescent-shaped brows furrowed slightly, and a faint blush graced her exquisite cheeks. Surprised by Chen Xian's words to AT that moment, Chen Xian retrieved an extraordinary orchid, growing within a crystal of snow jade. From his Panlong treasure ring, that it exuded an air of purity, its delicate fragrance wafting gently, enveloped in a radiant glow. Fairy sister, I recall Bing Yin mentioning your fondness for nurturing flowers. Although this Qiming Yulan is merely a top-grade spirit flower, it is exceedingly rare. Please accept this humble gift of flowers. Chen Xian proclaimed as he presented the exquisite orchid. Bai Qian's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the flower, and she exclaimed in astonishment, "This flower I have long sought without success. I did not expect you to possess one. I shall accept it with gratitude." After a brief moment of hesitation, Bai Qian waved her hand and accepted the Qiming Yulan, storing it within her spatial ring. With a swish, she transformed into a streak of white light and swiftly departed, leaving behind traces of a refreshing fragrance in the air. Chen Xian gazed at Bai Qian as she vanished into the horizon, his heart filled with quiet relief. As long as Bing Yin is well, I shall have no worries. I will undoubtedly fulfill the promise made in 10 days. Brother, Du Ming and the others gathered around, their expressions complex. They had witnessed Chen Xian's formidable rise, yet they were also aware of his struggles in condensing the golden core. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated from within the Muyu Xian Palace, sweeping across the surroundings. The third trial will require actual combat, and the holy sons and daughters of the 9 sects and 13 schools must also participate. The top 10 in the third trial will be granted entry into the Muyu Xian Palace for the final selection by this immortal. 3 days hence, I eagerly anticipate your remarkable performances, little ones. This thunderous ancient voice, akin to celestial authority, stirred the hearts of all present. In an instant, the crowd erupted into animated discussions, excitement palpable. The implications of Muyu Sanqian's words were profound. Actual combat. Chen Xian's expression shifted, revealing a grave demeanor.